Chapter 1 Everyone Believes I'm a Hidden Power. The Sisyphus story featuring Gaysingolf Malay lead without ambiguous romantic entanglements. A warm reminder please a story our reasoning, here for the best Dredenge experience. In the Yuan continent, at heavenly purple sacred palace. Boom. Suchian, a slongajia agrita mermi sexualisan. I can't breathe heavenly purple sacred palace. Amidst swirling celestial mist, several formidable figures shovered above the Agran palace. Among them Wasa Grace full silhouette Teknona Suchian, Hawas no clutching her chest, Atricaleaf crimson seeping from the cornero fur lips. Humph, I feel wish to fight, then'll tip. You're wholly Sinison worthy. With a cold snort, Asno white alatus flower materialized in Su Kayan Shand, its overwhelming gaura causing the verifabric cough space to tremble. Obsessa dandaluded. Let Salatak Tagatharand kill her. A fierce battle the verge of erupting, while Thuaker disciples below scurried to the impending chest. Quick, summon Master Lin. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, Thiden Tidiof to discipline known, yet the mention of Master Lin's medievalist light up. In a time, several figures dashed towards the peak behind the main hall. What on earth is happening? Linbei murmured himself, daring not a delay forever namatashi has to lepakets belongings. Huastiana to disciples referred Toa's Master Lin. Listening to a sound soft commotion outside, Linbei Chartre said with increasing urgency. Huas not original lie from this world astro cuffluck and his boss life had let him to endure excruciating pain just or form this phone. Then, everything went dark, and when he appeaned Desires again, have found himself reborn as an infant in this realm. Damn Noldman, how could Olim like Hethes? What am I supposed said Todno? Twintai ear shad possidzints, and the oldman here for Ed Toash's master in this world, also happened to the rever dance a store of heavenly purple sacred palace. Astianly close a door disciplioft heravired ancestor, everyona believed Lin Beto been an parallel genius. Because had never shown his abilities, the disciples subconsciously regarded Haimasa hidden saint. Currently his strength was no less than that of his age, butanly Lin Bei himself useless. I cannot stay here, I must flee. If they reach this peak, evenahan dread off me would not suffice. Lin Bai hadel reedy devastadoplin even if heavenly purple sacred palace fell, Hekud descend the mountain and farm, using his memory as from his previous arrive. Master Lin, please irrevially our truest strength. Please, Master Lin, Komito Theodoth heavenly purple sacred palace. Just as Lin Bei finished packing gone prepared to make his escape, Adastayung boislid to him from several meters away. Cough, cough. Lin Bai was taken aback, coughing violently. He gazed at the boy kneeling before him, along with Zaviral Discipla standing no far away, there is fled with pleading. Huished to assist, but this lack of power held him back. Asabodio fabsoluta void, huazing capabiov canal ingenergy, possessing no cultivation whatsoever. His master had searched tireless life for years with nori salts. Recently, his master had reached hindofistes, transcendent into the ethereal realm. Otherwise, the forcest hatansia poseth heavenly purple sacred palace would not dare to engage today. Get up, to engage in this battle, you must at least possess such level strength. I've told Alb for, I am really an ordinary person. Clearly, when Lin Bai uttered these words, that his belief among the 10 disciples was palpable. Their gaze unanimously conveyed his intimate. Ahais, keep pretending, let Suho believe see you. In that moment, Lin Bei felt Energito exclaim in frustration had explained himself countless times, yet Nuni had never believed him. Oldman, you've doomed him. With an internal sigh, hello ki du pathiski, onlato sudden lispata colossal fire a ball hurtling toward him, aimed directly at this speak. Holy crap. I'm in danger, someone savim. Lin Bei's pupils constricted if that fireball struck, it would likely obliterate the entire mountain. Theather disciples su noticed the immense energy contained within the fireball. Master Lin, I fi out no takno, world trilla perish. The boy kneeling gone the ground shout no sinyof getting an amateur how Lin Bai urged, his knee seemed a sif they were in to the mountainside. Please, Master Lin, save us. The distant disciples clasped their hands in supplication, theater as situation making Lin Bei feel overwhelmed. Let alone editing action, if the fireball fell, world all but finished. As the distance closed, the panic on Lin Bei's face gradually faded. In this dire moment, he realized there was no escape, it was inevitable. In his finalments, Lin Bei found a semblance of clarity, yet when Hefis the fireball, his art still quivered uncontrollably. The searing heat enveloped him as he spread his arms wide, closing his eyes to embrace the coming demise. What appetite have I to behold the splendor of this world? I wonder if I can traverse realms in chimera? These wasp the last thought that crossed his mind, yet they did not wait long for the fireball's arrival. Peeking open eyes, he heard the boy's excited voice, "I truly worthy of Master Lin, such a massive a fireball can be extinguished without a trace ofra." What? Hearing the boy's stone filled with relief at surviving, Lin Bei was momentarily stunned. He had prepared to accept death. How could the fireball suddenly vanish? Congratulations, host, on successful binding the system. A voice suddenly echoed in his ears, and Lin Bei looked down at the still excited boy. Did he just speak? Truly worthy of Master Lin. Stop. Just as the boy was about to repeat his earlier words, Lin Bei interrupted him. The voice I thought sounded like an electronic synthesis was skilling like cold, clearly not produced at Bithuouth before him. Detected that the host is currently in a life and death crisis, granting the domain of invincibility. System? At that moment, Lin Bei realized he had read plenty of web novels in his previous life, and a system was indeed a golden finger. Thought 1 years late, the sudden disappearance of the fireball must have been the system stung. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, a figure plummeted from the sky towards the main hall, crashing down like a meteor, creating a massive hole in the palace. Suchian, I have given you a chance. As Thesmo cleared, every one you witnessed the empress being gambushed with the middle Gedman, unable to evade him in falling victim. Scoundrel! What skill is there in an ambush? The surrounding disciples began to react different, as the middle Gedman's gaze swept over them. There was no fear in their eyes, only fury. A mere swarm of ants dares to speak of? A terrifying pressure enveloped them, and through the facade could lay wasty tamales. Immediately, several disciples were trailing, spitting blood under thys overwhelming force. Fielder soft heavenly purple sacred palace wished to intervene, but theorized cultivation thel was mer lithato favorable sage, making jitek seeding difficult under pressure. Primal chaos green lotus. From theta styre in soft hepalas, a clearvo was saracenated. Sukain emerged slowly, a terrified green lotus floating behind her, exuding gonorrhea of boundless chaos. Thiendless Sheoltisnergi spread, dimming Thientereski. Go! With a slight motion off her finger, the green lotus ascended into the heavens, instant lishattering the middle Gedman's oppressivra, allowing the disciple stow final eye breathe. Suchien, it seems Sio your trickshave been exhausted. The middle Gedman understood this was Sukain Strangestmov, one schwuden liu sandera circumstances. Form a formation today shall be your demise. As soon as the words left his mouth, 3 other figures reveal a damaging gaura. Sukian's expression grew grave if this formation was completed, schwood bunable to withstand it. The 4 adversaries were real sages, and they had been in the sage realm for many years. In contrast, Sukian had on recent lie broken through the bottleneck to officially Beko message. The disparity in strength was evident from the tumultuous rise and fall off Sukian schist. P.S. Still the same reminder, the size of length story featuring Gaysingolf Malaylead, and theme Laylead shall know to engage in anaromantic entanglements with other women. If the race a second femilaylead, I willow semi-head. A romance estori cloak hidden fantasy, the new bukasetzel, soba club for the ride. Thereom softling you incontinenteret of idento body refinement realm, foundation establishment realm, essence condensation realm, divine pulse realm, primordial spirit realm, void realm, heavenly connection realm, venerable realm, sage initiation realm, and emperor realm. Chapter 2, A Single Fingerto Annihilatia Sage, Trulith Kingoff Survival. The empress is clearly at a disadvantage. Master Lin, please seek swiftly. Lin Bei's mind weighs entirely focused on the system, eager to discover its functionalities. Buthany dead to overcome the crisis facing heavenly purple sacred palace to activate it. Forgetteth heavenly purple sacred palaces somi home. Is shall confront them. Lin Bai spoke in a calm tone, having Gal Riata perused the introduction of the invincible domain granted by the system. It could create a field that enveloped and metarada use around him, allowing him to control Anyonu ha stepped within. Unfortunately, the invincible domain card couldn't libuse, and woodlistan la for thegeration o fain and sensistic. O 9 sensistic stimu will suffice. Lin Balo ki du pathiskis in silhired fragile, yet shua soldering through a toff saving heavenly purple sacred palace alone. Thuff his word swearicolm, they instill ed confidence sainty boy she art. One insenstic, just though powerfulest master Lin? Theo youth murmured softly, his Satantion fixate daunt the final luterance. Lin Bay traversed past the throng, descending the mountain, while several disciples gazed at his receding silhouette, their hearts swelling with exhilaration. Woe among us scan withstand Devanazangle strike from Master Lin? Didio Harthat? Master Line in Tinstocon Cladethi battle within Thespino facing a line since a stick. Truly, heis a divine being. As Lin Bay descended the peak, the number of disciples surrounding him increased, each bearing scarce to varying degrees. Upon his approach, the disciples instinctively parted cretipeth leading direct light at Balas. Once Lin Bay's figure had vanished from sight, they began to over sign shed tones. Such an aura had long been recognized by the Middle League Edmund, for only Sumioni off Lin Bay's caliber could compel both disciples sandal their store-treating deference. Esteemed guests, my tweetus in for a discussion? Upon reaching the palace entrance, Lin Bay raised discazita the heavens, asmally adorning his face. The Middle League Edmund wassing curtain of Lin Bay's true intentions, yethery kala danafta four-legged circulating gay crosty continent, Wixbo Koft enigmatic peakmisteroft heavenly purple sacred palace, whose strength remained a mistratoel. Sukai and Elsa spotted Lin Bay henoda dother before shifting. Sfoka stotha four great sages. Lin Bay's arrival plunged the field in tusslant stop. The Middle League Edmund found himself perplexed by Lin Bay's genuine strength, for emitted na discernible era. Only own possibility remained either the uth possess edna cultivation, or rispower surpassed several realms beyond theirs the Middle League Edmund Leon towards flatter. After all, Theligen soft T continent could na they've sprung from era fantasy. It presumeth is eon masterus Lin Bay, indeed a hero among geouths. The Middle League Edmund warrior smile, yet swiftly shifted distant. However, no matter how formidable our prowess, can you truly contend against 3 high-ranking Sagis alone? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At that moment, 3 figures materialized from thin air, causing Sukian's pupils to constrict in alarm. The Shin Miao sect, the 3 Griat ancestors. She had not sensed their presence, assuming gone lie these ectaedron 3 estimatal der shade arrived. Welcome, ancestors. As expected, upon seeing the 3-edged figures, the Middle League Edmund bowed respectfully. Dissolveth the formation. The most authoritative yielder disregarded the Middle League Edmund's greeting, commanding Theater 3 suggested dismantle the formation. Without hesitation, the complied in Qian Miao sect, the directive soft hey tree ancestors were unassailable. Dear young friend, one need no resort to battle. Oh. Lin Bay Neroedizes, perceptive the pressure be injected he recognized the sect shy regard for him, even summoning 3 esteemed ancestors. Letium personitine marriage with our sexual lasona power full alliance between ertwo sects, what say you? Ha, I am not yet powerful enough to dictate tethafiti so foders. Lin Bay chuckled lightly, Bujastashie's words left his lips, a voice echoed from afar. Ha ha, for the whole Lysanov Shin Miao sect toteki an interest in your empress and ditto your fortune. If sect leader like consents, he would be overjoyed to my daughter in Tafyan sect. All the disciples were incensed bethissid in proclamation, glaring for sliath speakers. I wonder Ed Hote speak so, only to find die disputed o Gofshin Miao sect. An elder monk the disciplesmict, recognizing Felidrove the opposing faction a saw defeated der Fromano Therminor sect. Upon hearing the dearest named of them, Theodor glared at his speaker. Merely yada feet hound today, I shall not hold it gainst you. He had come with a mission to probe the veracity behind the legendary Lin Bay. Seeing Lin Bay remain phased in the face-offs of insages, he began to believeth the rumor circulating gay crossed continent. Empress, what say you? Lin Bay disregarded the sudden appearance of Tisa Buffon and instead turned this attention. Thierra not worthy. Upon hearing her resolute tone, Lin Bay nodded. You understand. Whoever desires death, is shall assist ya. Lin Bei clencheth his fist thaw present, lit avoid off cultivation, his words in overwhelming dominance. Master Lin is formidable. Master Lin, slay them all. Before Su Kai and Cold respond, the surrounding disciples erupted in fervent shouts. They hadal ready vocalize adherencer, leaving Su Qian without Nithikagain. Observing this, Lin Bei comprehended. It seems Thualof to disciples alliance with Thatof T empress. Thus, it is somely fitting that it be you farewell to thiefter life. With a deep sigh, he had initially considered negotiating with Shin Miao sect, leveraging Eisen on the continent to ditter them, there be conserving the invincible domain granted by the system. However, with Su Qian's assertion that they were unworthy, coupled with these early remarks, Itways evident they wooed naturalent easily. Arrogant. Indeed, the leading Gelder bellowed, launching a strike towards Lin Bei. Master Lin, be cautious. Someone warned as their remaining Twolder Scarjed torchen from either side. Thethri formed a triangular rassault, intent in bringing Lin Bei to his demise. Meanwhile, Theather Forsages continued Thyrnslot against Su Qian, for their battle remained resolved. The member soft Timinor sected long sincere treaty Tosafi distancido spectate, fourth eyes waste a clash among sods being too close scood turned theme into mere dust from the residual energies. As the three elders drew nearer to Lin Bei, and the distancy between him dwin led to less thanimally, hectivate the invincible domain. Boom! A power fuel rared from Lin Bei's bang, and the leaden gelder, poised to seize Hishid, suddenly found himself immobilized by an enigmatic force. Theather Twolder similarly froze in place, halting Theer charge just 3 meters from Lin Bei. What tis this power? A threat of fear surged within the heart-soft hay tree elders, as the spectre of death enveloped them. Their bodies remained utterly motionless, unoblievant to blink. Initially, Lin Bei had felt a flicker of apprehension after all, 3 high-ranking Sash assaulting him simultaneously. Would the invincible domain truly be capable of frustrating them? The outcome before him is his worries. With a flick of his finger, Theelder to Lin Bei's left suddenly exploded into nothingness, leaving no trace, note of an Adropov blood. As if he had evaporated from existence, no evidence remained of his presence. One a finger extinguish a sasage? No tonly were the disciples astonished, Butevant the forces engaged in combat with Su Kai and turned in horror. Ancestor. Themid leaguedman roared, yether framed from acting, pulsively. Lin Bei's powers were undeniable mysterious debilitito, offertless lie annihilate a sage couldn't belong to noth same origin real more than per realm. Faunit, Jordan shall come shortly. Though Lin Bei typically secluded himself atop the mountain andrely engaged in conflict, Hehedrona accustomed to Thegrui Som sites brought back biz master bloodied beasts, some even dissembled, heads severed. Initially repulsed, Hehedra dually Bekami desensitized over time. Moreover, his singular strike he had left Zion Mio ancestors devoid of any bloodshed. Upon witnessing Lin Bei's prowess, the leaden Gelder began to panic, regret surging within him for having decided to attack heavenly purple sacred palace. Yet, no bound be Lin Bei's power, Helok Themine stow voice his discontent. Bang bang. 2 sharp, bone-cracking sounds echoed, and Theather Twolder Sofshin sect, Leketh the first, vanished permanent lie from his realm. With the demi-soft hay tree elders, all disciples students done excellence. Thuff the Hayden vision Lin Bei strength, they had never anticipate the Tobes overwhelming, capable of slaying, 3 sages with a mere wavavation. An unspoken thought resonated within their minds. One a finger extinguish a sasage, and heterestical himself an ordinary person? Truly deserving Gof Thettel, King Gof Concealment. Chapter 3. A surge of adoration for the exceptional system with the successive demise of the 3 revered ancestors of the Shimiao sect. The middle-aged man realized the momentum had shifted. Flee quickly. The Tianzi sacred palace is not a place you can enter and exit at will. The voice of Lin Bei, akin to a specter, carried a chilling resonance as he harnessed the invincible domain to assert control over himself. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, leaving only a vast pit where he once stood. Lacking any cultivation, he could not traverse the skies, thus he relied on the invincible domain. Since he could manage those who dared to step within, Lin Bei felt he could also manage his own being. With a mere attempt, A sudden force surged beneath his feet, propelling his figure forth like a cannonball in no time, with the sound of cracking bones. The four saints of the Xinyao sect followed in the footsteps of their ancestors. As for the individuals from the smaller sects, they had long since fled to unknown destinations, and Lin Bai paid them no mind. A faction reliant on the strength of others held little weight in his eyes. Moreover, Su Qian could single-handedly annihilate that sect. Returning before the hall, Lin Bai surveyed the ruins before him. Su Qian had already retrieved various vials and jars from the storage room, containing elixirs to aid the disciples in healing. I told you, sect leader Lin has always concealed his true strength. We knew even without your words. Lin Bai listened to the hushed conversations around him, each one revolving around his persona. He could not help but rub his temples, for it would not be long before yet another legend about him spread across the continent. Your Majesty, now that the Xinyao sect is devoid of saints, why not raid their estate? Lin Bai leaned closer to Su Qian, speaking in a somewhat teasing manner. I currently lack the strength for further conflict. Although the Xinyao sect has lost its saints, it still possesses numerous revered individuals. Their amassed power, at its peak, poses no threat to me. But alas, Su Qian did not continue, instead letting out a soft sigh. Preserving the sect was already the greatest achievement. As for you, your facade runs deep. What facade? I am truly just an ordinary person. Lin Bai brushed his forehead, yet deep down, he knew no one in the sect would believe him. Thank you for your assistance. Without you, I could not have defended the Tianzi Sacred Palace. Your Majesty, such words are unwarranted. The Tianzi Sacred Palace is also my home in this life. Just as in his past, Lin Bai was an orphan, his mother passing when he was 3, and his father when he was 5, both succumbing to illness. It was during his moment of uncertainty that the venerable ancestor of the Tianzi Sacred Palace took him in, accepting him as his sole disciple. Regrettably, that esteemed elder had also departed not long ago. Having grown up in the Tianzi Sacred Palace, it was naturally his second home. Tio say he felt no sorrow at its potential destruction would be a lie. Everyone regarded him as a reclusive saint, yet he was merely an ordinary man. Fortunately, the system, albeit belated, had arrived to assist him through this tribulation. Assess the casualties among our disciples and send some spirit stones to their families. Su Qian instructed an elder beside her, who nodded and began to move about the surroundings. Tomorrow, accompany me to the Xinyao sect. What? Lin Bai's expression froze. Was he truly to visit the Xinyao sect? Hadn't they just discussed raiding it? The Tianzi Sacred Palace needed a substantial amount of cultivation resources for reorganization. Before Lin Bai could refuse, Su Qian left him with those words and turned to depart. Seemingly to recuperate from her injuries, "Don't go. I never said I would join you." Lin Bai slapped his thigh. He was but an ordinary man. Should he follow Su Qian to the Xinyao sect? He would likely be the first to perish. Returning to the mountain peak with a face full of despair, Lin Bai sat on the ground, gazing up at the heavens. Just having survived a great calamity, he was now confronted with another impending disaster, this time brought forth by his own people. Forget it. The system should have activated by now. I should first see what functions it possesses. With this thought in mind, Lin Bai called out to the system within his heart. System, what capabilities do you have? Please elaborate. This system is known as the adoration system. Within 100 meters, as long as someone harbors admiration for the host can accrue adoration points. The greater the admiration, the more adoration points are obtained. Once the host's adoration points reach 10,000, they will reset, and a random item will be awarded. Random items? What might those include? All things in the world may exist within the realm of random items. Lin Bai comprehended the system's explanation. From top-tier elixirs and techniques to mere soil and branches, anything could potentially be acquired, contingent upon his own fortune. However, this system proved to be of utmost assistance to him. The Tianzi sacred palace housed a multitude of disciples, each harboring at least a modicum of admiration for him. Furthermore, legends about him circulated across the continent, ensuring that wherever he roamed, he would garner adoration points. Not Biadi, Theo claimed Lin Bai was displeased would be a falsehood, since he could potentially draw forth a variety of items. Surely there existed a treasure capable of unlocking the absolute meridian body. Host has successfully activated the system and received an activation gift pack. Excellent system. I am fond of it. Lin Bai's countenance brightened as he hurriedly opened the activation gift pack. Congratulations, Host has successfully obtained one chaos fruit, granting a third-tier cultivation level. Suddenly, a pitch-black fruit materialized within the system's space, accompanied by 3 luminous orbs. Chaos fruit? Upon reading its description, Lin Bai immediately stood up. Consuming it may awaken the chaos body? Among the myriad of talents in the world, few possess a unique physique. For instance, the Empress Su Qian boasted the chaos blue lotus body, having ascended to the saint level in merely a century. Individuals with a unique physique are inherently favored by the heavens, though exceptions do exist, Lin Bai being one of them. His absolute meridian body was a rarity throughout the continent's history, an unfortunate fate he bore. If he were to consume the chaos fruit, could it potentially overshadow his absolute meridian body? Lin Bai retrieved the chaos fruit from the system space, a flicker of hesitation gleaming in his eyes. Should he succeed, he might finally possess a unique physique and embark on a path of cultivation. Yet, should he fail, the chaos fruit in his hand would be rendered worthless. Although the chaos body is also considered a child of destiny, each time it ascends a major realm, it must endure a lightning tribulation. Nevertheless, it remains a path to cultivation. Damn it, I'll take the gamble. He was not one to dither. His elder had tirelessly searched for years for a treasure to unlock the absolute meridian body, yet had found none. Now, a glimmer of opportunity had finally presented itself. However faint it may be, Lin Bai yearned to grasp it. This continent is fraught with peril, and one misstep could spell doom. Though he was adored by the masses, that was merely a rumor. A single disciple could easily crush him, and should his true self be revealed, his end would be inevitable. Thus, only genuine strength could be deemed powerful. Gulp, Lin Bai placed the fruit into his mouth. It bore no flavor, dissolving upon contact, sliding down his throat into his stomach. Boom. Chapter 4. The chaos heaven-defying body, manifestations of extraordinary phenomena in an instant. A formidable aura radiated from within Lin Bai, sweeping outward. Settling into a meditative posture, he faintly sensed a surge of warmth rising from his dantian, progressively spreading throughout his body. Boom, boom, boom. Above, ominous thunder rumbled, gathering dark clouds over a radius of millions of miles toward Lin Bai's location. The sky instantly darkened, as if the actions he had undertaken had drawn the ire of heaven and earth, intent on obliterating him. What is happening? The disciples and elders, engaged in tidying up the aftermath, looked up toward the heavens. The apocalyptic scene sent shivers down their spines. Is this a sign of world destruction? Has someone offended the heavenly laws? At that moment, Su Qian, who was recuperating her injuries, sensed the external aura and hastily exited the shattered palace. It was the mountain peak he occupied. Not only did Su Qian notice, but some disciples also recognized that the target of the dark clouds was Lin Bai's mountain peak. Is this thundercloud summoned by sect leader Lin? A disciple exclaimed, immediately capturing the attention of those around. All eyes fixated on the mountain peak behind the palace. Unaware of the commotion outside, Lin Bai only felt his own power escalating rapidly, soon breaking through the body refinement stage to reach the foundation establishment stage. Yet it did not end there. His cultivation surged to the 7th tier of foundation establishment before finally stabilizing. Slowly opening his eyes, he suddenly felt a weight pressing down on him. Looking up, he saw that the thundercloud had already locked onto him. What is this? His master had never mentioned that the thunder tribulation at the Foundation establishment stage would be this formidable. Lin Bai's master had imparted much knowledge regarding physiques, including the chaos body. Typically, the thunder tribulation for a Foundation establishment breakthrough was the lowest tier of thunder tribulation. Yet this one appeared far stronger than the one Su Qian faced when she ascended to sainthood over a year ago. Could it be that the absolute meridian body and the chaos body coexisting within one individual had stacked the buffs? Both were regarded as children of destiny. The chaos body was particularly intolerable to the heavens. With such dual buffs, if the heavenly laws did not strike him, then whom would they strike? Just then, Lin Bai suddenly clutched his chest, coughing up a mouthful of crimson blood. What is happening? At this moment, it felt as though countless ants were gnawing at his entire body, causing excruciating pain. Cold sweat drenched his garments, and Lin Bai was unaware of how long this torment had lasted. He could only sense that every second felt like an eternity. Boom! Just as the first lightning tribulation was about to reach its culmination, poised to strike Lin Bai, he suddenly stood up, preparing to greet the impending tribulation. Unbeknownst to him, his entire being was enveloped in a golden radiance, and a black mark resembling a diamond appeared on his brow. With a sudden crackle, a pair of enormous hands emerged from the tribulation clouds, effortlessly tearing apart the dark clouds to reveal the vast blue sky. As the onlookers expressed their concern for Lin Bai, they witnessed the dissipating lightning tribulation and could not help but exclaim, "What is this?" Such enormous hands, capable of shattering the tribulation clouds. Was this the true power of the esteemed Lin Feng? All disciples were enraptured, gazing up in awe at such formidable might. Simultaneously, a thought crossed their minds. The venerable Lin Feng had ceased his pretense and revealed his true capabilities. Those who had provoked the Tianzi sacred palace should brace themselves for the consequences. The sudden appearance of these colossal hands startled Su Qian, for she knew that such effortless destruction of the tribulation clouds was beyond even a sage's capabilities. Just how potent was Lin Bai's strength? Was this a fusion? Standing atop the mountain peak, the pain within him gradually faded, and he suddenly sensed the merging of the chaos body and the absolute pulse body. He had never heard of such a phenomenon before. The great hands in the sky were a mystery to him. As the two constitutions fused, a force from the cosmos seemed to tear them apart. The chaos body and absolute pulse body have fused. The host now possesses the chaos celestial body. The voice of the system echoed in his mind, and Lin Bai realized that the fusion of the two bodies was occurring, yet he had never heard of the chaos celestial body before. Nonetheless, any constitution that allowed for cultivation was a good one. Lin Bai exhaled in relief. Fortunately, he had won this gamble. Bong! A bell tolled, and simultaneously, the colossal hands in the sky began to dissipate. Lin Bai felt a pulling force guiding him gently upward into the air. Was Lin Feng about to ascend in broad daylight? Master Lin Feng, you cannot leave. The Tianzi sacred palace awaits your revival. Many disciples quickly grasped the situation and rushed toward Lin Bai's mountain peak. Ascension? That was impossible. Lin Bai was acutely aware that his true cultivation level was merely at the 7th stage of Foundation establishment. To ascend, one would need at least the peak strength of an emperor. Thus, he was perplexed about the current circumstances. Shrouded in an aura he could not break free from, he could only go with the flow. Bong! Another toll echoed through the heavens and earth as terrifying phantoms emerged in the dome above, all bowing in reverence toward Lin Bai's position. Could this be an anomaly generated by his constitution? Lin Bai pondered deeply. He recalled his master mentioning that when Su Qian was born, a magnificent azure lotus had blossomed from the sky. A natural omen of good fortune. What had Lin Feng done to invoke such a spectacle? An experienced elder gasped, his previously murky eyes now shining with clarity. This celestial phenomenon had caught the attention of various powerful sects on the continent. who speculated that the Tianzi Sacred Palace was involved, especially considering the recent attack by the Shimiao sect. It appeared that the legendary Lin Feng was not merely a figment of imagination. This was the consensus among the onlookers, except for the major sects governed by emperors, who dismissed it with scorn, for they possessed absolute power. Returning to Lin Bai, he had been suspended in mid-air for nearly an hour. During this time, phantoms appeared and vanished, accompanied by colorful clouds and the manifestations of divine beasts, culminating in the appearance of long-lost artifacts. Had Su Qian not been present, the disciples and elders might not have recognized the later appearances at all. Of course, she was not omniscient, as even she could not identify some of the phantoms. Everyone understood that with Lin Feng's revelation, the Tianzi Sacred Palace was on the verge of resurgence. However, Lin Bai, who was truly at the 7th stage of foundation establishment, casually surveyed his surroundings. That should suffice. Why am I not being lowered? He was eager to collect admiration points from his disciples, yet the phenomenon persisted from afternoon until evening, rendering him somewhat numb to it all. Soon as the words left his mouth, the pulling force abruptly vanished, catching Lin Bai off guard and causing him to plummet. Oh no, please don't let me fall on my handsome face. Lin Bai covered his cheeks, exclaiming in surprise, twisting in the final moments. Bang! The manner in which Master Lin Feng descended was indeed something to behold. The first to witness Lin Bai's fall sighed deeply. Rubbing his back, Lin Bai rose from the ground. Had he not possessed the strength of the 7th stage of foundation establishment, he might have truly been killed by the fall. Finally, I can properly cultivate. Sensing that the aura of the absolute pulse body had dissipated and transformed into another formidable presence, Lin Bai's heart leapt with joy. Chapter 5. You wish to study formations? I seem to have a bit of knowledge on that. System, let us fuse the 3rd stage of cultivation. He promptly merged the previously acquired 3rd stage cultivation, elevating his strength to the 1st stage of the condensation realm. The spiritual energy within his dantian became more solidified, and Lin Bai felt an overwhelming surge of power, yearning to engage in a fierce battle. Yet, that remained merely a fantasy, as his current strength allowed him only to contend with outer disciples. Inner disciples were at least of the condensation realm, not to mention the direct disciples. Regardless, it was time to gather some admiration points. Lin Bai had long wished to discover the rewards associated with these points. But the entire afternoon had been consumed by his physical transformation. Determined, he descended the mountain while the sky remained bright. The Tianzi Sacred Palace comprised various roles: servants, outer disciples, and inner disciples, each area equipped with a martial arts arena. In addition, there were 7 great peaks and 3 major pavilions. The 7 peaks were the Alchemy Peak, Forging Peak, Heavenly Sword Peak, Overbearing Blade Peak, Extreme Formation Peak, the Master S Peak, and lastly, the Zhenzong Peak, where Lin Bai resided. Currently, the Extreme Formation Peak stood empty, as no formidable masters of formations had joined the Tianzi Sacred Palace. The 3 major pavilions were the Task Pavilion, the Library Pavilion, and the Treasure Pavilion. The entire sect had been virtually razed to the ground, with countless servants and outer disciples suffering casualties. The inner disciples' quarters had collapsed entirely, and even the main hall of the sect now only stood as 4 crumbling walls. Thus, disciples could be seen sitting cross-legged to recuperate. And upon seeing Lin Bai descend from the mountain, they all gazed at him with admiration. Host gains 108 admiration points. Host gains 136 admiration points. Host gains. In the short distance Lin Bai had walked down the mountain, he had amassed several thousand admiration points. Grinning, he nodded at the surrounding disciples, his spirit soaring. Admiration points equated to random rewards, and random rewards meant personal enhancement. Thus, admiration points translated to self-improvement. Master Lin Feng is so handsome. Not only is he powerful, but he is also exceptionally kind. Wow, Master Lin Feng smiled at me. Nonsense. That was clearly a smile directed at me. With Lin Bai's arrival, a fervor erupted among the disciples. Some female disciples even coming to blows over whom Lin Bai had smiled at. Today, they had successfully repelled the Xinmiao sect, and each disciple's contributions were invaluable. However, it was crucial that they now focus on recovery. Lin Bai's gentle voice, though soft, reached the ears of every disciple accurately. Listening to the frenzied system notifications, Lin Bai's smile widened. Master Lin Feng, he truly is. I'm utterly in love. Not only is he approachable, but he even shares the credit with us disciples. From the admiration of hundreds of disciples, host gains 10,086 admiration points. Detection shows host's admiration points have reached 10,000. Random reward, proficiency in basic formation techniques acquired. So soon? Lin Bai was taken aback. In the brief span of a few hundred steps down the mountain, and within less than a quarter of an hour, he had amassed over 10,000 admiration points. Moreover, since most disciples were situated among the servants and outer disciples, where the destruction was most severe, they required more assistance. However, it seemed each disciple could only contribute once in terms of admiration points. Lin Bai lamented the missed opportunity, but before he could inquire further, the system preemptively offered an explanation. Each person can contribute a maximum of 200 admiration points per day. Points reset the following day. There are exceptions. When someone's admiration for the host reaches an overwhelming level beyond mere emotions, additional admiration points can be gained. Points reset daily. Lin Bai, who had previously appeared somewhat dejected, perked up at the system's words. This meant he could stroll through the Tianzi Sacred Palace each day to accumulate more admiration points. Good system, I like it. The system, however, remained silent, engrossed in contemplation. Noting this, Lin Bai ceased his inquiries and instead fused the basic formation proficiency within the system space. IT should pertain to knowledge of formations. In a low murmur, Lin Bai absorbed the intricate knowledge of formations emanating from the luminous orb, as if it were a profound inheritance indelibly etched into his mind. Various formations materialized within his consciousness, and he positioned his hands before his chest, swiftly manifesting a 5-star luminous array. Considering his current cultivation level, which was still somewhat modest, he mused that utilizing the formation stones should allow him to establish a third-tier grand formation. As Lin Bai understood, a formation master capable of deploying a third-tier grand formation could only be deemed as having merely scratched the surface of the craft. Formation masters are categorized into levels, which his previous mentor had elucidated: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and ultimately, the formation grandmaster. With a casual wave, the 5-star luminous array dissipated, and Lin Bai pondered. A third-tier grand formation could only withstand attacks from those at the Divine Pulse realm, and at most, endure a full-force strike from someone at the Primordial Spirit realm. An elementary level of formation mastery, indeed, seemed somewhat inadequate. However, Lin Bai held firm in his belief that since it was possible to draw upon a basic mastery of formations from random items, intermediate, advanced, and even grandmaster levels must certainly exist as well. Continuing to meander through the Tianzi Sacred Palace, Lin Bai garnered a considerable amount of admiration value along the way, subsequently unlocking numerous rewards, which elevated his formation mastery to the intermediate level. After completing a circuit of the outer sect, he finally paused. He chose not to venture into the area where the miscellaneous disciples resided, as most of them lacked cultivation. Even those with some level of power were merely at the 7th or 8th stage of body refinement. In need of a moment's respite, Lin Bai glanced skyward, estimating that it was likely already the hour of the rat. The hazy moonlight cascaded down, draping the dilapidated Tianzi Sacred Palace in a silvery gray. It appeared that this particular formation had also been compromised. A sorrowful voice pierced the air, capturing Lin Bai's attention. Turning to look, he beheld Su Qian, her cheeks adorned with a delicate veil, flanked by two elders. "Your Majesty," he mused, realizing that the Xinmiao sect had evidently made ample preparations for this visit. With the formation eyes of the protective sect array essentially obliterated, any restoration could only be undertaken by seeking out a formation master from the continent. One of the elders remarked, while the other countered, "You know the temperament of those formation masters. They look at everyone as if they owe him 100,000 spirit stones." Listening to their discourse, Lin Bai stroked his chin, well aware of the arrogance that characterized the formation masters on the continent. It was precisely due to this reason that the Tianzi Sacred Palace had been unable to find a suitable formation master, leaving the extreme formation peak vacant to this day. Although he possessed the capacity to lay down a 6th-tier grand formation, he still yearned to contribute to the sect. For his only mentor, who truly understood Lin Bai's prowess, had specifically instructed him before passing. "You little rascal, if one day you unravel your unique physique and acquire enough strength, I hope you can lend a hand to the Tianzi Sacred Palace." Reflecting on his mentor's words, Lin Bai smiled faintly, murmuring, "Old man, I know without you saying it could be said that Lin Bai's mentor was the closest person to him in this world. Even in death, his heart remained tethered to the Tianzi Sacred Palace." Now, Lin Bai harbored no intention of leaving the sect. He was ready to embark on his cultivation journey. With the protection of the sect's power, he could foster his growth more effectively. Resolute in his thoughts, Lin Bai shifted his steps to stand before the three figures of the empress. "Are you seeking to restore the formations? I believe I possess some understanding of the matter." "Lin Fengzhu?" exclaimed the two elders, their eyes lighting up upon seeing him. Were anyone else in the sect to claim they could repair the formations, they would surely dismiss it, perhaps even dragging him out for a beating. However, if such a claim came from Lin Bai, they could only curse inwardly. Truly, he is the king of survival. "You can restore the formations?" one elder inquired, to which Lin Bai replied, "I studied for 2 years. I should manage." As he spoke, a radiant glow flickered in his hands as he bent down to press upon the formation 8th-tier formation, 9-star killing array. Sensing the energy emanating from the eye, Lin Bai murmured, "An 8th-tier grand formation can pose a significant threat to those at the Saint Realm. No wonder the Xinmiao sect was quick to dismantle our protective sect array. Indeed, it is the 9-star killing array. Lin Fengzhu, do you have confidence in your ability to restore it?" one elder asked. Lin Bai rose, a faint blue light igniting in his eyes. He did not rush to respond but instead gazed toward the Tianzi Sacred Palace, where red lines appeared in his vision, extending toward the main hall of the sect. However, these lines were entirely severed. As a mere intermediate formation master, Lin Bai could only repair broken lines if he were at the 7th tier. 8th-tier formations fell within the realm of advanced formation masters. Moreover, the cost of restoring the 9-star killing array, with its lines currently shattered, would far exceed the value of recreating an 8th-tier formation. It appeared there was a formation master within the Xinmiao sect, and now the grand formation of the Tianzi Sacred Palace lay in ruins. Indeed, the sect master of Xinmiao, Li Yuntian, is an advanced formation master. Su Qian confirmed, recalling that she had remained vigilant against sudden formations during their previous battle. The three could form a formation with Li Yuntian as the foundation and the other two as the formation eyes, allowing them to establish an 8th-tier formation in a short time. The cost of restoration is prohibitively high. It is better to lay down a new grand formation altogether. Once my formation mastery reaches the advanced level, I will directly establish a 9th-tier grand formation for the Tianzi Sacred Palace. Currently, attempting to restore the 9-star killing array was utterly impossible, as it would demand excessive resources and time. However, laying down a new grand formation would eliminate the need to repair the severed lines. One would only need to arrange the formation eyes according to the laid-out grand formation and finally infuse spiritual energy to activate it. An advanced formation master? The two elders gazed at him, astonished. While Lin, by being an intermediate formation master, was within their expectations, they had not anticipated that he would soon ascend to the ranks of advanced formation masters. Su Qiyin, too, was taken aback, unable to fathom how Lin Bai had grown in just over a decade, surpassing her not only in cultivation but also nearing a breakthrough in formation mastery. Host has gained 186 admiration points. Host has gained 147 admiration points. Host has gained 1040 admiration points. A shock coursed through Lin Bai's heart as he glanced at the final entry, an astounding 1040. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he had not erred, he raised his gaze to the three before him. He was unaware of who might harbor such profound admiration for him. This was the first time the system had activated in such a manner. Host's admiration points have reached 10,000, granting mastery of advanced formations. How long do you think it will take for Lin Fengzhu to become an advanced formation master? One elder inquired. It should be within the next few days. It is the perfect opportunity to attempt a breakthrough using a 9th-tier formation. Without explicitly stating it, Lin Bai noted that the two elders seemed eager to ask more questions. So he hastily interjected, "You may withdraw for now. I wish to speak with Her Majesty privately." At his words, the two elders paused, their inquiries caught in their throats, and exchanged knowing glances, silently wishing him well as they patted Lin Bai's shoulder before departing. As he observed their retreating figures, occasionally catching sight of their mischievous grins, Lin Bai shook his head and turned to face Su Qiyin. "Your Majesty, does our sect possess formation discs?" "Indeed," Su Qiyin nodded slightly. Understanding that formation masters require formation discs to assist in their craft. How exceedingly aloof, Lin Bai thought to himself, though he had heard much about Su Qiyin, most of which depicted her as a cold and distant empress. "A venerable maiden of centuries, prepare the formation stones for me. I wish to commence the array at once." "But you are an intermediate formation master, are you not?" Su Qiyin reminded him, recalling his earlier statement. "Your Majesty, you must understand that walls have ears," Lin Bai replied. "Is there a spy within the Tianzi Sacred Palace?" Su Qiyin, being astute, immediately grasped the implication behind Lin Bai's words. "Uncertain, but the protective sect array has always been the trump card of every sect. Outsiders could not possibly be so well informed about the locations of the formation eyes." With that, Lin Bai chose not to elaborate further. He believed that as an empress, Su Qiyin must have already realized the gravity of the situation. "Regardless of who it is, I shall ensure they are uncovered." Previously, Su Qiyin had not pondered deeply on the matter, but with Lin Bai's prompting, she now comprehended the urgency. This was not a trivial concern. With the 7 saints of the Xinmiao sect extinguished, they might choose to abandon their sect or remain here indefinitely. Given that the Tianzi Sacred Palace was currently in a period of recuperation following battle, it would likely be perilous without the protection of the sect array. Lin Bai was acutely aware that Su Qiyin was the sole saint within the sect, as the Tianzi Sacred Palace had only been established a mere century ago. The first-generation sect master was Lin Bai's adoptive mentor, the founding patriarch and guardian of the mountain. He could only wonder how they had incurred the ire of the Xinmiao sect. "This storage ring contains all that remains of the Tianzi Sacred Palace's resources. Feel free to take whatever you find useful." Su Qiyin removed a storage ring from her finger and handed it to Lin Bai. As he accepted it and peered inside, his heart sank at the meager resources contained within, prompting a puzzled look towards Su Qiyin. "Has our sect always been this impoverished? The majority of our resources were kept in the treasure vault. Unfortunately, all of which have been destroyed. What lies within is merely my personal belongings." Upon hearing those words, Lin Bai nodded slightly. The contents of his storage ring were not plentiful, consisting merely of a few spiritual herbs, several bottles of elixirs, and a haphazard pile of spiritual stones along with assorted miscellaneous items. "What is this?" A piece of fabric, still retaining some warmth, suddenly flashed in Lin Bai's hand. Just as he felt a peculiar urge to pull it apart, Su Qian unexpectedly lunged at him. "Don't look!" With a resounding slap, the sound echoed through the still night sky. Lin Bai's figure was propelled away like a cannonball. "Damn, this is deadly." Rubbing his cheek, he could clearly see the vivid red imprint of her hand through his fingers. "Su Qian, why did you suddenly hit me?" At that moment, Su Qian also realized her impulsiveness, yet she distinctly remembered that the item was supposed to be stored in another ring. With a swift stride, she approached Lin Bai, her previously cold demeanor replaced by a hesitant tone. Please return to me what you are holding." "Item? What item?" Lin Bai, still dazed from the slap, glanced at the object in his hand, and a delicate fragrance suddenly wafted into his nostrils. "Is this a belly band?" As he recognized the full form of the fabric, Lin Bai looked Su Qian up and down, astonished that such a aloof empress would wear a red belly band. Red is quite festive. Chapter 7. Fortunately, you encountered me seemingly aware of Lin Bai's thoughts. Su Qian's fair face flushed slightly. Though concealed by her veil, Lin Bai remained oblivious. "Next time, remember to store your items properly. Fortunately, you encountered me. Had it been someone else, they might have returned it to you." Hearing Lin Bai's words, Su Qian hastily reached out to reclaim it, only to quickly realize the oddity in his statement. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lin Bai placed the belly band into his own storage ring and flashed her a mischievous grin. "After slapping me, you ought to at least offer some compensation." "Heh with that." Lin Bai disregarded the fierce gaze Su Qian cast upon him and retrieved an array stone and a compass from his storage ring. Subsequently, he tossed the storage ring back to Su Qian while holding the compass and array stone. Striding away into the distance, Lin Bai, "Give it back to me." After receiving the storage ring, Su Qian failed to notice her belly band was missing, her expression darkening with anger as she shouted at Lin Bai. The latter, however, paid her no heed, preoccupied with contemplating which grand formation to lay down at the Tianzi Sacred Palace. With his mastery of advanced array formations, images of dozens of ninth-level formation diagrams floated in his mind. The three-transformation illusory life formation could instantaneously create an indestructible wall for defense, but regrettably, it lacked offensive capabilities. He could consider combining it with the Wuxiang Thunder formation, but the resources required to set up two grand formations were beyond what the Tianzi Sacred Palace could currently supply. Murmuring to himself, Lin Bai envisioned one formation after another, ultimately deciding to establish the 9 celestial stars formation. Once activated, this formation would summon 9 celestial bodies from the zenith, each possessing unique effects, thus providing a balanced offense and defense while ensnaring enemies within an illusion. This will do. Having made up his mind, Lin Bai's figure had already arrived atop a towering mountain. This location marked the boundary between the miscellaneous workers and the external disciples, offering a panoramic view of the entire Tianzi Sacred Palace. Due to its remote nature, it was seldom visited by disciples. A 5th-grade array compass should suffice. A glimmer flashed in his hand as a compass materialized before him, resembling a bagua disc adorned with various small inscriptions. However, he was uncertain if his internal spiritual energy would suffice. Not dwelling on it any longer, Lin Bai conjured dozens of spiritual stones, prepared for contingencies. Mountain as the eye, land as the foundation, stars as the force, array stones, arise. With swift hand seals, dozens of array stones flew in various directions. The sky intermittently lit up with star-like brilliance as all the array stones simultaneously appeared atop different peaks surrounding the Tianzi Sacred Palace. "Damn, the spiritual energy depletes so quickly?" Lin Bai exclaimed, realizing that during the initial phase of drawing the stones, 2/3 of his internal spiritual energy had vanished. He had underestimated the energy required for a 9th-level formation. Fortunately, he had prepared spiritual stones in advance. With a flick of his wrist, they began to swirl around him. The vast spiritual energy was drawn into his body, replenishing his consumption in equal measure. "Compass, activate!" Crack, crack, crack. With both hands outstretched, the needle of the compass began to tremble violently, emitting waves of atmospheric energy in all directions. In Lin Bai's view, golden yellow patterns gradually coalesced, but to envelop the entire Tianzi sacred palace would still take some time. It continued until dawn, and as the first light of daybreak emerged in the east, Lin Bai finally retracted the spiritual energy within him. Exhaling a sigh of relief, he glanced at the compass in front of him, now riddled with cracks. The fifth-grade array plate could not sustain the structure of a ninth-level formation, but fortunately, he had spiritual stones on hand. Otherwise, he might have faced failure midway. Since that's the case, let this array plate serve as the medium to activate the formation. To initiate the formation, a medium was essential, and this nearly shattered compass was perfectly suitable, as it could not be reused anyway. Immediately, Lin Bai sat down, beginning the process of refinement. As the sun rose higher, the compass gradually transformed into a transparent crystal sphere. Done? Now, I merely need to infuse spiritual energy into this crystal ball to activate the grand formation. Successfully laying down the formation for the first time, Lin Bai could not hide his elation. Firstly, he had become a bona fide advanced array master. Secondly, the Tianzi Sacred Palace now possessed enhanced protection for the future. After all, ninth-level formation could withstand attacks from Imperial-level powers. However, he was still unable to activate the grand formation, as the spiritual energy required could instantaneously drain the strength of 3 venerable powers. With at least a saint level being necessary to initiate it, boom. Just then, Lin Bai suddenly sensed a divine consciousness sweep past him, accompanied by a powerful aura charging toward him. Return it to me. Last night, Su Qian had not followed because her internal spiritual energy had not fully recovered. Attempting to seize the item would have only resulted in another slap. Now, after a night of recuperation, her condition had returned to its peak, and even if facing Lin Bai, she believed she could contend with him for a few exchanges. Seeing the Empress swiftly approaching, Lin Bai's heart raced. He was certain that should she strike him with this blow, even if his master begged Yama for mercy, it would be of no avail. Stop. He made a gesture to halt, pinching between his fingers the red belly band belonging to Su Qian. As she halted 3 zhang away. Her figure flickered, snatching the belly band before glaring at him indignantly. Your Majesty, please do not rush at me so suddenly. One might just die from it. Noticing that she had ceased her assault, Lin Bai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Emph! Su Qian snorted coldly, inwardly thinking. You dare to threaten me after taking my belongings? Once my strength surpasses yours, I will surely subdue you and give you a thorough beating. The grand formation was complete. Lin Bai tossed the crystal ball in his other hand to Su Qian, who caught it, her expression a mixture of surprise and intrigue. So soon. Su Qian was captivated by Lin Bai's words. Typically, for an array master to lay down a 9th-level formation, it would take at least 7 days, along with the risk of failure. Having witnessed Lin Bai accomplish it in merely a night, she was left in awe. Never say fast to a man. It's an insult. Lin Bai grinned wickedly, and Su Qian naturally discerned the implication in his words, her cheeks flushing beneath the veil as she scoffed lightly. Indecent. Not pursuing the topic further, Su Qian lowered her gaze to the crystal ball in her palm, asking, How do I activate it? Simple. Just infuse it with spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Su Qian was about to pour her spiritual energy into the crystal ball when Lin Bai abruptly stopped her. What are you doing? Seeing Lin Bai suddenly approach and grasp her wrist, Su Qian instinctively took 2 steps back. You can if you wish, but not right now. We still need to visit the Ximiao sect today. And being devoid of spiritual energy is unacceptable. You. Su Qian forcefully shook off Lin Bai's hand, shooting him a glare filled with anger. Having never seen her up close before, Lin Bai took the opportunity to admire her. At that moment, Su Qian donned a purple robe, her long hair cascading like a waterfall down to her waist. Her brows arched like willow leaves, and her eyes sparkled with starlight. Through the veil, her exquisite features were faintly visible. Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, Su Qian's already flushed cheeks became even more heated, radiating an intense warmth. "Then I must thank you for the compliment." In her embarrassment and frustration, Su Qian said this before turning to flee. Lin Bai watched her retreating figure. A barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. It seemed that teasing the Empress was quite an enjoyable pastime. However, the red slap mark on his cheek felt distinctly out of place. Chapter 8. You have struck Lin Fengsh, but you cannot strike us. Now that the grand formation was laid down, Lin Bai chose to descend the mountain, intending to garner some more popularity points. The Empress truly struck hard. When would my handsome visage return to its former glory? On the road, Lin Bai retrieved a mirror from his storage ring and turned his cheek to examine the vivid crimson handprint. He had attempted to use spiritual energy for restoration, but unfortunately, it proved to be a futile endeavor. Suddenly, he gasped softly. What was this mark? As he brushed back his long hair from his forehead, he noticed a black diamond-shaped insignia embedded deeply in his brow. Had he not looked in the mirror, Lin Bai might have remained oblivious to this unexpected mark, connecting it to the recent changes he had experienced. He surmised that it might be related to the chaos heavenly absolute body. This was the only plausible explanation. Subsequently, he ceased to dwell on the black mark and once again attempted to erase the handprint on his cheek with spiritual energy. The color faded slightly, but that was the extent of it. Never mind. The pursuit of admiration value was paramount. Retracting the mirror, Lin Bai hastened down the mountain. Currently, he had only attained the initial stage of the condensation realm and was incapable of flight. Limited to a mere 10 meters of simple spiritual consciousness projection, to soar through the skies, he needed to reach the soul formation realm, a level still 2 great realms away. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he found an increasing number of disciples around him. Initially, their faces brightened at the sight of Lin Bai, but they quickly fell into a state of shock. However, it wasn't long before a group of disciples erupted in anger. Unable to contain their fury, "Which little brat dares to strike our Lin Peak Master? Such a vivid handprint must have hurt terribly." Some strikingly beautiful female disciples gazed at Lin Bai's cheek with pity, tears glistening in their eyes. "Lin Peak Master, tell us who dared to strike you, and we shall avenge you." Observing the scene before him, Lin Bai felt a warmth in his heart at the disciples' willingness to stand up for him. Just as he was about to reveal that it was the Empress who had struck him, Su Qian appeared behind him. "It was I who struck him. What of it? Would you like to seek vengeance? One by one, or shall we all go at once?" The appearance of the Empress took everyone by surprise, including Lin Bai. "Your Majesty, you can't strike us if you have already hit Lin Peak Master." Indeed. If you are dissatisfied, shall we restrain Lin Peak Master so you can continue?" The disciples, who had little prior interaction with Lin Bai, remembered him as a congenial figure, while Su Qian, since becoming the Empress, had etched a cold and ruthless demeanor into their minds. Once, a sect had been obliterated simply for seizing the mining rights of the heavenly purple holy palace and injuring a few elders and disciples. Su Qian had led a force to decimate half of their sect. Thus, her reputation among the disciples was formidable. Lin Bai observed the overwhelming support for the Empress, his eyelids twitching and mouth twitching in response. Nevertheless, the admiration value continued to rise incessantly in his ears. Presently, he had already unlocked 3 random items. Su Qian, amused by the disciples' words, wondered how she had never noticed the peculiarities of her own sect's disciples. "Follow me." Her cool voice reached Lin Bai's ears, as well as those of the disciples. The looks directed at Lin Bai were filled with a sense of a hero embarking on a perilous journey. "Where to?" Lin Bai feigned confusion. wishing to gather more admiration value. Tio Xinmiao sect. Upon hearing follow me, Lin Bai felt an unsettling premonition. As soon as the word Xian left Su Qian's lips, he slipped away. Don't pull me. I won't go. Help, sorry Rang. The onlookers swallowed hard as they watched Lin Bai being dragged away by Su Qian. Indeed, the empress was still the same ruthless figure. Even Lin Peak Master, a seemingly powerful individual, could not escape her clutches. Half an hour later, Lin Bai lay on a long sword, watching the rapidly passing peaks below, his calves uncontrollably trembling. Su Qian stood at the forefront, her expression exasperated. We have already exited the influence of the heavenly purple holy palace. How long do you intend to feign ignorance? At that moment, Lin Bai cursed internally. After 20 years of crossing over, this was his first experience of flying on a sword. He had a fear of heights in his previous life, and the current situation made his face pale. Fortunately, a barrier isolated the fierce winds rushing towards him. Otherwise, he might have been blown away. Seeing Lin Bai remain silent, Su Qian focused on controlling the flying sword, increasing its speed. Suppressing the urge to vomit, Lin Bai delved into the system space, eager to check what he had acquired through the admiration value over the past few days. He had been preoccupied with setting up formations and had been whisked away by Su Qian before he could examine the items in the system space. There were quite a few items. The once empty system space now showcased over 10 objects. Aside from a handful of yellow earth, the rest consisted of weapons, herbs, and several small orbs of light. Lin Bai chose to ignore the weapons and herbs, directing all his attention to the small orbs. Indeed, they were cultivation resources. His eyes brightened. The cultivation resources he had previously obtained from the gift pack were the small orbs, which was why he had immediately focused on them. With the journey to the Xinmiao sect now inevitable, he realized that the stronger his cultivation, the greater his chances of survival. System, merge all cultivation resources in the system space. Fusion successful, hosts current realm, Divine Pulse realm. Third stage. Divine Pulse realm, third stage. Lin Bai recalled having only 5 orbs. Why had he progressed directly from the first stage of the condensation realm to the third stage of the Divine Pulse realm? The host obtained a third stage cultivation resource. Good system, I like it. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Bai realized that what he had previously acquired was merely a first stage cultivation resource. And now he had a third stage resource, which made perfect sense. He had 1 orb left. What might it be? With a thought, the orb floated toward Lin Bai's consciousness. Upon viewing its description, his previous excitement over breaking into the Divine Pulse realm intensified. And even his external expression flushed with excitement. Emperor's avatar card. As the name implies, it could create an avatar of Lin Bai himself, possessing strength at the high tier of the Emperor realm. Just 1 step away from ascension, unfortunately, like the invincible domain, it also had a time limit, 1 incense stick's worth of duration. This journey to the Xinmiao sect was beginning to excite him now. Lin Bai had shed his previous fears. With the Emperor's avatar card in hand, who would dare to attack them? He could simply suppress them with a single finger. Glancing at the other items, Lin Bai first examined a long sword, which was merely a 7th tier sword, the Dragon's Roar sword. While it might attract some rogue cultivators on the continent, it would be deemed insufficient among the major powers. The other items were not currently needed, so he casually swept his gaze over them and piled them in a corner of the system space. In a pleasant mood, Lin Bai's consciousness returned to the outside world. With the Emperor's avatar card, he was no longer afraid of heights. He occasionally gazed into the distance while playfully fiddling with Su Qian's long hair, adopting a sightseeing demeanor. Standing beside him, Su Qian was filled with exasperation. Your Majesty, how much longer until we arrive? Your Majesty, do you see that mountain? Doesn't it look like 2 people leaning against each other? Your Majesty, you are so beautiful. Why do you wear a veil all the time? The incessant chatter around her made Su Qian's eyelids twitch, and her breathing quickened. Her chest rose and fell as she pushed Lin Bai aside. If you can sit, then sit, and if not, go learn to fly the sword yourself. But your majesty, I can't. Lin Bai raised his hands in surrender. He genuinely could not, but Su Qian would not believe him, glaring at him with her beautiful eyes. Who would believe that? Believe me, that's all that matters. Why would I trust a ghost? At this remark, Su Qian was momentarily at a loss for words, simply snorting coldly and falling silent. Noticing her lack of response, Lin Bai stepped back 2 paces, standing behind her to resume playing with her long hair. What shampoo do you use? Your hair smells wonderful. Lin Bai's nose twitched as he inhaled the fragrant aroma wafting toward him, reminiscent of the jasmine scent from his previous life. Don't bother me. Su Qian suddenly turned around, their eyes locking, the distance between them allowing them to feel each other's breath. Lin Bai observed her trembling eyelashes, not concealing the alarm in her heart. With a slight smile, he reached out to remove the veil from her cheek. I don't believe I've ever seen your majesty's true face. In the past, Lin Bai had always been situated at Zhenzong Peak, having only encountered Su Qian a few times. Each meeting was marked by her wearing a veil, and he had often imagined her beauty through the gaze of her captivating eyes. However, when she finally removed the veil, revealing a visage that could make the world envious, Lin Bai found himself momentarily stunned. Her skin was as white as snow, her nose elegantly defined, slightly upturned at the tip, and her lips were softly red. Resembling a blooming bud, vibrant and dripping with allure, the blush of shyness graced her cheeks, enhancing her enchanting presence. This girl is truly stunning, he thought, inadvertently voicing his admiration. Upon hearing this, Su Qian's cheeks flushed even deeper, and she hastily snatched the veil from Lin Bai's hands to cover her face. You've seen enough. Please don't pester me. Her voice was laced with a palpable sense of panic, while Lin Bai remained lost in the exquisite features of Su Qian. Subsequently, Lin Bai fell into silence, and Su Qian let out a sigh of relief, finally able to focus on directing the flying sword towards Xinmiao sect. Time passed without his notice, and when Lin Bai awoke from a drowsy state, he realized they were still soaring through the sky and slowly rose to his feet. Are we not there yet? He inquired. We encountered several flying beasts along the way, which delayed us a bit. Came a cool voice. Lin Bai surveyed his surroundings and glanced at the sky. It was nearing afternoon, and they had been flying for nearly 3 hours. How much further? He asked. Approximately 700 miles. She replied. Lin Bai nodded. 700 miles would take about 15 minutes without the flying sword, but with it, they could arrive in about 7.5. Could you enlighten me as to why our sect has enmity with Xinmiao sect? This was the question that intrigued Lin Bai the most. After all, Xinmiao sect had existed for nearly 10 millennia and boasted 7 esteemed sages. Upon hearing his query, Su Qian turned to him with a soft sigh. As the current leader of Zhenzong Peak, you should be aware of this. Allow me to share a tale. Once, there existed a grand sect, and within it was a naive young girl, the child of the sect master. She possessed the chaotic green lotus physique, which altered the plans of many. Soon after, the sect master passed away unexpectedly, with no one knowing the cause. The sole truth was known only to that young girl. Later, she sought refuge with her closest ancestor, who, without uttering a word, chose to flee the sect with her. However, the matter was exposed, and the grand sect would not allow them to survive. The ancestor fought valiantly against 7 sages alone, ultimately escaping with severe hidden injuries. As Lin Bai listened to Su Qian's somber narrative, he began to piece together the events that had transpired. Such power struggles, assassinations of sect masters, and usurpations were common occurrences in grand sects, and he had heard tales of such treachery before. Thus, he realized that this world was far more perilous than he had initially perceived. He also understood why his master, a sage, had suddenly passed away. It was likely that the injuries he bore before taking Lin Bai as his disciple had become irreparable. You grasped the situation well. This is indeed my story. With the ancestor present, they dared not assault our mountain gate. Alas, Su Qian sighed deeply, meeting Lin Bai's gaze. Fortunately, the ancestor left you as a final resort. Xin Miao sect's intention to forge a marriage alliance is merely a ruse to imprison me, preventing me from becoming a future threat to them. Lin Bai was taken aback, realizing the conversation had shifted back to Su Qian's predicament. Once an ordinary individual, he now faced the downfall of all 7 sages of Xin Miao sect. I brought you along to guard against the various forces surrounding us. Are there other factions coveting Xin Miao sect's resources? Lin Bai hadn't considered this angle, but upon reflection, it made sense. Once word got out, the people of Xin Miao sect would undoubtedly flee, and it would be normal for them to take something with them upon departure. Other factions would then vie to absorb what was left, perhaps even arriving at Xin Miao sect ahead of them. Indeed, Su Qian confirmed, this is precisely what concerns me. If a major force were to mobilize a sage, it remains uncertain whether I would survive the encounter alone. However, the heavenly purple sacred palace requires resources for reconstruction, and with hundreds of thousands of disciples to care for, we must raid Xin Miao sect. Now that Lin Bai was present, he could intimidate countless adversaries, his strength being something even he could not fully comprehend. Do not worry, Lin Bai reassured, stepping closer to pat Su Qian's head. I will shield you from any troubles. I am nearly a century older than you, he added with a chuckle. Su Qian shot him a glare, swatting his hand away from her head. I do not mind. A woman 3 years older than a man brings fortune, and a woman 100 years older grants elixirs. Lin Bai laughed heartily, unfazed by the fierce look Su Qian shot him as he retreated a couple of steps to sit upon the sword. The two fell into silence, for a great battle loomed ahead. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Bai and Su Qian stood side by side atop the flying sword, gazing down at the sect that loomed majestically atop the mountain. The anticipated attack did not materialize, and the entire mountain gate was eerily quiet. Su Qian employed her spiritual sense to sweep the area within 100 miles, aside from the presence of Xin Miao sect. She detected no hidden auras. Your Majesty, could it be that they have all fled? She mused. No, there are still numerous auras within Xin Miao sect. It seems not many have departed. Lin Bai pondered. Could it be they haven't received news of the 7 sages' demise? He stroked his chin, reasoning that surrounding factions should have already been informed. So why was it so desolate here? Each sect possessed soul stones, and once a high-ranking individual fell, their corresponding soul stone would shatter. The people of Xin Miao sect would have received immediate word of their sage's fall. Upon Su Qian's reminder, Lin Bai slapped his forehead. He had forgotten that his own soul stone resided within the shrine of the heavenly purple sacred palace. Chapter 10. An unexpected development, Your Majesty. We have awaited your arrival and look forward to your presence. Several robed elders with expressions of flattery emerged from Xin Miao sect, hovering a short distance before Lin Bai and Su Qian. Seeing them bow and clasp their hands, both Lin Bai and Su Qian were filled with confusion. This development seemed rather unusual. Under normal circumstances, after slaying the 7 sages of Xin Miao sect, they should have attacked without hesitation. What were their intentions? Lin Bai turned to Su Qian, a myriad of thoughts surfacing, foremost among them being the notion of luring them in before ensnaring them. This must be Lin Bai, the peak master of Zhanzong. Correct. May we enter Xin Miao sect for a discussion? Host gains 180 favor points. Host gains 147 favor points. Host gains favor points. There were 5 of them, each contributing an average of 150 favor points to Lin Bai. This indicated that Xin Miao sect bore no ill intentions. After all, to earn favor points from others, one must genuinely be revered. Very well, Lin Bai decided, dismissing concerns about their ulterior motives. He still possessed a card of the Emperor's avatar within his system space. Should any schemes arise, he could easily counter them with sheer strength. Are you not afraid of their machinations? Su Qian's eyes glimmered with apprehension. Noticing this, Lin Bai instinctively patted her head. If you do not trust them. Can you not trust me? Please refrain from patting my head so casually, Su Qian retorted, pushing his arm away, her cheeks tinged with a hint of redness. She had never stood so close to another man, let alone engaged in such intimate gestures. After you, she said, as she guided the flying sword downwards, the elder at the forefront gesturing for them to proceed. With a slight nod, Lin Bai gazed at the grand hall of the sect, which towered magnificently over the peak, far more imposing than the heavenly purple sacred palace. It was only natural, considering Xinmiao sect had existed for at least 10 millennia. Lin Bai and Su Qian walked side by side into Xinmiao sect, with the most esteemed elder accompanying them to provide an introduction to the sect, while the remaining 4 elders followed closely behind. Master Lin, Your Majesty, regarding the recent assault on Xinmiao sect by the sect master and others, we did not consent to it was the radicals who instigated this, but they have now been subdued. With just a word from you, their lives are in your hands. Upon hearing this, Su Qian nodded slightly, realizing that the former radicals and conservatives still existed. The individuals before them were likely the latter, so, what do you wish to discuss with this empress? Welcome, Your Majesty. As soon as Su Qian's voice fell, a chorus of thousands of disciples resonated from the front. Each disciple stood in unison, bowing in the direction where Lin Bai and Su Qian were situated. Host has gained 106 admiration points. Host has gained 174 admiration points. Host is revered by 1,000 disciples, gaining 110,860 admiration points. Detected that the host's current admiration points exceed 110,000. Random items are being distributed. Listening to the system's incessant notifications, Lin Bai marveled at how, despite merely stepping into the Xinmiao sect, they had amassed such a plethora of admiration points. Not only had they refrained from taking action, but Lin Bai had also garnered numerous admiration points, prompting him to reflect that this visit was indeed fortuitous. Your Majesty, Sect Leader Lin, the reception room is ahead. Please. Upon hearing this, Su Qian glanced at Lin Bai, seeking his opinion. What are you looking at? Let's go, Lin Bai shrugged, stepping into the reception room first without encountering any issues. The room was stark and empty, furnished only with a long table and a few chairs, adorned with several luminous night pearls embedded in the ceiling. Lin Bai confidently took a seat at the head of the table, thereby asserting his dominance. The 5 elders who followed suit expressed no dissent. Your Majesty, please. They only dared to take their seats once Su Qian settled beside Lin Bai. Speak. What matters do you wish to discuss? Lin Bai rapped the table, initiating the conversation. Although he emitted no discernible aura, the rumors circulating outside, coupled with the fall of the 7 revered saints of the Xinmiao sect, instilled a sense of reverence in the 5 elders. Everything was intertwined with the young man before them. Second elder, present this command. The elder referred to as the second elder produced several storage rings, which floated gently before Su Qian. Contained within are the resources accumulated by the Xinmiao sect over 10,000 years. To be frank, we wish for your Majesty to return to the Xinmiao sect and oversee the grand affairs. By the heavens! Internally exclaiming in disbelief, Lin Bai raised his eyes to the speaker, realizing he intended to abduct their empress. In a wonder, he had not shown any hostility from the beginning. Why sect has but one stronghold, and that is the Tianzi sacred palace. Yu Qian's cold voice resonated, her saintly aura pressing down upon everyone, making it difficult for them to breathe. The deeds they had committed in the past were not forgotten by her. They were well aware of the rumors surrounding Su Qian's father, the previous sect master. The 5 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with resignation. I have come this time solely for the resources of the Xinmiao sect. If you present them now, you may yet have the chance to reconsider. Should you attempt to obstruct me, feel free to test my strength. What an astonishing display! Lin Bai was witnessing Su Qian exhibit such a domineering demeanor for the first time. Her tone was devoid of emotion, rivaling even that of the system in his mind. We had no part in the past events. The forces arrayed against us were formidable, and even if we had the will, we lacked the power. The leading elder sighed. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Bai's voice rang out to the assembly. As the saying goes, explanations are but veils for concealment. Had you merely spoken a few words back then, perhaps we would not find ourselves in this predicament now we are leaving. You may attempt to stop us. Lin Bai did not afford Su Qian another opportunity to speak, perceiving her current emotional turmoil. The past events had evidently cast a significant shadow upon her psyche. Initially, he had contemplated integrating the disciples of the Xinmiao sect into the Tianzi sacred palace, thereby augmenting their strength while simultaneously accruing more admiration points. However, Lin Bai had since changed his mind. It was evident that Su Qian did not wish to see the Xinmiao sect's people. Had they acted against her previously, she would likely have annihilated them without hesitation. Your Majesty, do you truly not wish to return to the Xinmiao sect? The leading elder disregarded Lin Bai's remark, focusing instead on Su Qian, who remained silent, her cold demeanor speaking volumes. Esteemed one, we have exerted our utmost efforts. The 5 elders suddenly bowed to the void, and almost instantaneously, Lin Bai stood up and pulled Su Qian behind him. Indeed, there was a conspiracy afoot. Narrowing his eyes, he gazed into the external void. Where storm clouds churned and crimson flames stained the sky, a bunch of useless fools, you can't even handle this minor affair. Do I have to take matters into my own hands? Chapter 11. The fiery red lotus body. Is it him? A terrifying pressure enveloped the room, shattering the reception chamber. Lin Bai was the first to react, utilizing the Emperor's avatar card to create a duplicate of himself, whisking both him and Su Qian to safety. As they evacuated from their previous location, both the 5 elders and the multitude of disciples appeared controlled, their eyes glowing crimson. Bang, bang, bang. With the sound of violent explosions, all disciples and elders were instantaneously reduced to pools of blood. Soaring towards the storm clouds above, the other disciples of the Xinmiao sect fled in a frenzy. Anyone marked by the storm clouds would meet the same fate of being transformed into blood and whisked into the sky. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, and Lin Bai's expression darkened. Fortunately, the Emperor's avatar was there to shield them from this terrifying pressure. Otherwise, they might have been crushed in an instant. Looking up at the sky, the fiery red storm clouds had completely engulfed the heavens above the Xinmiao sect. Thank heavens I've been holding onto the Emperor's avatar card. Otherwise, I might have truly been ensnared. Inwardly cursing, Lin Bai acknowledged that while the disciples of the Xinmiao sect revered him, their true intention was likely to retain Su Qian. The fiery red lotus body, it is him. At that moment, Su Qian, standing behind Lin Bai, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a doppelganger identical to Lin Bai. However, upon sensing a familiar aura, she looked up at the storm clouds with a hint of trepidation in her eyes. Your Majesty, do you recognize him? Having once been a member of the Xinmiao sect, it was only natural for Su Qian to be familiar with this aura. The 3rd-generation sect master of the Xinmiao sect? Chu Baiming, but he should have perished thousands of years ago. Why does he appear here now? Su Qian's tone was one of confusion, while Lin Bai's heart trembled. This individual was an ancient being, having likely survived for over 10,000 years. What is his cultivation level? This was Lin Bai's primary concern. An ancient being from millennia ago would undoubtedly possess formidable strength. Before the news of his demise, Chu Baiming's cultivation reached the saint initiation realm. Now, after thousands of years, I cannot say. Shaking her head, Su Qian admitted her limited knowledge of the 3rd-generation sect master, as the records of the Xinmiao sect were sparse, only noting that he possessed the fiery red lotus body. I had intended to bind you to the Xinmiao sect, assisting me in making the final leap. Alas, these incompetent fools have forced me to take matters into my own hands. Gradually, a humanoid figure emerged from within the storm clouds. The first thing noticeable was the striking single horn on his forehead. With pupils of crimson, he emanated a swirling black mist, an aura of demonic energy. Lin Bai, be cautious. He has fallen into the path of darkness. Realizing the demonic energy radiating from Chu Baiming, Su Qian quickly connected the dots as to how someone who was supposed to have perished thousands of years ago could still exist. He has likely sacrificed many lives over the years to prolong his own. Nodding in acknowledgement of Su Qian's insights, Lin Bai recalled hearing tales of practitioners of the demonic path, madmen who reveled in slaughter. Universally reviled by the righteous sections, he must be at the half-emperor level, not yet a true emperor. I can still contend with him. Through the information relayed by his avatar, Lin Bai estimated that the opponent's strength was considerably weaker than that of his avatar. Likely only at the half-emperor level. Your cultivation is at the emperor level? Su Qian's expression shifted in shock. She had considered Lin Bai's strength, but in her mind, it could only reach the mid or high stages of the sane initiation realm. Whatever my realm may be, what matters is that this avatar can crush Chu Baiming. In truth, Lin Bai's actual cultivation stood at the third stage of the Divine Pulse realm, at most comparable to the talents of the outer sect. Yet, while he might not be able to contend with the opponent directly, that did not imply his avatar was incapable to go. Finish this swiftly. Lin Bai gestured to his avatar, which vanished in the blink of an eye before the two of them. An overwhelming aura surged into the world. This formidable pressure unmistakably belonged to a true emperor level, and a high-tier one at that, merely a step away from ascension to the higher realms. Lin Bai, I have heard of your reputation. It is a pity that you are not a pawn in my game. Chu Baiming's words faltered as he suddenly sensed an existence far more powerful than himself, his pupils contracting sharply. A high-tier emperor? Who are you? In an instant, he discerned that the youth before him, identical in appearance to Lin Bai, exuded the aura of a high-tier emperor. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that I can extinguish you. A voice, cold and indifferent, emanated from Lin Bai's avatar, causing Lin Bai to feel a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that his avatar could speak. However, he did not dwell on it further, as battle had already commenced in a single clash. Chu Baiming was sent reeling back, spitting blood, and that was without the avatar exerting its full strength, a high-tier emperor avatar. Lin Bai, just how powerful are you? Su Qian naturally heard Chu Baiming's exclamation as she stood behind Lin Bai, her eyes brimming with intense curiosity. How about it, brother? Am I handsome? I can suppress him without lifting a finger. Lin Bai turned and chuckled, brushing his long hair aside. Humph! Su Qian retorted lightly, disregarding Lin Bai's words, and instead gazed upward at the battle between the two figures in the sky. If I can glean some insights from this, it may help elevate my cultivation. Boom, boom, boom. As the retreating figure halted, a massive crimson lotus flower suddenly manifested behind Chu Baiming. Upon closer inspection, Lin Bai noted its striking resemblance to Su Qian's azure lotus flower. He had previously heard that possessing a lotus body could lead to rapid advancements in cultivation when paired with another lotus body. Chu Baiming's target this time is not me, but Su Qian. He murmured, aware that apart from the chaotic azure lotus and the infernal red lotus, there were also the golden lotus of techniques, the world-destroying black lotus, and the final reincarnation purple lotus, though the latter three were exceedingly rare. Having never appeared in the Lingyuan continent with a sword, I shall sever the heavens. Seeing his opponent's apparent weakness, Lin Bai's avatar no longer concealed its prowess, directly employing his ultimate move. A towering phantom of a celestial sword loomed, channeling its terrifying might straight toward Chu Baiming's face. Before the latter could react, he felt an exceedingly sharp aura locking onto him, rendering him immobile. Not good. As the sword light surged toward him, Chu Baiming gasped, grappling with immense pressure as he hastily formed seals with his hands, conjuring a barrier before him. The sword shadow flashed past with a thunderous roar, cleaving the thunderclouds above the dome. Revealing the azure sky beyond the dark clouds, boom! The void erupted, the fabric of space shattered, and dark fissures appeared above the Shinmiao sect, a dreadful suction force emanating from them. Lin Bai raised his arm before his eyes. A cloud of dust swirling, obscuring his view of the battle within, yet he could sense a formidable aura gradually dissipating. Chapter 12. The dust settles, the power of the chaotic, heavenly, absolute body. It has ended, Lin Bai murmured in the distance. As countless sword energies vanished, his avatar stood firmly in place, while Chu Baiming's figure had completely disappeared, leaving only droplets of black blood falling to the ground. Silence enveloped the space, and the void, previously shattered by the sword energies, began to mend itself. Mountains crumbled, and within the Shinmiao sect, devastation reigned, with disciples strewn about, missing limbs. Those who survived under the onslaught of the two emperors were indeed fortunate. Eliminate all those who participated in the affairs of the empress back then. The avatar, emerging from the system, gave Lin Bai confidence in its ability to discern. Although it seemed a long time had passed, the battle between the two had merely transpired over the span of a few breaths. Go avoid waste. Lin Bai decided to find something for it to do. Lin Bai, are you feeling so grateful that you're considering offering yourself? Before Su Qian could finish her thought, Lin Bai interrupted. With everything settled, she would undoubtedly inquire about his affairs, hence he swiftly diverted the topic. Upon hearing this, Su Qian looked up at the sky. Observing her demeanor, Lin Bai's expression turned slightly perplexed as he followed her gaze. It's not even dark, so why is someone dreaming in broad daylight? She was acutely aware of Lin Bai's secrets and recognized his attempt to change the subject. Since he did not wish to divulge, she deemed it unnecessary to press him further. Taken aback by Su Qian's comment, Lin Bai regarded her with astonishment. There was a hint of his own influence in her words. A dream under the sunlight, with the empress by my side. I'm the one who has gained. Lin Bai chuckled. Though he had been single in 2 lifetimes, he had yet to meet anyone who could outtalk him. You certainly have a sharp tongue. Su Qian lowered her head, a faint blush creeping under her veil. Empress, we have the resources now. Shall we return? Lin Bai could clearly discern her current state through her subtle movements. He hadn't anticipated the empress would be so easily flustered. Merely a simple phrase had caused her to shyly avert her gaze. Taking a deep breath, Su Qian gradually regained her composure. Her hands gesturing as a long sword floated beneath them. Shortly after their departure, a series of explosive sounds emanated from the Shinmiao sect. Sword energies erupted from the sky, accompanied by splashes of crimson blood. As if bidding farewell to Lin Bai and Su Qian. On the journey back to the heavenly purple holy palace, Lin Bai's consciousness once again delved into the system space. During this visit to the Shinmiao sect, he had acquired 11 items, including 3 small orbs, all related to cultivation. Upon fusing them, Lin Bai's cultivation smoothly ascended to the first stage of the nascent soul realm, with 2 third-stage orbs and 1 first-stage orb. Lin Bai felt the power surging from his dantian and clenched his fists tightly in the nascent soul realm. I can finally soar through the skies. His spiritual consciousness could now envelop a radius of 1,000 meters. Indeed, beneath the nascent soul realm, all were mere mortals. One could say that breaking through to the nascent soul realm marked a new beginning in the journey of cultivation. While elevating his realm, he also needed to refine his mental strength. The higher one's mental strength, the faster their future cultivation speed. He then turned his attention to the other 8 items, aside from a withered branch that held little value. Most of the other items were beneficial to him at present. The chaotic heavenly absolute sacred text, a specialized technique for the chaotic heavenly absolute body. Lin Bai's brows arched in surprise. Had the system not provided this technique? he might still have been oblivious to the need for cultivation. Without a technique, spiritual energy within the Dantian was merely ornamental, usable for mobilization but incapable of offensive actions. Upon fusing the chaotic, heavenly, absolute sacred text, a deep, ancient chime resonated in his mind, accompanied by countless fragments of memory that gradually merged into his consciousness. Outside, Su Qian was diligently controlling the flying sword when she suddenly sensed a surge of powerful energy emanating from Lin Bai behind her. "What is this aura?" Her brow furrowed slightly. The force radiating from Lin Bai caused her heart to race, as if a terrifying presence loomed above her, watching intently. Just moments ago, she had been pondering why Lin Bai had been so quiet throughout their journey. It seemed he had comprehended a new technique or martial skill. As the speed of the flying sword began to slow, Su Qian waved her hand, erecting a soundproof barrier that enveloped Lin Bai. Disruptions during cultivation were most unwelcome, and the area they occupied was teeming with flying beasts. To avert any unforeseen incidents, Su Qian's expression grew noticeably serious. Unbeknownst to Lin Bai, who remained immersed in the chaotic, heavenly, absolute sacred text, the black diamond-shaped mark on his forehead was the key to activating his physique. As he absorbed the memory fragments, his astonishment grew with each integration. "Holy cow, the chaotic, heavenly, absolute body is incredibly formidable!" Exclaiming in surprise, Lin Bai discovered through the memories within the chaotic, heavenly, absolute sacred text that fully activating the chaotic, heavenly, absolute body would allow him to convert his internal spiritual energy into one of the two divine powers, chaotic energy, significantly boosting his strength for a short duration. Chaotic energy possessed the capacity to annihilate everything. Lin Bai believed that if he grew strong enough, he could one day obliterate an entire continent single-handedly. This energy only manifested in the universe, and countless individuals from the Lingyuan continent had sought the means to cultivate chaotic energy, ultimately yielding no results. However, Lin Bai could now transform it using his physique, albeit for a limited time. Once unleashed, who could withstand a single strike from him? Initially thinking that the fusion of the chaotic body with the absolute pulse body was merely an ordinary physique, he had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. Contemplating in his heart, Lin Bai realized not only had the shackles of the absolute pulse body been shattered, allowing him to embark on his cultivation journey, but even the chaotic body, which had faced tribulations, had shown no signs of adverse effects post-fusion. Having absorbed the memories of the chaotic, heavenly, absolute sacred text, he planned to experiment in the future to gauge its true power. Turning his attention to the other items, the first that caught his eye was a pair of sword techniques. Point 1 was the heaven-splitting sword, the imperial-level technique previously utilized by his avatar, conjuring a terrifying giant sword phantom. If a mighty emperor were to unleash it with full force, it could cleave heaven and earth without difficulty. Now, as Lin Bai stood at the nascent soul realm, he could only muster a fraction of its power. Yet even 1/10 of its might was sufficient for him to fight beyond his level. Without hesitation, he chose to fuse it. The other sword technique barely reached the holy level, but adhering to the principle of not being over-equipped, he fused that as well. The Ocean's One sword, which condensed spiritual energy to a point at the sword's tip, could deliver an unexpectedly swift strike. Nodding to himself, Lin Bai found this technique rather commendable. Compared to the imperial level, the holy sword technique required significantly less spiritual energy. Chapter 13. This is it. I've encountered a formidable opponent. The final 5 items consisted of a 6th-grade spirit-nourishing pill, a defensive artifact, the Celestial Tower, as well as 2 spirit-replenishing herbs and a blue lotus flower. The 6th-grade spirit-nourishing pill could significantly accelerate cultivation speed, while the Celestial Tower would provide Lin Bai with protection against a single fatal blow. As for the spirit-replenishing herbs, they were essential for cultivating the soul, greatly enhancing the practitioner's mental fortitude. However, regarding the last blue lotus, Lin Bai, upon inspecting its description, learned it was named the Nine-Turn Blue Lotus. And its effect was of no use to the host. It bore a striking resemblance to the chaotic blue lotus that Su Qian possessed, similarly blue but lacking a layer of Daoic essence. He could present it to the empress for inspection. Resolute in his decision, he returned his awareness to the outside world, glancing around before raising his gaze to the position of the sun. Nightfall was imminent, and Lin Bai estimated that they had already traversed a considerable distance. Was there truly a soundproof barrier? Observing the shimmering shield enveloping him, Lin Bai stepped out, finally turning his attention to Su Qian's figure. Had her cultivation concluded? Su Qian glanced at him, and with a wave, the soundproof barrier dissipated. Lin Bai ignored her remarks, sensing the disarray in Su Qian's aura. Her once ethereal hair was now a chaotic mess, suggesting she had just emerged from battle. Frowning slightly, Lin Bai countered, "Have we encountered danger?" At his words, Su Qian nodded. "We faced an initial stage demon bird." She produced a demon core, asking, "Does this have any use for you?" Upon retrieving an ice-blue orb from her storage ring, Lin Bai immediately felt the powerful energy emanating from It's of no use to me. But what about you? Are you injured? A brief glance at the demon core in her hand prompted him to regard Su Qian with concern. Lin Bai was acutely aware that demon beasts generally possessed greater strength than humans of the same realm. The Empress had only recently entered the Saint Realm 2 years ago. Encountering a demon bird of the same rank could prove perilous for either party. It's merely a small demon bird. It poses no threat to me. Su Qian raised an eyebrow, surprised by Lin Bai's unexpected concern for others. "Would you like me to check for injuries?" Lin Bai chuckled, stepping closer to grasp Su Qian's wrist, only to have her evade him with remarkable speed. "You feign concern, merely seeking to take advantage of me," she remarked coldly, unfazed by her demeanor. Lin Bai produced a green lotus flower. "This is the Nine-Turn Blue Lotus. Where did you acquire it?" The appearance of the blue lotus successfully captured Su Qian's attention. "No need to inquire about its origins. It resembles your chaotic blue lotus. Do you know its effects?" Lin Bai withheld the source of the Nine-Turn Blue Lotus, recognizing that the fewer individuals aware of it, the better for him. The Nine-Turn Blue Lotus. With its 9 petals, each possesses the ability to elevate the chaotic lotus's cultivation level without side effects. Its stamen can also nullify the tribulations during a major breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Su Qian's gaze remained fixated on the Nine-Turn Blue Lotus. Lin Bai was equally astonished by her revelations. He understood that any item capable of enhancing cultivation without adverse effects was a treasure of the heavens, and the ability to avert tribulations had never been seen across the continent. Only the chaotic blue lotus capable of refining it. Lin Bai keenly grasped this information, realizing why the system deemed it useless to him. Su Qian nodded, diverting her gaze from the Nine-Turn Blue Lotus. Despite her strong desire for it, which could enable her to breach the Saint Initiate realm within 3 years, if not sooner, it belonged to Lin Bai. "Empress, do you desire this Nine-Turn Blue Lotus?" Lin Bai discerned the yearning in her eyes and extended the blue lotus towards her. "Speak. What do you wish in exchange?" When Lin Bai presented the Nine-Turn Blue Lotus before her, Su Qian refrained from hastily accepting it. She understood that such a precious item required some form of compensation, especially from someone like Lin Bai. "Your words wound me, Empress. Do you perceive me as one who seeks only personal gain?" Lin Bai feigned sorrow, his eyes filled with disappointment as he gazed at Su Qian. "Am I not? Very well, consider it so. Alas, I have truly misplaced my trust." Casually tossing the Nine-Turn Blue Lotus to Su Qian, Lin Bai turned to sit upon the sword, gazing upward at the newly risen moon, a glimmer of tears sparkling in his eyes. He deliberately averted his face, ensuring Su Qian caught a glimpse of his expression, and began counting down silently, 5, for witnessing Lin Bai's demeanor and the genuine tears in his eyes. Su Qian looked down at the nine-turned blue lotus. Had she truly misjudged him? Had he genuinely been concerned for her injuries? Realizing the significance of the nine-turned blue lotus, which he so freely offered, and recalling his last expression of disappointment, she bit her lip, retrieving the nine-turned blue lotus into her storage ring. Regardless of Lin Bai's true character, this lotus would greatly aid her. Contemplating this, Su Qian moved gracefully, deciding that, at least due to the nine-turned blue lotus, she should offer Lin Bai some comfort. Indeed, it was for the sake of the nine-turned blue lotus. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Lin Bai heard Su Qian's voice. Lin Bai, I misjudged you earlier. I appreciate the nine-turned blue lotus. It truly assists me greatly as long as it aids the empress. That is sufficient. The stronger you become, the safer Tianzi sacred palace shall be. Lin Bai shrugged, maintaining his gaze on the moon hanging in the sky. Su Qian clearly perceived the distance in his tone, and as she reflected on his words, numerous thoughts surged in her mind. However, upon catching a glimpse of Lin Bai's slightly upturned lips, she realized that everything was within his masterful control, causing a surge of embarrassment and anger within her. How foolish she had been to believe his sweet words. Do you intend to leave the Tianzi sacred palace? Initially intending to expose him, Su Qian reconsidered, deciding instead to leave him with a lasting impression as a form of retribution. What do you mean? At that moment, Lin Bai was taken aback. He had never stated an intention to depart, merely playing a game of feigned pursuit. No, I cannot allow this to continue. Otherwise, I must take my leave from the Tianzi sacred palace. Just as he was about to respond, Su Qian seized the opportunity to speak. Indeed, now that the ancestor has passed, there is little left here for you to cherish. But you once said that the Tianzi sacred palace is also your home. The situation was slipping from Lin Bai's control. He had intended to tease the empress, yet his words had led her to ponder so much. It is precisely because it is home that I shall not depart. There was little to cherish in the past. Yet now, there is dye in my eyes, Empress. You are my family. Lin Bai turned to face her, but when he met Su Qian's teasing gaze, he was momentarily taken aback. This is it. I've encountered a formidable opponent. This was his first thought. She had chosen to feign vulnerability before countering him. Chapter 14. Lin Fengzhu, the Empress seeks you. I have never misjudged a person. These words, Lin Bai awkwardly scratched his head. Having thought everything was under his control, completely oblivious to when Su Qian had realized his intentions, he soon recalled the moment he had been unable to suppress the corners of his mouth, which likely revealed his thoughts. Indeed, success and failure hinge upon subtle expressions. Empress, you effortlessly discerned my little ruse. I am truly in awe. Lin Bai inclined his head respectfully towards Su Qian, but I genuinely have your best interests at heart. To me, you are the only family I possess in this realm. This statement rang true, sincerity radiating from Lin Bai's eyes. Upon hearing his words, Su Qian frowned slightly, sensing something amiss, yet unable to pinpoint the inconsistency. It is time to set forth. Unable to unravel her thoughts, she decided to dismiss them altogether. Since Lin Bai regarded her as family, she would allow him to proceed, for she had no kin in this world either. Due to their previous interludes, the pair had squandered ample time. They were meant to return to the Tianzi sacred palace before nightfall, yet now only a small distance remained. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Bai observed the rapidly passing scenery below, feeling somewhat bored. Empress, shall I tidy your hair? This disarray detracts from your beauty. The earlier incident had only caused Lin Bai a fleeting moment of embarrassment, which he quickly cast aside. Could you possibly remain silent? Su Qian was focused on guiding her sword when Lin Bai's voice suddenly broke through from behind her. Very well. I'll take that as your tacit agreement. With that, Lin Bai placed his hand upon her head, gently smoothing her flowing hair. Despite the chaos, the captivating fragrance lingered, wafting into his senses with each gentle stroke. Lin Bai, do not touch my hair. Su Qian felt a sensation on the crown of her head, her heart quivering. It was the first time another person had so brazenly brushed through her long hair. Her fair cheeks flushed slightly as she turned around and swiftly kicked towards Lin Bai's knee. Crack! Goodness, his leg is broken. The crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed through the stillness of the night sky. Lin Bai cried out in pain, losing his balance and toppling directly towards Su Qian. Slap! Another resounding slap rang out, startling the slumbering birds in the mountains into a frantic flight. Your Majesty, are you attempting to murder me? He took a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it, feeling a tingling sensation in his knee, which soon returned to its original state. Observing his disheveled appearance, Su Qian snorted coldly. He had feigned vulnerability to deceive her earlier, and now he sought to employ the same tactic again. Truly, with his cultivation at the emperor level, how could I, a mere saint, possibly break his knee? Deep down, Su Qian firmly believed that Lin Bai was merely putting on an act. She would not fall for the same trick twice. Stop pretending. I could never injure you, she declared, increasing the speed of her flying sword. Being in Lin Bai's company stirred her emotions, compelling her to hasten her return to the heavenly purple sacred palace. Upon hearing Su Qian's words, Lin Bai's expression turned rueful. Only he knew that his actual cultivation was merely at the spirit realm. Rubbing his handsome cheek, he could sense that the imprint of the previous slap had barely faded. And he would soon bear another. For the remainder of the time, Lin Bai refrained from any remarkable actions, only occasionally engaging Su Qian in conversation, which was more of him speaking to himself than a genuine exchange. Before long, they arrived back at the heavenly purple sacred palace. After placing him at the town, Su Qian, in a flurry, soared towards the palace master's peak, leaving Lin Bai's gaze behind. The moment she departed, he felt as though the entire world had fallen silent. I should attempt to cultivate now, he mused as he withdrew his gaze and turned to face the desolate mountain peak, which only housed a cave devoid of adornment. The cliffside was overgrown with weeds, long overdue for a clearing. Entering the cave, Lin Bai retrieved a spirit-nourishing pill and a spirit-cultivating herb from his system space. Sitting cross-legged on a mat, he first swallowed the spirit-nourishing pill, gripping the spirit-cultivating herb in his hand. Spiritual energy gradually surged into Lin Bai's body, circulating through the method of the chaotic, heavenly, absolute sacred canon. With the presence of the spirit-cultivating herb, clarity began to manifest in his mind. As he breathed, mist escaped from his nostrils, and the spiritual energy of the world was drawn towards him, slowly converging at his dantian. With the aid of the spirit-nourishing pill and the spirit-cultivating herb, I should be able to break through to the second stage of the spirit realm within 3 days. He pondered this, knowing that an ordinary person might require 3 months to half a year to achieve a breakthrough at the spirit realm. Some could even need a full year. Yet he needed only 3 days. Though he had suspected this beforehand, the current pace of his cultivation still astonished him. With the Empress harnessing the 9 transformations of the Azure Lotus, her power will undoubtedly surge in the coming years. I cannot afford to lag behind. With this thought, Lin Bai grew increasingly eager to attain greater strength. The recent incident with Su Qian had highlighted that without absolute power, survival on this continent would be exceedingly difficult. After all, he could not rely on the system to navigate through every crisis. If he were to encounter a situation without access to special items, he would be in peril. Presently, he could still cultivate in peace amidst external rumors. Should he be exposed, he would at least possess the means to protect himself. He continued to cultivate until dawn, when the chirping of sparrows roused him from his reverie. With 70% of the medicinal effect remaining, the spirit-nourishing pill should suffice for my breakthrough to the second stage of the spirit realm. Sensing the lingering potency within him, he glanced at the spirit-cultivating herb, now reduced to mere dregs. A single spirit cultivating herb could only enhance a fraction of spiritual power. He had heard that cultivating spiritual power was challenging, but he had not anticipated that the herb contained such a minuscule amount. Almost negligible. Shaking his head, Lin Bai refocused. As long as his strength could steadily improve, that was sufficient. He decided to take a stroll down the mountain to gather some popularity points. Mountain Lord, the Empress is seeking you. At that moment, a neutral voice called from outside the cave. Exiting the cave, Lin Bai encountered a middle-aged man with a full beard who was bowing to him. He recognized this man as Han Tianchu, one of the more formidable inner sect elders, on the verge of reaching a high level of the venerable realm. The Empress is looking for me? Lin Bai paused, slightly taken aback. Why had matters from last night not been discussed? And why was he sought out this morning? Han Tianchu noticed the slap mark on Lin Bai's cheek and was momentarily stunned, reflecting on who could be so fierce before quickly recovering and stating, "The heavenly purple sacred palace is preparing for reconstruction. All the peak lords have already gathered at the Grand Hall to discuss this matter, I understand." Lin Bai nodded in acknowledgement, casually waving his hand. After Han Tianchu contributed over 100 popularity points, he flew down the mountain. Reconstructing the heavenly purple sacred palace? Very well, I shall go and take a look. It shouldn't concern me too greatly. After a brief contemplation, Lin Bai made up his mind. Descending the mountain, he did not rush directly over, but instead planned to gather some popularity points along the way, casually making his way to the Grand Hall of the sect. Chapter 15. Simply Marvelous. Host gained 113 popularity points. Host gained 168 popularity points. Host gained popularity points. All the disciples he encountered on the way displayed expressions of admiration towards Lin Bai. However, upon seeing the slap mark on his face, they all froze in place, their minds instantly recalling the recent rumors that Mountain Lord Lin Bai had pursued the Empress but had instead been slapped. Some even claimed that the Empress had attempted to force herself upon him, only for Lin Bai to resolutely refuse, resulting in her cornering him and delivering a slap. Witnessing Lin Bai in such a state led many to believe the rumors circulating within the heavenly purple sacred palace. Though they each believed different aspects of the tale, if you ask me, the Empress and Mountain Lord truly make a perfect pair. If anyone could win the Empress's heart, it would undoubtedly be Mountain Lord Lin. No, you are all mistaken. Mountain Lord and I are the true match made in heaven, interjected a confident female disciple as she passed by, rebutting the others. The group, engrossed in their hushed discussions, merely glanced at her before continuing their conversation. As news spread that Mountain Lord and the Empress were on the verge of an engagement, Lin Bai cleared his throat. Ahem. Should the Empress hear such words, you would all likely find yourselves in quite a predicament. The disciples, previously engaged in lively chatter, scattered in a hurry upon hearing his words. One disciple who was slow to react looked at Lin Bai, scratching his head awkwardly. Mountain Lord, you heard that? You practically shouted it in my ear. Lin Bai shook his head, turning to leave, wondering how the rumors regarding his relationship with Su Qian had spread among the disciples. Although it mattered little to him, such gossip was simply marvelous. Upon reaching the Grand Hall, Lin Bai acquired 7 or 8 random items. Without examining them closely, he looked up at the still dilapidated hall before brushing off his robes and striding inside. This was his first time entering the Grand Hall. Previously, matters concerning the heavenly purple sacred palace had not involved him due to his master's presence. Now that his master had passed, Lin Bai had become the new peak lord of the town, necessitating his personal involvement in all affairs, great and small, of the heavenly purple sacred palace. There are quite a few people here. In the expansive Grand Hall, over 10 individuals stood, led by Su Qian. Lin Bai recognized a few among them, who were the peak lords and pavilion masters from the other 5 mountains and 3 major pavilions, along with several high-ranking elders of considerable renown. Among them were 2 he had never met, but had deduced their identities from the presence of others in the hall. "Lin Bai, you are late?" Su Qian remarked icily as she observed Lin Bai's leisurely entrance. "Should I leave then?" Although he said this, Lin Bai did not genuinely turn away but continued walking towards the others. The various peak lords and pavilion masters regarded Lin Bai's figure, sensing no discernible aura from him, yet a tremendous pressure bore down upon them. The once seemingly frail youth had matured into a formidable peak lord, his strength now utterly inscrutable to them. A single finger could extinguish a saint, effortlessly slaying 7 saints amid laughter. None present could accomplish such feats. Were it not for the vivid slap mark on his cheek, Lin Bai might have appeared as a transcendent figure in their eyes. "Mountain Lord, you are not late. It is merely that we arrived early," one of them quickly offered, attempting to absolve him of any blame. "Indeed, Mountain Lord, do you remember? When we were young, I even held you once." Those who had the fortune to become peak lords and pavilion masters were all shrewd individuals, quickly seeking to ingratiate themselves with Lin Bai. In response, Lin Bai simply nodded, and the crowd instinctively parted to allow him passage. Upon reaching Su Qian's side, he glanced at the assembled individuals, frowning slightly, and whispered in her ear, "Your Majesty, there seems to be a measure of corruption among our sect's higher-ups. Their strength is lacking, and they are only adept at flattery and sycophancy." Lin Bai could discern the situation, and naturally, Su Qian could as well. However, this was an unavoidable circumstance. The upper echelons of nearly every sect were solely focused on their own interests and the pursuit of greater power. If the time spent on ulterior motives were instead devoted to cultivation, the Tianzi Shengong would not be limited to having only Su Qian as its sole saint. As everyone observed Lin Bai whispering to Su Qian, curiosity piqued regarding their conversation, yet no one dared to inquire. On the contrary, witnessing the close proximity of the sect leader and the empress made them recall the rumors circulating among the disciples about the two. Initially, they had dismissed these tales, but seeing their intimate gestures, a flicker of belief ignited within them all. Now was not the time for such discussions. It would be prudent to first deliberate on the reconstruction of the Tianzi Shengong. A voice echoed in Lin Bai's mind. It was Su Qian, utilizing a method of communication common among high-tier cultivators, a technique he had yet to master. "Elder son, please provide an update on the casualties among the disciples." After transmitting her thoughts to Lin Bai, Su Qian turned her gaze to the elder on the far left. "Your Majesty, there were 14,326 injured among the miscellaneous disciples, with 6,743 fatalities, among the outer disciples and inner disciples alike. There were a total of 40,600 injuries, resulting in 23,000 deaths." The elder's somber tone cast a pall over the room, and grim expressions adorned the faces of all present. Lin Bai was equally taken aback by the staggering loss of over 60,000 lives. With only around 200,000 disciples in the Tianzi Shengong, and excluding those who were traveling, nearly half bore the marks of battle. The pressure exerted by the saints was insurmountable, and those who survived were indeed fortunate. "Zhao Pavilion Master, allocate some spirit stones to comfort the families of the fallen disciples," Su Qian instructed, directing her gaze toward the master of the treasure pavilion, whose prowess ranked among the elite, just a step shy of breaking into the saint realm. His impartial nature was precisely why the empress had appointed him to his position. "Understood," Zhao Pavilion Master replied with a slight bow. Su Qian then turned her attention back to the others. "Do you have any suggestions regarding the reconstruction of the Tianzi Shengong?" "Your Majesty, we are but simple-minded folk, and I have no suggestions of merit. It would be best to restore it to its former glory," one of the elders offered. Listening to their discourse, Lin Bai refrained from interjecting. The individuals present were all leaders of the various peaks, wielding significant power beneath only the empress herself. Thus, the reconstruction plan for the Tianzi Shengong would likely mirror its previous form, As long as no new peak masters or pavilion masters emerged, they would opt to revert to the original sect structure. May I request a grand palace to be constructed for my residence as well? Lin Bai interjected unexpectedly. He was aware that both peak masters and pavilion masters possessed their own palaces. Previously, his master had shunned fame and fortune, and despite Su Qiyan's desire to construct one, he had consistently declined, leading Lin Bai to endure a decade of hardship alongside his master a palace. Su Qiyan furrowed her brow. This had not been included in her budget. The resources of the Xian Miao sect were predominantly devoted to cultivation, elixirs, medicinal herbs, and various martial skills, while spirit stones were in short supply. The casualties among the disciples would necessitate spirit stones, as would their monthly cultivation resources. The salaries of the elders and peak masters also required spirit stones. Therefore, the spirit stones obtained from the Xian Miao sect would barely suffice for the reconstruction of the Tianzi Shanggong and its daily operations. Adding Lin Bai's palace would demand an additional expenditure of several 100,000 spirit stones. Ah? Does our sect truly lack even the resources to construct a single palace? Chapter 16. Hee, I am truly a clever little fox. He had anticipated bringing back at least a few billion spirit stones from the Xian Miao sect, yet upon witnessing Su Qiyan's strained expression, Lin Bai could not help but be taken aback. Lin Peak Master, if you do not mind, my mountain peak possesses ample space. Why not move your residence there? The speaker was the master of the Alchemy Peak, and Lin Bai noted the sparse white hairs on his cheeks and the lecherous grin he wore. A shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to glance towards Su Qiyan. Forget it. The Empress's palace is also quite spacious. I could always reside there. Lin Bai had no desire to remain in his own dilapidated cave dwelling. Once an ordinary person, he had suffered greatly in the sweltering summers and freezing winters, enduring multiple bouts of influenza as a result. Absolutely not. Su Qiyan promptly rejected his proposal, her memories of their past experiences together still fresh in her mind. If Lin Bai were to truly move to her palace peak, she would likely be driven to madness by his presence. Your Majesty, it has been decided then. You continue your discussions. I shall begin packing my belongings. Lin Bai, seemingly oblivious to Su Qiyan's protests, spoke to himself, flashing a mischievous smile before turning to leave the hall. Hiss, as expected of Lin Peak Master. Surely, he must be jesting? After all, no one dared approach the palace peak in the Tianzi Shanggong. The crowd exchanged glances, quietly transmitting thoughts among themselves, all convinced that Lin Bai was merely joking and would not genuinely venture to the palace peak. Do not forget the rumors circulating among the disciples. It is entirely possible that Lin Peak Master could indeed pull this off. The unexpected voice caused everyone to pause, as they had not considered this angle. Despite the Empress's clear refusal, Lin Bai seemed utterly unconcerned. The matter of reconstructing the Tianzi Shanggong shall be entrusted to the esteemed elders. As Su Qiyan concluded her directives, the assembly bowed to her in farewell. All present watched as the Empress hastily flew towards the palace peak. Their hearts stirred with the thought that perhaps Lin Peak Master could truly win the affection of their Empress. The group reconvened to discuss further matters regarding the reconstruction before departing the main hall in succession. Meanwhile, Lin Bai wandered around the inner and outer sects, acquiring more than 10 random items within his system space. He then returned to the Zhanzong Peak, shouldering the bag he had prepared for a potential escape, and turned towards the palace peak. Lin Bai was not jesting. His cave dwelling was far from suitable for a normal individual. Tio put it bluntly, his mountain was merely a desolate hill within the Tianzi Shanggong. A simple hole could be considered a cave, and it was even less hospitable than a doghouse. Thus, he had long desired to construct a palace, but given the current financial constraints of the Tianzi Shanggong, relocating to the palace peak seemed a reasonable alternative. Moreover, residing close to the Empress would undoubtedly be more pleasant, allowing him to occasionally tease her. Hee, I am indeed a clever little fox. Having praised himself, Lin Bai turned his attention to the surrounding disciples. Most were recuperating, while those with lighter injuries continued to clear the area to facilitate a smoother reconstruction in the future. Choosing not to disturb the recovering disciples, Lin Bai made his way directly to the palace peak. His mountain was situated directly behind the main hall, while Su Qiyan's peak lay to the right of Zhenzong Peak. The 7 major peaks encircled the Tianzi Shanggong, allowing for immediate detection of any approaching enemies from any direction. With his bag slung over his shoulder, Lin Bai ambled towards the palace peak, collecting several thousand points of admiration along the way, as expected of the palace peak. It is indeed more impressive than Zhenzong Peak. Resting a hand against his forehead to shield his eyes from the glaring sun, Lin Bai gazed up at the towering peak. Through the mist, he could faintly discern the ice-blue palace perched atop. "Leave the palace peak to me. I shall construct a palace for you." Su Qiyan's figure hovered midway up the mountain, casting a cold glare down at Lin Bai. "Your Majesty, I no longer desire it. I simply wish to reside with you." Rubbing his hands together, Lin Bai revealed a grin. He had never visited the palace peak before. Merely gazing at it from afar, however, upon closer inspection, he was struck by the grandeur of the Empress's mountain. The palace atop could easily accommodate thousands, and Lin Bai's presence would hardly take up any significant space. "Lin Bai, I am sparing you from eviction solely due to the 9 transformations Green Lotus. If you persist in your entanglements, even if I cannot defeat you, I shall still flay you." The chilling words flowed from Su Qiyan's lips. No matter what Lin Bai might say next, her refusal was resolute. Hearing her words, Lin Bai pouted. It seemed the palace peak was off-limits. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities, and if the Empress truly decided to act against him, a mere finger could easily crush him. "Then I shall return to Zhenzong Peak." "Absolutely not." As soon as he spoke, Lin Bai turned to leave, only to be halted by Su Qiyan's voice, leaving him momentarily stunned. What did that mean? Should he leave or stay? Departing seemed feasible, yet the Empress's unyielding gaze suggested otherwise. "Then I shall remain." "Your Majesty, this is your proclamation. You cannot go back on your word." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bai understood that perhaps Su Qiyan had not truly heard his earlier words and had simply rejected him outright. Wait. At that moment, Su Qiyan realized her oversight. She intended to explain, but Lin Bai was already speaking over her. "Your Majesty, if you wish for me to move to the palace peak, simply say so. Why must you beat around the bush?" "I do not." Lin Bai, with a single strand of hair delicately resting between his brows, paid no heed to Su Qiyan's murderous glare as he took strides towards the mountain's summit. "However, I shall not linger in vain. The old man left me something before his demise, which I shall present to you shortly. Get down." Su Qiyan disregarded Lin Bai's words entirely, her feet propelling her forward in a direct charge at him. As the Empress approached, Lin Bai deftly sidestepped, simultaneously communicating with the system within his mind. System, merge with the shadowless step. This was one of the random items obtained from the recently accrued favor points, an imperial-level martial art. When utilized, it enabled countless shadows to accompany him while leaving no trace behind, allowing Lin Bai to reach the mountain's peak in the blink of an eye. Failing to seize him, Su Qiyan took advantage of the momentary distraction in the air, executing a phantom step and turning to charge at Lin Bai once more. Humph, down you go. With mere millimeters separating her from Lin Bai's collar, Su Qiyan smirked confidently, only to soon realize that what she grasped was merely an afterimage, one of thousands. What sort of technique is this? This was her first encounter with such an exquisite martial art. The afterimages moved in tandem, rendering it impossible to discern Lin Bai's true location. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 17. Let me show you my treasure. As the afterimages dissipated, Lin Bai stood atop the mountain, observing Su Qiyan below, momentarily stunned. a slight smile gracing his lips. This technique is rather impressive. Even the empress, a being of saintly caliber, cannot perceive the truth from the falsehood. As anticipated, Lin Bai waved his hand, calling down to Su Qian, "Empress, allow me to show you my grand treasure. I trust you will permit me to remain at the palace master peak." Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, a flush crept across Su Qian's face. Her figure flickered as she swiftly arrived beside him, convinced that with such a technique, she could not touch him, and thus refrained from further aggression. "Humph, I shan't look." With a cold huff, Su Qian turned to enter the palace. Lin Bai, seeing her flushed expression, understood that the empress's thoughts had taken a mischievous turn. He hastily retrieved all the random items he had acquired earlier. Having only glanced at them before, he now noted several that were particularly well suited for Su Qian. Just as she was about to cross the threshold of the palace, a sudden surge of formidable energy surged behind her. To be precise, it was the presence of dozens of distinct energies. "What are you up to now?" Su Qian, still agitated from her earlier inability to capture Lin Bai, could not help but shout back at him. However, upon seeing the numerous tomes of techniques and weapons floating before Lin Bai, all radiating an aura that bespoke their imperial quality, her expression became utterly captivating. "All imperial-level items. Where did you acquire these?" Whether it was the 9 Revolutions Green Lotus or the dozens of imperial techniques and weapons now before her, even the most ancient of families could hardly produce such treasures all at once. Especially the 9 Revolutions Green Lotus Lin Bai had revealed yesterday, each piece a celestial treasure, typically emerging only once every several 100,000 years. "I possess my own collection, alongside some left by the old man." Lin Bai grinned. "What do you think? As long as you allow me to stay at the Palace Master Peak, you may select whatever you desire from these items." With his hidden identity as a revered saint and the late master serving as a shield, he could conveniently obscure the existence of the system in his mind. "But should you ever provoke my ire, do not blame me for casting you down," though Su Qian hesitated to agree. The techniques and weapons floating before Lin Bai, some of which complemented her chaotic green lotus body, promised to enhance her strength significantly. Reluctantly, she found it impossible to dismiss such an offer. "Then I shall thank you, Empress." With a sly smile, Lin Bai beckoned the techniques and weapons to orbit around Su Qian. The random items of the day held little value for him, yet if bestowed upon Su Qian, they could greatly augment her power. Lin Bai began to suspect that the system had foreseen his impending move, providing him with treasures that would benefit the empress. Before he could ponder further, Su Qian's voice interrupted him. She selected 2 tomes, the Green Lotus Sword Technique and the Lotus Blooming in the World, along with a blue longsword. The complete Green Lotus set was swiftly stored within her spatial ring. Although Lin Bai wished to encourage her to select more, she rebuffed him, stating that the other items offered her no assistance and that she would return should she require anything else in the future. "Then, Empress, I hope for your continued favor." Lin Bai approached Su Qian, extending a hand, but she merely glanced at it and swatted it away. "I hope you refrain from causing too much commotion in the future." With that, Su Qian turned to depart, leaving behind a final remark. "You may choose any room within the palace." Upon hearing this, Lin Bai nodded, uncertain if Su Qian had truly noticed him. Regardless, he began to survey the entirety of the palace master peak. It was significantly larger than his own sex peak, devoid of excessive weeds, suggesting it was well-tended. 2 pine trees grew from the cliffside, surrounded by blooming wildflowers, and in the center of the flower field, Lin Bai spotted a meditation mat. Appeared that the empress frequently sat in this floral sanctuary to cultivate. Retracting his gaze, Lin Bai examined the front of the palace, where only a single pristine spring remained. "Good heavens, is this all spiritual spring water?" he exclaimed, approaching the pool and feeling the abundant spiritual energy erupting from it. In a wonder, he had sensed such dense spiritual energy upon his first arrival at the palace master peak. If all this spiritual spring were to be collected, what fortune could it yield in spiritual stones? As he contemplated, Lin Bai realized the futility of his thoughts. The value of the spiritual spring was self-evident. 100,000 spiritual stones could purchase merely a liter of this precious water, and the pool before him likely contained hundreds of liters. There must be a springhead below. Otherwise, with the financial might of the Tianzi Sacred Palace, it would be impossible to procure such a quantity of spiritual spring water. In an instant, Lin Bai grasped why Su Qian had chosen this mountain as her palace master peak. It was indeed home to a springhead. And aside from the mineral veins surrounding the Tianzi Sacred Palace, this spiritual spring might serve as a secondary source of spiritual stone revenue for the palace, necessitating Su Qian's personal protection to safeguard against unforeseen events. Such concentrated spiritual energy was simply too precious to waste without cultivation. Lin Bai stored his belongings in his spatial ring and sat cross-legged beside the spiritual pool. Utilizing the spring's energy, he could swiftly advance to the second stage of the nascent soul realm. With the spiritual energy here being more than double that of his sect's peak, he estimated that he would require only a day and a half to achieve this breakthrough. After cultivating through the night, Lin Bai felt the overwhelming surge of spiritual energy flooding into his body. He calculated that by evening, he would likely reach the second stage of the nascent soul realm. Gulp, scooping up the spiritual spring water, he savored a sip. The potent spiritual energy exploded within him, causing steam to rise from every pore. Indeed, consuming the spiritual spring was essential for accelerating his cultivation speed. Coupled with the spirit essence pills he had previously taken, another sip of the spring water would further enhance his cultivation rate. He had made the right choice in coming to the palace master peak. Lin Bai mused, then set aside his thoughts and focused on his cultivation. The spiritual energy gradually converged in his dantian, and he lost track of time, occasionally sipping from the spring. The sun traversed from east to south, finally settling in the southwest before Lin Bai slowly opened his eyes. Boom! A muffled sound resonated within him. 3 hours had passed, allowing him to successfully ascend to the second stage of the nascent soul realm. Excellent! If I continue to cultivate here, I could reach the void realm in less than 3 months. The only regret he harbored was that today's random items did not include any orbs to enhance his cultivation. Should he acquire such orbs in the future, his strength would rise at an alarming rate. Stretching lazily, Lin Bai glanced at the sky. There remained about 2 hours until nightfall. He resolved to descend the mountain at dusk to see if he could obtain any orbs of cultivation. With this determination, Lin Bai raised the spiritual spring water to his lips and resumed his cultivation. Chapter 18. Were you missing me? As evening descended, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson. Lin Bai gradually opened his eyes, halting his cultivation. He sensed an increase of 1/5 in his spiritual energy. Should he continue, he would likely break through to the third stage of the nascent soul realm by tomorrow afternoon. However, he needed to descend the mountain, as there were still many favor points from his disciples awaiting collection. Rising leisurely, Lin Bai made his way down the peak, unaware of Su Qian's whereabouts. Perhaps she was also engaged in cultivation. As he had not seen her all afternoon, that the palace master descending from the palace master peak, a distant elder, busy calculating the spiritual stones required for the reconstruction of the Tianzi Sacred Palace, suddenly spotted Lin Bai emerging from the empress's mountain. The empress truly consented? A look of astonishment crossed the elder's face, once lined with age like chrysanthemum petals. His previously murky eyes now sparkled with clarity. Host has gained 672 favor points. Lin Bai was oblivious to his presence. It was the system's voice that alerted him to the presence of others nearby. Another one captivated to the point of speechlessness. My charm remains ever potent. Lin Bai raised his head. and although it had only been triggered twice since the activation of the system, with a pursuit value exceeding 200, it did not hinder his moment of narcissism. Turning to survey his surroundings, he caught sight of the esteemed elder gazing at him with a mixture of shock and reverence, their eyes glinting with a predatory intensity that sent a shiver down his spine. The confident smile on his face faltered, and he offered a slight nod to acknowledge the elder before hastily distancing himself from the master peak. A nagging feeling crept over him that the various peak masters and elders of the Tianzi sacred palace were regarding him with peculiar expressions. Murmuring to himself, he recalled the previous master of the alchemy peak and the elder he had just encountered. Shaking his head, Lin Bai resolved to keep his distance from them in the future. He quickly dismissed the thought and strode toward the area where his disciples were gathered. The Tianzi sacred palace had experienced a significant collapse, and the disciples were scattered across different locations. Lin Peak Master? At that moment, a youthful voice called from behind. Lin Bai turned to see the very same boy who had previously knelt before him, pleading for his assistance. "Ah? You're still alive?" Lin Bai exclaimed, a hint of surprise escaping his lips, though he swiftly realized his words had been ill-timed. After all, he had not seen the boy in the past few days and had assumed he had perished under the pressure of the saint. He had even mourned for a brief moment, but now, witnessing the boy's vibrant demeanor, it seemed he had merely sustained some superficial injuries. "Ha, thanks to Master Lin's intervention, I surely would have been reduced to ashes by that fireball." The boy laughed heartily, unfazed by Lin Bai's earlier remark. Instead, he found himself captivated by Lin Bai's enigmatic strength, admiration bubbling forth from the depths of his eyes. Host gains 1,300 pursuit points. Upon hearing the system's cold voice, Lin Bai couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, today seemed to be a bonanza for pursuit points, pouring forth in hundreds and thousands. However, he found delight in this turn of events. "Master Lin, my admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. Were I to be born a girl, I would surely offer myself to you every night." "Stop!" Lin Bai interjected hastily, raising a hand to silence the boy's increasingly absurd declarations. Internally, he gasped in astonishment. Were the disciples of the Tianzi sacred palace truly so peculiar? Just a jest, I suppose. Even so, Lin Bai could not ignore the expression of regret that flickered in the boy's eyes. The youth scratched his head, and Lin Bai engaged him in further conversation, learning that his name was Mo Yunfeng, an inner disciple with a cultivation level at the 5th stage of the Yuan Shan realm, a small genius within the inner sect. Parting ways with Mo Yunfeng, Lin Bai had not anticipated that the boy's strength would surpass his own by a full 3 tiers. The Yuan Shan realm was still insufficient. The direct disciples of the peak masters of the Tianjian peak and the Bad Dao peak were already approaching the celestial realm, and they were all barely 30 years of age. The empress had not taken any disciples, and the extreme array peak remained an empty mountain. The disciples of the alchemy peak and the forging peak, although not as formidable, were on the verge of achieving intermediate-level mastery in their respective crafts. The second stage of the Yuan Shan realm was still far from enough. At present, Lin Bai could only be considered an ordinary inner disciple. However, while he might not match in terms of cultivation, he wielded the status of a high-level array master and possessed the strength of the chaotic heaven absolute body. He could at least contend with those at the Dongshu realm. Throughout his journey, Lin Bai pondered how to swiftly elevate his cultivation. The disciple's adoration echoed in his ears, but he merely nodded in acknowledgement, not truly listening. The pursuit points continued to rise, with the reminders of random items occasionally chiming in. Upon returning to the master peak, night had already fallen. Sitting cross-legged beside the spiritual pool, Lin Bai immersed his consciousness in the system space, gazing at the more than 10 random items he had just obtained. For small orbs caught his eye. First-tier cultivation. Not bad. He nodded inwardly, but did not intend to use them immediately. In the path of cultivation, stagnation leads to regression. The higher the realm, the slower the rate of advancement. Thus, Lin Bai resolved to merge these reserves only when faced with a bottleneck or danger, ensuring that his stored cultivation would yield maximum effectiveness. Currently, at the second stage of the Yuan Shun realm, he could break through to the third stage within a day by operating the Zhou Tian cultivation method and utilizing the spiritual spring. Therefore, there was no need to waste a first-tier cultivation. He then examined the other items, most of which were low-tier weapons and techniques, but one turtle shell particularly piqued his interest. Xian Tian turtle shell, Emperor-level upper grade, can withstand the strongest attack from a peak Emperor and can also shield the host from a fatal injury. Cooldown time: 12 hours. After reading the description, Lin Bai's expression shifted in surprise. This was truly a life-saving artifact. Though it could only be used once a day, it served as a commendable defensive tool for him at present. Taking the Xian Tian turtle shell from the system space, Lin Bai bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to merge with the shell. The surface of the turtle shell glowed with a white light. Then it circled around him a few times before vanishing into his chest. In his consciousness, Lin Bai felt a faint connection with the Xian Tian turtle shell. With a mere thought, he could summon it to envelop him. He could activate it at will or allow it to trigger passively in times of danger. Quite satisfactory. Retrieving the turtle shell, Lin Bai took out the remaining spirit-nurturing herb from the system space. Just as he was about to enter a state of cultivation, a sound of footsteps suddenly approached. Without needing to think, Lin Bai knew it was the Empress, as they were the only two present on Master Peak. Putting away the spirit-nurturing herb, Lin Bai stood. "Your Majesty, you're here at this hour. Are you perhaps missing me?" A smile graced his lips, the gentle breeze tousling his long hair, while the half-moon behind him seemed to serve as a backdrop. His chiseled features, deep-set eyes, and the diamond-shaped mark between his brows added an enchanting allure to his presence. Had Lin Bai not uttered that previous remark, Su Qian's heart might have wavered, but now it was entirely overshadowed by indignation. Chapter 19. Initial Trial of the Great Array. Are there any rewards for me? Initially wishing to bite Lin Bai in jest, Su Qian hesitated, fearing it might bring him pleasure. Suppressing her impulse, she retrieved a crystal ball from her storage ring, her crimson lips parting slightly. "I wish to test the protective array you previously set up." Ah, so that was the reason for her visit. Her words. A fleeting disappointment flickered in Lin Bai's eyes, which Su Qian perceptively noticed, casting him a glare before shifting her gaze. By infusing spiritual energy into the crystal ball, she would be able to activate the array. Lin Bai had mentioned this before, and Su Qian remembered, but she had never used such an array. To prevent any mishaps, she sought Lin Bai's guidance. As he was a high-level array master and the creator of the protective array, his presence would ensure greater safety. "Follow me. There is a corner on Master Peak where one can overlook the entire Tianzi Sacred Palace." With that, Su Qian turned and walked ahead, Lin Bai trailing behind her. He too was eager to witness the capabilities of this great array. His mind held only a general understanding of its functions. The true might could only be discerned by witnessing it firsthand. After a while, they arrived at a cliff's edge. Bathed in the dim moonlight, Lin Bai gazed down, and indeed, he could see the full extent of the Tianzi Sacred Palace. The scene before him was staggering. The damage to the palace was far more severe than Lin Bai had imagined. The ground was riddled with craters, and the servant disciples' courtyard bore a fissure stretching 1,000 meters. Numerous disciples gathered around a bonfire, some appearing dejected while others conversed animatedly about the future. However, Lin Bai could not hear their voices, as he lacked that capacity. "Your Majesty, you may begin." Su Qian intended to activate the array at this moment, likely to soothe the downcast disciples and to demonstrate to them and the elders that the Tianzi Sacred Palace, now protected by the Joyo Star Array, would be exceedingly safe. Lin Bai speculated as Su Qian began her actions. Suspended before her was the crystal ball, her palm radiating a verdant glow. Her spiritual energy. Lin Bai refrained from interrupting. He knew the gravity of such matters. At the same time, a flicker of anxiety stirred within him. This was his first time setting up a great array, and now it was about to be activated. How could he not feel nervous? Boom, boom, boom. As Su Qian infused her spiritual energy into the crystal ball, the sky resonated with thunderous roars. Suddenly, a meteorite appeared from nowhere, plummeting toward the Tianzi sacred palace. This spectacle captured the attention of the disciples and elders, all of whom looked skyward. What is that? A shooting star. Wait, it seems to be heading right for us. Amidst their confusion, the disciples noticed the meteorite barreling towards them, their expressions shifting to one of panic. The first star, the illusory star, Lin Bai instantly recognized the nature of this star's ability. Sure enough, before it could reach the ground, it detonated in midair, enveloping half of the Tianzi sacred palace in a dense white mist. Is this an illusion array? The well-informed elder gasped, while some disciples, unfamiliar with it, began to inquire. Elder Chu, what is an illusion array? It can instantaneously pull individuals into a realm of illusion, with each array possessing distinct effect. Heard just days ago that Master Lin set up a 9th-grade array within the Tianzi sacred palace. It appears to be true. In the present moment, the formidable power of the grand array is evident. The elder elucidates to the disciples surrounding him that upon hearing it is the esteemed Lin Feng who is testing the array. Their initial trepidation dissipates completely. Some, driven by curiosity, desire to experience what the illusionary array might conjure, and with a single step, they ascend into the air. Has someone entered the illusionary array? Upon sensing the intrusion into the mirage, Su Qian furrows her brow, while Lin Bai remains vigilant, observing the disciples below. It is a single disciple who has soared into its depths. Your Majesty, I advise you to release him promptly. Why is that? Such a vast array, to enter at will. If they continue to recklessly step into others' arrays, they may perish without ever knowing how they met their end. Consequently, Su Qian intends to impose some form of punishment upon this disciple. The ability of this illusionary star can evoke the most profound fears harbored in a person's heart. He may already have succumbed to unconsciousness within the array. Should further delay ensue, it is possible he might never awaken. Eternally lost in the realm of illusions, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Su Qian swiftly manipulates the array to lower the disciple back to the ground. Thud. He plummets directly to the earth, and those around him rush to his side, noticing he is drenched in cold sweat, his countenance still bearing the expression of terror from before he fainted. What did he witness? The surrounding disciples remain puzzled. Yet the elder, having received Su Qian's transmission, promptly instructs, awaken him at once. This grand array can magnify a person's deepest fears to the utmost limit. Hiss, at the elder's words, all present draw a sharp breath. The nearest disciple retrieves a basin of cold water from their storage ring and splashes it directly onto the fallen disciple's face. Who don't touch me, Don't touch me. Get away, all of you. The awoken disciple flails, kicking at the air before him. Not only does he not feel embarrassed under the scrutinizing gaze of his peers, but he also lunges into the elder's embrace. Elder, the outer sect disciple, Xiao Chui, is scheming against me. She has learned the art of splitting oneself, and everywhere I look, there she is, trying to strip me of my robes. Elder, you must uphold justice for me. Hearing the disciple's incoherent ramblings, all present were expressions of bewilderment. They have indeed heard of the outer sect disciple, Xiao Chui. She is a bit darker and plumper, but has she truly descended to such depths? What a remarkable capability this illusionary star possesses. Capable of shattering the resolve of those with weak minds. Had they delayed any longer, that disciple might have fostered inner demons, forever unable to take a single step forward. Lin Bai drapes his arm around Su Qian's shoulder. unabashedly extolling the virtues of the Joyo star array. Moreover, each of the remaining 8 stars possesses a unique function. Su Qian glances at him sideways, turning away gently, causing Lin Bai's arm to fall away. This time, you have truly achieved something remarkable. Upon hearing her words, Lin Bai chuckles, "Shall we continue?" The power of a single star is sufficient to placate the disciples, while the rest can serve as the sect's trump card. However, this illusionary array alone rivals that of a 9th-level array. Although he is curious about the effects of the remaining 8 meteors, the current Tianzi Sacred Palace cannot afford to be overly ostentatious. Should a powerful Emperor-level cultivator take an interest, even a 9th-level array would be insufficient to deter them. Nonetheless, as an Emperor, it is unlikely they would covet a mere 9th-level array. Su Qian's primary goal remains to catch any adversary off guard in the event of a future crisis. Your Majesty, you have witnessed the power of this array. Do I not deserve a reward? Lin Bai rubs his hands together, gazing at the cheerful Su Qian before him. Very well, what reward do you desire? After a moment of contemplation, Su Qian concedes, for this 9th-level formation is indeed invaluable to the Tianzi Sacred Palace. What I desire as a reward is none other than you, Your Majesty. Yet, in Su Qian's heart, she muses that Lin Bai, who could produce dozens of imperial-grade techniques and weapons, should not lack for trifles. What, then, could he possibly want as a reward? As Su Qian ponders, Lin Bai takes a couple of steps closer. Locking his gaze onto hers, she finds herself somewhat flustered by this unexpected turn of events, her heart racing with unease. Today, Su Qian is not veiled, and Lin Bai, captivated by her exquisite visage, yearns to caress her cheek. However, he restrains his impulses, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, his expression earnest. Your Majesty, what I truly desire as a reward is— Lin Bai pauses, observing the flustered look upon Su Qian's face. Her delicate features now flushed with color. What is it you seek? Also, might you refrain from staring at me so intently? This marks the first time in a century that Su Qian has displayed such a flustered expression before another. Daring not to meet Lin Bai's gaze any longer, she slowly lowers her head, fearful of drawing further attention. Yet, how could Lin Bai, who is fixated on her, fail to notice? He gently lifts her chin. A tender smile gracing his lips. "It is you, Your Majesty." Resting his hand upon Su Qian's head, time seems to freeze. A gentle breeze stirs, tousling her hair. The crystal ball slips from her grasp. Yet she remains oblivious to it in the face of Lin Bai's advances. Su Qian momentarily forgets to resist, until his face draws nearer, prompting her to push him away. Lin Bai, please do not jest so. Turning away, Su Qian pats her flushed cheeks, realizing she had nearly succumbed to a moment of infatuation. Upon hearing her words, Lin Bai smirks, lamenting inwardly how close he had come to claiming his first kiss. All in jest, but what reward does the Empress wish to grant me? Upon hearing Lin Bai's voice, Su Qian breathes a sigh of relief. Merely redirecting the conversation suffices. However, soon she finds herself in a quandary. For Lin Bai seems to lack any desires. What could she possibly offer that would entice him? How about you take on the role of sect leader? Suddenly struck by inspiration, Lin Bai as the leader of the Tianzi Sacred Palace would undoubtedly surpass her own efforts. With his exceptional prowess and status as a high-level array master, none would be more suited. Your Majesty, I suspect you are repaying kindness with malice. Lin Bai gazes at Su Qian incredulously. Should he become the leader of the Tianzi Sacred Palace, he would be burdened with overseeing all affairs. Every matter, great or small, would require his attention. Would he ever have time to cultivate again? Your hair feels delightful. In the future, do not refuse me the pleasure of touching your head, and I shall be content. As Lin Bai reaches to place his hand atop Su Qian's head, she steps back, her tone fast and firm. Absolutely not. Then I shall ask for another reward. Your Majesty." Lin Bai grins mischievously, causing Su Qian to feel a pang of regret. Previously, she had casually agreed to his request for a reward, not anticipating the entanglement it would lead to. Then let it be the second option. Offering herself to Lin Bai was out of the question. Weighing the pros and cons, Su Qian concluded that the second reward seemed less outrageous. "What, pray tell, is this second reward?" Lin Bai's eyes glimmer with mirth as a piece of jade appears in his hand. Secretly activating it. "What is one leads to two. Trivial matters can be elevated, and one day I shall have Su Qian wrapped around my finger." Su Qian's voice catches momentarily, but Lin Bai continues. "What is it, truly? I've forgotten. That, in the future, you shall not refuse to let me touch your head." Hee. Thus it is settled. With his scheme successful, Lin Bai chuckles as he retrieves the jade from his palm and casually activates it. "That, in the future, you shall not refuse to let me touch your head." Su Qian's previous words echo perfectly. Hearing the voice, Su Qian looks toward him, her expression a mix of shock and fury upon seeing the recording stone in his hand. "Lin Bai, you dare use a recording stone? Is it not to prevent your Majesty from forgetting this matter in the future?" Lin Bai raises an eyebrow, and upon noticing his smug expression, Su Qian feels an eruption of indignation. "When have I ever deceived anyone? Having agreed to your request, I shall not go back on my word." With a huff, she turns to leave, but Lin Bai's large hand suddenly finds its way to her head. Feeling another hand roaming at her waist, Lin Bai's breath brushes against her fair neck. Su Qian lets out a soft moan, her already flushed cheeks now rosy enough to draw water. "Lin Bai, do not push your luck. Your Majesty, you possess such a delightful scent." Sensing a hint of irritation in Su Qian's tone, Lin Bai releases his hold around her waist and withdraws his hand from her head. Su Qian rubs her neck, wishing to sever the entanglement with Lin Bai, stepping away with graceful strides until she is out of his line of sight. "Your Majesty, the ball. You forgot the ball." Bending down to retrieve the fallen crystal ball, Lin Bai shouted several times into the distance, but regrettably, he received no response. Recalling the system space, Lin Bai decided to keep it for himself, intending to hand it over to Su Qian tomorrow when he sees her. He cast a glance around the Tianzi sacred palace, noticing that most disciples had entered a state of cultivation. Subsequently, he departed from that place and arrived at the edge of the spirit pool. With a flick of his hand, the spirit-nurturing herb appeared, and Lin Bai began his cultivation. As time gradually passed, he felt that his cultivation speed was still insufficient, so he turned his thoughts towards the spirit pool. "Would jumping into it allow me to cultivate faster?" He glanced back at the palace and murmured, "But if the Empress finds out that I've dived into the spirit pool, will she punish me?" After much contemplation, Lin Bai ultimately decided to give it a tea, or white. Su Qian might also be in cultivation at this time, so soaking for just one night should not raise any suspicions. Once resolved, Lin Bai shed his robes and plunged directly into the spirit pool. What a relief! With autumn approaching, the temperature of the spirit pool was just right. As he immersed himself, he felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy penetrating through his pores into his body. The circulatory cycle within him began to operate automatically, and the spiritual energy in Lin Bai's dantian increased at a terrifying speed. He was right. The spiritual energy within the pool was indeed more abundant. Overjoyed, Lin Bai focused intently on his cultivation. If all went well, coupled with the unabsorbed effects of the spirit-nourishing pill within him, he would likely break through to the third stage of the Yuan Shen realm in half an hour. Meanwhile, Su Qian was indeed cultivating as Lin Bai had anticipated. She sat cross-legged in the training chamber of the palace, but due to recent events, she found herself unable to enter a state of cultivation. Damn it! The blush on her cheeks had yet to fade as she put away the 9-turn green lotus, halting her practice before it even began. Boom! At that moment, a faint, muffled sound came from outside the palace. causing Su Qian to furrow her brows. What is he up to now? Chapter 21. I let you choose a room, but I didn't say you could choose mine. Her consciousness expanded, and in the blink of an eye, she located Lin Bai's position. Seeing him comfortably lying in the spirit pool, Su Qian couldn't help but roar. Lin Bai? A powerful aura belonging to a sage erupted from her, and she soared out of the palace. Looming above Lin Bai at this moment, Lin Bai had just finished his cultivation and was contemplating a serious soak in the pool when he was suddenly confronted by an overwhelming presence that caused his expression to stiffen. Good evening, Your Majesty. Would you care to join me for a soak? He forced a smile, greeting Su Qian, though he was puzzled about how the Empress had discovered his presence in the spirit pool. Get out of there! The spirit spring is not a place for you to bathe. No way. Lin Bai shook his head vigorously, submerging himself further into the water as Su Qian's face darkened. Should I pull you out myself? Given her tone, Lin Bai realized she was quite furious. After all, it was entirely normal that he had not noticed her approach, as his clothes lay at the edge of the spirit pool. I wouldn't mind. It's just a minor inconvenience for you. Upon hearing this, Su Qian glanced towards the pool's edge, where Lin Bai's robes were haphazardly piled. Get dressed and come out quickly. Next time you enter the spirit spring, be careful or I might just have to teach you a lesson. As Su Qian departed, Lin Bai stealthily emerged from the pool, using the spiritual energy within him to evaporate the water on his body. Quickly donning his robes, no one knew if Su Qian had been secretly watching, so he hastened his movements. Exhaling deeply, Lin Bai decided against further cultivation. Since arriving at the palace master peak, he had already ventured into Su Qian's palace. Su Qian, seated in the training chamber, rubbed her flowing hair, her heart filled with turmoil. Indeed, wherever Lin Bai was, trouble seemed to follow. She attempted to cultivate again, but Lin Bai's annoying voice echoed in her ears. Forget it. Today isn't suitable for cultivation. A night of rest will suffice. With a soft thud, she exited the training chamber and made her way to her own room. Upon entering, she was met with Lin Bai, who was already seated on the bed, shedding his long robe. Their gazes locked in a moment of silence. Lin Bai had just undone the sash at his waist when he froze at the sight of Su Qian. What are you doing here? Su Qian's tone was somewhat frosty, while Lin Bai realized he had inadvertently entered the Empress's quarters. Just moments ago, he had marveled at the palace that belonged to the Empress, noting the fragrant aroma and splendid surroundings. Now, with Su Qian entering, even Lin Bai's thick skin felt a tinge of panic. I came to warm your bed, fearing you might get cold, he stammered, awkwardly smiling. Seeing Su Qian continuously staring at him without a word, he quickly added, I'll just step outside. As he brushed past her, he retrieved the fallen crystal ball. Your Majesty, if this ball is lost, the formation will be rendered inactive. With that, Lin Bai placed the crystal ball into her hand. Sleep well. As he exited the room, Lin Bai flashed her a smile through the door's crack, remembering to close the door behind him. What a coincidence! Lin Bai exhaled a long breath, entering the room opposite Su Qian's. Though it lacked the grandeur of the Empress's quarters, it was equipped with all essential amenities. Once Lin Bai left, Su Qian's expression gradually returned to normal. I let you choose a room, but I didn't say you could choose mine. With that, she chose not to dwell on the matter. The events of recent days had indeed left her feeling somewhat fatigued. Lying on her bed, she soon fell into a deep slumber. In his own room, Lin Bai lay on the bed, reflecting on the events of the past few days, which felt surreal. The previously tranquil life he had known was disrupted by the arrival of the Xinmiao sect. But fortunately, the system had come to assist him through the trials. The Empress, once a figure of little interaction, was now his neighbor. The happenings of these few days were more thrilling than the sum of the past 20 years of his life. Stretching lazily, he realized that he had been on high alert for days. Now that he could finally relax, his eyelids grew heavy. The night passed without incident. The next day, as the sun rose high, Lin Bai was awakened by a tremendous crashing sound from outside. Rubbing his eyes, he peered outside to find Su Qiyan, who had somehow moved several massive stones, their surface gleaming black with a metallic sheen. Lin Bai recognized these stones from previous encounters. The elder had told him they were called diamond stones, among the hardest materials in this realm. Their purpose was to test one's physical strength. Su Qiyan held her breath, refraining from utilizing any of her internal spiritual energy, relying solely on her physical strength to strike. Boom! As another deafening crash resonated, Lin Bai's lingering drowsiness evaporated. What the heck? To shatter a towering diamond stone without using spiritual energy? What kind of power is this? Lin Bai exclaimed in his mind, realizing that Su Qiyan's physical prowess, without the aid of spiritual energy, must be at least at the celestial realm. If that punch were to land on him, he would not only lose his teeth, but likely be left in pieces. Gulped, he swallowed hard, astonished by her raw strength. Was this the might of a sage? Sitting on his bed, Lin Bai tidied his attire, previously feeling proud of his current abilities. However, that pride was shattered, much like the scattered diamond stones around him. The empress possessed such strength and yet worked so diligently. It was clear he needed to take his cultivation more seriously. Another series of booming sounds echoed as Lin Bai stepped out of the palace. Su Qiyan was already beginning to draw in her energy. Awake! Her cool voice reached Lin Bai's ears, causing him to nod stiffly. The memory of that punch lingered in his mind, and he no longer harbored thoughts of teasing Su Qiyan. It was absurd to consider that he could withstand such a blow, honed over a century. Noticing his pale complexion, Su Qiyan felt a twinge of concern. Did he not rest well last night? However, she refrained from probing further, offering a brief nod before passing by him into the palace. In the training room, Su Qiyan retrieved a color lotus flower from her storage ring and began to refine it. As for Lin Bai, he descended the mountain peak and ventured to the area where the disciples gathered, ready to collect a wave of admiration points. The small light spheres of cultivation within the system space successfully reached 5 in number. Detection indicates that the host has accumulated over 1 million admiration points, unlocking targeted item functionality. So soon? Over 1 million? Lin Bai surveyed the items within the system space, counting at least 70 to 80 items. Excluding withered branches, yellow soil, and previously used items, he realized he indeed possessed 100 items. He first scanned the surroundings. Most nearby disciples had contributed their admiration points. Thus, he moved to a quiet corner to explore the system's new functionality. System, please introduce the new feature. As soon as the words fell, a cold voice from the system echoed in his ears. Chapter 22. Struck by lightning, the saintly physique. Item orientation includes spells, martial arts, elixirs, medicinal herbs, magical artifacts, defensive talismans, as well as props and finally, special items. The host can consume 30,000 points to unlock any one of these. Note, the item orientation function does not contain junk. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai first sought to understand how to store the adoration value, only to turn and discover a small golden piggy bank. With a mere thought, the remaining several thousand points of adoration value indeed entered the storage vault. System, open the item orientation panel. Subsequently, Lin Bai instructed the system to reveal the panel, and as his thoughts flickered, various pages of spells and martial arts flashed before his eyes. Ultimately, he paused at the props section, where he found the invincible domain and the Emperor's clone card listed, along with a permanent option. Other items he had never even heard of. Should he manage to acquire them, they would surely become new means of survival for him. The special props section contained the cultivation light spheres, divided into 9 tiers, with the lowest being 3 tiers. Moreover, mastery at the level of an array master was prominently included, alongside divination, alchemy, and artifact crafting techniques. As for the other 6 types of martial arts and spells, any obtainable items would at least be of saintly quality. Therefore, spending 30,000 adoration points for a single draw was hardly a loss. To his surprise, there was even one free opportunity for extraction. What a benevolent system! Lin Bai suddenly noticed the option for a free directional draw and felt a surge of emotion. However, he soon faced a dilemma. Whether for props or special items, he yearned to extract them all. Ultimately, he fixed his focus on the props section, for although the items were time-limited, they would provide the greatest assistance to him. Moreover, there were permanent items. If he truly obtained one, it would allow him to soar into the skies. Without hesitation, Lin Bai tapped on the extraction section, selecting props. With a flash of light, a golden item materialized before him. What is this? Closing the item orientation function, Lin Bai delved into the system space. Upon reading the introduction of the golden orb, his heart trembled violently. Holy smokes! The saintly physique card. Using it grants permanent possession of the saintly physique. This moment was undoubtedly a victory for the gambler. Swallowing hard, Lin Bai almost wanted to slap himself to confirm whether he was dreaming. Extracting the saintly physique card from the system space, his hands trembled with excitement. With this card in hand, Lin Bai's strength could truly be considered at the saintly level. Although his cultivation remained at the 3rd tier of the nascent soul stage, there were indeed many powerful beings in the continent who walked the path of body cultivation. Ordinary attacks would hardly penetrate their defenses. Typically, only those at the emperor stage could achieve the physical strength of a saint. Meanwhile, Su Qian's physical prowess was nearly comparable to that of the heavenly realm. This was precisely why Lin Bai was so exhilarated. At least after utilizing this card, he would no longer have to live in fear of hardship. System, integrate the saintly physique card. Without delay, he activated it, wishing to prevent any prolonged uncertainties. True strength must be firmly his to be deemed powerful. Boom. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a water jar, descended from the heavens, striking Lin Bai's body directly. He felt no pain. On the contrary, a tingling sensation coursed through him, remarkably pleasant. Someone was struck by lightning. Passers-by disciples gasped as they witnessed a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky, hitting a figure in the corner. The thunderous sound and their exclamations drew the attention of nearby disciples, who hurried over to investigate. What kind of vow must one make to be struck by a lightning bolt of that magnitude? It seems this person has angered the heavens. This brother surely must have abducted the wife of the celestial. Just as one disciple finished speaking, another lightning bolt arced through the sky, causing him to instinctively shrink back. If lightning were to strike, my slight frame could not withstand it. Lin Bai, listening to the nearby disciples' chatter, slowly opened his eyes. He could now sense an unending flow of power within him, as if it would never deplete. Moreover, the conditions for utilizing the chaotic, heavenly absolute body were intrinsically linked to his physique. It could be said that with the enhancement of the saintly physique, he would become even more enduring. Is that you, Master Lin? One disciple recognized Lin Bai's profile, immediately revealing his identity. It truly is Master Lin. Admiration surged in the eyes of the surrounding disciples as they beheld him, untouched by a speck of dust despite being struck by the colossal heavenly thunder. I just had an epiphany. Thank you all for your concern. Lin Bai's gentle voice wafted like a spring breeze into everyone's ears, prompting female disciples to scream while male disciples lamented their lack of femininity. As the system's announcements echoed continuously, his adoration value swelled to a staggering 50,000 in mere moments, filling him with immense satisfaction. He deposited all into the piggy bank, allowing the system's voice to gradually fade. After exchanging a few words with the other disciples, he turned to leave. With his physique no longer a concern, he could now focus on cultivating his mental strength and enhancing his cultivation level. After wandering for a while, Lin Bai returned to the Master Peak, having spent the entire morning gathering adoration points. His own cultivation had not seen any growth. Taking out the spirit-nourishing herb, Lin Bai sat cross-legged beside the spiritual pool. Since Su Qian had discovered him yesterday, he dared not enter it today. Time flowed slowly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, he had reached the 6th tier of the nascent soul stage. Lin Bai exhaled deeply. He had been in seclusion for the past 2 days without descending the mountain. The items drawn from the random selection, aside from cultivation, held little utility. Moreover, with the saintly physique now within him, he could contend with those at the 5th tier of the saintly realm without relying on external aid. Should he engage them closely, Lin Bai believed he could exchange blows even with those at the pinnacle of the saintly realm. Thus, what he needed most now was to elevate his own cultivation. If both were at the saintly level, he could even engage with the initial stages of the saint origin realm using the chaotic, heavenly absolute body. Meanwhile, over these past few days, tales of Lin Bai's exploits spread rapidly throughout the continent. The news of the Ximiao sect disbanding became a topic of casual conversation among the populace, while preparations for the reconstruction of the Tianzi Sacred Palace were likely underway. Lin Bai stood up and walked to the corner where Su Qian had previously brought him. Looking down, he saw that the ground's pits had been filled, and the cracks in the disciples' dormitory had been covered with earth by the other disciples. "Oh, Your Excellency the Empress, you're here too?" Lin Bai had not noticed earlier that Su Qian was seated cross-legged on a broken wall below him. Hearing his voice, she looked up, rising to join him. "Let us see how far the elders have progressed." Su Qian's cool voice reached his ears, and Lin Bai nodded in agreement. He placed his hand on her head, and she made no attempt to refuse. Noticing her hesitance, Lin Bai felt a flicker of curiosity. "Do you have something you wish to say to me? Are you going to forbid me from patting your head in the future?" "But, Your Excellency, we had an agreement." Lin Bai playfully brushed Su Qian's hair, his reluctant demeanor causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Chapter 23. "Your Excellency the Empress, you smell wonderful." "That's not it. The Songming's secret realm will manifest in 7 days, and I would like you to accompany me inside." Songming's secret realm? Lin Bai had heard of this realm, which opened once every 3 years. Those who entered would lose their ability to release spiritual energy, regardless of their cultivation level, becoming as ordinary as mortals. However, their physical strength would remain unchanged. No wonder Su Qian had been frequently engaging in body refinement training these past few days. The old man had entered during the last opening of the secret realm, only to return with even more injuries. Indeed, there are items within that can enhance one's physique. Currently, my physique barely reaches the initial stage of the heavenly realm. With your company, we should encounter no dangers. Lin Bai caressed Su Qian's silky hair, marveling at the first glimpse of anticipation in her eyes. After a brief moment of inner conflict, he readily agreed. "All right, as long as it strengthens you, Your Excellency. I would brave the mountains of knives or seas of fire without hesitation. Moreover, it's merely a small Songming secret realm. I shall certainly procure whatever you need." With one hand resting on Su Qian's head and the other thumping his chest in assurance, Lin Bai's confidence stemmed from the saintly physique he had acquired days prior. Otherwise, he would never dare to enter such a mysterious realm. In the entire continent, individuals possessing a saintly physique were exceedingly rare. Aside from the emperor stage powerhouses, most body cultivators only boasted physiques of the venerable stage at most. After all, the path of physique cultivation was arduous, consuming vast resources, rendering it a true medicinal cauldron. "Thank you." Su Qian nodded, and Lin Bai playfully flicked her forehead, producing a crisp sound. "I am your family. There is no need for such formalities." With her family long gone, Lin Bai's words rekindled a flicker of warmth within Su Qian's heart. Having grown up amidst storms and tribulations, she had faced countless dangers along her journey. Now, with Lin Bai standing at her back, she might find a measure of ease in the future, provided he refrained from constantly teasing her. "Your Excellency, you smell delightful. May I hug you?" Lost in contemplation, Su Qian nearly choked on her own blood upon hearing Lin Bai's words. Just as she was forming a thought, Lin Bai's irreverent tone reached her ears. She cast him an indignant glare and swatted his hand away from her head. No unbeknownst to her, Su Qian had undergone significant changes in the past. Had anyone dared to speak to her in such a manner, she would have struck without hesitation. Yet now, perhaps influenced by Lin Bai, she refrained from any extreme reactions, merely shooting him a look of disapproval. Alas, he wouldn't even grant a hug. Disappointment flickered across Lin Bai's face. But Su Qian paid no heed to his words. As she turned to leave, Lin Bai grasped her wrist from behind. "Is there anything else?" Upon hearing her, Lin Bai scratched his head, recalling the upcoming grand event in Land City, and extended an invitation. "Your Majesty, after the Tsaming secret realm, would you accompany me to explore the festivities in Land City? I have heard there will be a grand auction, where perhaps items that could enhance your strength might appear." This information had come to Lin Bai's ears a few days prior while overhearing conversations among the disciples. He had long desired to witness the world beyond his small village, having lived there since birth. And with both parents passed away, he had only ventured beyond the mountain gate once, accompanied by the ancient master of Tianzi Sacred Palace. "I have heard of the Land City festivities as well. Since you are willing to accompany me through the Tsaming secret realm, I shall join you at the festival." Nodding in agreement, Su Qian recognized his limited understanding of the world. With Lin Bai's naivety, if she did not take him around the continent, he might one day be abducted and end up counting spirit stones for someone else. Then it's settled. Without thinking, Lin Bai playfully tapped her on the head, prompting her to cast him a sidelong glance before turning away. He watched her retreating figure until it vanished from sight before redirecting his gaze towards Tianzi Sacred Palace, where he spotted a gathering of disciples and flew down. Having gone 3 days without accumulating any admiration points, Lin Bai intended to collect some today. His admiration points were nearly below 100,000, and he planned to initiate another targeted item acquisition. With over 200,000, it seemed necessary to explore the courtyard where the miscellaneous disciples resided. However, just as he descended, a series of notifications sounded in his mind. Host gains admiration points, 167. Host gains admiration points, 148. Host gains admiration points, observing the crowd before him. It seemed a quarrel had erupted, drawing a throng of onlookers. The swordsmanship is unparalleled, a perfect blend of rigidity and flexibility. "What can your sword do?" "Handsome." The blade's chilling aura was formidable and razor-sharp. "How could a sword compete?" "Handsome." The two youths faced off, one red-faced and heated, while the other remained composed and calm, speaking only the word handsome. Besides being handsome, what else can it claim to be? This remark seemed to strike a chord with the composed youth, who held his sword as if it were a beloved, gliding from the hilt to the tip. The sword, nimble and light, with dual edges as thin as paper, could employ varied offensive tactics. What a knife can achieve, a sword can equally accomplish. Have you not heard the saying, sword energy stretches 30,000 miles, one sword frost chills 14 continents? The composed youth pointed the tip of his sword at his opponent, adding with conviction, "Most importantly, the sword is handsome." The sword-wielding youth was left speechless by this statement. Just then, Lin Bai stepped into the center of the crowd, raising his hand to calm the tension. The fierce atmosphere between the two youths dissipated in an instant. Weapons are meant to be directed at foes, not to be used against one another. Do you understand? As Lin Fengzhu made his entrance, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. "Yes, it's Lin Fengzhu." The knife-wielding youth glared defiantly at the calm youth, then bowed respectfully to Lin Bai. "Indeed, a knife possesses its own dominance, and a sword its own sharpness. I once heard of a person who, through self-invention, merged knife and sword, releasing an aura that even the Tao of heaven would retreat before. Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Wondering who possessed such power, Lin Fengzhu, may I inquire the name of this esteemed elder? I am unclear on the specifics, but the world refers to him as Xiao Liuzi. After speaking, the system's notifications faded, and Lin Bai glanced at both youths. Everyone has their own path. There is no need to impose your views upon others. With this parting wisdom, Lin Bai exited the crowd, leaving the two youths to ponder his words. Everyone has their own path. Boom! Two powerful auras surged simultaneously, leaving the surrounding disciples in utter disbelief at their sudden enlightenment. Enlightenment is a rare opportunity. Some may live for tens of thousands of years without experiencing it. Lin Bai had not anticipated that his unintentional remark would lead to their simultaneous epiphanies. Chapter 24. Intermediate Alchemy Proficiency. Initial alchemical trials. At this moment, Lin Bai had already moved far away. Observing that his admiration points had nearly reached 150,000, sufficient after a few more rounds of exploration, he navigated through bustling areas, seeking out crowds, and encountered several elders who were organizing materials. After a brief conversation, Lin Bai continued on his way. Almost there, he wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead, and with the final system notification, his admiration points astonishingly surpassed 300,000. He swiftly flew to the peak of the palace. Squatting beside the spirit pool to wash his face, still recalling the metaphysical knowledge from his previous life. Opening the system panel, Lin Bai selected the item section, eager to see if he could draw a 9th-tier cultivation orb. Host acquires intermediate alchemy proficiency. The system's voice echoed in his ears, and Lin Bai thought it a pity. Yet, alchemical skills were valuable, allowing him to craft his own elixirs in the future. By the afternoon, he had completely absorbed the effects of the spirit-nourishing pill within him. The spiritual energy required for his breakthrough from the 5th to the 6th stage of his primordial spirit had barely reached 30%. If he relied solely on meditating beside the spirit spring, the next breakthrough might take 3 more days. Although spirit stones could expedite his progress, Tianzi's sacred palace was currently too financially strained, and he had exhausted his own spirit stones during the recent array setup. System: Integrate intermediate alchemy proficiency. Stopping his cultivation, Lin Bai communicated with the system in his mind. Instantly, vast knowledge of alchemy surged from the depths of his mind. As if this memory had always belonged to him. As an intermediate alchemist, I can now refine 6th-tier spirit-nourishing pills. The spirit-nourishing pill is the most useful elixir along the path of cultivation, aiding the user in accelerating their circulatory flow and gathering the natural spiritual energy around them. It is highly sought after across the continent. The treasure pavilion should possess the alchemy furnace and the necessary materials for refining spirit-nourishing pills. However, lacking spiritual fire, using ordinary flames might prevent him from achieving 6th-tier results. Rubbing his forehead, Lin Bai suddenly had a flash of inspiration and looked towards the direction of the alchemy peak. How could I have forgotten about the alchemy peak? Whether it be the alchemy furnace, materials, or spiritual fire, they would undoubtedly be found atop the alchemy peak. Muttering to himself, Lin Bai took flight towards the alchemy peak. Upon entering, the diverse aromas of herbs and medicinal materials filled his nostrils. Disciples within the alchemy peak were seated in small pavilions, each in front of a half-human-tall alchemy cauldron, with alchemical apprentices presenting them with the materials required for their next refining task. Lin Fengzhu's presence at the alchemy peak truly brings glory to our peak, exclaimed an elder, holding a weathered book that appeared to contain records from many years of alchemical practice. Zhao Fengzhu, I would like to borrow the alchemy cauldron and spiritual fire. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengzhu was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed Lin Bai sought medicine, not realizing his true intention was to borrow the cauldron and fire. Is Lin Fengzhu planning to refine pills? Raising an eyebrow, Zhao Fengzhu, powerful and skilled in advanced formations, recognized that alchemy required meticulousness. A moment's carelessness could result in a disastrous explosion or ruin pills. I studied for 2 years. Lin Bai easily detected Zhao Fengzhu's skepticism, but he refrained from elaborating, continuing, "Please prepare several sets of materials for 6-tier spirit-nourishing pills and provide me with a vacant alchemy room." 6-tier? Zhao Fengzhu exclaimed, astonished. He too was an intermediate alchemist, but had never attempted to refine 6-tier spirit-nourishing pills due to the complexity of their crafting and the considerable cost of materials. Lin Fengzhu, you are also an intermediate alchemist? Unconsciously, Zhao Fengzhu's address to Lin Bai shifted to a more respectful tone. Roughly, I should be able to refine 6-tier spirit-nourishing pills. Presented a rather ambiguous answer. And under the guidance of Master Zhao Feng, Lin Bai arrived at an alchemy chamber. The room before him was considerably larger than that of the disciples, and the alchemical furnace appeared even more exquisite. What surprised Lin Bai the most was that, despite possessing a sacred body constitution, he could still faintly sense a burning heat upon entering this alchemy chamber. Master Zhao Feng, I only have 3 sets of materials for the 6th-grade spirit-infusing pill. The main ingredient, the spirit beast core, is exceedingly precious, and the alchemy peak has no stock available. Master Zhao Feng retrieved 3 sets of spirit-infusing pill materials from his storage ring, and Lin Bai counted them. There were more than 10 varieties of herbs. The fragrant fruit is unnecessary. Take this condensing pearl as well. Lin Bai selected the optimal materials for refining the spirit-infusing pill from his memory, estimating that he could produce at least 3 or 4 pills from a single batch. Replace the 6-leaf yellow with purple star flower. Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, Master Zhao Feng stood frozen for a moment, unable to move. The formula for the 6th-grade spirit-infusing pill was a singular legacy passed down from tens of thousands of years ago. Now, with Lin Bai's unauthorized modifications, the integrity of these materials was likely at stake. Master Lin, there is only this one formula for the 6th-grade spirit-infusing pill. It would be unwise to alter it. Lin Bai was equally surprised to learn that there was indeed only one known formula. However, he had dozens of formulas for spirit-infusing pills in his mind, and he had chosen the simplest one to refine. Just follow my instructions. The success or failure of the refinement will reveal itself in due course. Lin Bai had no intention of withholding anything, especially since Master Zhao had spent nearly a century in the Tianzi Sacred Palace, was generally a decent person, and was also a trusted aide of Su Qian. Lin Bai had faith in him, as well as in the Empress's discerning eye. Very well, I shall take a gamble with Master Lin. Gritting his teeth, Master Zhao made up his mind. After all, it was merely a set of materials. If they were lost, it wouldn't cause him too much distress. Lin Bai admired his resolve, as he had never claimed to be skilled in alchemy before. Master Zhao Feng prepared the materials as instructed, cautiously standing behind Lin Bai. Master Lin, may I observe your alchemical process? Certainly. Nodding, Lin Bai placed his hands on the furnace, summoning the spiritual fire beneath, and a flicker of blue flame surged upwards. The searing heat enveloped him, yet Lin Bai remained unfazed, heating the furnace base until it glowed red before beginning to levitate the herbs above the cauldron. What an exquisite alchemical technique! Master Zhao was astonished by Lin Bai's fluid motions, which seemed even more refined than his own methods. He certainly did not appear to be someone who had only practiced for 2 years. Into the cauldron. With a commanding shout, Lin Bai swiftly poured all the herbs into the furnace, leaving Master Zhao in shock. His understanding of alchemy had always involved cautiously using spiritual fire and meticulously extracting the essence from each herb, but witnessing Lin Bai's bold approach was a first for him. Refine! With his right hand's index and middle fingers pressed together, he suddenly raised them, while his other hand continued to control the flame. Suddenly, a purple flower emerged from the cauldron, only to be swept away by the blue flames. reducing it to powder, which Lin Bai then sprinkled into the furnace with deliberate care. Chapter 25. 10 pills from one batch. Master Zhao Feng's astonishment. I see now. A glimmer of realization flickered in Master Zhao's eyes. No wonder Master Lin had removed the fragrant fruit and condensing pearl, while substituting the 6-leaf yellow with purple starflower. The first 3 were all young herbs, which could neutralize the effects of the pill. Yet none could match the efficacy of the purple starflower. All materials for the spirit-infusing pill were of Yin nature. Thus, with the purple starflower providing balance, this batch might just succeed. However, achieving success still required exquisite fire control. Master Zhao's expression darkened. He believed he could not achieve it. If he were to refine the 6th-grade spirit-infusing pill now, it would likely result in an explosion. Condense the pill. So soon? Master Zhao exclaimed, astonished. It had scarcely been a quarter of an hour, and yet it was time to condense the pill. Typically, refining a 6th-grade pill took him at least 3 hours. With the constant fear of ruining it, with Lin Bai's hands rhythmically striking the furnace, a series of muffled sounds echoed. Within just half a stick of incense, he stood up. It is done. Master Zhao's eyes lit up as he hurried to Lin Bai's side. Offering him a handkerchief, he then eagerly peered into the furnace, where 5 6th-grade spirit-infusing pills lay quietly in the center. Still 5. His excitement was beyond words. Discovering a new formula for the spirit-infusing pill would surely be recorded in history. Future generations would remember him for this. Unfortunately, the rapid condensation had caused 2 of the pills to explode. Lin Bai wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting on how arduous alchemy truly was. The spiritual fire was relentless. Had he not possessed a sacred body constitution, he might not have been able to withstand it. Noticing Lin Bai's expression, Master Zhao's gaze shifted to the corners of the furnace, where he indeed spotted the remnants of 2 ruined pills. Master Zhao, please retrieve the spirit-infusing pills. I will continue to refine the next batch. Of course. With a beaming smile on his face, Master Zhao felt elated at the prospect of a new formula that would be immortalized in history. Although he was not the one to discover it, the records would undoubtedly state. Lin Bai and his alchemy apprentice, Master Zhao Feng, simultaneously discovered a new formula for the spirit-infusing pill. As he contemplated this, Master Zhao's smile grew even wider. He fetched an empty vial from a nearby cabinet, humming a tune as he transferred the spirit-infusing pills from the furnace into the bottle. Lin Bai continued his refining process. Having already experienced the challenges of alchemy during his first attempt, where he relied solely on memory. His techniques were clumsy, his control over the spiritual fire was inexperienced, and a misstep during the condensation phase had led to the destruction of 2 pills. This time, Lin Bai was fully focused and began to refine the spirit-infusing pill, adhering meticulously to the same procedures. No issues arose, and when it came time to condense the pills, he was particularly cautious. It is done. As the words left his lips, Master Zhao leaped up in exhilaration, like a child. Master Lin, you are indeed a genius. He openly expressed his admiration, his excitement palpable. With 2 consecutive successful batches of pills, and both using a completely new formula, he exclaimed, "Look at how many we have produced this time." Lin Bai's lips curled into a slight smile. Hearing this, Master Zhao leaned closer to peer into the furnace. Upon witnessing the scene, he dropped the vial of pills, completely oblivious to it. 10 pills, perfectly refined. To witness the creation of flawless pills at his advanced age was a rare fortune. I can die without regrets. Truly, he howled towards the heavens. Although this batch was not of his own making, its tangible presence filled Master Zhao with a sense of fulfillment for his life. I know you are very excited, but hold your enthusiasm for a moment. Lin Bai pointed out, do those 3 in the center appear to be on the verge of reaching 7th grade? With a grin, Lin Bai observed the 3 pills, which indeed seemed to embody the pinnacle of 6th grade quality. nearly reaching 7th grade. Master Zhao's vision darkened, nearly causing him to faint. 6th grade materials almost produced a 7th grade pill. This is truly an extraordinary occurrence. Patting Master Zhao's shoulder, Lin Bai feared he might faint from the excitement. After all, he was currently the only intermediate alchemist in the Tianzi Sacred Palace aside from Lin Bai himself. Losing either of them would be a significant blow, especially since the pills for many disciples were now sourced from him. Ahem. After a few hearty coughs, Master Zhao regained clarity. Forgive me for my exuberance, Master Lin. Suppressing his excitement, he carefully retrieved the 10 pills from the furnace. Lin Bai had spent nearly half an hour producing the final batch of spirit-infusing pills, once again yielding 10 perfect pills, with 4 of them nearing 7th grade quality. Take these 5. Consider them the payment for the 3 sets of materials. Thank you, Master Lin. Master Zhao accepted the pills with both hands and then invited Lin Bai to a side room for some tea. During their conversation, they exchanged knowledge about alchemy, with Master Zhao primarily seeking Lin Bai's guidance. It is getting late. I must take my leave. Lin Bai stood to bid farewell and then inquired, by the way, do you have any body refining elixirs here? Yes, Master Lin. How many grades do you require? The higher the grade, the better. In recent days, he had seen Su Qian continuously borrowing diamond blocks for body refinement. So now that he was at the alchemy peak, he might as well take some home. The highest I have is 7th grade, but it will still be somewhat effective for those with a sacred body constitution. If one's constitution does not reach the level of a venerable, it will have the maximum effect. Receiving several vials of elixir from Master Zhao, Lin Bai expressed his gratitude. Upon exiting the chamber, Master Zhao followed him to the peak. The disciples engaged in alchemy were also taking a break at that moment. Master Lin, the alchemy peak always welcomes your presence. Very well, I shall entrust the preparation of materials for future alchemy endeavors to you, Master Zhao. Rest assured, my peak has no shortage of materials. Master Zhao patted his chest in assurance. Lin Bai waved his hand as he gradually departed. Only after Lin Bai's figure vanished from view did Master Zhao open a faded book, jotting down the teachings Lin Bai had imparted that afternoon. One day, I too shall possess the alchemical prowess of Master Lin. This marks the first time he has felt a surge of passion ignited by another alchemist. Returning to Lin Bai's side, he had already arrived at the peak of the palace lord, seated in meditation beside the spirit pool. He ingested a spirit-nourishing pill and commenced his cultivation, occasionally cupping the spiritual spring to drink from it. As night fell and the half-moon traversed the sky, the spiritual energy within his dantian gradually became more abundant. On the following morning, Lin Bai ceased his cultivation upon hearing a familiar booming sound. Su Qian continued to strike the diamond before her, and seeing her in such a state, Lin Bai wondered how much more strength she could gain. Body refinement required the aid of body-tempering elixirs. Without them, progress would be exceedingly slow. With only 6 days remaining until the opening of the Tsaming secret realm, Su Qian's reliance solely on the diamond for her body refinement would yield limited enhancement. With this thought in mind, Lin Bai rose to his feet. Now that he possessed the physique of a saint, it felt unbearable not to provoke her a little, and it would also serve to assist her in her body refinement. Your Majesty, may I lend you my assistance? Approaching the hall, Su Qian halted her movements upon noticing Lin Bai's presence. What is the current realm of your physique? Su Qian inquired, though internally she speculated that Lin Bai's true cultivation level must be at the Emperor realm, which would imply that his physique would not be lower than that of a saint. Not high, merely at the saint level. With that, Lin Bai casually struck the diamond beside him, and it instantly disintegrated into powder scattered across the heavens and earth. Chapter 26. Assisting the Empress in Body Refinement. Lin Bai, do not act this way. Seeing Lin Bai match her speculation, possessing the physique of a saint, Su Qian's eyes brightened. If he were to assist her, her physique would surely improve rapidly. Are you truly so benevolent? Is it not merely to tease me? However, she was acutely aware of Lin Bai's intentions. Her initially expectant gaze turned wary-eyed in the face of grave matters. I know the weight of my actions. If you are unwilling, then so be it. Stretching lazily, Lin Bai turned to leave. Observing this, Su Qian bit her lip, contemplating the imminent Songming's secret realm, and ultimately chose to accept Lin Bai's help for her enhancement. Very well, then come. A smile played at the corners of Lin Bai's mouth as he struggled to suppress laughter. Seal your spiritual energy. Rely solely on your physical strength. Attack me with all your might. Lin Bai tapped a few times on his body to dissipate the fluctuations of spiritual energy, and Su Qian did the same. With a swift motion, a gust of wind surged as Su Qian's figure arrived before Lin Bai in the span of a single breath. A bit slow. After this, I shall impart my footwork to you. In Lin Bai's eyes, Su Qian's speed appeared languid. As her arm lifted, she deftly tapped his waist. Ouch, that hurts, she exclaimed, stumbling back 2 steps, feeling the area Lin Bai had touched go numb, leaving only a tingling sensation. Taking a deep breath, she acknowledged that pain was a normal response. His strike had been perfectly placed to swiftly awaken the potential of the Empress's physique. The path of body refinement inherently required enduring the harshest blows and taking the most bitter medicine. Again, Su Qian gritted her teeth. Despite her waist feeling numb, she could distinctly sense a warmth rising in the skin he had struck. Hearing her words, Lin Bai acted without hesitation, his figure flashing as he tapped her forearm. Su Qian did not see Lin Bai's motion, but felt a flash before her left arm experienced the same numbness as her waist. Realizing Lin Bai had no intention of teasing her, and his contact was merely a light tap, she felt a sense of relief. You need not hold back. The path of body refinement is inherently arduous, and response, Lin Bai rubbed his hands together, glancing at the beads of sweat forming on Su Qian's forehead. You said it yourself, so I shall not be courteous. Lin Bai had initially felt a twinge of guilt, as he believed the Empress's delicate skin and face would cause her to cry for a long time after a single punch. Upon uttering those words, Lin Bai eagerly prepared himself, eager to test the true strength of the saint physique. Though not act recklessly. Su Qian sensed a sudden shift in Lin Bai's aura, her heart quaking, fearing that something unpleasant was about to unfold. Fear not, I shall be gentle. Lin Bai wore a benevolent smile, but to the Empress, it appeared as though a demon had descended, as if he would devour her the next moment. Pay close attention to my movements. Lin Bai's figure shot forth like a cannonball, leaving behind a circular pit where he had stood. Su Qian, having just heard Lin Bai's voice, witnessed a blur racing toward her. Instinctively, she crossed her arms in front of her to shield herself, yet Lin Bai had already appeared behind her, striking toward her back. With a soft sound, Su Qian found herself tumbling forward uncontrollably, while Lin Bai had already positioned himself before her, fully anticipating her predicament. Lin Bai, what are you doing? Su Qian's expression shifted in shock, realizing Lin Bai now stood in front of her as she continued to fall forward. Lacking a point of leverage, it was difficult for her to stabilize herself, and if this continued, she would inevitably crash into his embrace. It is not that I fear the Empress might fall. I would be heartbroken. Lin Bai had opened his arms, awaiting Su Qian's descent, yet she refused to give up her struggle. She reached out to push against Lin Bai's shoulder for leverage and exerted force with her legs. Not bad. Lin Bai's lips curled upward as he locked eyes with Su Qian. At that moment, the Empress's fair hand rested upon his shoulder, flipping over from above his head. This is roughly how it goes. The authoress skills are limited, and I cannot draw, so bear with it. Heh. Before she could touch the ground, Lin Bai lifted his hand once more and struck her shoulder. Thud. The sudden pain rendered her arm numb, and her feet stumbled backward, ultimately causing her to fall to the ground. Lin Bai? Su Qian glared at him from her seated position on the ground. Why is the Empress angry? I was merely training your reflexes. Lin Bai feigned ignorance. Upon hearing this, Su Qian recalled the earlier scene, her face flushing. Had she not reacted in the last moment, she would have indeed fallen into his arms. She wished to retort. Yet Lin Bai's words rendered her unable to counter, prompting her to turn away with a soft grunt. Your Majesty, do you not feel a warm sensation coursing through your body? Seeing her vexation, Lin Bai redirected the topic to body refinement. Listening to him, Su Qian took a moment to reflect and found that, indeed, as he had said, the original numbness had completely dissipated, replaced by a warm feeling throughout her body. And her physique seemed to be gradually strengthening. Should we continue? The suggestion stirred her emotions. Lin Bai's methods surpassed her solitary body refinement by countless degrees. However, Su Qian was not oblivious to his intentions. Clenching her silver teeth, she understood that enhancing her physique was of utmost importance. While feeling frustrated that it was Lin Bai, she was also relieved it was him, as she did not harbor excessive aversion towards him. Moreover, having spent the past few days at the Palace Lord's Peak, she had learned a bit about him. Though his demeanor was somewhat unconventional, he had a fundamentally good heart. Let us proceed, she raised an eyebrow. Lin Bai had initially thought that after the previous incident, the Empress would be reluctant to continue refining with him. Su Qian's words genuinely surprised Lin Bai. However, he did not dwell on it. Reaching out to pull the seated Empress up, before he could act, Su Qian's palm struck first though, attempting a sneak attack. Instantly noticing her fair hand swinging toward his cheek, Lin Bai caught Su Qian's wrist while his other hand aimed toward her abdomen. Ignoring the descending slap, he was confident that his physique would withstand the Empress's blows, provided she did not employ spiritual energy. Realizing Lin Bai had not immediately responded to her attack and instead targeted her abdomen, Su Qian shot him a fierce glare. She kicked toward Lin Bai's knee, but it felt as though she had struck steel. He remained unmoved, while her entire thigh tingled from the impact. Bang! His palm landed on Su Qian's abdomen, and the force sent her flying backward. Yet, Lin Bai retained his grip on her wrist, pulling her in as he wrapped his other hand around her waist. Lin Bai, do not act this way. Chapter 27. A life occupied by Lin Bai. Su Qian lay nestled in Lin Bai's embrace, her face flushed, her tone softening. The gentle breeze tousled her flowing hair, causing her loosened hairpin to fall to the ground. Lin Bai released her delicate hand and playfully pinched her cheek. So soft, I wonder what a kiss would taste like. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he leaned down to meet Su Qian's clear gaze. But she averted her eyes, twisting her body in an attempt to escape his hold. Not look at me like that. Su Qian felt Lin Bai's invasive gaze, her heart trembling, fearing what his next move might be. I shall not tease you any further. Let us continue. With a gentle pat on Su Qian's head, he bent down to retrieve the hairpin from the ground, then approached her from behind, skillfully coiling her long hair. However, the sight was quite unbecoming. Su Qian lowered her head. Lost in her thoughts, her complexion flushed as if it could drip with water. Your Majesty, I shall not hold back any longer. Lin Bai's serious tone resonated from behind her. No longer restraining himself was something she desired. If Lin Bai continued to tease her, she would be unable to immerse herself fully in the battle. As time passed, sounds of combat occasionally echoed from the Palace Lord Peak, causing disciples passing by the foot of the mountain to gaze up in bewilderment. Has the Empress had a falling out with Lord Lin? It was common knowledge among all disciples of the Tianzi Sacred Palace that Lin Bai had moved to the peak where the Empress resided. Now, the commotion emanating from the Palace Lord Peak involved only the two of them. Yet, none dared to ascend the Palace Lord Peak to investigate. The last person who had dared to fly to the summit had likely become a mere memory. The sounds of battle gradually subsided by afternoon, and Lin Bai retracted his fists, turning his gaze toward Su Qian, who sat collapsed on the ground. "Your Majesty, are you well?" he inquired with concern, his face betraying a hint of worry as he realized he had inadvertently held back too little. "I'm fine, cough cough." She attempted to assert herself, but the moment she uttered the words, blood spurted from her mouth. Lin Bai's heart raced with urgency as he quickly knelt before her. "Let us call it a day. Your Majesty, I shall escort you back to your quarters." Supporting her arm, he felt her slight frown at his touch. "I'm perfectly capable of walking on my own." "Walking? You should be completely drained of strength right now." With that, Lin Bai placed one hand on her back while the other slipped beneath her long legs. "Lin Bai, what are you doing?" Su Qian initially attempted to struggle, but as he had mentioned, she was indeed too weak to muster the strength to lift her arms. "Of course, I am carrying you back." Assessing her weight, Lin Bai estimated it to be around 100 pounds, her appearance and figure confirming his thoughts. "Put me down. I can manage." Her voice trembled as she covered her cheeks with her hands, squirming in his embrace. Feeling the vibrations in his arms, Lin Bai playfully teased her. "This is a punishment. My hands are full at the moment. If you keep squirming, I might just kiss you." Upon hearing this, Su Qian believed without a doubt that Lin Bai would act on his words. Consequently, she ceased her struggles and buried her flushed face into his chest. "Emph, you just like to bully me," she murmured softly, and Lin Bai, not fully catching her words, curiously asked, "Your Majesty, what did you say? Could you speak up a bit?" "I said you." Su Qian turned to meet Lin Bai's gaze, suddenly questioning why she had spoken such words. What was she truly implying? Halting mid-sentence, Lin Bai continued walking as he spoke. "It's nothing." Turning her head back, she buried it deeper into his chest, wishing she could hide her burning cheeks. Just moments ago, she realized that she seemed to have lost her original demeanor. When had this change begun? Perhaps it was from the moment Lin Bai emerged from the mountains, his every action influencing her state of mind. Suppressing her thoughts, Su Qian listened to the strong rhythm of Lin Bai's heartbeat, inexplicably feeling a sense of security. His words only deepened Lin Bai's confusion, but he chose not to pry further, instead gazing down at the empress, who resembled a timid maiden in his arms. Upon entering the palace, Lin Bai opened the door to Su Qian's chamber, gently laying her on the bed and thoughtfully covering her with a blanket. "Rest well. Do not practice today." He tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, affectionately patted her head, and turned to leave. Having completed his body refinement, he considered that a second medicinal bath would yield even better results. He still possessed the 7th grade purification elixir he had procured from the alchemy peak yesterday. Now it was simply a matter of fetching a large vat from the artifact refining peak. "Where are you going?" Su Qian, lying on the bed, instinctively asked as Lin Bai made to depart. "What?" He stood there, momentarily stunned. Was the Empress truly dazed from their earlier encounter? It was her room, yet she was questioning him about where he was going. Quickly recovering, Su Qian pulled the blanket over her head. Pondering what she had just said, did she wish for him to stay the night? "Letting you take advantage of me, I concede." Lin Bai grinned mischievously as he sat at the edge of the bed. "Leave. I don't need your company, especially for sleeping." Feeling the bed dip beneath him, Lin Bai heard Su Qian's trembling voice emanating from beneath the covers. At her words, he refrained from teasing her further and exited the room, needing to make a trip to the artifact refining peak. The medicinal bath was best utilized soon after the body refinement. With a soft thud, the door closed behind him. Su Qian peeked out from her cocoon of blankets, relieved to see that Lin Bai had indeed left, allowing her to exhale softly. "Damn Lin Bai, once I surpass your strength, I shall repay this grievance tenfold." She clenched her pale fist, rising to sit with a fierce expression that revealed her sharp, tiger-like teeth. Recalling the moment she had nestled in Lin Bai's embrace, her cheeks flared with heat and overwhelming shame. Once resolute in rejecting all male advances, Her life had irrevocably changed since Lin Bai's arrival. Everything had been taken over by this man. What infuriated her more was her inability to resist his teasing. How utterly vexing. Su Qian smacked her cheeks, the flush still unyielding. Soon after, she balled her fists and vented her frustrations upon the blankets. Cough, cough. Her movements were too vigorous, aggravating her internal injuries, causing her to cough up blood once more. Yet, she could not afford to use her spiritual energy to heal. If she did, the benefits of her body refinement would be wasted. Lying back down, Su Qian cleared her mind of distractions, preparing to rest. She had barely closed her eyes when, in her drowsy state, she suddenly noticed the door to her chamber being opened once again. Chapter 28. Beware. I might block your mouth, though the sound was faint. Su Qian immediately heard it and opened her eyes. What is that? Upon seeing Lin Bai enter with a large vat in his arms, she was perplexed. How can body refinement be accomplished without the aid of a medicinal bath? This is the 7th grade purification elixir I obtained from the alchemy peak yesterday, and the water is drawn from the spirit spring outside the hall. After placing the vat on the ground, Lin Bai wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow. Previously, he had made a trip to the artifact refining peak to retrieve the large vat and filled it with spirit water from outside the hall. Holding a small porcelain vial, he poured the purification elixir into the vat. The originally clear spirit spring, which had taken on a milky hue, gradually transformed into a shallow green upon the elixir's introduction, exuding a palpable life force that left Lin Bai amazed. Your Majesty, you are currently injured. Would you like me to assist you inside? Approaching the bed, he offered his support, but Su Qian quickly brushed his hand away. I can manage on my own. Steadying herself against the bed, Su Qian walked to the vat, feeling the vitality emanating from the shallow green liquid within. This is the 7th grade purification elixir? Lin Bai nodded with a smile. Earning Su Qian's respect, Lord Zhao, that miserly old crow, actually parted with 7th grade elixirs for you. Having worked alongside the peak master of the alchemy peak for nearly a century, she was well aware of his stinginess. Even when she sought his aid, she would often face refusal. Perhaps it's because I am rather handsome? Lin Bai scratched his cheek, genuinely believing that Lord Zhao was not as stingy as described, especially since he had readily altered the formula for the 6th grade spirit-concealing pill. Such self-absorption, Su Qian scoffed, then fixed her gaze intently on Lin Bai. Your eyes can't seem to leave my face, yet you accuse me of being self-absorbed. Lin Bai brushed his hair back, revealing the diamond-shaped mark on his forehead. My gaze is merely indicating that you should leave. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai felt a wave of despair wash over him. After all he had done for her, was it too much to ask for a single glance? It seemed he had misallocated his affections. With those words lingering in the air, Lin Bai left Su Qian's room. Casting one last glance back at her, as the door closed, Su Qian lightly caressed the shallow green liquid in the vat, the warmth on her fingertips eliciting a slight smile. How considerate! Untying the belt at her waist, she shed her robes, exposing her fair shoulders and long, pristine legs as she stepped into the vat, sinking into the rejuvenating liquid. The ensuing scene was too beautiful to describe. Meanwhile, Lin Bai had descended the mountain, gathering a multitude of adoration points before returning to the spirit pool outside the hall to meditate, resolute in his goal to break through to the 7th stage of the primordial spirit that night. With a resolute heart, Lin Bai summoned his inner strength, lifting the spiritual spring to his lips and drinking deeply. He then retrieved the 6th grade spirit-conserving pill he had concocted from his storage ring, letting it dissolve instantly upon his tongue, cascading down his throat into his stomach. A warm sensation enveloped his body as the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth converged upon his location. With each breath he took, the energy within his dantian swelled incrementally. As time passed, and the sun dipped below the horizon, by evening, The spiritual energy within Lin Bai had exceeded the halfway mark. Just as he prepared to enter a state of cultivation once more, the sound of footsteps approached. Upon looking up, he beheld Su Qian striding towards him from the direction of the palace. "Your Majesty, how fares your physical condition?" he inquired, stroking his chin as he circled around her figure. After her medicinal bath, she exuded a rich fragrance, her already fair skin now glimmering with a radiant sheen. "After absorbing the refined medicinal liquid, I am nearly restored to my former self," she replied, sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from her. The afternoon had provided sufficient time for her recovery. Aided by the medicinal bath, is there any enhancement? This was the aspect Lin Bai was most concerned about. Without significant results, not only would the Empress's suffering be in vain, but his own efforts would also be rendered futile. "If all goes well, my physique should break through to the mid-level of the heavenly realm in 5 days. That is good to hear." Upon learning of her progress, Lin Bai embraced Su Qian's shoulders, while his other hand produced a small orb of light. "What is this?" Su Qian initially intended to swat his arm away, but upon glimpsing the orb, curiosity sparked in her eyes. "It is the footwork technique I promised you. Your speed has been somewhat lacking. With this, you can remedy that shortcoming." Hearing this, Su Qian lifted her gaze to Lin Bai's profile, who turned to meet her eyes at that moment. "Am I that captivating?" Their eyes locked. Lin Bai flicked his long hair in a flamboyant manner. Before Su Qian could react with irritation and push him away, he pressed the orb gently against her forehead. The memory inheritance of the imperial-level footwork, the shadowless steps, flowed into her mind, leaving Su Qian increasingly astonished. This was the same technique Lin Bai had employed days prior, its speed so profound that one could vanish in the blink of an eye. Traversing countless miles instantaneously, all memories of the shadowless steps intertwined within her consciousness, Su Qian cast a complex glance at Lin Bai. "Why are you being so kind to me?" Whether it was the initial 9 transformations Green Lotus, the subsequent magical weapons, or now the imperial-level footwork, each had significantly aided her. Indeed, any one of these treasures would incite a storm of bloodshed across the continent, and all had been bestowed upon her by Lin Bai. In response, Lin Bai lifted his gaze to the half-moon hanging in the sky, his hand resting on Su Qian's head as he tenderly caressed her long hair that cascaded to her waist. "I wish to take you as my wife. Do you believe me?" "Bah, that is impossible," Su Qian spat out emphatically, turning her flushed face away. Yet, sensing the seriousness in Lin Bai's tone, she recognized it was no jest. "Is it not natural to help one's family grow stronger?" With the earlier gravity dissipated, Lin Bai reverted to his playful demeanor, leaving Su Qian somewhat bewildered, uncertain which version of him was the authentic one. "Nevertheless, I still wish to express my gratitude." Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Bai suddenly grasped her wrist, turning her body to face him. "What are you doing?" Su Qian's heart raced as she gazed into his deep-set eyes, instinctively wanting to retreat. However, Lin Bai held her wrist firmly. Though his grip was not forceful, it prevented her from stepping back. "Consider this a warning. Should you express your gratitude again, be wary of how I might silence you." He tilted her chin upward, a smirk dancing on his lips. "As for how I might do that, I believe you can guess, Your Majesty." Upon hearing his words, Su Qian bit her lip, a rush of embarrassment flooding her heart as she felt the heat radiating from her cheeks. "Oh, let me go." She twisted her face away, attempting to free herself from Lin Bai's grasp, but her strength had waned, her hair cascading over her face. Even Lin Bai, with his formidable composure, felt his heart race at the sight of Su Qian in such a state. Her flushed cheeks were partially veiled by strands of hair, her clear eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and her slightly parted lips, coupled with her delicate voice, stirred an overwhelming surge of emotion within him. Releasing her chin, he tucked her hair behind her ear and bit his tongue, forcing himself to regain his composure. Otherwise, he might truly act on his impulses. What a beguiling little enchantress, he sighed internally. Though the words remained unspoken, observing the traces of tears at the corners of the Empress's eyes, Lin Bai suddenly realized he may have overstepped earlier. Chapter 29. Close your eyes, and you shall soon know. Humph! Su Qian huffed, wiping away the tears, fully aware of her inferior strength compared to Lin Bai's. She raised her arm and, with a fierce expression, revealed her sharp, tiger-like teeth, sinking them into his flesh. "What are you doing?" "Your Majesty?" Lin Bai exclaimed in pain, shaking his arm as he glanced down to find a small bite mark. "Though I may not be able to best you in strength, if you tease me again, I shall bite you." With that, Su Qian turned on her heel and strode away, entering the palace and collapsing onto her bed, covering her face with her hands. "What was I just doing, Su Qian? You are the Empress. You must remain composed. Do not allow that rogue to disrupt your equilibrium." As she rolled on the bed, the earlier scene replayed in her mind, igniting her embarrassment. Why did I say such things? She patted her head, yearning for calm, yet unable to achieve it. Meanwhile, Lin Bai sensed something amiss with the Empress today. She had always maintained an aloof demeanor, so this display was quite uncharacteristic. Could it be that spending these past few days together had rendered her somewhat daft? Rubbing his head, he couldn't shake the lingering impression of Su Qian's earlier demeanor, feeling a sense of unfulfilled longing. Taking a handkerchief from his storage ring, he wiped away the saliva left by her bite and glanced towards the palace. But this version of the Empress is rather adorable. A smile crept across his face as he dismissed further thoughts, resuming his seated position by the spiritual pool. Due to Su Qian's unexpected visit, he had squandered nearly an hour of his cultivation time. As time flowed by, 5 days slipped away in the blink of an eye. During these days, Lin Bai had diligently assisted Su Qian in refining her physique. Occasionally teasing her in the afternoons, he would descend from the palace peak to mingle with the disciples, amassing an average of 70 to 80,000 points of admiration daily. Each night, he immersed himself in cultivation. His strength had now reached the 8th stage of the Yuan Shan realm, and within the system's space, several cultivation orbs remained unused. He had saved the points of admiration accumulated over the past few days, exchanging them for 2 items, one being a 5th stage cultivation orb, and the other a proficiency in intermediate divination techniques. Lin Bai was uncertain of the utility of divination in this world, so he decided to integrate it into his consciousness for potential future use. Turning his gaze to the cultivation orb, he mused, "If I account for the cultivation orbs in the system space, my realm should be approximately at the 7th stage of the heavenly realm." In quiet contemplation, he withdrew his consciousness from the system's space, raising his eyes to the luminous full moon above. The silvery light bathed the entire Tianzi sacred palace in a gentle glow. After 5 days of rebuilding, the small courtyards in the various disciple districts had begun to take shape. Tomorrow, the Tsangming secret realm would open. Lin Bai felt a twinge of anticipation, for this would be his first venture into such a realm. In the past, he had lacked cultivation and had merely existed on the mountain, disconnected from the affairs of the continent. "Xiaobai, why are you still awake?" Su Qian, having just finished her medicinal bath, had intended to enjoy the cool breeze when she unexpectedly spotted Lin Bai standing at the cliff's edge. Through the experiences of the past few days, their bond had grown increasingly intimate, even their forms of address evolving to Xiaobai, just finished cultivating. Stretching languidly, Lin Bai approached Su Qian, playfully pinching her fair arm. "Has your Majesty's physique finally broken through to the mid-level of the heavenly realm?" The Tsangming secret realm had drawn the attention of renowned experts from across the continent. The last time it had opened, even his master had returned injured, underscoring the importance of Su Qian's strength for her safety. Hearing this, a smile graced Su Qian's lips, confirming her earlier calculations. After absorbing the last vat of the refining medicinal liquid, Her physique had indeed ascended to the mid-level of the heavenly realm. Noticing the smile on her face, Lin Bai understood she had succeeded. Excellent, excellent. Allow me to reward you. He nodded in satisfaction, knowing their efforts had not been in vain. What reward? Su Qian's eyes sparkled with curiosity at his words. Lin Bai responded with a mysterious smile, lightly tapping her head. Close your eyes, and soon you shall know. This remark aroused suspicion in Su Qian, especially since the other party had been teasing her intermittently over the past few days. She would never forget that this was indeed a genuine reward, not a mere flirtation. Lin Bai, naturally perceptive to the skepticism reflected in the Empress's gaze, urged her once more. Only then did Su Qian, amidst her inner turmoil, close her eyes and address the system. Integrate a first-level cultivation for Su Qian, eye in her heart. She expressed her curiosity about whether the cultivation light orb could be utilized by others. Integration in progress. In the next instant, a faint glow emanated from Su Qian's body. Through the intensive training of the past few days, she had just broken through to the second level of the Saint Realm. Aided by the 9-turn Qingyan.as, the cultivation light orb merged into Su Qian's being. A powerful aura erupted instantaneously. Integration successful. Boom. Just as the system's voice faded, a muffled sound resonated from within Su Qian's body. Having only recently achieved this breakthrough, she had now successfully ascended to the third level of the Saint Realm. Have I truly broken through? Su Qian opened her eyes, her beautiful orbs filled with astonishment. It was crucial to note that she had only just broken through to the second level of the Saint Realm and had not yet stabilized her realm. Now, having ascended further to the third level, her strength was bound to be unstable. No, my realm is not unstable, and it is even more solid than before. Upon introspection, Su Qian discovered that the spiritual energy within her was exceptionally dense, surpassing anything she had experienced previously. Why, Empress, how do you find this reward? Lin Bai grinned mischievously, observing her astonished expression with no surprise. He reached out to wrap his arm around Su Qian's shoulder, a gesture she had grown accustomed to over the past few days. Despite her struggles, she could not escape, so she chose not to resist any longer. Xiao Bai, such precious primordial power, and you are helping me enhance my cultivation like this? In Su Qian's understanding, besides the primordial power of the Emperor realm, which could elevate another's strength without side effects and stabilize their realm, there was nothing else that could compare. The primordial power was incredibly rare. Whether for concocting elixirs or forging weapons, even a trace could elevate their quality immensely. It could also yield impressive results in combat, making it an invaluable asset for both battle and survival. However, upon hearing Su Qian's lament, Lin Bai felt somewhat bewildered, as he had never heard of primordial power before. Primordial power can only be condensed by those in the Emperor realm. Each fragment is exceedingly precious. The host may also perceive this as seizing the heavens to create transformations. The system rarely offered an explanation, but Lin Bai remained puzzled. If it could be condensed, what was so precious about it? What intrigued him more was the possibility that the cultivation light orb within the system was transformed from primordial power. Host, you are overthinking. That is merely the purest form of spiritual energy. You may also consider primordial power as a fragment of the heavenly law that has leaked, and it is limited. The concept of heavenly law was still too distant for Lin Bai. In a state of half-comprehension, he chose to bypass the question. What did it matter about primordial power? In his view, the ability to enhance the Empress's strength was what truly held value. Chapter 30. Entering the Secret Realm. Casting off shoes to find the way. Upon hearing this, Su Qian's face flushed slightly. The other party had a penchant for uttering words that left her feeling embarrassed. Rest early. The Cangming's secret realm may open at any moment. Fleeing from Lin Bai's gaze, Su Qian entered the palace and returned to her chamber, collapsing onto the bed. The Empress's sudden departure caught Lin Bai off guard. He had yet to inquire about how to enter the Sangming's secret realm. Previously, he had felt it was of no concern to him, so he had not sought to understand it, only knowing that every secret realm had an entrance. However, he was unaware of the location of the entrance to the Sangming's secret realm. Since we are companions, she should call for me. Shaking his head, Lin Bai dismissed further thoughts, reassured by Su Qian's presence. He need not worry about the entry. Sitting cross-legged upon the cliffside, he reveled in the refreshing breeze. Feeling utterly comfortable, he did not engage in further cultivation, opting instead to rest briefly before returning to his room. The next day, before dawn, he was awakened by a rapid knock on the door. Rubbing his drowsy eyes, Lin Bai glanced around, still somewhat dazed. "What is happening? Xiao Bai, the Sangming's secret realm is about to open. Rise quickly." Su Qian's voice resonated from outside the door. Lin Bai then realized. Hastily donning his robe and opening the door, "So early? I haven't even fully awakened yet." Lin Bai mumbled in complaint, feeling groggy as he was pulled from his slumber. The forces of heaven and earth are shifting. The Sangming's secret realm has manifested. "Follow me," Su Qian, having not slept all night, had been vigilant about the movements in the cosmos. Now, the barrier was wavering, revealing nothing but the Sangming's secret realm. "I forgot to ask last night. How do we get in?" Stepping outside, Lin Bai splashed his face with the spiritual spring, the cool sensation chasing away his sleepiness. Upon hearing Lin Bai's question, Su Qian produced a jade stone of vibrant green hue. "This is the breaking boundary stone. We can use it to enter the secret realm directly. Without it, we would have to locate a specific entrance." "I see." Lin Bai understood why Su Qian had not brought him to the entrance of the secret realm. It was due to the existence of the breaking boundary stone. Boom! Suddenly, a resounding noise echoed through the world, causing Su Qian's expression to tighten. "It has begun." Across the continent, all those preparing to enter the Sangming's secret realm simultaneously opened their eyes. Those at the entrance of the secret realm immediately readied themselves for entry, eager to seize the opportunity. The moment the booming sound echoed, Lin Bai looked up at the sky, where deep green auroras hung in the air, faintly revealing a colossal palace. He recognized this as the sign of the secret realm's emergence. "Give me your hand." Su Qian extended her hand, still holding the breaking boundary stone, signaling Lin Bai to grasp it. "Your Majesty, even at this juncture, do you still wish to take advantage of me?" Upon hearing this, Su Qian merely furrowed her brow, offering no explanation, and directly seized Lin Bai's hand. "Are you trying to use force?" Lin Bai's complexion changed in surprise. Before he could articulate his thoughts, he felt a surge of teleportation energy envelop him. "And no matter what happens, hold my hand tightly. This secret realm teleports randomly. Keeping our hands clasped will ensure we arrive together." As the sound of howling winds filled his ears, Lin Bai could only catch fragments of Su Qian's words. "Just hold on tightly, is it? Then I shall not hold back." He firmly grasped Su Qian's delicate hand. At that moment, a wave of dizziness surged through his mind, and Su Qian felt the same. Her grip on Lin Bai tightening. In the stillness of the night sky, countless shooting stars raced towards the palace above. Upon closer inspection, each streak of white light was, in fact, a figure. Time felt distorted, and Lin Bai could not discern how long had passed before he felt solid ground beneath him. Su Qian slowly opened her eyes, realizing from the scene before her that they had indeed entered the Sangming's secret realm. "Ugh!" A sound of retching broke the silence. Lin Bai knelt on the ground, his stomach churning violently. The sensation they had just experienced was akin to riding an elevator from the Earth to the moon at the speed of light. "Are you all right?" Su Qian asked, concern etched on her face. She herself felt little discomfort, having experienced teleportation arrays several times before. It felt identical to entering a secret realm. "That I'm fine." Waving his hand dismissively, Lin Bai took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth before unsteadily rising to survey their surroundings. A desert. His eyes beheld a landscape of dust, with swirling yellow sand and an air of desolation. Occasionally, small demonic beasts could be seen darting through the haze of dust. The Tsaming's secret realm is divided into 4 regions: the desert, the forest, the ocean, and lastly, the chaotic stone forest. I have read about the Tsaming's secret realm in books before. There is a colossal temple in the desert that has yet to be unraveled. Su Qian's words caught Lin Bai's attention. The fact that no one had ever entered suggested that its legacy remained intact. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry there. Saying this, Lin Bai took Su Qian's hand and attempted to move forward, but she remained unmoving. Without a map, I have no clear idea of our surroundings. She expressed her frustration. Currently, they were unsure of their precise location, only aware that they were in the desert. This secret realm had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, forming its own world, boundless and vast. The expanse of the desert was at least several tens of millions of miles. Moreover, their cultivation was entirely sealed, leaving them reliant solely on their physical abilities to traverse, unable even to fly. What should we do then? This was Lin Bai's first venture into a secret realm, and his limited understanding left him dependent on the Empress's guidance. Let us find a high vantage point to survey the surroundings. Upon concluding her words, Su Qian released Lin Bai's hand, casting her gaze around the desolate expanse that lay before them. Not a single peak graced the horizon, let alone a small sand dune. Alas, at this juncture, they could only proceed step by step. With a light sigh, she reflected on the scene she had envisioned countless times in her mind, contemplating various strategies, none of which proved effective. Observing the void before them, Lin Bai too felt a sense of bewilderment. Was it truly necessary to commence their journey into the mysterious realm with such disorientation? Ah, but the art of divination. A spark of inspiration ignited within Lin Bai as he recalled the intermediate mastery of divination he had previously acquired. Although his spiritual energy was currently unavailable, he could still deduce the secrets of the heavens. While uncertain of the accuracy of his calculations, this appeared to be their sole recourse in the present situation. Your Majesty, how about we use our shoes as a guide? Lin Bai suggested, lifting a foot to remove one of his shoes. Directing his gaze towards Su Qian. Very well, she conceded, acknowledging her own lack of alternatives. Lin Bai's method offered a glimmer of hope. All right, I shall cast it, he declared, nodding, as he began to mentally unravel the secrets of the heavens. A mysterious aura enveloping him, by casting forth a shoe, may we unveil the direction to the desert temple, he proclaimed with fervor. Observing him clutching her shoe tightly, Su Qian assumed he was engaged in prayer. Unaware that Lin Bai was channeling the celestial forces swirling around him into the very shoe itself. With a gentle toss into the air, the shoe, imbued with the power of the universe, began to rotate gracefully. Thud! The shoe landed with a soft thump, and Lin Bai realized it pointed in Su Qian's direction. Following the will of fate, they would surely find their way. Lin Bai donned his shoe and, stepping past Su Qian, forged ahead. After a moment's hesitation, she, recognizing the absence of alternatives, followed closely behind. Xiao Bai, is this method truly effective? She inquired. Her words, Lin Bai offered a mysterious smile. He was well aware of its efficacy, though he had not anticipated that the system of divination would prove advantageous. Just moments ago, as he unraveled the secrets of the heavens, he had glimpsed a magnificent temple standing tall in the distance, exactly where the shoe pointed. It was merely a few thousand miles from their current location, a journey they could complete within an hour. Were it not for Lin Bai's consideration for Su Qian, he could have reached it in half that time. Shall we make a wager? Lin Bai's voice rang out ahead, causing Su Qian to pause in surprise. A wager on what? She queried. Let us wager on whether we shall locate the desert temple within 2 hours. Skepticism flickered in Su Qian's eyes. Did he genuinely place such faith in fate's guidance? With 8 possible directions, they had only an eighth of a chance. She felt confident in her success. Very well, but I shall dictate the stakes. The pair halted, and Lin Bai turned to face her, pondering briefly before agreeing, certain of his eventual victory. All right, Your Majesty, you may proceed. If I win, you shall never tease me again. Su Qian stated, articulating her condition. And if I win? Lin Bai mused internally, suppressing a smile. Should you win, then? Her voice trailed off, as she had not truly considered the possibility of Lin Bai's victory, given the limited time frame. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Bai had intentionally extended their timeline by an hour to account for unforeseen complications. Then you must grant me a kiss, he proposed playfully, unable to resist the allure of her visage. Having nearly succumbed to the temptation on several occasions, Su Qian touched her cheek, a flush of warmth coloring her face. Though her chances of winning were substantial, what if she miscalculated? Would she truly be compelled to grant Lin Bai a kiss? Yet, with no concrete direction to follow and relying solely on fate, what basis did he have for victory? With a resolute determination, she bit her lip. Fortune favors the bold, and if it meant no longer enduring Lin Bai's teasing, she found it worth the risk. Moreover, she had the larger probability of victory on her side. Agreed. Her decisive tone elicited a mock widening of Lin Bai's eyes, his demeanor shifting from calm to feigned alarm. Seeing his reaction, Su Qian felt a surge of confidence, tossing her hair back as she strode forward with ease. The prospect of escaping Lin Bai's incessant teasing in 2 hours filled her with lightness. Observing her buoyant spirit, Lin Bai stifled a chuckle, trailing behind her as they ventured into the distance. Suddenly, a resonant boom echoed from approximately 300 meters away. What was that? Lin Bai furrowed his brow. Instinctively shielding Su Qian behind him, his gaze fixed on the rising dust. There's no need to protect me. I can handle myself, she replied, feeling an inexplicable emotion swell within her as Lin Bai's imposing figure blocked her view. If you were to be harmed, it would sadden me, he responded, turning to offer her a reassuring smile before resuming his vigilance. Crack, crack! The sound of metal clashing reverberated as a colossal scorpion, towering thrice the height of Lin Bai, leaped into view, its shadow enveloping them. The demon scorpion, its strength likely rivals that of the celestial realm. Su Qian quickly assessed the creature, imparting its nature to Lin Bai. Celestial realm? That should be manageable. Lin Bai mused, relieved that as long as no saint-level beings appeared, he could handle the situation with ease. Your Majesty, please remain here. I shall confront it. With that declaration, Lin Bai sprang into action, vanishing from Su Qian's sight in the blink of an eye. Reappearing mid-air, he clenched his fists, launching a formidable strike towards the demon scorpion below. Crack! Its massive claws came crashing down to intercept Lin Bai's assault, while Su Qian observed from below. Suddenly, she noticed a sinister red glimmer emanating from the scorpion's tail. Be careful! Its tail is poisonous. Su Qian's warning sent a jolt of awareness through Lin Bai, prompting him to retract his fists. Instead, he executed a swift maneuver, landing a powerful kick on its back, destabilizing the airborne demon scorpion, which began to plummet towards the ground. Within the confines of the Tsangming's secret realm, neither beasts nor humans could harness their spiritual energy. Otherwise, the demon scorpions of the celestial realm would have long since taken to the skies. One kick, and you shall be extinguished, Lin Bai declared, positioning himself beneath the descending scorpion, his right leg poised to strike. Boom! Dark green blood splattered across the desert, quickly evaporating in the searing heat. A cloud of milky white gas emanated from the now lifeless body of the demon scorpion. Lin Bai's brow furrowed in confusion as he pondered the nature of this substance. Upon reaching out to touch it, the white gas swiftly surged into his body through his fingertips, inducing a tingling sensation. He could distinctly feel his physique strengthening ever so slightly. Can this enhance my constitution? His expression shifted to one of surprise. While the improvement was minimal, barely worth noting, it was nonetheless a tangible enhancement. Perhaps only the celestial realm beings could provide such a negligible boost to a saint-level constitution. Lin Bai contemplated the implications. If Su Qian were to absorb this gas, the effects would likely be pronounced. The white gas he had just encountered was one of the few means within the Songming's secret realm, aside from inheritances, to bolster one's power. Each beast slain would yield a similar gas, allowing the absorber to enhance their physique marginally. The stronger the constitution, the more negligible the enhancement. Su Qian's voice reached Lin Bai's ears, affirming his suspicions. As a saint-level being, her constitution would require the defeat of numerous beasts to achieve any notable improvement. This substance offers little benefit to me. Henceforth, you shall absorb the gases released from the beasts we slay. And what of you? She asked instinctively, concerned that if all the enhancements were reserved for her, Lin Bai would be left wanting. After all, she could not simply hoard the benefits. I came here primarily to elevate your strength, he replied. Chapter 32. Behold, this is my true strength. Boom, boom, boom. Before Su Qian could voice further thoughts, a series of explosive sounds erupted around them. 7 or 8 demon scorpions erupted from the sands, encircling the duo with menacing intent. Among them, the strongest bore the potential to reach the saint level. The others were all of celestial realm caliber, and Lin Bai's expression turned grave as he instinctively shielded Su Qian. I had forgotten that the demon scorpions are pack hunters. Su Qian cursed inwardly. Recalling her past readings on these creatures, when encountered, it was advised to take a detour unless one possessed absolute strength. The emergence of even one scorpion signaled the presence of its kin, unless it had been abandoned by its group, in which case they would continue to swarm endlessly. According to ancient texts, there had once been a high-ranking saint who, after disturbing their nest, had been relentlessly worn down by the ceaseless onslaught of demon scorpions. Xiao Bai, we must find a way to escape this place. Upon hearing Su Qian's grave words, Lin Bai realized the current situation was rather dire, for he had never witnessed the Empress exhibit such an expression before. Understanding that the weakest of the heaven demons, the giant scorpions, lay ahead, he decided to break through in that direction. Lin Bai turned to face the feeblest of the heaven demons, inhaled deeply, and tightened his grip. Gently clasping Su Qian's fair hand, she did not withdraw. If the swarm of heaven demons proved too vast, her individual strength would be insufficient for escape. Be cautious, Su Qian advised, to which Lin Bai responded with a confident smile. Do not worry. A mere handful of heaven demons at the celestial realm pose little threat to me. Prepare to advance, and keep an eye on our rear. I understand. She remained vigilant toward the direction of the heaven demons. Should they launch a sudden attack, Su Qian would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of pincers clashing echoed around them. Lin Bai clenched his fist and moved forward, with Su Qian firmly holding onto his hand. Following in his stride, Lin Bai charged toward a specific direction. 7 or 8 heaven demons simultaneously sprang into motion, encroaching upon them. The circle of encirclement tightened, and Lin Bai withdrew a long sword from his system space, his arm muscles visibly tensing as he hurled it with all his might. Whoosh! The sword sliced through the air, hurtling straight toward the weakest of the heaven demons. The creature attempted to shield itself with its tail, but as the sword approached, an overwhelming aura erupted forth. Boom! A small mushroom cloud blossomed where the heaven demon had been, leaving behind only a pool of deep green blood and wisps of white gas suspended in the air. How powerful! Su Qian's lips parted slightly. A single thrown sword had obliterated a beast of the celestial realm. Is this the might of a saint-level physique? Now is not the time for praise. Watch our rear. They are advancing. Lin Bai struck with a punch against the heaven demon to their left, the force sending it flying. Utilizing the rebound, He swiftly kicked out to the right. An explosive sound erupted as deep green blood splattered across the ground, evaporating into thick white smoke from the searing heat. Hiss! The strongest of the heaven demons let out a furious screech at Lin Bai, realizing that this human was formidable and shifting its focus entirely onto Su Qian. It summoned its minions to attack Lin Bai, while it stealthily approached Su Qian. Bang! At that moment, Su Qian released his hand and joined the fray. Lin Bai had just dispatched 2 foes and sent another flying. But the heaven demon nearing the Saint Realm did not intervene. They were still surrounded by 4 other heaven demons. Lin Bai first thrust out a palm, sending the nearest creature reeling, then turned to Su Qian. Not bad. You can hold your ground against 2 heaven demons. They are merely low-tier celestial realm beasts. I can manage. Slap! As she struck out, Su Qian's sudden blow left the heaven demon momentarily dazed, causing it to step back and roar at her, its tail gathering poisonous needles, crimson light flickering in its eyes. Hiss! A poisoned needle shot forth towards Su Qian, but Lin Bai reacted immediately, dispatching the giant scorpion before him with a kick, then swiftly embracing Su Qian. Employing the shadowless step, without the aid of spiritual energy, his speed was slightly diminished, yet he easily evaded the incoming poison needle. Their bodies transformed into fleeting shadows, and in the blink of an eye, they reappeared behind the heaven demon that had launched the needle. Do you enjoy playing with poison? Can you afford to compensate for harming my precious empress? Lin Bai cursed as he kicked at its tail, his leg carrying an unparalleled momentum, even producing a gust of wind. Bang! The heaven demon was sent soaring into the air, bursting into a rain of blood. Who is your precious empress? Su Qian lightly punched his chest. Breaking free from his embrace, her cheeks flushed as she glared at him. Lin Bai chuckled, only to suddenly realize that the strongest heaven demon had vanished. Instantly alert, he noted that the remaining 2 posed no significant threat to them, and the one approaching the Saint Realm was equally non-threatening to him, but not for the Empress. If it were to attack unexpectedly, Su Qian could very well be injured. Be careful, he warned, and she nodded, her bashful demeanor dissipating as her eyes sharpened, ever ready for battle. Time passed, and before long, half an hour had slipped by without a whisper of movement. The 2 surviving heaven demons had long since disappeared from Lin Bai's sight. Unease gnawed at him. With an hour nearly gone, he remembered the wager he had with the Empress. If they did not reach the desert god temple within 2 hours, he would lose the chance to tease her again. Resolute, Lin Bai decided that if the enemy would not reveal itself, he would employ overwhelming strength to force its emergence. Xiao Bai, what are you doing? Seeing him suddenly shed his outer robe and offer it to her, Su Qian felt her heart flutter once more. The evenly muscled contours of his physique flushed her cheeks a deeper crimson. Since it refuses to show itself, I shall no longer hold back. Her eyes glinted with a chilling determination. It was the first time she had witnessed him exhibit such earnestness. Empress, behold. This is my true power. Gulping, Su Qian clutched his robe tightly, her gaze fixed on Lin Bai. Fearful of missing even the slightest detail, chaos celestial body. With a thunderous roar, Lin Bai pressed a hand to the diamond-shaped mark on his forehead, and the sky erupted with a tremendous clap of thunder. Chapter 33. What are you doing? Put me down at once. The previously blazing sun was now shrouded in darkness, as ominous clouds enveloped the heavens. Lin Bai's aura surged, and his form began to expand. A powerful energy flooded his being, and the black mark on his brow gradually morphed into a small horn. A pair of golden-black wings sprouted from his back, stirring up clouds of dust with their movement. What power is this? Su Qian gasped at the sight of Lin Bai's transformation, his height reaching a staggering 3 meters. The fabric that had once held back his power began to tear under the strain. Exhaling, Lin Bai experienced his first use of the chaos celestial body, the spiritual energy in his dantian instantaneously converting into chaotic power. Testing its limits, he discovered that this power could indeed be harnessed within this secret realm. It made sense. While the Songming's secret realm could suppress spiritual energy, it had never claimed to restrict chaotic power, a force that existed solely in the cosmos, unknown to the inhabitants of the continent. Come forth, sword. The long sword he had previously cast aside now soared through the air, propelled by Lin Bai's will, emitting a sound as it sliced through the atmosphere, returning to his hand. One sword. To sever heaven and earth. His deep voice resonated, and as Su Qian sensed the aura emanating from him, her pupils constricted. This is chaotic power? She gasped, realizing that Lin Bai, even with his emperor-level cultivation, possessed chaotic energy. Xiao Bai, what else do you hide from me? She murmured. The closer they became, the more she felt the enormity of Lin Bai's strength. It's he, just over 20 years old. He wielded emperor-level power and was recognized as a high-ranking formation master. Just days ago, she had heard rumors of his alchemical prowess, even modifying the recipe for the spirit-nourishing pill to create 2 flawless concoctions. Now, with the manifestation of chaotic energy, Su Qian felt increasingly unable to fathom him. Meanwhile, Lin Bai was gathering the energy within him, holding the sword aloft, a colossal sword shadow, towering thousands of feet high, materialized around him. Across the continent, those within 1,000 miles sensed the terrifying aura and looked up in awe. Wasn't the Songming's secret realm supposed to suppress spiritual energy? This power rivals that of the Saint realm. They wondered, mystified. Who could summon such a force within this realm? Lin Bai, the source of this phenomenon, pointed the sword's tip directly ahead. As he moved, the immense sword shadow descended, covering a vast area of land. Slash! The phantom slowly lowered, unleashing a terrifying gale that swept across the surroundings. Su Qian narrowed her eyes as a barrier flared to life around her. Lin Bai had created it to shield her from the overwhelming sword Qi for the heaven demons lurking beneath the sand. They had already been laid bare before Lin Bai's eyes. And even more had emerged, dozens of them. He welcomed the challenge, eager to eliminate them all, for they were treasures that could enhance the Empress's physique. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and earth, as an unending tempest swept across the land. The formidable celestial scorpions were obliterated in unison by the ethereal sword shadows, leaving not even ashes in their wake. The chaotic force, notorious for its destructive nature, surged forth as the sword shadows dissipated and the dust settled. The once even expanse of desert was cleaved by Lin Bai's strike, forming a chasm that stretched for 1,000 miles. The sand cascaded down the steep incline into the abyss. Lin Bai sheathed his sword and surveyed his surroundings, and upon confirming that no living creature remained, he retracted his imposing aura and returned to Su Qian's side. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the barrier he had erected, simultaneously nullifying the powers of the chaotic celestial body. "How do I look? Am I not handsome?" Lin Bai remarked, casually brushing his long hair from his brow. Reverting to his original appearance, the chaotic energy transformed into spiritual essence, instantly shackling his cultivation. That previous strike had nearly drained him of all his strength. The imperial-level sword technique demanded a level of spiritual energy that his mere Yuanshan realm could not sustain. Had he possessed the cultivation of a saint, his endurance would have been significantly greater. "Where did you acquire the method to cultivate the chaotic force?" Su Qian, ignoring Lin Bai's banter, handed him the robe she held. Her expression grave as she inquired, "It is due to my constitution, the chaotic celestial body. When activated, it allows me to convert the spiritual energy from my dantian into chaotic power," Lin Bai admitted openly while donning the robe. The terrifying might of chaotic energy was well known to all. You should refrain from using it excessively. If others become envious, your situation could become perilous. Yet, as she pondered, she realized that with Lin Bai's current strength, he stood at the pinnacle of the continent. Unless the heavens themselves intervened, none could rival him. But with your power, there is no need for concern. Merely exercise caution. Lin Bai nodded in agreement, understanding this reasoning, which was why he had refrained from utilizing the chaotic celestial body in Tianzi's sacred palace, fearing detection by any formidable emperor-level beings. Time is of the essence. Quickly absorb the white gas here. He refrained from further idle chatter with Su Qiyan, as they had less than an hour remaining before their wager concluded. Should they encounter another horde of monstrous beasts like the one before them, time would indeed run short. Give it up. This time, victory is assured for me, Su Qiyan said with a slight smirk, steadily absorbing the scattered white gas around them. Lin Bai counted the seconds as they slipped by, noting that it took her a full quarter of an hour to complete her task. She was but a step away from reaching the high tier of the celestial realm. As she approached Lin Bai, he nodded hastily, then, amidst Su Qiyan's flustered expression, hoisted her onto his shoulder. "What are you doing? Put me down this instant," she protested, struggling against his grip, her body writhing in vain. "Your Majesty, please bear with me for a moment longer." They were still a considerable distance from the Desert Divine Palace, and he had merely half an hour left. If he did not act swiftly, they would indeed be too late. "Hold on tight," he warned, employing the shadowless step, leaving behind a fleeting image as he dashed forth with Su Qiyan in tow. "Slow down." The scenery blurred past them, and Su Qiyan clutched tightly to Lin Bai's robe, her body trembling as if she might topple to the ground at any moment. "If you fall on me, I will not let this go," she exclaimed amidst the howling wind. "Fear not, even if I were to stumble, I would ensure you remain unscathed," Lin Bai replied with a mischievous grin, the shifting sands beneath his feet failing to impede his speed. "There is still time. Your Majesty might consider what part of me you wish to kiss later." At this, Su Qiyan halted, perplexed by Lin Bai's audacious confidence in locating the Desert Divine Palace. Did he possess some other ability? "Xiao Bai, are you deceiving me? Do you have other tricks up your sleeve?" Su Qiyan realized, how could someone wielding chaotic power lack such cunning? Had he been feigning panic all along? The memory of his earlier pretense filled her with vexation. She had thought victory was assured, only to discover it was a trap of his making, one she had willingly fallen into. "Not at all. I have complete faith in destiny. Those who strive diligently are always favored by the heavens," Lin Bai asserted, shaking his head, steadfastly denying her insinuations. As a short while passed, Lin Bai carried Su Qiyan to the top of a sand dune, where a majestic temple came into view in the distance. "We have arrived," he gently set Su Qiyan down, stretching his shoulders after holding the same position for so long, which had begun to ache. "Did you know this place all along?" Su Qiyan asked, seeing the temple not far off, where dozens of people wandered about, searching for a way to enter. Her heart raced, and she took a step back. "Your Majesty, would you like to know the method I used?" At this, Su Qiyan lifted her gaze to Lin Bai, genuinely curious. With no map and no direction, she found it impossible to believe that a single shoe could lead to the Desert Divine Palace. "Let me kiss you first, and I will tell you," Lin Bai said, stepping closer, placing a hand on her head to prevent her from retreating any further. With his other hand, he cupped her chin, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Should I kiss your forehead, your cheek, or perhaps your lips?" He leaned in, his gaze intensely focused on her clear eyes. She averted her gaze, unable to meet Lin Bai's penetrating stare. Her cheeks flushed, and her tender lips parted slightly. "No, that's not allowed." Faced with Lin Bai's advances, Su Qiyan's heart raced, nearly leaping to her throat. "Then I shall choose for myself." With that, Lin Bai leaned in closer, his lips almost brushing against hers when Su Qiyan hastily pushed him away. That's not acceptable. Seeing this, Lin Bai released her, taking a couple of steps back. If you insist, he sighed, recognizing that this wager had been a spontaneous decision, and he would eventually win her first kiss. As Lin Bai stepped back nonchalantly, Su Qian felt a flicker of relief within her. Yet, reflecting on their wager, could she truly renege on her word? Battling the celestial scorpions and exposing her chaotic power had been in vain if she did not reach the desert divine palace within 2 hours. If she were to win this wager, given Lin Bai's character, he would undoubtedly honor their agreement. The time she spent with him had allowed her to understand his commitment to his word. Come now, my cheek. Resolved, Su Qian decided to adhere to the terms Lin Bai had originally proposed. Tucking her hair behind her ears, taking a deep breath, she thought, if he could honor his promise, why could she not? Really? Lin Bai was taken aback by her sudden willingness. Of course, hurried. Su Qian blushed as she urged him on. You aren't deceiving me again, are you? Returning to Su Qian, Lin Bai gazed down at her flushed cheeks. Refusing to kiss me would mean you are going back on your word. Steeling herself, Su Qian slowly closed her eyes, though her trembling lashes betrayed her emotions. As she stood there, eyes tightly shut and awaiting his kiss, Lin Bai's heart raced unexpectedly. Having been single in 2 lifetimes, though he had occasionally teased Su Qian with flirtatious remarks, this was the first time he found himself in such a situation. Here I come. He swallowed hard, his throat tightening. Su Qian nodded slightly, and Lin Bai's fingers brushed her rosy cheek before he leaned in, captivated by her exquisite features. Thump, thump. He could hear the pounding of his heart, and he sensed Su Qian's was racing as well. As he drew closer, Lin Bai gently pressed his lips against her cheek. A soft sensation enveloped him, and he inhaled the sweet aroma emanating from her. The initial panic within him settled into tranquility. Su Qian let out a soft sound as Lin Bai wrapped his arms around her waist. Her body quivering, yet she dared not move. The moist touch against her profile made her heart race, and she tightly shut her eyes, her shyness intensifying. On the dune, Lin Bai held Su Qian close, his lips lingering on her cheek. Though the winds howled and sand swirled about them, the air was suffused with a hint of sweetness. Is that enough? Can you please let me go? Her delicate voice reached Lin Bai's ears, and reluctantly, he withdrew his lips from her cheek. Just a moment longer. With gentleness evident in his gaze, Lin Bai lowered his head to look at Su Qian, who lay nestled in his embrace. Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, she did not resist but instead quietly rested against his chest. Having just received a kiss on her cheek, Su Qian found herself overwhelmed, as she had never before experienced such an intimate moment, and was too shy to face Lin Bai. I will allow you this time, she finally conceded. Lin Bai nodded in response, resting his chin atop her head. Cradling Su Qian's soft form, he momentarily wished to make this moment last forever. The scent of jasmine wafted from her hair as he gently caressed the long strands cascading down her back, the silky texture captivating him. Meanwhile, Su Qian's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe fruit. As no matter how hard she tried to suppress her embarrassment, the sensation of Lin Bai's earlier touch lingered in her mind. After a brief interlude, Lin Bai gently released Su Qian, who still bore a shy expression. Donning a veil from her storage ring, Lin Bai lamented silently at the obscured beauty before him. Your Majesty, you are so stunning. Might you refrain from wearing that veil? He implored, attempting to lift it, only to be deftly evaded by Su Qian. In this realm, exquisite beauty was indeed a double-edged sword. Reflecting on her words, Lin Bai acknowledged the truth within them, recognizing that the term beauty brings calamity did not arise without reason. Comforted by the thought that his empress was indeed captivating, he inquired, Your Majesty, may I still kiss your cheek in the future, and embrace you as I did just now? Rubbing his hands together, Lin Bai asked expectantly, Let us see how you behave. Fu Qian's delicate form shivered, turning her head away to avoid Lin Bai's gaze. Yet she pondered the futility of her resistance. Was it not he who had boldly embraced her without prior consent? Based on her understanding of Lin Bai, once the first step was taken, the second would inevitably follow. It was an unstoppable progression. So be it. Lin Bai chuckled to himself, resolved to claim the Empress's first kiss when the opportunity arose. As they descended the sand dune, approaching the desert temple, Lin Bai felt a sense of calm wash over him. They strolled leisurely toward the imposing structure that stood in the distance. What method did you employ to locate this temple? Su Qian inquired, her eyes alight with curiosity. She had long been perplexed by this mystery, for Lin Bai seemed to know his destination all along, heading straight for this region, in matters of the world. There is nothing I do not comprehend, he replied, his fingers weaving through the air as he deciphered the celestial secrets, raising an eyebrow at her. Today, Your Majesty, you adorn a red belly wrap, the very one I had previously confiscated. Regrettably, Lin Bai did not receive the vivid imagery from the system this time. All that passed before him was a fleeting crimson hue. You were spying on me? Su Qian gasped, startled by Lin Bai's precise observation of her attire. Instinctively covering her chest and regarding him with suspicion. Have you ever heard of divination? Lin Bai asked. I studied it for 2 years, she replied, gradually lowering her guard. Is it the skill of the old bald men from the divination pavilion? Su Qian immediately thought of that sect upon the mention of divination. The moniker bald men was attributed to them for their frequent leaks of secrets, often finding themselves struck by lightning as a consequence. The divination pavilion? Lin Bai mused, intrigued by this new name. Their techniques enable the foresight of celestial mysteries, and one can often see individuals clad in yellow robes, resembling Taoist priests, parading about with banners proclaiming their mastery over worldly affairs. It was highly probable that these were disciples of the divination pavilion, though many were charlatans. Lin Bai elaborated, much to Su Qian's surprise, that he too possessed knowledge of divination, and with such precision had discerned the location of the temple. I see. Then this orb has its purpose, he declared, retrieving a bead from his system inventory, which he had previously deemed useless. It possessed a singular ability. Once carried, it prevented any form of divination concerning oneself. Even if one attempted to peer into their fate, they would only encounter a shroud of fog. This was the system's description, and Lin Bai now intended for Su Qian to refine it. What is that? Su Qian inquired, her curiosity piqued by the orb in Lin Bai's hand. A shielding orb. It can block others from prying into your secrets. You should refine it, Lin Bai instructed, placing the orb into her palm. Why give this to me? Su Qian questioned, fully aware of the orb's precious nature. They may attempt to divine my secrets, but should they dare to pry into my precious empress's affairs, that will not do. Lin Bai stated candidly, disregarding Su Qian's objections. He pricked her middle finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the orb, which instantly transformed into a radiant light, melding into her being. I am not your precious empress, she retorted, her cheeks reddening anew, her earlier calm disrupted by his words. Very well, you are not my precious empress, Lin Bai acquiesced, though internally he mused that just because it was not the case now did not preclude it from being so in the future. With a soft chuckle, the pair approached the temple, deliberately choosing a secluded corner. Your Majesty, what treasures lie within this desert temple? Lin Bai inquired, turning his gaze toward the grand edifice, which appeared to be crafted from layers of sand and stone, blending seamlessly with the surrounding desolation. I do not possess extensive knowledge, Su Qian admitted. According to ancient texts, it is rumored that within forests, oceans, and deserts, as well as in the depths of rocky woods, there exist 4 temples. Aside from the one hidden in the rocky woods, the other 3 have never been opened. The legacy of the Rocky Woods Temple bestows the inheritor with a physique akin to stone. The tales are ancient, and all that remains is the knowledge that those who received the inheritance accomplished remarkable feats in their time. Su Qian reflected on her prior readings about the Tsangming's secret realm. The other three temples have also been speculated upon regarding their inheritances. The desert symbolizes desolation, the forest represents vitality, and the ocean embodies boundlessness. Thus, the inheritances are likely related to these themes. Listening to Su Qian's elucidation, Lin Bai stroked his chin, his curiosity piqued by the legacies hidden within the temple. "Do you know how to unlock the temple in the rocky woods?" he queried, if he could ascertain the method for that temple. "Perhaps it could be applied to the others, I do not know," Su Qian replied. "The records only mention a young man being besieged by beasts in a moment of peril. He manipulated several stone pillars and was enveloped by a white light, which transported him into the temple. As for its veracity, it remains a mystery lost to the ages. Only the ancient beings who have survived to this day hold the truth. After thousands of years, only one temple had been opened. Hence, those who ventured into the Tsangming's secret realm predominantly sought to slay beasts and acquire the white mist to enhance their physiques. Su Qian was no exception. For the Tsangming's secret realm would only remain accessible for 15 days. Were they to squander their time seeking methods to unlock the temples, they would waste the opportunity to strengthen themselves with the white mist. "Shall we proceed to take a look?" Lin Bai suggested, his curiosity about the temple bubbling forth. Su Qian hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Since they had come this far, a glimpse would not hurt. "That works," Lin Bai responded, pulling Su Qian behind him. The world was fraught with deception. Should anyone launch a sudden attack, he would have ample time to react and shield the empress. As they drew closer, Lin Bai realized he had been overly cautious. He noted that none of the individuals present possessed strength exceeding the heavenly realm, with the highest merely reaching the initial stages of the void realm. Each person was quietly wary of those around them, maintaining a discreet distance of several dozen meters as they surveyed the temple. As Lin Bai and Su Qian approached, the scattered individuals merely cast them a cursory glance. Offering no words in the absence of conflicting interests, it was unlikely that conflict would erupt here. Lin Bai reasoned. After all, the Tsangming's secret realm facilitated random teleportation, and until they regrouped with the main party, it was prudent to remain cautious. Arriving at the temple's entrance, Lin Bai lifted his gaze to the towering doors, adorned with intricate patterns, with a square depression at its center. "A puzzle," he pondered, recalling his past experiences with games that often involved solving riddles. The central depression was clearly designed for something to unlock the desert temple. There must be a guardian beast nearby. The key to opening the temple likely resides with it, Lin Bai surmised. Glancing at Su Qian, who was equally captivated by the temple's entrance. Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, Su Qian shook her head. "What you can conceive, others have surely pondered before. A millennium ago, a being of the sacred beginning realm exerted all their strength to turn this place inside out, yet yielded no results." Chapter 36. Peering, the mysterious elder's phantom. As Su Qian's words fell, Lin Bai stepped forward 2 paces and placed a single hand upon the palace door. Since it was a legacy, there must be a method to unlock it. It was inconceivable for a palace to be rendered unsolvable, for otherwise, the inheritance within would remain eternally sealed. A fleeting brilliance flickered in his eyes as Lin Bai discerned the flowing patterns upon the grand door, revealing it to be a formation with a square recess at its core. It was a common formation, yet the heart of the grand array remained unactivated. Murmuring softly, Lin Bai raised his gaze towards the entire palace. In addition, he could even catch sight of golden patterns suspended in midair. Could this be a holy level formation? Sensing the aura emanating from the golden patterns, Lin Bai's heart raced. A holy level formation could only be arranged by a master of formations. 9 is the ultimate number, above which lies the holy. An advanced formation master could never set up a holy level formation. Though it seemed merely a matter of one level's difference, the disparity was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Observing the entire temple shrouded in a holy level formation, Lin Bai initially contemplated using brute force to smash it open. Yet, with the formation in place, even a formidable being of the Emperor realm would struggle to make the slightest impact. Standing not far away, Su Qiyin watched as Lin Bai alternately examined the palace door and gazed upwards at the temple, his expression shifting continuously. "Xiao Bai, what do you see?" she inquired, gracefully stepping closer. Her crimson lips parting slightly. "Nothing much, merely a few holy level formations enveloping the entire palace," he replied with a resigned say. "To unlock the palace, one must locate the core," which remained elusive. Holy level formations. Su Qiyin's face mirrored surprise. The power of such formations was self-evident. Used for defense, even peak emperor-level beings would find it insurmountable. Glancing once more at the palace door, Lin Bai's gaze suddenly sharpened as he discreetly scanned a particular expanse of void. He had just sensed an unseen presence observing him, an ephemeral feeling as though his very essence were being scrutinized. Yet, Su Qiyin's expression remained unchanged, as if she were the only one oblivious to the gaze. Trusting his instincts, Lin Bai grasped Su Qiyin's arm and began to retreat into the distance. "Where are you taking me?" Su Qiyin instinctively attempted to shake off his grip. However, upon seeing his serious demeanor, she sensed the gravity of the situation. As they distanced themselves from the temple, Lin Bai's immediate thought was that the chaotic power within him had been discovered, provoking someone to covet it. If he were alone, he would have no fears. Yet, with the Empress by his side, retreat was the wisest course. "There is a powerful presence lurking in the shadows, observing me," Lin Bai murmured, his brow deeply furrowed as he explained to Su Qiyin. This was his first experience of being spied upon. The strength of the observer was undoubtedly leagues beyond his own, which accounted for his unease as it for the chaotic power. Su Qiyin's first instinct aligned with Lin Bai's. The commotion he had caused earlier was bound to attract the attention of nearby powerful beings. "We do not yet know if he will appear. Remember to protect yourself." The pair stood in a corner of the temple, Lin Bai gazing up at the void where he had sensed the scrutiny. Not a single shadow was visible, not even a bird in flight, I understand. She recognized that Lin Bai would not jest about such matters. Clenching her fist and vigilantly scanning their surroundings, boom. Just as Lin Bai pondered the identity of his observer, resounding explosion echoed in his mind. His vision darkened, gradually fading, and Lin Bai's consciousness was whisked away to a mysterious space. Before him stood a phantom, its back turned, with flowing white hair, idly toying with a cube in its hands. "Who are you, and why have you brought me here?" Lin Bai demanded, warily retreating 2 steps. In the external world, Su Qiyin, noticing Lin Bai's sudden stillness, reached out to shake his shoulder. "Xiao Bai? Xiao Bai?" No matter how fervently she called, he offered no response. Approaching him, she observed the vacant expression in Lin Bai's eyes. As if his consciousness had vacated his body, worry etching her features. "What has happened?" she asked, biting her lip, aware only that someone had been spying, with no further knowledge of the situation, within the enigmatic space. Lin Bai scrutinized his surroundings. Aside from the aged phantom's silhouette, nothing else was present. It was dim, save for a faint white glow emanating from the phantom. "Chaos celestial absolute body, you do not belong to this world." A nebulous voice resonated from all directions as the phantom turned to face him, its wrinkled visage inscrutable. "I do not belong to this world." Lin Bai's pupils contracted upon hearing the phantom's words. He had indeed traversed into this realm. Yet, it was not a soul's transmigration, but rather a reincarnation after a stroke of fortune in his previous life. Could he truly perceive this? The cosmos is vast, and it is surprising to encounter a chaos celestial absolute body on this continent. The elder's voice continued, though Lin Bai struggled to comprehend its meaning. The assertion that he did not belong here seemed unrelated to his journey. The conversation perpetually circled around his chaos celestial absolute body. Did this physique harbor some secret? However, his chaos celestial absolute body was a fusion of the chaos fruit and the absolute meridians. Could it genuinely be deemed a chaos celestial absolute body of this world? What do you mean? Lin Bai inquired, narrowing his eyes. You brought me here merely to convey this. Though the old man exhibited no fluctuation of spiritual energy, Lin Bai could distinctly sense the pressure radiating from him. He was immensely powerful, at least far stronger than Lin Bai's own saintly constitution. This was Lin Bai's inner conviction as he clenched his fist behind his back, preparing for any sudden attack from the phantom. Oh, not worry. I shall not harm you. This small object shall serve as a token of our meeting. The phantom, having noticed Lin Bai's subtle movements, smiled faintly and tossed the cube toward him. Lin Bai reached out to catch it, instantly feeling the overwhelming force of the formation surge toward him. The pale yellow cube, adorned with smooth lines, resembled a Rubik's Cube. Is this the key to unlocking the desert temple? In the blink of an eye, Lin Bai deduced the cube's purpose, tentatively asking, Are you the master of the Tsangming secret realm? From Su Qian, Lin Bai had learned that the identity of the Tsangming secret realm's master remained a mystery, shrouded in uncertainty for millennia. Haha, it seems you are quite concerned about the young lady by your side. Within the temple lies something that could elevate her to the saintly constitution. The phantom chuckled, not answering directly. Yet Lin Bai discerned from his words that the elder before him was indeed the enigmatic master of the Tsangming secret realm. The heavens are vast, the stars align, and great tides are approaching. In the future, we shall have the opportunity to meet again. Chapter 37. You will know soon enough. Although Lin Bai was beset with questions, such as what the great tide signified, the secrets of the chaos celestial absolute body, and why he was given the key to the temple, the elder offered no chance for further inquiry. The moment his final words echoed, Lin Bai's consciousness was thrust back into the external world. Xiao Bai, are you awake? Su Qian stood before Lin Bai, her concern palpable. Despite her fervent calls, he had remained unresponsive. Now, noticing a glimmer of life in his eyes, she rushed to steady him by the shoulders. What happened to you? As Su Qian's voice reached his ears, Lin Bai's awareness gradually returned to his body. I'm fine, he reassured her, glancing down at the cube core in his hand. An old man pulled my consciousness into a mysterious space, leaving me with some cryptic words before casting me back out. Lin Bai chose not to conceal the encounter within the mysterious space, relaying the elder's words to Su Qian and placing the core into her hands. Your Majesty, what do you think the great tide signifies? Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, Su Qian's eyes reflected deep contemplation. In the last decade, conflicts across the continent have markedly diminished. It appears that someone has uncovered a hidden truth, which is circulating among the major powers. Could it be related to the secret spoken of by the elder? Lin Bai scratched his head. Having spent 20 years in this world, his exposure to the outside was minimal. He had no knowledge of any secrets and, after puzzling over it, decided to let it go. After all, if the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall enough to bear it. A mere soul realm cultivator. Why should he fret? The future would unfold in due time. Perhaps the secrets of the chaos celestial absolute body would reveal themselves as he ascended higher. Regardless of what lay ahead, as long as he had the empress by his side, everything would be well. Taking Su Qian's delicate hand, Lin Bai smiled. Upon hearing his teasing words, Su Qian's cheeks flushed beneath her veil, and she shot him a glare. In the future, don't just take my hand without permission. Su Qian yearned to withdraw her hand from Lin Bai's grasp, yet her efforts proved futile. Regardless of how forcefully she attempted to extricate herself, her hand remained firmly ensnared. With a cold snort, Su Qian turned her head away, only to suddenly feel a large hand resting upon her head. "Do not touch me," she exclaimed. "Why are you so angry? I have no intention of devouring you." As he ruffled the empress's flowing hair, Su Qian simmered with indignation, longing to resist but feeling utterly powerless. In a fit of defiance, she bit down fiercely on his arm. "What the hell? Why did you bite me again?" Lin Bai cried out in shock as a new mark appeared on his arm. Su Qian shot him a provocative glance, sensing the challenge in her eyes. Lin Bai raised an eyebrow, and his smile took on an increasingly predatory quality. "What are you plotting? You shall find out soon enough." A quarter of an hour later, the two arrived before the temple. Lin Bai held Su Qian's hand. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and a trace of drool still lingered on her face. Only a handful of others were present. Some, believing they could not unlock the temple, had turned away to seek other fortunes, while others had just arrived, realizing that placing the core into the recess of the temple door would trigger its opening. Su Qian remained momentarily dazed, her body trembling slightly at the sound of Lin Bai's voice. Recalling his earlier actions filled her with a mix of shame and anger. "Let me first resolve this troublesome situation." Clenching his fist, Lin Bai surveyed the dozen or so individuals standing before the temple. Once the temple was opened, they would undoubtedly rush in recklessly. Therefore, the only course of action was to drive them away or leave their lives here. "Will you depart on your own, or shall I escort you on your journey?" Taking a couple of steps forward, Lin Bai exuded an aura of ferocity that rendered the crowd breathless. A saint-level physique? He is a formidable emperor-level warrior? Initially angered by Lin Bai's words, most of the people suddenly felt the weight of his presence, their expressions shifting dramatically, with some already discreetly retreating. Lin Bai paid no heed to those fleeing, instead focusing on the dozen or so individuals who remained motionless. Their opulent attire marked them as scions of noble families. "You refuse to leave." Lin Bai issued his final warning. This, one among them stepped forward. A youth appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age. "You think that Songming's secret realm belongs to your family? There are more than just you at the emperor level. Do you know who my grandfather is?" His tone dripped with arrogance, and those nearby recognized the youth. Upon seeing his face, their pupils constricted. "He is the grandson of the martial emperor, Wuling?" It was said that he had just turned 18 this year, and had already reached the heavenly realm. He was a true genius. No, he should be called a prodigy, as his physique was at the initial stage of the void realm. Wuling reveled in the admiration of those around him, casting a challenging glance at Lin Bai. With his grandfather, the martial emperor, as a powerful backing, he had never feared anyone. "Martial emperor? I have not heard of him." Lin Bai shook his head, though he had indeed heard the crowd's accolades for Wuling. A mere 18-year-old at the heavenly realm could be considered an extraordinary talent. Meanwhile, Su Qian, standing at the temple's entrance, furrowed her brow upon hearing the name of the martial emperor, suddenly struck by a realization. She thought, the martial emperor is the current head of the ancient family, the Wu clan. Lin Bai assessed the dozen individuals before him, silently calculating. Since he had already offended them, there was no choice but to eliminate them here. With Wuling present, it was highly likely that the martial emperor was also within this secret realm. Should they cross paths, Lin Bai would not hesitate to dispatch him as well. The principle of cutting the grass without uprooting the roots allows it to grow again was deeply ingrained in his mind. Chaotic heavenly absolute body, Song Hai Yijian. The moment he invoked the chaotic heavenly absolute body, a more violent aura erupted from within Lin Bai. A long sword materialized in his hand, its blade shimmering like a shadow. So swift that Su Qian scarcely perceived his motion. From hundreds of meters away, Wuling's arm was severed by a single strike. "You?" Wuling screamed in agony, his remaining arm pointing at Lin Bai, unable to articulate his thoughts. Being the most cherished grandson of the martial emperor, He had never endured such treatment. He immediately vowed, "My grandfather will not let you off." Hearing this, Lin Bai scoffed. Wuling was clearly a sheltered flower. He failed to recognize his precarious situation and dared to issue threats. Even those who were exceedingly wary of the martial emperor would likely eliminate him on the spot, let alone Lin Bai. Without hesitation, he unleashed another strike, the azure sword energy slicing through the air, flying straight toward Wuling. A suffocating aura of death enveloped him, and Wuling's pupils dilated in horror as his head soared into the air. Disbelief etched across his features. He could hardly comprehend why, as the grandson of the martial emperor, someone would dare to kill him. Chapter 38. The temple's legacy. Turning his gaze to the others, Lin Bai continued to strike with his sword. No matter how they fled, they could not escape the might of his blade. As he sheathed his sword, Lin Bai dispelled the chaotic, heavenly absolute body. Exhaling softly, this time, his body underwent no change. He merely transformed the spiritual energy within his dantian into chaotic power. Coupled with the use of the divine Songhai Yi Jin, he had not expended much energy. "Xiao Bai, you should not have killed him." Fu Qian approached him with a wry smile. "Why? Do you know this martial emperor?" Upon hearing Lin Bai's query, she nodded, her head swimming at the thought of his influence. The Wu clan, one of the ancient families, is protected by 3 emperor-level warriors. Wuling's grandfather, the martial emperor, is the current head of the Wu clan. It is said he possesses the strength of a 3rd-tier emperor. Lin Bai felt a jolt of surprise. A family with 3 emperor-level guardians must be extraordinarily powerful. However, for the sake of allowing the empress to obtain the temple's legacy, he felt no remorse in eliminating Wuling. "It's nothing. I in the world of martial arts, who doesn't have a few enemies?" Lin Bai chuckled lightly, ruffling Su Qian's hair. His demeanor appeared nonchalant, yet internally he began to devise strategies for the challenges ahead. Currently, his strength compared to that of an emperor was akin to a firefly competing with the moon. He stood no chance. However, they were within a secret realm, and all were restricted in their spiritual energy. Lin Bai suspected that even if the martial emperor were present, his cultivation might only reach the saint initiate realm. If he exerted all his strength, Lin Bai was confident he could eliminate him. "Be careful." Yu Qian was aware of his prowess. Previously, even a casual projection of Lin Bai had possessed the cultivation of a high-tier emperor. Though be labeled as high-tier, one must at least be at the 6th tier of the emperor realm. It was entirely reasonable for Lin Bai to be unafraid of ancient families. The host has gained 1806 admiration points. What the hell? Lin Bai's heart raced as he glanced around. Only the 2 of them remained. Thus, the source of admiration points could only be the empress, and it was a feeling of adoration beyond words. Lin Bai raised an eyebrow, realizing that there was no remedy for it. He was simply too powerful and handsome. Causing the empress to fall into his charms, upon reaching the temple entrance, Su Qian leaped forward and placed the core into the recess. Boom! The instant the core was secured, the patterns on the temple's grand door radiated a blinding light. The long sealed door rumbled ominously, and the sound of mechanisms clicking echoed softly. Lin Bai caught Su Qian as she stumbled. Gazing at the slowly opening door, a cloud of yellow sand swirled, enveloping both of them within. "Let us proceed." Lin Bai grasped Su Qian's hand, and together they stepped into the temple that had now opened. Casting a glance behind them, they saw the door close once more after their entry. Sparing them some trouble, Lin Bai murmured softly. Although most were unaware of the temple's location, a few fortunate souls might accidentally stumble upon it. With the door now sealed to outsiders, it effectively barred those who had gathered before it from entering. "Could you possibly let go of me?" Su Qian inquired, wishing to explore ahead but finding herself unable to do so with Lin Bai holding her hand. "No, just follow behind me." He turned and patted her head, wearing a mischievous grin as he surveyed the interior of the palace. His words elicited a cold snort from Su Qian, who turned her head away and began to scan the surroundings. Above them, several luminous pearls were embedded in the ceiling, casting a light that was not overly dim in the distance. A few hundred steps ahead stood the temple's central stone pillar. Where is the legacy? She glanced around. Aside from the central pillar, which stood out conspicuously, there were only a few chambers. The two approached the stone pillar, and Lin Bai noted that it stood a little over 3 meters tall. Adorned with mysterious engravings, as he reached out to touch it, the smooth sensation traveled to his fingertips, yet he felt nothing beyond that. Over there, it appears to bear inscriptions. At that moment, Su Qian, standing behind him, suddenly spoke up. Lin Bai turned to look and indeed saw numerous characters etched into a vertical stone wall. Upon realizing that one must exert their full strength to strike against the pillar, Su Qian hastily prepared to give it a try. Wait a moment, as Lin Bai took a step forward, he forcefully pulled back his palm, inadvertently tearing down the veil from her cheek. Why? Su Qian inquired. Her other hand gently touching her face, her eyes filled with confusion as they met Lin Bai's. He chuckled softly, gently tugging her closer, wrapping his arm around her waist. Now that we have both transcended to the saint body constitution, we possess equal strength. If I wish to embrace you, you would undoubtedly push me away. Thus, before that happens, I intend to indulge myself. Hearing this, Su Qian's cheeks flushed crimson. She never anticipated Lin Bai would suddenly draw her into his embrace. But you shouldn't be so abrupt. At least give me a heads up first. Upon hearing the Empress's voice, delicate as a whisper, Lin Bai tightened his arm around her waist slightly. The softness against his chest, combined with the fragrant scent wafting from her, compelled him to lower his head and gently press his lips against her cheek. Don't kiss me. I'm getting saliva on my face, Su Qian protested. Playfully swatting at his back, Lin Bai reluctantly withdrew his lips, a lingering desire evident in his gaze. Go on. Once you complete the inheritance, your constitution will match mine. Releasing her, Su Qian wiped away the saliva from her left cheek, shooting him an irate glare before turning away to compose herself, exhaling softly. Meanwhile, her heart began to race with excitement. Once she too attained the saint body constitution, she would have the strength to resist Lin Bai's teasing in this secret realm. With that thought in mind, Su Qian strode purposefully to the stone pillar, gathering all her strength into her fist and striking it with force. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and several words illuminated the stone pillar. Mid-stage constitution of the celestial realm. This represented Su Qian's current level of cultivation. Suddenly, a radiant light enveloped her figure, and she sensed her physical condition rapidly improving under its embrace. A tingling sensation coursed through her body. Although the enhancement was slow, she realized that in less than 3 hours, she would achieve the saint body constitution. Seeing Su Qian seated on the ground, Lin Bai glanced toward a nearby room, contemplating a quick exploration. Perhaps there were other treasures beyond the inheritance. Unfortunately, his efforts yielded nothing. After checking one vacant room after another, only one remained unexamined. This shouldn't be the case. How could such a grand temple contain only enhancements for the constitution? Frowning slightly, he entered the last room with little hope. As expected, it was still empty, and disappointment washed over him as he turned to leave. Returning to Su Qian's side, he examined the stone pillar once more and suddenly noticed what seemed to be a parchment at its pinnacle. Curiosity piqued, he leaped lightly, retrieving the parchment and leaning down to inspect it closely. Is this a map? Lin Bai flipped it over, revealing a detailed depiction of the temple's location and the surrounding beast territories, essentially mapping the entire desert. To his astonishment, there were even markings indicating the presence of saint-level beasts. Could slaying one of them yield a substantial boost to our saint body constitution? He pondered. Deciding to wait for Su Qian to finish her inheritance before attempting to find out, as time passed, Lin Bai grew somewhat bored, pacing back and forth in the grand hall and occasionally kneeling beside Su Qian to pinch her cheek. Before long, 2.5 hours had elapsed, and Su Qian gradually opened her eyes, only to be greeted by the sight of Lin Bai dozing off beside her. Sitting on the ground? He was poking at his own cheek with his fingers, having drifted off in his slumber. Startled by the scene before her, Su Qian refrained from disturbing him, gently lowering his arm. After using the chaotic force twice in a row to protect me, he must be exhausted, she thought, allowing him this moment of peace. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Lin Bai, whose dark hair lay tousled, and she reached out to brush the locks from his forehead. Upon doing so, a pitch-black diamond-shaped mark manifested before her, enhancing the already resolute features of his face with an alluring aura. The tranquil Lin Bai does indeed possess a certain charm, she murmured softly, feeling her cheeks flush with warmth at her own thoughts. Quickly releasing his hair, she stood up, the sound catching Lin Bai's attention. Groggily, he opened his eyes to find the empress had awakened from her inheritance. Stretching languidly, he shook off his drowsiness, realizing he had dozed off while inhaling the delicate fragrance emanating from Su Qian. So, did your constitution reach the saint level? He inquired as he stood, glancing at her. Su Qian nodded gently in response. Your face seems a bit flushed, Empress, Lin Bai observed, noting her averted gaze and the faint blush on her cheeks. It's nothing. It might just be a bit warm here, she retorted, though Lin Bai remained puzzled. With a saint body constitution, why would she still be sensitive to heat? Could it be that while I was asleep, you did something to me? Lin Bai feigned shock, placing a hand protectively over his chest. No, I didn't, Su Qian quickly denied, her cheeks growing warmer at his teasing. Lin Bai smirked, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Feel free to do whatever you wish. I am always open to your playful teasing, Empress. I am the Empress. I would never engage in such antics, Su Qian retorted weakly, her attempt at defiance faltering under his playful gaze. Seeing her flustered, Lin Bai decided to change the subject. He retrieved the map he had discovered earlier and presented it to Su Qian. I found a map of the desert. There are saint-level beasts nearby. Shall we hunt them and see if we can enhance our saint body constitution? Su Qian examined the map closely, recalling that her primary purpose for entering the Tsaming's secret realm was to elevate her constitution. With her current progress to the saint level, they would likely be unable to exit the desert in the remaining time. It seemed prudent to venture forth and test their luck. Very well, she concluded, lightly nodding. With 14 days remaining until the Tsaming's secret realm closed, if the saint-level beasts could indeed bolster their constitutions, they would gain considerable strength before departing. With their decision made, the duo approached the temple's entrance. As they neared, the massive doors began to open slowly, revealing a narrow passageway just wide enough for the two of them to exit. Outside, 3 hours had passed, and a crowd had gathered. Upon witnessing the temple doors opening, astonishment filled their faces. The temple has opened? Someone exclaimed, and a rush ensued as individuals raced toward the entrance, eager to seize the opportunities within. As the dust swirled, hundreds surged toward the temple door, each vying for a chance at the inheritance. How do we handle the crowd? Lin Bai asked, turning to Su Qian. Naturally, we must keep them here. Is that not obvious? Su Qian replied coolly. Despite having only obtained a map and the saint body constitution, if those with ulterior motives deduce their success, they would surely become targets. After all, no one had ever opened the desert temple. Its secrets were a mystery to all. Thus, they needed to contain the crowd to eliminate any future threats. Lin Bai chuckled softly at Su Qian's decisive tone. She remained the same resolute empress as ever. Living on this continent, even the slightest vulnerability could lead to one's downfall. Seemingly reading his thoughts, Su Qian clenched her fists and left him with one last statement before vanishing into a blur beside him. Eliminate all potential threats in their infancy, Lin Bai understood her intentions well. In this world devoid of laws, where murder and extermination were commonplace, the weak would perish. Only through relentless struggle could one grow strong enough to protect themselves. Stepping out of the temple, Lin Bai exuded a formidable aura, a 7-foot-long sword materializing quietly in his grasp. Outside, those closest caught sight of Su Qian. Noting her complete lack of aura, excitement flickered on everyone's faces. If we kill her, the inheritance will be ours. A voice among the crowd bellowed, yet no one dared to act. They all understood the risks of being the first to strike. Su Qian's expression remained icy as she surveyed the hundreds who hesitated before her. With a swift motion, she unleashed a blade of sword energy, slicing through the air toward the nearest individual. Whoosh, blood splattered under the glaring sun. A shocking crimson contrast that startled the gathered crowd. We're only two. Let's all attack together and claim the inheritance for ourselves. Once again, a cry echoed through the air, yet no one dared to move. After all, the sudden surge of sword energy that had just struck, they believed they could not withstand that moment. A figure emerged from the crowd, twisting their body, and in the blink of an eye, appeared less than 100 meters from Su Qian. Wuling, did you kill him? Gazing up at the elder before him, it was clear he was not the martial emperor remembered by Su Qian. He was a member of the Wu family, a guardian of Wuling. Someone recognized his identity and gasped in shock. An existence of the sacred beginning realm, possessing the initial stage of a saintly physique. Alas, this time, the inheritance from the divine temple would undoubtedly fall into the hands of the Wu family. With such an identity and possessing a saintly physique, any discerning eye could see that the inheritance had already been secured by the Wu family. Chapter 40. Why can he use spiritual energy? The voices of the crowd reached Su Qian's ears, her expression growing slightly grave. Another with a saintly physique had appeared. It seemed unlikely that everyone present would leave unscathed today. I killed Wuling. Feel free to seek revenge. Lin Bai's figure emerged from behind the temple doors, stepping forward to stand before Su Qian. This old man sent me. The others are yours to handle. Muttering softly, upon hearing Lin Bai's words, Su Qian nodded imperceptibly. The martial cultivator gazed upon Lin Bai's visage, feeling a sense of familiarity. Lin Bai, are you the renowned Master Lin of the continent? A flash of memory crossed his mind. He had seen Lin Bai's portrait before and remembered his features vividly. At merely 20 years of age, he possessed the strength to contend with 7 saintly beings. Yet, the martial cultivator felt no fear. In his eyes, the Xinmiao sect was merely a second-rate sect, easily obliterated by his own power. He speculated that Lin Bai's strength was at most equal to his own, having reached the sacred beginning realm. Those with a steadfast heart and physique, like himself, could also break through to the saintly realm from the sacred beginning realm. With this thought, the martial cultivator's confidence surged. He felt no trepidation before the man before him. Ha! Mere empty fame. Lin Bai chuckled, the tension between the two men reaching a boiling point. The hundreds of onlookers sensed the charged atmosphere, the scene reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Attack? Leaving this parting remark for Su Qian, Lin Bai employed the 10,000 shadows untraceable step, transforming into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight in an instant. Seeing Lin Bai charge forward, Su Qian turned her gaze toward the hundreds in the distance. If she could employ her full cultivation, she could easily eliminate them all with a single strike. Unfortunately, within the Tsangming secret realm, she could only utilize her physical strength. However, she could certainly test her recently awakened saintly physique. With a graceful step, Su Qian's figure vanished like a specter, reappearing less than 100 meters away from the crowd. Just her alone against us hundreds. We must strike together, otherwise, she will not spare us. A young man clad in plain garments stepped forth from the throng, appearing youthful yet formidable, nearing the pinnacle of the void realm. on the verge of entering the esteemed realm upon hearing his words. The crowd turned their attention to Su Qian, noting the murderous intent gleaming in her eyes. She would not relent easily. Gritting their teeth, everyone began to move, gradually encircling Su Qian's figure. Boom. Meanwhile, Lin Bai had already engaged in combat with the martial cultivator. Their fists collided, and Lin Bai utilized the rebound force to leap backward. Simultaneously, a long sword materialized in his hand. Activating the chaotic sky absolute body, he transformed the spiritual energy within into chaotic power, executing the Songhai sword with a decisive slashing motion. The sword shadow gleamed like light. As Lin Bai's hand traced a fleeting arc through the air, icy blue sword energy surged toward the martial cultivator. The latter, pressured by Lin Bai's overwhelming fist force, staggered back 2 steps, only to see a wave of sword energy rushing towards him. His heart raced. They were in the Tsangming's secret realm, where the inability to use spiritual energy was a well-known truth. Yet, this sword energy was undeniably real and hurtling toward him. Chaotic power? Sensing the distinct aura mixed within the sword energy, the martial cultivator's expression turned pale with dread, exclaiming in terror, "Tiske." Lin Bai clicked his tongue lightly. If the opponent had sensed the chaotic power, he could not be allowed to escape. Pfft. The sword energy grazed the martial cultivator's shoulder. In the final moment, he twisted his body to evade the lethal strike. "I must flee and inform the family head." Realizing Lin Bai possessed chaotic power, the martial cultivator concluded he could not contend with him. While contemplating an escape route, a new wave of sword energy descended upon him. Lin Bai, having perceived the retreating intent in his eyes, unleashed a flurry of icy blue sword energies, each one striking out toward the martial cultivator. Damn it! The martial cultivator clenched his fists. Lin Bai had continually employed sword techniques, preventing him from closing the distance or escaping. Now trapped in a dilemma, he could only rely on instinct to dodge Lin Bai's sword energy. Swish! Another sound of slicing through the air rang out as Lin Bai delivered his final strike. Raising his long sword above his head, one sword, cleaving heaven and earth. In an instant, a violent aura surged outward, and Su Qian felt the commotion from his side. With a swift motion, she shattered the skull of a nearby foe, intentionally drawing the remaining 100 individuals toward Lin Bai's direction. Lin Bai, fully aware of Su Qian's intentions, sprouted a pair of golden-black wings from his back. He redirected the myriad sword shadows, simultaneously locking onto the martial cultivator and the remaining 100 individuals. What kind of sword technique is this? The martial cultivator, witnessing the towering sword shadow not far from him, felt an overwhelming aura locking onto him, suffused with a thick scent of death. His body became immobile, and the 100 individuals pursuing Su Qian found themselves ensnared in the same dread, gazing up to see a sword shadow suspended in the heavens, the ferocious aura binding them all. Damn it! Why can he use spiritual energy? Fear gripped the hearts of the crowd, enveloped by the aura of death, unable to suppress their desperate cries. It must be the divine temple inheritance. It has to be. Some discerned this conclusion, yet it was not the truth. Slash! A cold voice resonated in the ears of the crowd, plunging every heart into despair. The martial cultivator had intended to struggle further, but facing the towering sword shadow, he could muster not even a shred of defiance. The thousands of meters-long sword phantom slowly descended as Lin Bai, with wings unfurled, flew down towards Su Qian's figure. Boom! In the instant, the thunderous sound erupted. Lin Bai swept Su Qian into his arms and soared above the divine temple. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, and nearly everyone was obliterated beneath that sword shadow in unison. Only the martial cultivator managed to hold on for 3 breaths before ultimately exploding into a shower of blood. Observing the aftermath below, Lin Bai, using chaotic power to sweep through, confirmed that all traces of life had vanished before releasing the chaotic sky absolute body. With a soft thud, Lin Bai's legs weakened, and he began to tumble downward, only to be caught by Su Qian, who stood beside him. "What is wrong with you?" Reflecting on his earlier state, Lin Bai felt a sudden palpitation, his body weak and his vision darkening. Akin to a parched fish, desperately yearning for the replenishment of spiritual energy. Had it not been for the recovery pill, he might not have endured. It appears that excessive utilization of the chaos celestial body in this realm is ill-advised. Lin Bai murmured to himself. He had not anticipated that the depletion of his internal spiritual energy, transformed into chaotic power, would consequently drain his physical strength in this place devoid of spiritual energy. Even possessing the might of an emperor would render one incapable of sustaining prolonged use of the chaos celestial body. Observing Lin Bai's gradual recovery, Su Qian felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, during this expedition to the secret realm, she had prepared a recovery pill just in case. "Where shall we go next?" Upon hearing Su Qian's inquiry, Lin Bai retrieved the map obtained from the temple. According to their original plan, they aimed to hunt a saint-level beast. However, before proceeding, we require a moment's rest. Indeed, Su Qian nodded in agreement. Noticing this, Lin Bai delved into the system space, curious to see if there were any useful items available. "System, how much favor value do I have remaining?" Regrettably, there were none. Lin Bai inquired again. "What is my current favor value?" The host currently possesses 45643 favor value. "Over 40,000, Lin Bai mused, stroking his chin as he surveyed the desolate landscape. With dust swirling around and realized the necessity of a shelter. "System, can I exchange favor value for a house?" Subtracting 5,000 favor value, the host acquires the Qiankuren Palace. The system's voice echoed in his mind, and Lin Bai's eyes brightened as he quickly immersed himself in the system space. The Qiankuren Palace possesses a concealment feature, creating a separate space within. After reviewing the description, Lin Bai materialized it, revealing a small palace enveloped in a luminous shield. "What is this?" Su Qian, who had been observing Lin Bai, was suddenly intrigued by the shield in his hand, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "You'll find out shortly," Lin Bai replied with a mysterious smile, placing the Qiankuren Palace on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, a small palace appeared before them. The Qiankuren Palace? As the luminous shield expanded dramatically in the wind, Su Qian gazed upward at the palace encased in light, her mouth agape in astonishment. She had previously encountered a movable palace and was aware of its name, but it was prohibitively expensive, requiring a full 100,000 spirit stones, which was entirely out of reach given the circumstances of the Tianzi Sacred Palace. It's somewhat similar, but it is called the Qiankuren Palace. Lin Bai thought this type of item was exclusive to the system, only to learn from Su Qian that such things existed in the continent as well, simplifying his need for explanation. They entered the luminous shield, the concealment feature of the Qiankuren Palace activated, gradually morphing into a sand dune, vanishing from sight. "Not bad," Lin Bai remarked, gazing at the palace before him. Though small, it was fully equipped, with a couple of unfamiliar trees gracing the front and a small pond nearby, adorned with verdant lotus leaves and pink blossoms, where a few small fish occasionally swam in the crystal-clear water. Not far away stood a long pavilion, surrounded by a grassy area blooming with vibrant flowers. "Xiao Bai, where did you acquire this?" Su Qian, enchanted by the surroundings, inquired, her eyes shimmering with delight. "I bought it," Lin Bai replied, scratching his head, considering the item obtained through the exchange of favor value as a form of purchase. However, with this function revealed to him, Lin Bai pondered whether there were other undiscovered capabilities within the system. To unlock new functions, please accumulate the requisite favor value. It seemed the system had perceived Lin Bai's thoughts, as its voice resonated within his mind. Previously, I acquired 1 million favor value to unlock the item orientation function, Lin Bai murmured, feeling a sense of anticipation for the system's forthcoming features. He wondered how much favor value would be necessary to unlock them once again. Unable to comprehend, Lin Bai resolved to set the thought aside. I think I'll take a nap. Yawning, he stepped into the palace, where every wall and the ceiling sparkled with luminous pearls, illuminating the entire space brilliantly. He regretted that there were several rooms in the palace. Otherwise, he might have been able to share a bed with the empress in the future. Xu Qian, watching Lin Bai enter the palace, felt no weariness. Having ascended to a saint-level constitution after receiving her inheritance, the skirmish with several hundred opponents was merely a warm-up for her. Thus, she strolled around the Qian Kuan Palace in the secret realm. There was no distinction between day and night, and she had lost track of time when Lin Bai, rejuvenated, emerged from the palace. How refreshing, stretching. He felt the spiritual energy from the recovery pill had fully restored him, and the aches in his body had dissipated. Where is the empress? The palace showed no signs of being opened, indicating she might not have chosen to rest. Lin Bai scanned the surroundings and suddenly spotted a figure seated in the pavilion. Holding a pink lotus flower, it was Xu Qian. Approaching the pavilion, Lin Bai noticed the empress seemed particularly fond of the lotus flower. Amidst the wildflowers blooming around them, she alone held the one plucked from the pond. Goodness, those delicate feet! Just as Lin Bai was about to call out, he suddenly covered his mouth and nose, suppressing the rush of blood, and stealthily glanced again. Chapter 42. Lin Bai unburdens his heart. There sat Xu Qian in the pavilion, cradling the lotus flower, her fair, delicate feet swinging in the air. The only regret for Lin Bai was that her long legs were obscured by her robe. Turning his gaze toward the pond, he noticed a pair of exquisitely embroidered shoes resting quietly by the water's edge. Had he not feared being discovered by the empress, he might have been tempted to sniff them to discern their fragrance. However, he quickly suppressed this rather inappropriate thought and took a step towards Xu Qian. Empress, how long have I slept? Upon hearing the voice behind her, Xu Qian hastily stood and concealed the lotus flower behind her. This was Lin Bai's Qian Kuan Palace. If it were discovered that she had plucked his lotus flower, it would likely lead to playful teasing. About 7 hours. Seeing Xu Qian's flustered actions while attempting to maintain her composure, Lin Bai found her demeanor quite endearing. That leaves us with only 13 days, 7 hours, equivalent to 14 hours in his past life, alongside the time already elapsed, meant they had nearly 13 days before being transported out of the secret realm. Indeed, noticing the shift in conversation, Lin Bai was unaware of his own actions as Xu Qian subconsciously exhaled in relief. But Empress, was it really necessary to be so flustered over plucking a lotus flower? I'm not that petty. Just as she had relaxed, Lin Bai's voice rang out, causing Xu Qian's cheeks to flush in Lin Bai's mind. Even if Xu Qian were to dismantle the Qian Kuan Palace, he would cheer her on from the sidelines. Yet, in Xu Qian's perspective, she feared that Lin Bai would tease her for having picked the flower. What belongs to you is also for the empress. Feel free to take whatever catches your fancy, Lin Bai declared grandly, patting his chest, for it was merely an item acquired for 5,000 favor value, hardly worth the fuss him with a rosy complexion. Xu Qian revealed the lotus flower she had hidden behind her, nodding gently. So, Empress, would you allow me to touch your delicate feet? Lin Bai gazed at Xu Qian's fair feet, rubbing his hands together mischievously. The empress adored lotus flowers, while he cherished delicate feet. Was that so unreasonable? Absolutely not. Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, Xu Qian took 2 steps back, confirming his intent to tease her once more. Her toes began to fidget, betraying her inner turmoil. She now regretted not putting on her shoes after emerging from the pond to pluck the lotus flower. Do not be alarmed. I was merely jesting. Lin Bai scratched his nose. Yet his gaze towards Su Qian's feet held no hint of jest. Approaching the empress, under her puzzled gaze, Lin Bai bent down and lifted her in a princess carry. What are you doing? Su Qian's eyes widened in embarrassment and anger as she struggled in his embrace. Do not squirm. If I can't touch your feet, am I not allowed to hold you? Besides, if something were to prick you, I would be quite distressed. His gaze fell upon Su Qian's flawless little feet, devoid of any blemishes, smooth as silk. Then you should not be so sudden. Turning her head aside, she thought, who could tolerate such an abrupt embrace? Empress, do you not also find this enjoyable? The moment the thought crossed her mind, Su Qian promptly discarded it. As an empress, how could she find delight in Lin Bai's embrace? Let me down, due to Lin Bai's words. Su Qian once again struggled, her delicate lips incessantly crying out. Lin Bai looked down at her, his face flushed, as her palms repeatedly struck against his chest. Her body twisted, and at intervals, Lin Bai could feel a soft sensation emanating from his chest. Just a few steps out of the long pavilion, Lin Bai turned back again, holding Su Qian as they sat together on the gooseneck chair. Your Majesty, can we not move? It's not as if I haven't held you before. Observing Su Qian's continued struggles, Lin Bai let out a wry smile. Humph! Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, Su Qian let out a cold snort, offering no further response. Your Majesty, I sincerely wish to find someone who can remain by my side forever. Lin Bai raised his gaze toward the sky above the Qingkuan Palace, speaking earnestly to his words. Su Qian ceased her writhing, turning her head to glance at his profile. This seemed to be the first time Lin Bai had opened his heart to her. Remaining silent as he awaited her response, if I can meet such a person, I would forever protect her. Lowering his head, Lin Bai regarded Su Qian's complex gaze. If you are willing to be that person, then stay in my embrace and do not move. If you are unwilling, then leave, and I shall no longer tease you as before. You are the Empress, and I am Lin Fengzhu. This was Lin Bai's truest sentiment. He also yearned to understand how he was perceived in the eyes of the Empress. Seeing Lin Bai's serious expression, Su Qian lay dazed in his arms, her eyes revealing a hint of hesitation. However, recalling that Lin Bai would no longer tease her and that she could once again be the Empress she once was, she stepped out of his embrace, left the long pavilion, and walked to the pond to don her embroidered shoes. Lin Bai looked down at his empty embrace, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. Initially, he had only intended to tease the Empress, but after this time spent together, his heart had nearly been completely occupied by her. Now, having bared his soul, though he had anticipated this outcome, he could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow. Nevertheless, perhaps this was for the best. Lin Bai exhaled deeply. It was better to end things before they reached an irretrievable state. He could not force the Empress to be with him. Lin Bai was not that kind of person. As the pure-hearted warrior of love, he understood that only mutual affection could lead to a lasting bond. Regaining his composure, Lin Bai retrieved a map from his storage ring to locate the nearest saint-level beast. There's one just 10 miles away, he murmured softly, confirming the location on the map, realizing there was indeed a saint-level beast merely 10 miles from them. However, this map might have been created thousands of years ago, and many had likely traversed here before. Did the Tsangming secret realm truly still harbor a saint-level beast? Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Lin Bai felt that even if there were a saint-level beast in the Tsangming secret realm, there probably weren't many left. This realm possesses the aura of primordial power. Each time the secret realm concludes, it returns to its original state. Just then, the system's voice suddenly echoed, causing Lin Bai's eyes to brighten. You even know about the secret realm's information? Upon speaking, Lin Bai received no response from the system, which was typical. It often went silent after an initial statement. Chapter 43. Hunting the desert giant lizard. Not bothering with it further, Lin Bai resolved to first test whether the saint-level beast could enhance his physical constitution. Approaching Su Qiyin, who had been waiting for some time, he said, "Let us go, Your Majesty." This time, Lin Bai maintained a respectful distance, not drawing too close to her figure. Seeing his indifferent demeanor, Su Qiyin felt somewhat unaccustomed. Had it been the Lin Bai of before, he would have certainly taken her hand and led her out of the Qinkuan palace. Though her heart felt a bit forlorn, she quickly dismissed the thought. After all, no one would tease her anymore, and she should be glad about that, not disheartened on him. She lightly nodded, and upon noticing this, Lin Bai was the first to step out of the Qinkuan palace, waiting for her to follow before putting the palace away. The nearest saint-level beast is just 10 miles away. This realm possesses primordial power. Whenever the secret realm concludes, it restores to its original form. Lin Bai conveyed the information provided by the system, noting that according to the map, the beast was a desert giant lizard. Upon hearing his words, Su Qiyin felt a surge of trepidation. Who was the formidable being that had left this secret realm, capable of utilizing primordial power to reverse time? Seeing that the empress did not respond, Lin Bai raised his head to discern the direction using the sun in the sky, then compared it with the map before setting off into the distance. Su Qiyin instinctively reached out, but upon seeing Lin Bai walking away, she glanced at her palm, shook her head, and hurried to catch up. The desert giant lizard possessed troublesome scales. As they walked, Lin Bai pondered. If he were to envision a lizard in his mind, it would be one with tough skin and thick flesh. Being a saint-level beast, it seemed rather troublesome. Rubbing his chin, Lin Bai decided not to dwell on it further. He would understand its strength once they encountered it in person. Su Qiyin followed behind him, her lips pressed together, wanting to speak but unsure of what to say. The two traveled in silence. And after a brief moment, they stood atop a sand dune. Lin Bai surveyed the surrounding environment with keen eyes. Below the dune lay a flat expanse, aside from the gentle breeze stirring up clouds of dust. There was no sign of the desert giant lizard. Boom! At that moment, the ground trembled violently, and Lin Bai reacted swiftly, leaping backward. Meanwhile, Su Qiyin appeared dazed, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing her frozen in place, Lin Bai concentrated all his strength into his legs and stomped down upon the ground. Boom! The emerging creature was forced back into the earth by the terrifying force of Lin Bai's stomp. Just then, Su Qiyin snapped back to her senses and hurriedly leapt toward Lin Bai's direction. It's the desert giant lizard. The entire dune is its body. Grasping Su Qiyin by the shoulder, Lin Bai gazed at the colossal creature that was slowly rising, its dark scales breaking through the soil. Its back bristled with sharp spines, and its deep-set eyes fixed intently on the two of them. A tongue, resembling that of a snake, occasionally flicked out from its tightly closed mouth. Upon hearing this, Su Qiyin's expression turned grave. She had previously read about the desert giant lizard in books, but facing it now, its terrifying aura instilled a sense of dread within her. Be sure to protect yourself. With that, Lin Bai leapt into the air, drawing a 7-foot-long sword from his storage space, and lunged fiercely toward the giant lizard below. At present, the entire body of the desert giant lizard had emerged from the sand, making Lin Bai's figure appear minuscule before it. Bang! The sword struck the giant lizard's head, producing a resounding clash of steel. Observing the spot he had attacked, Lin Bai noted that aside from a scratch, it had hardly inflicted any significant injury. Its weakness lies in its abdomen. Su Qiyin's voice rang out from below. After stating this, she retrieved the long sword Lin Bai had previously gifted her from her storage ring. Turning to the side of the desert giant lizard, she aimed her sword at its massive leg and swung the abdomen. Then it shall have to be flipped over. Standing atop the giant lizard's head, it had now noticed Su Qiyin, and a claw, as tall as half a palace, lunged toward her. Each swipe of its massive claws stirred up violent winds that kicked up clouds of dust. Su Qian employed her shadowless steps to narrowly evade the giant lizard's claw. Watching the unfolding situation, Lin Bai's mind raced. If he were to attack using chaotic power, he feared it would soon deplete his dantian. He decided instead to set up a great formation. Creating a formation would allow him to minimize his consumption. Resolute, Lin Bai took out several formation stones from his storage ring, activating the chaotic heaven's absolute body. He lifted them into the sky, and an aura belonging to the formation began to spread. "Draw its attention for me," Lin Bai shouted downwards. Su Qian looked up at his intention, slashing at the giant lizard's claw with her sword before swiftly retreating. Roar! The desert giant lizard let out a furious roar, its massive form emanating a violent aura, seemingly enraged by its inability to strike Su Qian. The terrifying winds forced Su Qian back a couple of steps. Though her sword was of imperial quality, without the enhancement of spiritual energy, its effectiveness was nearly negligible. She could only rely on its sharp blade to leave a few scratches on the giant lizard's claws. "Formation, arise!" Just then, Lin Bai's voice rang out, his eyes glinting like stars. He raised his hands, and a towering stone wall suddenly emerged beneath the desert giant lizard. Lin Bai deactivated the chaotic heaven's absolute body. He used the momentum to leap into the air. Bang! The powerful force struck the creature's jaw, and the giant lizard, caught off guard, was flipped onto its back. Slash! Falling from midair, Lin Bai gripped his sword with both hands and plunged it into the neck of the giant lizard. Following this, he swiftly carved open its belly along the smooth texture of its skin. To ensure the wound was fatal, Lin Bai leapt up, exerting all his strength. His arms slightly bulging, the sword emitted a sound akin to the tearing of air as it surged toward the creature's head. After accomplishing this, Lin Bai exhaled deeply and reached out to catch the fallen array stone in his hand. What he had set up was a small-scale 7th-level array, the Xianzhu array. He refrained from employing a more advanced formation, as the 7th-level array was sufficient. Given his proficiency in formations, he could utilize it in the shortest time possible, and the spiritual energy consumed was considerably less than that of a higher-tier array. "Your Majesty, the Empress, please try to see if there is any enhancement." Lin Bai offered the ethereal milky white gas to Su Qian, opting not to absorb it himself, instead turning his gaze toward the corpse of the desert giant lizard. First, he withdrew his bloodied sword from its head, then jumped down. The meat of advanced demonic beasts could slightly enhance his physique, and besides, this giant lizard was a rare delicacy in the mortal realm. Licking his lips, Lin Bai recalled how his master would often slay demonic beasts from the outside world and bring them back to the Zhenzong Peak, among which was the giant lizard. Regrettably, as an ordinary person back then, consuming too much demonic beast meat would leave him feeling uncomfortable for several days due to the accumulation of vitality in his body. Chapter 44, Your Majesty. "The Empress, is there anything else you require?" Su Qian gazed at the white gas hovering before her. Initially, she intended for Lin Bai to absorb it, considering she had played a minimal role in the defeat of the desert giant lizard. However, after Lin Bai made his statement, his attention remained fixated on the lizard, entirely disregarding her intent. If it proves useful, then let Little Bai absorb the next demonic beast, Su Qian resolved in her heart as she reached out to touch the milky white gas, which swiftly flowed through her fingertips into her body. Instantly, a surge of warmth enveloped her, and her physical prowess began to ascend. Feeling her physique gradually strengthening, Su Qian was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the demonic beast of the sage realm could indeed enhance her constitution. The effect was substantial. She estimated that with another 7 or 8 demonic beasts of similar strength to the giant lizard, she could break through to the intermediate stage of the sage realm. Approaching Lin Bai, she did not hastily inquire whether the gas had been beneficial, but instead watched as he used his sword to slice off a large chunk of meat from the desert giant lizard. "Wait, without branches or fire. How am I supposed to grill this meat?" Lin Bai pondered, looking at the blood-soaked giant lizard meat in his arms, suddenly realizing they were in a desert. Since their arrival, he had encountered not a single tree, nor even a few dry twigs. Utilizing chaotic energy to roast it would be excessively wasteful. If they encountered an insurmountable adversary later, he could still use it as a trump card. Such a pity, Lin Bai lamented. Though he yearned to taste the giant lizard meat again, he nonetheless stored it within his spatial ring. There would be ample time in the future. After all, the space within the spatial ring was in a state of stasis, and it would not spoil regardless of how long it was kept. With this thought, Lin Bai looked up in Su Qian's direction, estimating that she had likely finished absorbing the white gas. Before he could inquire, Su Qian gracefully approached him, her ruby lips parting. It can enhance, and with a maximum of 9 beasts, one can break through to the intermediate stage of the Sage Realm. Her words reached Lin Bai's ears, and while he had previously speculated that it might enhance the Sage physique, he was astonished by the magnitude of the effect. A maximum of 9 demonic beasts from the Sage Realm could facilitate a breakthrough. Once again, Lin Bai retrieved the map, counting carefully. There were indeed over 100 beasts scattered throughout the vast desert. While those located in more distant areas would be unreachable, 13 days was ample time for both of them to ascend to the intermediate stage of the Sage Realm. There is still one within 100 miles. Let us proceed. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Bai declared, swiftly making his way into the distance. Su Qian had intended to speak, but upon witnessing Lin Bai's departing figure, she opened her mouth yet refrained from voicing her thoughts. Time flowed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. During this period, Lin Bai and Su Qian had persistently hunted Sage Realm demonic beasts. At this moment, Lin Bai wielded his sword, a surge of azure sword energy swirling forth as it rapidly struck towards a yellowish sand cat. Blood erupted, the sword energy severing the sand cat's neck, claiming its life with a single blow. Exhaling, Lin Bai sheathed his sword and approached the sand cat, reaching out to touch the freshly manifested white gas. A familiar sensation washed over him, and at that moment, his physique began to elevate gradually. In just a few breaths, his sage physique broke through to the intermediate stage of the Sage Realm. This is the last one, drawing out the desert map. Lin Bai noted that all nearby Sage Realm demonic beasts had bin marked with a red cross, over 20 in total. The others were situated too far away, requiring a minor trek across the map, while even more distant ones lingered at the map's edge. What a pity we were transported to the desert. Otherwise, we could have gathered some medicinal herbs. Just then, Su Qian approached him, glancing down at the map in Lin Bai's hand as she spoke. This area is desolate. It is only natural that there are no medicinal herbs. With a helpless smile, Lin Bai surveyed his surroundings, noting that only 3 days remained until the secret realm would close. During these 10 days, they had encountered numerous groups, all striving to slay demonic beasts to enhance their own strength. Yet, they had not erupted into conflict. Without any vested interests, it was difficult to replicate the large-scale battles that had unfolded before the temple. We have yet to encounter that so-called martial emperor. He must have been transported to a different region. Lin Bai murmured, stroking his chin. This grudge was already established. Once they exited the secret realm, the other party would undoubtedly seek revenge. The Emperor realm. I hope time is on our side. Sighing, he turned his attention back to Su Qian, stating, with only 3 days remaining, and having eliminated all nearby sage beasts, let us take a good rest. Releasing the Qinkuan Palace, Lin Bai stepped out. There was nothing worthwhile to explore in the desert. Aside from some hidden demonic beasts buried in the sands, there was naught else. Little Bai, Su Qian called out, halting Lin Bai, who was about to enter the Qinkuan Palace. Your Majesty, is there anything else you need? Lin Bai inquired, his tone somewhat distant. Su Qian's heart trembled at the hint of estrangement in his voice. In the days that had passed, Lin Bai had kept his promise and refrained from teasing her. While she relished the tranquility, she couldn't shake the feeling of having lost something that's nothing. Seeing the Empress lower her head, Lin Bai turned around. In truth, he did not wish for this distance, yet the Empress had already conveyed the outcome through her actions. Lin Bai understood that a moment of infatuation would not yield favorable results. It might even lead to the other party's aversion. If that were the case, he might as well continue being the adored Lin Fengzhu. With 3 days left, it was best to rest well. Repeating his earlier sentiments, Lin Bai crossed the barrier and entered the Qinkuan Palace. Su Qian lingered for a long while, reflecting on their experiences over the past days. It had been more than a month since the immortal Miao sect attacked the Tianzi Sacred Palace, and she had spent most of this time in Lin Bai's company. From the first teasing, to the initial touch of her head, to their journey to the immortal Miao sect, where they shared their first gaze atop the sword. Lin Bai had gradually grown bolder, even unexpectedly taking her arm and embracing her closely. While these actions had left her feeling both embarrassed and indignant, she did not harbor excessive resentment. In fact, it seemed that, as Lin Bai had suggested, she might even be enjoying it. Unbeknownst to her, a faint smile had crept onto Su Qian's lips. Perhaps Lin Bai's shadow lingered in her heart, though she remained unaware of it. Approaching Lin Bai, who lay on the bed contemplating how to confront the ancient family of the Wu clan, the martial emperor, at the 3rd level of the emperor realm, he rubbed his temples. With the addition of the cultivation orbs from the system space, his own cultivation had yet to reach the revered realm. How could he contend with an existence of the emperor realm? This is troublesome. It seems I must strive to cultivate diligently upon returning. With his own training, coupled with the cultivation orbs obtained through admiration, Lin Bai could only hope that the time before the martial emperor discovered him would be prolonged, granting him ample opportunity to elevate his strength. After much contemplation, fatigue began to wash over him. After 10 days of relentless travel and hunting Sage Realm demonic beasts, his body had reached its limits. Now that he could finally relax, he soon succumbed to a deep slumber. The remaining 3 days passed swiftly, and Lin Bai's rest extended for nearly 10 hours. At this moment, he sat within the Qinkuan Palace's spacious courtyard. While Su Qian was crouched by the pond, gazing at the lotus flowers, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Chapter 45. Lin Fengzhu, you look even more handsome. A resounding boom echoed through the heavens and earth as Lin Bai rose from his gooseneck chair. 15 days had flown by, and the secret realm had come to an end. At last, we can return. Stretching languidly, Lin Bai retracted the Qinkuan Palace with his will. At that moment, Su Qian, who was crouching by the pond, suddenly witnessed the scene before her vanish. Instantly jolted from her reverie, she had just risen when a radiant white light enveloped her. Simultaneously, every corner of the Songming secret realm erupted in beams of light. Even those who were desperately vying for the white gas were compelled to halt their movements. Realizing that the secret realm was on the verge of closing and that the gas enhancing their physical prowess was dissipating, the competitors exchanged furious glances before their figures vanished from sight. A familiar wave of dizziness surged into Lin Bai's mind, though it was not as overwhelming as the first time. As solid ground returned beneath his feet, he opened his eyes to find himself and Su Qian standing beside the spirit pool, having been transported back to the place where they first entered the Songming secret realm. The air of the Tianzi Sacred Palace is indeed refreshing. Exhaling deeply, Lin Bai gazed at the familiar surroundings, feeling an inexplicable warmth in his heart. What do you plan to do next? Su Qian asked, also releasing a sigh as she turned to Lin Bai. To cultivate, was Lin Bai's succinct reply. With that, he placed his hands behind his head, allowing the gentle breeze to tousle his hair as it was now early morning. The entire Tianzi Sacred Palace lay in slumber, and his figure began to descend the mountainside, slowly fading from Su Qian's gaze. He chose not to mention the upcoming grand event in Land City, for the farther he distanced himself from the Empress. The more he could quell the tumult of his heart. "Isn't it time for cultivation? Why are you going down the mountain?" Su Qian inquired, her eyes betraying her confusion as she recalled Lin Bai's previous practice by the spirit pool. "I intend to return to the Zhenzong Peak," he stated. At his words, Su Qian fell silent, recalling how vehemently she had once resisted Lin Bai's presence atop the palace master peak, now wishing fervently that he would choose to stay. Yet, she could not voice her desire to keep him there. Noticing the Empress's lack of response, Lin Bai continued his descent down the mountain, his silhouette cloaked by the night. Gazing up at the twinkling stars, Lin Bai reached the foot of the mountain, where he found the Tianzi sacred palace transformed. A fortnight had passed, and the main hall had been completed, while various disciples' courtyards had sprung up, breathing life back into the entire sect. "First, I shall cultivate, and then I will gather the admiration points at dawn." Currently, the disciples were either in their rooms cultivating or sleeping, and Lin Bai would never stoop to the madness of knocking on their doors to forcibly acquire admiration points. Resolute in his decision, he soared towards Zhenzong Peak. Atop the palace master peak, Su Qian's eyes sparkled with starlight as she fixed her gaze on Lin Bai's departing figure. Only withdrawing her sight once he flew into Zhenzong Peak. "Why?" she pondered, unable to comprehend why Lin Bai, who had previously sworn off teasing her, now seemed to be distancing himself. The turmoil of his affairs had robbed her of her desire to cultivate, and she gracefully moved to a secluded corner of the mountain, settling down on a cushion amidst the flower fields. Back with Lin Bai, he surveyed his dilapidated cave dwelling. Considering his current cultivation level and the mid-stage of his saintly physique, he believed he would not be susceptible to the chill as he had been before. He tore off a handful of withered weeds from behind the cave and collected some branches. From his storage ring, he retrieved the gigantic lizard meat he had harvested in the Songming secret realm. Additionally, he had procured bits of other demonic beast meats he encountered later, ensuring he had no less than 10 varieties of demonic beast meat within his storage. Demonic beasts of the saintly realm were incredibly nourishing. Rubbing his hands together, Lin Bai summoned his spiritual energy to ignite a campfire. Without any condiments, he skewered the gigantic lizard meat on his long sword and set it over the flames. He then sat cross-legged beside the fire, consuming a 6th-grade spirit-nourishing pill, occasionally flipping the meat as it cooked. As his internal energy surged, the lizard meat emitted a steaming aroma, and golden fat dripped into the fire, creating a delightful sizzling sound. At dawn, when the first rays of sunlight graced Lin Bai's cheek, he concluded his cultivation. The absence of the spirit pool had indeed slowed his progress considerably. However, Lin Bai was not disheartened. Instead, he retrieved the now-cooked lizard meat from the fire. Previously, the majority of the demonic beasts slain by the Elder were at the level of the primordial spirit to the heavenly realm, and he wondered what the taste of saintly beast meat would be like. Licking his lips, Lin Bai wiped away the drool threatening to escape and took a hearty bite of the gigantic lizard meat. The crunch was reminiscent of chicken, with protein several times more abundant than beef. How delicious! He savored the meat, his mouth drenched in juices. Since he began his cultivation, Lin Bai had not indulged in food, relying on spiritual energy to nourish his body. Now, tasting the roasted demonic beast meat once again, he could not deny his longing for it. He tore into it, often chewing only a couple of times before swallowing, immediately reaching for another generous bite. Simultaneously, he felt a warmth radiating from his abdomen, spreading throughout his body. His mid-stage saintly physique was gradually and steadily improving. Though the enhancement was slow, Lin Bai believed that with prolonged consumption of high-level demonic beast meat, he could break through to a higher saintly physique without the need for deliberate body tempering. Indeed, in this world, the stronger one was, the quicker they could advance. The weaker perished all the sooner. Finishing the last piece of gigantic lizard meat, Lin Bai murmured to himself, Saintly realm demonic beasts require several saintly-level powerhouses to jointly slay. Individuals like Lin Bai, who possessed diverse skills, were rare in the world, let alone those like Su Qian who could fight beyond their rank. Moreover, the prices of demonic beast meat were exorbitant, regardless of their level. Thus, it was exceedingly difficult for ordinary people to ascend through cultivation, unless they were fortunate enough to receive divine favor or some extraordinary opportunity to soar to great heights. However, such occurrences were scarcely documented even in ancient texts. Having filled his belly, it was time to gather admiration points. Stretching once more, Lin Bai descended Zhenzong Peak. After an early start to his cultivation, or perhaps heading to the task hall for spiritual tasks, the disciples passing by the foot of the mountain were surprised to see him emerge from Zhenzong Peak. They were aware that the Tsaming's secret realm had opened and knew that the sect master had accompanied the empress. However, since the secret realm had only closed last night, they wondered why Lin Bai had returned to Zhenzong Peak instead of remaining at the Palace Master Peak. Such thoughts filled the minds of the disciples, and while they were perplexed, it did not diminish their admiration for the sect master. Sect master, it's been a fortnight. We have missed you dearly. The sect master must have greatly enhanced his strength within the secret realm. Sect master, you are even more handsome. Lin Bai glanced at one of the disciples and nodded. Young man, you have a bright future. The system's voice echoed in his mind as the dawn was still early, and only a handful of disciples lingered at the mountain's foot. After greeting them, Lin Bai made his way towards the task hall, which should be fully rebuilt by now, as it was typically the place with the most disciples. Chapter 46, Task Pavilion. Chu Yuna. The task hall was situated 500 meters away from the main hall, nestled against the Ba Dao Peak. By the time Lin Bai arrived, it was already teeming with people. Let me take that yellow-level task. Who the hell are you? Get lost. Which scoundrel is tugging at my clothes? Is it just a single spirit stone you're after? Amidst the cacophony, Lin Bai felt as though he had stepped into a bustling marketplace from his past life. The elder at the front desk was overwhelmed, perspiration beading on his forehead as he stamped task approvals at a frenzied pace. Yet he could not keep up with the disciples clamoring for tasks. Do not rush. One at a time, the elder urged, examining the disciples' identity tokens and confirming their qualifications for the tasks while continuously stamping approvals. Multitasking with finesse, he seamlessly received identity tokens and checked them off in one fluid motion. From a distance, Lin Bai observed the elder and thought that if he were to work on an assembly line, he would undoubtedly excel as a supervisor. Although it was common for many disciples to come for tasks, the current scene was unprecedentedly chaotic, filled with shouts and curses. This was due to the recent reconstruction of the Tianzi Sacred Palace, resulting in nearly a month without tasks for the disciples, leading to a backlog of assignments at the task hall while their spirit stones dwindled. Moreover, upon completing sect tasks, disciples could earn merit points, which could be exchanged for various items and techniques at the treasure pavilion or the library. Plenty of admiration points. Here I come. Lin Bai rubbed his hands together and strode confidently toward the task hall. Disciples needed to complete tasks to earn spirit stones, while Lin Bai required their contributions to admiration points, making it fair to say they were all striving to enhance their strength. Step aside. This task is mine. Nonsense. I got to it first. Want to fight? Who's afraid of whom? The two outer disciples engaged in a fierce altercation over a mysterious level task, their commotion capturing Lin Bai's attention. As far as he was aware, the tasks in the task hall were classified into 5 tiers, and the miscellaneous disciples were only permitted to undertake level tasks, such as cleaning the spiritual garden and tending to herbs. Outer disciples, on the other hand, could accept level tasks, most of which involved foraging for medicinal herbs, with encounters involving demonic beasts being exceedingly rare. As for the level tasks, they were considerably perilous and could only be undertaken by inner disciples, primarily involving the extermination of demonic beasts that plagued villages or confrontations with individuals from dark sections. Level tasks escalated in danger, restricted to elders and direct disciples, such as safeguarding the minds of the Tianzi sacred palace or eliminating invading demonic beasts. The final tier, level tasks, bordered on extermination of sects. And the Tianzi sacred palace had only opened for such a task once, during the incursion of the Xinyao sect, yet no one dared to accept it, resulting in Lin Bai's intervention rendering it void. The task allocation system was designed with the safety of disciples in mind. For instance, inner disciples could accept level tasks while outer disciples could not. Although they were allowed to undertake tasks, there were limitations, permitting each disciple to accept only 3 low-tier tasks per month, facilitating their growth. Since both of you are eager to take on a level task, why not collaborate and share the rewards? Who are you to speak here? Lin Fengzhu. Upon hearing Lin Bai's voice, one of the disciples turned, his expression menacing. Yet, upon catching sight of Lin Bai's countenance, he resembled a chick whose throat had been grasped. His face flushed from embarrassment, ultimately releasing his grip on the contested task and bowing respectfully. Lin Fengzhu, I was disrespectful just now. His tone replete with contrition, the other disciple also inclined himself towards Lin Bai. There's no harm done. Unity is paramount within the sect. With your efforts, the Tianzi sacred palace will thrive, Lin Bai reassured, gesturing dismissively, aware that the disciple had merely been momentarily incensed. Truly, Lin Fengzhu is remarkably gentle. The commotion attracted the attention of numerous other disciples, and soon, a throng of task-seeking disciples turned their gazes towards Lin Bai. Understood. One disciple slightly inclined his body and, addressing the other, spoke earnestly, Junior brother. I was indeed excessive just now. Not at all, senior brother, I too have erred. Then let us heed Lin Fengzhu's counsel and undertake this level task together? That is precisely my thought. The two exchanged glances and, under Lin Bai's watchful gaze, linked arms as they approached the podium. Is it truly this simple? Lin Bai exclaimed, taken aback as the two disciples, now arm in arm, made their way to receive the task. The chatter of the disciples reached Lin Bai's ears, prompting him to ponder that perhaps this was the nature of camaraderie and rivalry among Me and I. In an instant, they transitioned from hostility to brotherhood, gazing at each other as if they were lovers. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Lin Bai listened to the incessant notifications from the system, noting that the throng of disciples near the task pavilion numbered in the thousands. Sufficient to elevate his admiration index to 300,000, that should suffice. Lin Bai remained stationary for roughly half a stick of incense, allowing the cacophony in his mind to gradually subside. Lin Fengzhu, wait a moment. Just as he intended to depart, a soft voice emerged from behind. Turning, Lin Bai beheld a young girl clad in simple garments, appearing to be merely in her late teens. Dear disciple, what brings you here? The girl's countenance reflected hesitation, but a flicker of determination soon shone in her eyes as she gingerly produced 3 gleaming spirit stones from her sleeve, presenting them to Lin Bai. Lin Fengzhu, I seek a pill to aid my cultivation. Upon meeting Lin Bai's scrutinizing gaze, the girl's expression faltered, realizing her spirit stones were insufficient. These are the spirit stones I earned from tasks. Should they prove inadequate, I shall undertake more tasks to repay. Previously, she had sought medicine at the alchemy peak, only to be dismissed upon being recognized as a miscellaneous disciple. However, upon hearing that Lin Fengzhu was also an alchemist and known for his amiable nature, the girl felt a flicker of hope rekindle within her. Would you care to share why you desire to cultivate? At this, the girl glanced around nervously, aware of the multitude of disciples surrounding them. Follow me. Recognizing the inappropriateness of the location, Lin Bai led the girl to a quieter area, entering a secluded pavilion. The girl closely followed, clutching the 3 spirit stones tightly in her hand. Speak, Lin Bai smiled gently, lowering his gaze to the young disciple, who barely reached his chest. Lin Fengzhu, I am called Chu Yuner, a miscellaneous disciple. After revealing her status, Chu Yuner cautiously stole a glance at Lin Bai's expression. Noting his indifference and lack of disdain, she let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that Lin Fengzhu was indeed, as the rumors suggested, kind and exceptionally gentle, unlike others who would shun her, treating her as if she were a plague. Alas, Lin Bai perceived the unease in Chu Yuner's eyes and inwardly sighed, cognizant of the rigid hierarchy within the Tianzi sacred palace. In the eyes of outer disciples, they would always regard themselves as superior to miscellaneous disciples, and the inner disciples shared a similar sentiment. It seemed imperative to address the prevailing ethos within the sect. Subsequently, Chu Yuner recounted her experiences to Lin Bai. Meanwhile, atop the palace master peak, Su Qian had been sitting in the flower field since emerging from the Songming's secret realm. Without Lin Bai's playful jests, she found her days growing monotonous, her spirits dimming. Why did Xiaobai leave the palace master peak? The image of Lin Bai departing lingered in her mind, and she wished to clarify the matter. However, inexplicably, she yearned to see Lin Bai's figure once more. Expanding her consciousness, she sought him in the direction of the Zhenzong peak, but found no trace of him. Unwilling to relent, she cast her gaze within the Tianzi sacred palace and soon spotted him in a small pavilion not far from the main hall. Her heart leapt with joy, but upon noticing the girl standing before Lin Bai, an unsettling feeling washed over her. What is happening to me? Who is she? This was the first thought that flickered through Su Qian's mind upon seeing the girl. But she quickly dismissed it. He is Lin Fengzhu. I am the empress. This matter is of no concern to me. Why should I care? Continuously reminding herself to remain indifferent, Su Qian nevertheless found herself unable to resist peering into their conversation. Though she could see their figures, she could not discern their words, and each time Lin Bai displayed a gentle smile, a wave of impatience surged within her. She longed to swat the girl away and position herself before Lin Bai. Exhaling deeply, Su Qian retracted her consciousness, choosing not to intrude further. Perplexed, she pondered why the sight of Lin Bai conversing with another woman stirred such agitation within her. Raising her gaze towards the direction of the Tianjian peak, Su Qian hesitated momentarily but quickly resolved to act, her figure vanishing only to reappear atop the Xinjian peak. Returning to Lin Bai's side, he listened attentively as Chu Yuner shared her story. Internally lamenting, we are all but wanderers in this vast world. Chu Yuner's tale resonated with Lin Bai's own, as he too had lost his parents at a tender age, his mother at 3 and father at 5. Her village had been violently attacked by bandits, leaving no survivors. Had she not hidden in the cellar, she too would have perished. The grand ceremony for accepting disciples into the Tianzi sacred palace a year prior. Chu Yuner seized the opportunity to join the sect, yet her limited aptitude for cultivation left her feeling hopeless about achieving great accomplishments in this lifetime. Undeterred, she chose to remain a miscellaneous disciple, diligently undertaking tasks for the past year. Finally, she had accumulated 3 spirit stones, hoping to exchange them with Lin Bai for a pill that would enable her to embark on the path of cultivation. Driven solely by the desire to avenge her parents. Raise your wrist, at his command. Chu Yuner hesitated momentarily, but eventually lifted her arm. Lin Bai examined her delicate wrist, his fingers gently probing her pulse. Fortunately, you are not a severed meridian. Through his assessment, Lin Bai felt relieved that Chu Yuner was not a severed meridian, for otherwise, he would have been at a loss. Yet, it was exceedingly rare to encounter another with such a condition. Aside from himself, however, while Chu Yuner was not a severed meridian, her innate talent was still subpar, classified among the lowest tier. Perhaps a cleansing elixir combined with a nurturing spirit pill could enhance her abilities slightly. As he withdrew his hand from her arm, Lin Bai stroked his chin thoughtfully. The cleansing fruit may be rather difficult to procure. I wonder if the alchemy peak has any. The nurturing spirit pill's Lingxin grass is also somewhat precious. 2 medicinal herbs require, Lin Bai roughly estimated, several 100,000 spirit stones. Upon seeing the 3 spirit stones in the hands of the pitiful Chu Yuner, the Master Lin, do you have any solutions? I understand that spirit stones are insufficient, but once I am able to cultivate, I will surely earn more spirit stones to repay the debt. With her eyes full of yearning, Lin Bai sighed. It is not a matter of spirit stones. The main issue is that these 2 herbs are rather difficult to procure. Hearing Lin Bai's words, Chu Yuner's small face dimmed, realizing that Lin Bai, too, was at a loss, and she could not help but feel disappointed as she turned to leave. Let us go to the pill refining peak first, Lin Bai said, patting Chu Yuner's shoulder. He had initially hesitated to offer assistance, wary of the unpredictability of human nature and the potential for breeding ingratitude. Yet, upon seeing her despondent expression and recalling their shared experiences, he felt compelled to help. Unfortunately, Chu Yuner's fortune had not been as favorable. She had been taken as a direct disciple by an old man passing by. When his master had taken him, and despite his flawed constitution, he, too, had not feared the possibility of cultivating an ungrateful disciple. After all, it was merely a matter of 2 pills. Thank you, Master Lin. Lin Bai's words rekindled hope in Chu Yuner, and tears shimmered in her eyes as she immediately knelt before him. You mustn't do this. Lin Bai's heart raced, and he hurriedly helped her up, saying, as cultivators, we bow to the heavens, the earth, and our parents, but we do not bow to anyone else. Do you understand? Master Lin, I understand. Wiping away the remnants of her tears, Chu Yuner followed Lin Bai toward the pill refining peak. Meanwhile, Su Qian stood in front of a grand palace, its imposing aura rivaling that of the palace master peak. Your Majesty, what brings you to this old one today? As if sensing Su Qian's fluctuating aura, an old, hunched woman suddenly appeared before her. Grandma Li, please refrain from calling me Your Majesty when there are no outsiders present. Su Qian feigned annoyance. The person before her was none other than Li Qiujuan, the master of the Sword Peak and the only person she felt close to in the Tianzi Sacred Palace. From the moment the old ancestor established the Tianzi Sacred Palace, Li Qiujuan had been by his side, and Su Qian had been raised under her watchful eye. In public, they would refer to each other as Your Majesty and Peak Master Li, but in private, Su Qian would affectionately call her Grandma Li. Whenever she had questions, she would seek out Li Qiujuan. Ha ha, well, the little princess who used to fling mud at her grandma has grown up. With a hearty laugh, Li Qiujuan gazed at the graceful Su Qian, her eyes filled with satisfaction. Grandma Li, I have a question to ask you. Su Qian grasped Li Qiujuan's arm, a smile gracing her lips. Oh? Feel free to ask, Yenner. Hearing Li Qiujuan's words, Su Qian first led her to a pavilion to sit down. After a moment of contemplation, she said, I don't know why, but I feel like I'm not the same person I used to be in the past. She remained unfazed by any storm that came her way. Yet whenever she faced Lin Bai, she couldn't help but feel flustered. Yenner, could you elaborate on this? Li Qiujuan inquired. When did this start? After a brief pause, Su Qian reflected on her time spent with Lin Bai. It was about a month ago, after the Ximiao sect attacked the Tianzi Sacred Palace. Upon hearing this, Li Qiujuan understood. Ever since the downfall of the Ximiao sect, rumors had circulated throughout the sect regarding Master Lin and the Empress. She had heard many corresponding tales, and a glimmer of insight sparked in her once dull eyes. Is it because of a certain individual? How did you know? As soon as Li Qiujuan's words fell, Su Qian found her mind wandering to what Lin Bai was doing with that girl. Instinctively responding to Li Qiujuan's inquiry, Li Qiujuan's eyes brightened further. Indeed, the matters between Master Lin and Yenner were not mere gossip. Yenner, when you see that person, do you often feel flustered, unable to meet their gaze? Exactly, nodding. She looked at Li Qiujuan, who wore a kind smile, marveling at her perceptiveness in discerning her predicament through subtle details. Also, when he is in the presence of other women, do you feel a sense of discomfort, even a flutter of anxiety? Grandma Li, you are right. What is happening to me? Su Qian stood up, feeling as though she was drawing closer to the answer. Her gaze fixed intently on Li Qiujuan's face, silently awaiting her next words. Chapter 48. You are in trouble. You have fallen in love, Yenner. You are in trouble. You are about to fall in love. Li Qiujuan looked at Su Qian's expectant eyes, wanting to utter these words, but the current atmosphere was not suitable for such declarations. Your Majesty, simply follow your heart. Grasping Su Qian's hand, Li Qiujuan gently patted it twice and continued. With your temperament, he may not be able to reach a conclusion. To prevent himself from falling deeper, he might be slowly distancing himself from you. Li Qiujuan understood the Empress better than anyone else in the sacred palace. Having watched her grow since childhood, upon hearing her words, Su Qian's eyes flickered. What Li Qiujuan said indeed resembled the state between Lin Bai and herself. Seeing Su Qian's expression shift, Li Qiujuan decided to strike again. But remember, some things, once lost, can never be regained. These words. A sense of panic welled up in Su Qian as she thought of Lin Bai potentially leaving her, never to be found again. Evoking an inexplicable feeling within her. I understand. Thank you, Grandma Li. Please do not share what happened today with others. Rest assured, I am known for my discretion within the Tianzi Sacred Palace. Li Qiujuan smiled warmly. After a few more exchanges, Su Qian took her leave, flying down the mountain. Watching the Empress depart, Li Qiujuan's gentle smile morphed into a mischievous grin. This little one, with Master Lin looking after her, is quite fortunate. With this thought, her figure vanished from the spot, reappearing atop the Blade Peak. Old Man Luo, come out quickly. I have monumental news to share. As Su Qian flew back towards the palace Master Peak, she remained unaware that shortly after her departure from the Sword Peak, Li Qiujuan had turned around and sold her out. Follow your heart, she murmured, her flight slowing as memories of Lin Bai's every gesture swirled around her mind. She felt a sense of helplessness, unsure of what to do. Your Majesty. Just as Su Qian pondered, a voice suddenly called out from below. Turning to look, she saw an elder, one of the senior elders responsible for the reconstruction of the Tianzi Sacred Palace. Gathering her thoughts, Su Qian descended. Your Majesty, it is fortuitous to encounter you. I wish to report on the progress made over the past half-month. The elder bowed respectfully, and Su Qian nodded slightly. Meanwhile, at the pill refining peak, Lin Bai brought Chu Yuner to Master Zhao, inquiring about the herbs for the cleansing marrow pill and spirit nourishing pill. Master Lin, the cleansing marrow fruit and spirit heart grass are indeed hard to come by. I do not have any. Master Zhao shrugged helplessly at Lin Bai. Listening to their conversation, Chu Yuner's face fell at Zhao's refusal. However, I do have these 2 pills. Master Lin, if you need them, I can offer you 2. Changing the subject, Master Zhao produced 2 milky white pills from his hand and presented them to Lin Bai. These were pills he had previously treasured. Had it not been for Lin Bai's request, he might not have brought them out. After all, befriending a stronger alchemist could provide him with ample learning opportunities whenever Lin Bai visited to refine pills. Thank you. Accepting the pills, Lin Bai turned and handed them to Chu Yuner. Utilize these 2 pills to cultivate diligently. Chu Yuner held the spirit stones, first placing the 3 spirit stones in Lin Bai's palm before taking the pills. Standing beside them, Master Zhao couldn't help but glance more than once at Lin Bai as he directly handed the cleansing marrow pill and spirit nourishing pill to a humble disciple in plain clothes. Master Lin, how many spirit stones do you owe? I will repay you later. Chu Yuner's words reached Lin Bai's ears, yet he was uncertain of the value of these 2 pills, so he simply shook his head. Once you achieve success in cultivation, do not forget the Tianzi Sacred Palace. As for the matter of spirit stones, there is no need to mention it again. Once these words were spoken, both Master Zhao and Chu Yuner were taken aback. The former was surprised by Lin Bai's regard for the Tianzi Sacred Palace, while the latter gazed down at the 2 pills in her hands, knowing without a doubt that the pills capable of aiding another's entry into cultivation must be of considerable worth. Master Lin, I feel a connection with this disciple. Would you be interested in taking me as your disciple and embarking on the path of alchemy? Upon hearing his intention to take on a disciple, Lin Bai raised an eyebrow, surprised by Master Zhao's proposal. Chu Yuner did not rush to respond but instead turned her gaze towards Lin Bai's expression. Becoming an alchemist is also a commendable pursuit. Regardless of innate talent, you may one day become a formidable master of alchemy. Lin Bai gently nodded. Chu Yuner, being alone and vulnerable within the heavenly purple sacred palace, was fortunate to be accepted as a disciple by Master Zhao. Moreover, these two elixirs were crafted by Master Zhao himself. If you were to become his disciple, those elixirs would serve as a token of apprenticeship, and naturally, the spirit stones need not be returned. Am I correct? Upon finishing his words, Lin Bai turned his gaze towards Master Zhao, who nodded repeatedly. Indeed, my little mountain peak may lack in many things, but elixirs are plentiful, he declared confidently, patting his chest. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuner resolved firmly, kneeling on the ground and bowing 3 times to Master Zhao. Disciple Chu Yuner pays respects to Master. Good, 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 Master Zhao exclaimed thrice, perceiving the close bond between Lin Bai and her. Otherwise, why would he specifically come to the alchemy peak to seek elixirs for her? As long as he accepted her as a disciple, would Lin Peak Master not come to the alchemy peak? What he did not realize was that Lin Bai had only known Chu Yuner for less than half an hour. It was merely due to her tale that he felt a surge of compassion to assist her. You may keep these 3 spirit stones. Lin Bai handed the stones back to her. However, instead of placing them in her pouch, Chu Yuner presented them before Master Zhao. What does this mean? Master Zhao questioned. Perplexed as he gazed at the 3 spirit stones, unsure whether to accept or decline, I am grateful for Master's elixirs. In the future, I shall earn more for you, far beyond just these 3. Chu Yuner asserted resolutely. Observing her determination, Master Zhao smiled gently and accepted the stones from her hand. In that case, I shall certainly teach you with utmost dedication. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Bai took his leave. Yuner, see off Lin Peak Master. Yes, Master. With a bright smile, the sweetness of her expression warmed Master Zhao's heart. Having no children of his own, he had only taken one disciple, often treating her like a son. Now, he suddenly felt as though he had gained a daughter. As they descended the mountain, Lin Bai turned to Chu Yuner. Return and cultivate diligently. Thank you, Lin Peak Master. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai smiled and said, Once you become a master alchemist, do not refuse when I come to you for elixirs, of course. Chu Yuner nodded earnestly. Without Lin Peak Master, she would never have obtained the cleansing marrow pill and the spirit-nourishing pill. Nor would she have become Master Zhao's disciple. Chapter 49. Did I just get forcefully kissed? Your Majesty, that is all. In approximately a month's time, the heavenly purple sacred palace would be restored to its former glory. Not far from Lin Bai, the Grand Elder reported all the information to Su Qiyan, yet she absorbed none of it, her gaze fixated on the figure beneath the alchemy peak and the girl in simple garments standing before him. Your Majesty? The Grand Elder noticed a hint of a terrifying aura emanating from Su Qiyan and hesitantly called out, Step aside. Her cold voice reached the Grand Elder's ears, startling him into an immediate bow as he excused himself. Yes. He hurried away but did not venture far, eager to witness what had transpired to provoke such anger from the Empress. Following Su Qian's gaze to the base of the alchemy peak, he saw Lin Bai's figure. Upon noticing the girl standing before Lin Bai, the Grand Elder instantly comprehended the situation. Now, this is going to be entertaining. Master Lin is secretly meeting another woman behind the Empress's back. A smirk spread across his face as he hurried away, excited to share this news with his 2 companions. The entire heavenly purple sacred palace knew, to some extent, about the unique relationship between Master Lin and the Empress. As Lin Bai and Chu Yuner bid farewell and turned towards the town sect peak, He had already accumulated over 300,000 in favor. With noon approaching, he planned to return and cultivate. Unbeknownst to him, Su Qian, lurking at a distance, was eyeing him with a predatory gaze. "Why does it feel a bit chilly today?" On the way, Lin Bai shivered, sensing an unseen presence watching him. He turned to scan his surroundings, finding only a few disciples nearby. Quickening his pace, he reached the summit of Town Sect Peak after a short walk. Home is still safe. Stretching, Lin Bai sat cross-legged on the ground, rekindling the extinguished campfire. Just as he was about to roast some beast meat, Su Qian's figure suddenly appeared not far from him. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Lin Bai instinctively recoiled, taking a couple of steps back, acutely aware of the oppressive aura emanating from Su Qian. Seeing Lin Bai standing a distance away, Su Qian finally realized her own actions. Earlier, she had intended to clarify who that woman was and had unconsciously followed Lin Bai to Town Sect. However, she suddenly pondered the relationship between that woman and Lin Bai, and how it concerned her. But now that she was here, Su Qian resolved to heed Li Qiujuan's advice and follow her heart. With a swift motion, she appeared directly in front of Lin Bai, her icy gaze locked onto his eyes. "Who is she?" Lin Bai swallowed hard, glancing at the proximity of Su Qian, who had removed her veil today, making him acutely aware of her breath brushing against his cheek. "Your Majesty, please maintain your composure." He retreated another 2 steps, as he had almost succumbed to the impulse to embrace Su Qian, but managed to suppress his desires just in time. "Who exactly is she?" Su Qian pressed again, leaving Lin Bai momentarily dumbfounded. "She? Who is she? How would I know?" He pondered the individuals he had encountered today and suddenly remembered Chu Yuner. Could it be that Su Qian had seen her along the way? He looked up, surprised, catching a glimpse of Su Qian's expression, which seemed tinged with jealousy. "Does she have feelings for me?" The thought flickered through his mind. But he quickly extinguished it, aware that it was one of the 3 great delusions of men. Never to trust such notions. Why? Seeing Lin Bai's gaze flicker without a response, Su Qian's eyes turned misty. Initially, she had thought that with Lin Bai no longer teasing her, life would return to tranquility. Yet, she had miscalculated. Subtly, Lin Bai had changed her, and her emotions had become entwined with his every action. What was this feeling? Su Qian could not comprehend, but when she saw Lin Bai standing with another woman, it stirred a sense of unease within her. What? Why? Lin Bai was equally perplexed, his expression a mixture of confusion. "Your Majesty, what are you talking about?" With a tone of bewilderment, he looked at Su Qian, who had her head bowed, her expression obscured by her long hair, preventing him from perceiving her true feelings. "I need you to provide me with an answer." With a gentle touch to her forehead, Lin Bai thought if Su Qian were to pose him questions, he could perhaps offer some clarity. However, her abrupt inquiry about who is she left him at a loss for words. The mountain fell into silence, and as Lin Bai sensed Su Qian's reluctance to speak, the feelings he had begun to develop for her were soon suppressed. Upon encountering her again, especially in such a state, Lin Bai clenched his fists, unaware of Su Qian's inner turmoil. "Your Majesty, if there is nothing further, please take your leave." Just as Lin Bai gestured for her to depart, a blur darted past him, accompanied by a fragrance that filled the air. Instinctively, he embraced the rushing Su Qian. "You?" He intended to say something, but Lin Bai's pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at Su Qian, whose face was half turned towards him, tears still glistening in her eyes. Slowly closing his eyes, he inhaled her scent, casting aside all other emotions as he wrapped his arms around her waist. For the past few days, he had been enduring, intentionally distancing himself from Su Qian, a necessity he believed. The more time he spent with her, the harder it became to suppress the tumult of feelings within him. Now, witnessing Su Qian's heartfelt display, he could finally relax. A gentle breeze swept across the mountain, stirring Su Qian's long hair. Sensing the moisture at the corner of his mouth, Lin Bai tenderly caressed her lips, and for a moment, everything around them seemed to fade into silence, as if time itself had halted. Breathing in the fragrance emanating from Su Qian's body and feeling the softness at his waist, after several breaths, their lips parted, leaving Lin Bai with an insatiable longing. "Your Majesty, you." Su Qian's face was flushed with shyness, yet her eyes radiated warmth as she gazed deeply at Lin Bai, unable to resist. She nestled her head against his chest. "You've become so distant these past few days, almost as if you were intentionally avoiding me. Seeing you with another woman earlier made me quite uncomfortable. Xiao Bai, I want to be that person you protect." The wind rustled, lifting the hair on Lin Bai's forehead, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Is this a confession?" He gently wiped away the tears at the corner of Su Qian's eyes. Wrapping his arms around her waist, "I understand now." Resting his chin atop Su Qian's head, Lin Bai felt an overwhelming surge of emotions. So this was the feeling of being loved. "So, Your Majesty, do you mean to say you wish for me to remain by your side forever?" Upon hearing Su Qian's soft murmurs, Lin Bai realized that his standing in the heart of the Empress was exceedingly high, perhaps even rivaling her place in his own heart, at long last. He could no longer endure. He could boldly draw her into his embrace. Chapter 50. "Empress, are you willing to walk alongside me from this day forth?" Lin Bai sat atop the mountain peak, cradling the blushing Su Qian in his arms, and recounted the affair concerning Chu Yuner. "She is merely a disciple of menial tasks, seeking to acquire a cultivation elixir with 3 spirit stones?" Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Bai had not anticipated that an encounter with a single disciple would evoke such a profound reaction from Su Qian. Nevertheless, the sudden appearance of the Empress on the mountain led him to speculate that there were likely others supporting her behind the scenes. Otherwise, it would have been implausible for her to leap into his arms and kiss him so fervently. Indeed, this menial disciple's experience mirrors my own. Thus I felt a pang of compassion and approached Master Zhao to procure 2 elixirs for her. "That is good to hear." Upon hearing Lin Bai's explanation, Su Qian felt a wave of relief wash over her body relaxing entirely. "What, Empress, are you afraid I might be whisked away by another woman?" "Nay, I am not." She playfully swatted his chest before burying her head deeper into him. Observing her demeanor, Lin Bai's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Though she feigned disinterest, it sufficed for Lin Bai to know that the Empress held affection for him. "Xiao Bai, let us return to the main peak." Her tone was gentle, and as Lin Bai turned to glance at the Zhenzong peak, he realized that since embarking on his cultivation journey, he had not placed much significance on his residence. However, given the Empress's earnest invitation, he hesitated for but a fleeting moment before acquiescing. "Very well." Simultaneously, the upper echelons of the Tianzi Sacred Palace, including elders and peak masters, received a shocking piece of news. The Empress had found someone she cherished. Unsurprisingly, that individual was Lin Fengzhu. "Haha, elder son. I told you long ago that the Empress would eventually fall for Lin Fengzhu. Fork it over, 1,000 spirit stones." Indeed, some even wagered on the affair between the two. With elder son grimacing as he shakily retrieved a storage ring from his robe. Casting a reluctant glance at it, he then resolutely declared, "Hand over your spirit stones and be gone." He flung the storage ring away. For 1,000 spirit stones were worth his very life. At this juncture, he could only feign nonchalance, burying his reluctance deep within as he turned to leave. Only an elderly figure remained, clutching the storage ring and laughing heartily at the unfolding situation, which was mirrored among various elder circles. Yet, the 2 individuals at the center of it all remained blissfully unaware. At present, they were wrapped in each other's arms, gazing deeply into one another's eyes. "Empress, you kissed me quite forcefully just now. Should I not expect a reciprocation?" Lin Bai's words reached Su Qian's ears, and as she looked up at the faint smile gracing his lips, her cheeks flushed crimson. Earlier, upon hearing Lin Bai's tone as he asked her to leave, Su Qian had been perplexed as to why he could allow others to stand before him, yet urged her to maintain her dignity. Her mind had gone blank, prompting her to act on instinct and rush towards him. Now, reflecting upon it, her cheeks burned with embarrassment as she clutched the hem of Lin Bai's sleeve, unashamedly revealing her shyness. Do not speak. It will soon pass. Lin Bai interrupted, placing his hand gently at the back of Su Qian's head and applying a soft pressure. A soft moan escaped Su Qian's lips as Lin Bai's unexpected kiss rendered her mind blank, and she instinctively closed her eyes in acquiescence. Her body grew weak, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Lin Bai's arm encircled her waist while the other supported her head. Their lips met, and in the rhythm of their breaths, they both felt the undeniable presence of one another. After a handful of breaths, it seemed that Su Qian could no longer withstand Lin Bai's advances. As she felt his tongue probing her lips, her hands began to beat against his back in a frenzy, her head shaking, and her body squirming in protest. So sweet. Noticing the stirrings of her body, Lin Bai withdrew his lips, and a glistening thread connected them for a fleeting moment. Su Qian gasped, her eyes filled with lingering resentment as she cast him a glance. Observing Lin Bai's lingering attention as he licked his lips, she felt a surge of embarrassment and indignation. Humph! With a soft snort, Su Qian turned her blushing face away, refusing to meet his gaze. Empress, did you know? When I first met you, I merely wished to tease you. Yet, over time, I discovered that my heart has gradually been claimed by you. Lin Bai's tender words flowed gently, and within Su Qian's clear eyes, a complex expression flickered. She remained silent, patiently awaiting his next words. Many times, I nearly succumbed to my feelings. Thus, in the Tsangming secret realm, I yearn to glimpse your sentiments towards me. If my existence brings you distaste, then it would be wise to stifle the budding feelings within your heart. Gently caressing Su Qian's long hair, Lin Bai's gaze was filled with unadulterated affection. Nay, I shall not find you tiresome. Turning to meet his gaze, she realized that perhaps initially she did harbor some resentment, even feeling an impulse to strike him. However, as she spent more time with Lin Bai, she gradually embraced his presence. It was only when he deliberately distanced himself that she truly felt discomfort. Lin Bai caught the sincerity in Su Qian's eyes and chuckled softly. Empress, are you willing to walk alongside me from this day forth? Confronted with this sudden confession of affection, Su Qian paused momentarily, her cheeks visibly reddening once more. Let us see how you perform henceforth. In an effort to conceal her current emotions from Lin Bai, Su Qian buried her face into his chest, her voice barely audible, only for him to hear. Yet Lin Bai distinctly caught her words, tightening his embrace as if to meld Su Qian entirely into himself. On the mountaintop, gentle breezes occasionally swept by as Lin Bai and Su Qian sat back to back, their hands intertwined, resting against the earth. All right, it's still a day of limited conditions. Empress, shall we attend the Lan Emperor City Grand Gathering? Previously, Lin Bai had refrained from mentioning this matter, hoping to distance himself from Su Qian and prevent himself from sinking deeper. Now, having learned of the Empress's feelings, he began to look forward to their journey to Lan Emperor City together, of course. Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, Su Qian nodded lightly. Upon returning from the Tsangming secret realm, she had intended to inform Lin Bai about the gathering in Lan Emperor City. However, seeing his distant demeanor at the time, she too had refrained from mentioning it. Now that Lin Bai had brought it up, she naturally agreed. As far as I know, the grand gathering in Lan Emperor City begins in 3 days. If we depart tomorrow morning, it will not be too late. Su Qian's voice reached Lin Bai's ears, and he responded, his mind already contemplating the journey ahead. The distance from Lan Emperor City to Tianzi Sacred Palace is far greater than that to Ximiao Sect. Chapter 51. Empress, why is your face so flushed? Eager disciples had already rented flying vessels at dawn, even posting tasks within the sect to escort their partners to embark on the journey. This was a scene Lin Bai had inadvertently witnessed that morning. To his knowledge, Lan Emperor City lay nearly 1 million to 10 million miles away from Tianzi Sacred Palace. With a standard flying vessel, they could reach it within 3 days, while if Su Qiyan, in her Holy Realm strength, flew at full speed, Lin Bai estimated they could arrive in a single day. Additionally, with the waning Wuzong step, disregarding spiritual energy consumption, the time could be halved. After spending a moment atop Shenzong Peak with Su Qiyan, Lin Bai stood first, gently pulling the Empress, whose thoughts had already drifted far away. Let us return to the main peak, and I shall allow you to sample my culinary skills, his words. Su Qian's face flushed crimson, her body tensing as she nervously gripped the hem of her garment, stammering, Xiao Bai, is it a tad too early for such matters? Huh? Lin Bai, perplexed by her words, confidently patted his chest. As long as you give it a try, I assure you will come to love the experience. With that, Lin Bai licked his lips. Although he had finished the giant lizard's meat, other beastly delicacies still resided within his storage ring. He believed the flavors would not disappoint. Once more, Lin Bai's words painted Su Qian's cheeks with a deeper hue of our Edid Tioher. They had only known each other for a month, and having just opened their hearts to one another, it felt far too premature to engage in such acts. Moreover, it was still midday. Night had yet to fall. As she pondered how to decline him, she found herself unwillingly pulled along by the eager Lin Bai towards the main peak. Oh my! Lin Fengzhu is actually holding the Empress's hand while flying through the air. Along the way, many disciples caught sight of the two, their astonishment palpable. Upon witnessing the Empress's bashful expression, the disciples' eyes widened in disbelief. As though they had witnessed something extraordinary. O dear heavens, may you, O Spirit of the heavens, bless your child and spare me from the needles of fate. The astonished exclamations of the disciples below did not cause Lin Bai to halt his flight. He had already determined which type of beast meat he wished to roast for the esteemed Empress to savor. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Su Qian's cheeks had flushed a deep crimson, extending to the very roots of her ears. After several breaths, the two figures arrived at the summit of the palace master. Lin Bai gently released Su Qian's delicate hand and retrieved a bundle of dry twigs from his storage ring. Little Bai, I am not quite ready, Su Qian murmured, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet his eyes. Hearing the Empress's bashful voice, Lin Bai assumed she had never roasted beast meat before. After all, it was quite normal for a sovereign lady not to have engaged in such activities. He waved his hand dismissively. No need for you to assist. Merely observe from the side. As he spoke, Su Qian slowly lifted her head, only to see Lin Bai cradling a pile of dry branches, causing her pupils to tremble as she instinctively took 2 steps back. She never anticipated that Lin Bai would indulge in such flamboyance. No, this won't do, she thought, shaking her head rapidly and retreating further. Lin Bai, perplexed by her reaction, abruptly conjured a large piece of bloody beast meat into his palm. Is roasting beast meat forbidden at the summit of the palace master? Su Qian's retreat halted abruptly as she raised her gaze to Lin Bai's offering. Her cheeks quickly reddening once more. It turned out to be merely the roasting of beast meat. She had initially harbored other thoughts. Letting out a soft sigh of relief, she was grateful it was not as she had imagined. Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, she nodded slowly. That is acceptable. Empress, why is your face so flushed? Lin Bai inquired, as he retrieved a 7-foot-long sword from his storage ring to skewer the beast meat. Observing Su Qian's rosy cheeks, he was filled with confusion. It's nothing. Perhaps it is a bit warm today, she replied. Lin Bai's expression froze momentarily. He felt as though he had heard that phrase before, though he could not recall when. Regardless of the moment, he sensed something was amiss with the Empress and began to ponder deeply. Noticing Lin Bai's unwavering gaze upon her, Su Qian felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Oh no, she thought inwardly, realizing she had been so preoccupied with the idea of roasting beast meat that she had overlooked everything else. Yet, he had not explicitly stated what he intended to roast. He merely wished for her to sample his culinary skills. As the implications of their earlier conversation dawned on him, Lin Bai finally comprehended why she bore such an expression. It seemed the Empress had misconstrued his intentions. Empress, please do not say. In her flustered indignation, Su Qian shouted, rushing forward to cover his mouth, preventing Lin Bai from continuing. Mm. The fragrant aroma wafted towards his face, prompting Lin Bai to surrender. With Su Qian's hand over his lips, he was unable to utter a word, merely nodding rapidly. Very well, I shall remain silent, he acquiesced, though he cast an unexpected glance at Su Qian, as if all his thoughts were enshrouded within that gaze. How could one so aloof as the Empress harbor such innocent thoughts? Sensing Lin Bai's scrutiny, Su Qian dared not meet his eyes, wishing for a chasm to open beneath her feet so she could vanish. Eschewing further teasing, Lin Bai summoned spiritual energy to ignite a campfire, skewering the beast meat onto the sword and placing it directly over the flames. The flesh of a bloodthirsty demon wolf should also taste delightful, he murmured, recalling the exquisite flavors of other wolf-like beasts he had once sampled, which had rivaled that of giant lizard meat. Yet, he wondered if the bloodthirsty demon wolf could measure up. Su Qian squatted nearby, her initial embarrassment gradually fading after a brief moment of contemplation. Turning her gaze towards Lin Bai, she observed him seated on the ground, where the meat on the sword began to exude golden oil. Sizzling as it cooked, little Bai, are you not using any seasoning? She inquired, drawing closer and noticing he had added no condiments, simply turning the meat occasionally. Even after decades of abstaining from food, she understood the importance of seasoning in culinary preparation. No need for seasoning. The original flavor is best, Lin Bai replied. Was he unable to add any? He simply lacked the means, for all his spirit stones had been utilized to set up formations for the Tianzi sacred palace, leaving him without a single stone to spare. Moreover, he had grown accustomed to eating alongside an old man, where different types of beast meat bore their unique flavors. The purest essence was truly the most delectable. Is that so? Su Qian expressed skepticism, recalling her past experiences with unseasoned meals that had been nearly inedible. However, since it was Lin Bai who spoke, she refrained from pressing further. Seated beside him, she leaned her head against his shoulder, waiting in tranquil anticipation. Feeling the weight upon his shoulder, Lin Bai reached out to gently stroke Su Qian's silky hair, a smile gracing his lips. Finished. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Bai retrieved the perfectly roasted beast meat from the fire. Su Qian, feeling drowsy and muddled, was roused by his voice. Empress, you surely understand this may cause some embarrassment, yes? Come, Empress, do take a taste. Lin Bai grasped the sword hilt, presenting the roasted meat to the Empress's lips. Still steaming, Su Qian gazed at the golden exterior of the beast meat, devoid of any impurities. She lowered her head and took a delicate bite. There was no peculiar fishy taste, the exterior crisp and the interior tender. Juices bursting forth as it slid down her throat, Su Qian's eyes sparkled. The unseasoned roast was even more delicious than she had anticipated. How is it? Lin Bai inquired, a confident smile illuminating his face. He might lack confidence in various matters, but he was certain about his prowess in roasting beast meat. After all, upon arriving at the Tianzi sacred palace, he had been an ordinary person reliant on regular sustenance, thus honing his culinary skills. Now, equipped with spiritual energy to control the flame's temperature, the flavor had reached new heights. Delicious. Su Qian nodded emphatically, unable to resist taking another bite. She felt as though she was tasting genuine food for the first time in a century. Seeing the Empress relish the meal, even with grease smudged at the corners of her mouth, Lin Bai found himself puzzled. Was it truly that delectable? Little Bai, you must try some. It is truly delightful, she urged, tearing off a piece and bringing it to Lin Bai's lips. Upon seeing her expectant gaze, he swallowed hard. Empress, in your current state, I can hardly muster the appetite to eat, Lin Bai thought to himself. Though he kept this sentiment unvoiced, Su Qian extended the beast meat towards him, her hair swaying gently, her cheeks adorned with traces of grease, her eager gaze causing Lin Bai's heart to flutter. Unbeknownst to her, her actions were enough to stir deep emotions within Lin Bai. Slowly parting her lips, Su Qian fed Lin Bai a piece of beast meat. Only now did he comprehend the feelings the Empress experienced when he playfully teased her. After chewing a few times, Lin Bai found himself too preoccupied with the moment to relish the flavor. He tore off a small piece of meat and offered it to Su Qian. Open wide. Upon witnessing Lin Bai's sudden gesture, Su Qian glanced up, her lips pressed together, hesitating to act. Empress, you surely understand this may be somewhat embarrassing, do you not? At his words, Su Qian lightly nodded, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. Previously, she had acted purely on instinct, failing to consider Lin Bai's feelings. Now, faced with his subtle smile, she hesitated for a moment before parting her lips to accept the piece of beast meat he proffered. This brief interlude did not disrupt their enjoyment of the roast, and after another quarter of an hour, the two sat by the campfire, satisfied and replete. Taking advantage of their recent meal, they resolved to use this opportunity to cultivate. Lin Bai gently ruffled Su Qian's hair, feeling a surge of warmth within his body, convinced the Empress shared his sentiments. She nodded softly, glancing back at Lin Bai before turning to head towards the palace. As Su Qian departed to cultivate, Lin Bai extinguished the campfire and settled beside the spiritual spring. The remaining effects of the spirit-enhancing pill he had consumed in the morning lingered, and he simply scooped a mouthful of the spiritual spring water to quench his thirst. The rich spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, ultimately converging in his dantian as he circulated his energy. Meanwhile, in a certain corner of the Lingyuan continent, a grand family stood tall, its towering edifice reaching the clouds. At the entrance, a sturdy plaque bore the 4 characters, Wujia Residence. Yet, the entire Wu family was shrouded in gloom. A middle-aged man sat in the main hall, his countenance dark and foreboding. The death of Linger shall not go unanswered. Spare no effort in uncovering the truth. He was none other than Wu Ling's grandfather, the Wu Emperor. His fists clenched so tightly that the chair beneath him creaked ominously. I shall seek out the elder of the Tiangong Pavilion. I must see who dares to oppose the Wu family. Why, yes. Several subordinates knelt tremblingly on the ground, relieved to hear the Wu Emperor's decree, hastily crawling out of the main hall. Investigate everyone who has been to the desert shrine. The one who harmed Linger shall face 1,000 cuts. Understood, Patriarch. A shadow appeared silently, slightly bowing to the martial emperor before vanishing into thin air in an instant, leaving no trace of its speed. Linger, your vendetta shall be avenged. Rest assured, grandfather will see to it. His expression darkened, and an aura belonging to the emperor realm erupted from within him, leveling the grand hall where the martial emperor resided in the blink of an eye. Yet, this could not assuage the hatred that festered in his heart. As time gradually passed, night fell. Lin Bai slowly opened his eyes. The effects of the spirit-enhancing elixir had waned, and he successfully ascended to the 9th stage of the Yuan Shan realm. The next threshold would lead him into the Dong Su realm. He pondered the extent of the enhancement it would bring. Muttering softly, Lin Bai contemplated deeply before ultimately deciding to utilize a cultivation orb from the system space. Propelling himself directly into the 1st stage of Dong Su, Host successfully fused with first-stage cultivation. Boom! A muffled sound resonated within him, and Lin Bai felt the celestial energies of the world converge upon him. His originally modest dantian expanded several-fold upon entering the Dongsu realm. Simultaneously, in this new realm, Lin Bai gained the power of Dongtian. One stage equated to 1 Dongtian, with a maximum of 9 Dongtian to be unlocked. Each Dongtian would enhance the capacity of his dantian to store spiritual energy and amplify the might of his sword techniques. With 9 Dongtian, all returning to 1, he could then step into the realm of Tongtian. However, to break through the Dongsu realm, he would need to cultivate his mental strength. Lin Bai stroked his chin. Presently, his mental strength had only just entered the Yuan Shan realm, having absorbed merely 2 spirit-enhancing herbs, which was utterly insufficient. Only with mental strength keeping pace with his realm could he cultivate at an accelerated rate. The dantian is the foundation of cultivation, while mental strength represents the essence of the soul. The more powerful the soul, the higher the mental strength. Not only could it resist mental attacks from adversaries, but it could also enhance comprehension. For now, this shall suffice. Tomorrow morning, we must head to Londi City. I shall see if there are any items to enhance mental strength at the auction. Stretching languidly, Lin Bai gazed up at the sky, where the stars twinkled. The thought of accompanying Su Qian to Londi City brought a smile to his lips. Entering the palace, Lin Bai first glanced at the training room and noticed the flickering lights within. He had initially intended to tease the empress, but recalled that she might be in the midst of her cultivation, thus refraining from interrupting her. Returning to his own chamber, Lin Bai flopped onto his bed without even changing his clothes, promptly falling into a deep slumber. Chapter 53. The flying vessel to Londi City the following morning. While Lin Bai remained lost in dreams, he vaguely heard someone calling his name near his ear. Xiao Bai, it's time for us to set off. Fu Qian stood at the foot of his bed. Observing Lin Bai sprawled on the mattress, still clad in his attire and without any coverings, her brow slightly furrowed. Noting his lack of movement, Su Qian gently pushed at Lin Bai's shoulder. Xiao Bai? Upon calling again, Lin Bai slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing the empress before him, his mind began to clear. With a deep yawn, Lin Bai sat up, adjusting his garments and tousled hair. Good morning. Your Majesty, it's no longer early. The sun has already risen high. Her cool voice resonated from Su Qian. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai turned to the window and indeed found that daylight had fully arrived. No worries, we still have 2 days, Your Majesty. Shall we indulge in a little more sleep? Rubbing his hands together, a mischievous grin spread across Lin Bai's face. With the empress in his room, he couldn't resist the urge to tease her a little. Sleep again? Su Qian was puzzled. Ordinarily, beings of their caliber could remain awake for decades without discomfort. Most of her time was spent in cultivation, and she only rested in bed occasionally when fatigue set in. Absolutely not. But as she observed the expression on Lin Bai's face, Su Qian quickly realized that his pretense of sleep was merely an excuse to flirt with her. Seeing her resolute refusal, Lin Bai lightly ruffled Su Qian's hair, brushing aside the strands that fell between her brows. Let us go. Feeling the gentle touch on her forehead, Su Qian's cheeks flushed, yet she did not push Lin Bai away. Instead, she instinctively extended her delicate hand. Noticing this, Lin Bai took her slender hand and led her out of the palace. Your Majesty, how shall we travel? By flying sword or some other means? Atop the peak of the palace, Lin Bai held Su Qian's dainty hand. Relying solely on spiritual energy for flight would be quite taxing at his current level, a flying vessel. With that, Su Qian waved her hand, and a blinding white light flickered before them, revealing a towering flying vessel, reaching several dozen zhang in height. Wow, Your Majesty, you possess such a treasure. Lin Bai's eyes sparkled at the sight of the vessel. He had only ever observed others using flying vessels from afar and had never experienced it himself. With Londi City nearly 10 million li away from Tianzi Shanggong, traveling without a means would render flying by sword excessively depleting of energy. This flying vessel was a gift from our ancestor when she attained her status. Time waits for no one. Let us depart. Both ascended aboard the flying vessel. A.S. Su Qian placed a stack of spirit stones onto the control center and set the destination on the glowing screen. The vessel began to hum to life beneath them, gradually lifting off the ground. Lin Bai watched as the mountains shrank in the distance. They had already reached an altitude of 100 miles. And the vessel's protective spiritual barrier activated at that moment. Steady, boom. Su Qian's warning came just as Lin Bai began to grasp the meaning of her words, as the vessel's rear suddenly emitted a low roar, causing the ground beneath his feet to waver. Grasping the railing beside him, Lin Bai steadied himself as the vessel's speed gradually normalized. "Wow, this speed rivals that of flying by sword," he exclaimed, turning to witness the rapidly passing scenery. Realizing it was at least half the speed of a sage, a T-Knight, the beasts roam freely, which is perilous. Thus, we must find a place to dock the vessel. By tomorrow afternoon, we should reach Londi City. Su Qian's words echoed in Lin Bai's ears, and he nodded gently. Besides humans, beasts posed a significant threat in this world. Tianzi Shanggong lay in the eastern part of the continent, while Londi City resided in the southern region. They would need to traverse a small mountain range inhabited by beasts, which was the most dangerous stretch. "The vessel has rooms. Xiao Bai, if you haven't had enough rest, you may sleep some more. I will keep watch here." Upon hearing this, Lin Bai shook his head. He felt no fatigue. With a swift motion, he approached Su Qian. "Besides, how could sleeping compare to being beside your majesty? I shan't sleep. Accompanying your majesty to admire the scenery along the way is also quite delightful." Seeing the empress nod in agreement, Lin Bai took her delicate hand and led her to the front deck of the vessel. Before them lay a series of swiftly passing peaks. Occasionally, a few beasts could be seen below, vying for something in the distance. Several individuals donned in the attire of Tianzi Shanggong were banding together to hunt a tiger-like beast. And Lin Bai surmised they were likely on a sect mission. Yu Qian rested her head on his shoulder, feeling a sense of anticipation for the journey to Londi City. As time passed, she realized it had been many years since she last stepped out of Tianzi Shanggong, spending her days solely in cultivation. It was only with Lin Bai's sudden entrance into her life that her world gained vibrant hues. Sensing a weight on his shoulder, Lin Bai released Su Qian's hand, instead wrapping her in his embrace, gently stroking her hair. Once upon a time, such affection had made the empress blush. Now, she had grown accustomed to it. A smile graced Lin Bai's lips as they exchanged words about the surrounding scenery. Time flowed gently, and apart from a few reckless beasts that launched surprise attacks on the flying vessel, they encountered no other incidents. As night fell, they approached the mountain range of beasts. "We should rest for the night at the peak ahead." That moment, the two sat atop the front seat of the vessel. Hearing Su Qian's voice, Lin Bai became aware of the darkening sky. He realized that being with the empress made time fly, to the point where, had she not reminded him, he would not have noticed it was already evening. "All right," nodding, Lin Bai gazed further into the mountains. Previously, he had heard tales of the mountain range inhabited by beasts. The outskirts were teeming with them, and at the deepest point, even emperor-level beasts were said to lurk. Regrettably, no one could confirm this, as no one dared to venture alone into the beast-infested mountains. However, judging by the realms achievable by humans, it would be hard to believe there were no emperor-level beasts present. Moments later, the vessel came to a halt not far from the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range. Yu Qian retracted it while Lin Bai retrieved his Qinkuan palace. "There are several beast auras nearby. I shall clear them out." Just then, Su Qian spoke up, and Lin Bai perked his ears, indeed hearing the faint sounds of beast roars. "Be careful," the word of caution. However, Lin Bai quickly realized that he had been overly cautious. As a sage, Su Qian posed little threat to her in this place, with few demonic beasts capable of endangering her. Chapter 54. May this life be spent together. White clouds envy, not the realm of immortals. As Su Qian departed, Lin Bai left the Qinkuan palace in its place, his hand thoughtfully stroking his chin. While the Qinkuan palace possessed an innate cloaking ability, the prevalence of demonic beasts in this area warranted the establishment of a defensive formation for enhanced security. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bai acted on his thoughts, retrieving several dozen formation stones from his storage ring and sequentially placing them around the Qinkuan palace. Form. With a low command, spiritual energy surged rapidly into the formation, and a glimmer in his eyes revealed intricate patterns that gradually coalesced, visible only to him. Completion. Wiping away the non-existent sweat from his brow, Lin Bai surveyed his surroundings, noting that Su Qian had yet to return. He then gathered a pile of dry twigs from the peak and ignited a campfire, retrieving some demonic beast meat he had cut in the Tsangming's secret realm. Using the same method as before, he skewered the meat on a long sword and placed it over the flames to roast. Once everything was prepared, Lin Bai sat cross-legged on the ground, occasionally flipping the meat as he patiently awaited Su Qian's return. Boom! The sounds of battle occasionally echoed around him. Lin Bai knew without a doubt that the empress was busy dispatching the demonic beasts. A quarter of an hour later, Su Qian emerged from the shadows, carrying a wild boar. Still savoring the taste of the demonic beast meat from the previous day, she decided to bring back a wild boar for Lin Bai to roast. However, upon seeing the fire already lit, she was pleasantly surprised by Lin Bai's thoughtfulness. Is that a blood-red pig? Noticing the boar in Su Qian's grasp, Lin Bai raised an eyebrow. He recalled having tasted blood-red pig meat before, which had been quite delectable. Indeed, though it was a mere soul formation creature, it paled in comparison to those he had slain in the Tsangming's secret realm. With a casual flick, Su Qian tossed the carcass of the blood-red pig into the distance, its landing obscured by several mountain peaks. "Your Majesty, why did you discard it?" Lin Bai exclaimed in dismay. Even if the meat was inferior to what he was currently roasting, it could still serve as a second dish. "You should have mentioned it sooner." Sticking out her tongue, Su Qian wore an embarrassed smile, having used her spiritual energy to hurl the pig far away to prevent its scent from attracting other beasts. Lin Bai chuckled helplessly. It had been discarded, but there would surely be more opportunities in the future, and no matter. This piece of red dragon meat is nearly done. Flipping the meat once more, Su Qian gracefully approached and squatted beside him. The surroundings fell into a serene silence, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of insects from the treetops and the crackling of burning branches. Gazing at the campfire, with Lin Bai by her side, a smile unconsciously graced Su Qian's lips. She had never imagined that one day she would be roasting meat alone with a man in the wilderness. Lin Bai's presence had transformed everything in her life. "Your Majesty, what are you thinking?" Lin Bai, noticing the smile on Su Qian's face as he offered her the demonic beast meat, felt a twinge of curiosity. "I was just contemplating how wonderful it is to have you here." As soon as the words left her lips, Su Qian covered her mouth in shock, suddenly realizing why she had spoken such sentiments. Her cheeks flushed crimson in the firelight, and she lowered her head. Unable to meet Lin Bai's gaze, "I share the same sentiment." Looking at Su Qian, Lin Bai's eyes softened. Setting the meat aside, he cradled her face in his hands. As their eyes locked, Su Qian felt a flutter of panic. Instinctively, she closed her eyes as his face drew closer. With a gentle sigh, their lips met, and Su Qian let out a soft whimper as Lin Bai tenderly embraced her lips, savoring the moment. In the dimly lit mountains, only the campfire cast a faint glow, the gentle breeze stirring the flames. The two felt each other's breath, entwined in a delicate dance. Rather than resisting Lin Bai's advances, Su Qian leaned into him, wrapping her arms around his neck as he encircled her waist. Their lips slowly parted. A glistening thread connected them. Gazing into Su Qian's newly opened eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters. Lin Bai drew her into his embrace, his voice imbued with tenderness. I will cherish you for a lifetime. Through the ages, I shall remain by your side, your majesty. Xiao Bai. Resting her head on Lin Bai's shoulder. Su Qian clung tightly to his chest, and I too wish to grow old with you in this life. White clouds envy not the realm of immortals. In this moment of genuine vulnerability, their hearts were deeply imprinted with each other's presence. An emerging love that words could scarcely encapsulate. The demonic beast meat, left to the side, seemed to chime in. So, hurry and eat, or it will be less appetizing once it cools. After a while, Lin Bai picked up the roasted meat, the steam having dissipated considerably. He tore off a piece and offered it to Su Qian's lips. Nodding gently, Su Qian lowered her head to savor the morsel, her heart warming at Lin Bai's affectionate smile, which mirrored her own. Having eaten their fill, Lin Bai embraced Su Qian, looking up at the starry sky. Tonight, the heavens appeared somewhat overcast, the stars dim, and even the moon was hidden behind clouds. On the mountain peak, a gentle breeze occasionally swept through, the autumn wind whispering, yet lacking any biting chill. Rather, it brought a comforting sensation to their cheeks. In the blink of an eye, the night was half over. Lin Bai gently nudged Su Qian, who lay against him, softly calling out, "Let us retire to the Qingkuan palace." After a moment of silence with no response from the empress, Lin Bai glanced down, discovering that she had already succumbed to a deep slumber against his arm. Droplets of saliva trickled down her cheek onto his attire, prompting Lin Bai to shake his head and chuckle softly. He moved slowly, lifting her gently in a princess-carried stand. Activating the defensive formation he had set earlier, Lin Bai then carried Su Qian through the barrier and into the Qingkuan palace. Upon entering the palace, the luminous pearls illuminated the grand hall. Pushing open the door to Su Qian's chamber, Lin Bai delicately laid her on the bed, tucking her in with the covers. "Sleep well," he whispered softly, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. Observing her peaceful slumber, the blush on her cheeks still lingering, and a trace of dew on her lips, Lin Bai chose not to stay with her. Instead, returning to his own room. Perhaps the deeper one loves, the more one cherishes the feelings of the other. Lying on his bed, Lin Bai murmured to himself, reflecting that had it been his former self, with Su Qian sleeping in his embrace, he would undoubtedly have indulged in teasing her, shamelessly lying beside her. Yet now, such thoughts did not arise within him. The image of the empress drooling in her sleep surfaced in his mind. And with a joyful heart, he drifted into slumber. Chapter 55. The formation is triggered. The following morning, before dawn, Lin Bai suddenly awoke, bolting upright in bed. The formation has been triggered. He had been in a deep sleep when he sensed a disturbance in the formation. They were currently situated in a remote mountainous area, where ordinary demonic beasts would typically flee upon sensing the formation's energy. So, who had triggered it? Rising, Lin Bai resolved to investigate. Exiting the palace, a 7-foot sword materialized quietly in his hand. He did not rush out recklessly, but instead concealed his presence, stealthily approaching the palace's protective barrier. "Damn it, I've encountered that individual." On the mountain peak outside the palace, a middle-aged man clad in black cursed under his breath. Enveloped in a shroud of darkness, deep, bone-deep gashes adorned his shoulders, oozing blackened blood. "Is someone here?" Taking a blood-red pill from his storage ring, the middle-aged man's attention was drawn to a recently extinguished campfire not far from him. Instantly, he became alert, cautiously retreating while remaining vigilant to any movements around him. Currently, he was grievously injured and unable to endure another intense battle. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before him, wielding a 7-foot sword. As if already aware of his presence, upon seeing Lin Bai, the middle-aged man recognized him. Noting the dark mist surrounding Lin Bai's body, he swiftly deduced his identity, a demonic cultivator. Lin Bai stood firm with his sword, acutely aware of the malevolent aura radiating from the man before him, his expression growing tense. Today would likely not end well. He must strike first. Recognizing Lin Bai's righteous attire, the middle-aged man understood the precarious position of demonic cultivators among the righteous sections. Not to say that they were universally condemned, but encounters often led to immediate conflict. Great Brahma demonic hand. As the dark mist coalesced around his hands, Lin Bai felt himself enveloped by a sinister energy. Two enormous hands materialized on either side, attempting to crush him. However, Lin Bai had been on guard against such an assault. The moment the hands appeared, he reacted swiftly, using the Tsong Hai sword to sever one of the demonic hands. Then, with a rapid movement, he created dozens of afterimages, instantaneously appearing before the middle-aged man. Boom! With a single, forceful punch, Lin Bai's remarkable strength did not stem from his swordsmanship, but rather from his saintly physique. A middle-aged man spat out a thick stream of black blood, his body propelled away by the overwhelming force. Just as he attempted to steady himself, a flash of cold light arrived first. The tip of a 7-foot-long sword rapidly enlarging before his eyes. Bang! The Chinese man's pupils constricted sharply, only to be enveloped in darkness moments later. His head shattered, and Lin Bai retracted his strength. Drawing back the long sword, an instantaneous kill from the heavenly realm. Quite commendable, Lin Bai retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the blood from the blade, as each of his strikes aimed directly at the vital points of his foes. He believed that only by completely eliminating his enemies could he ensure his own safety. Just as he intended to turn back to the Qiankuan palace, Lin Bai suddenly recalled that, as a cultivator, one would invariably possess a storage ring. Since the opponent was already dead, it would be reasonable for all belongings to be rightfully mine. Wouldn't it? Muttering to himself, Lin Bai revealed a smile and gradually approached the corpse of the middle-aged man. Discovering a storage ring on his middle finger, quite a substantial collection indeed. Upon inspecting the contents of his storage ring, Lin Bai's eyes sparkled. The first thing that caught his attention was a large pile of spirit stones, numbering at least several thousand. Next were various pills, each exuding wisps of demonic energy, likely rendering them unusable for anyone not of demonic cultivation. He placed the useful items into his own storage ring and then, emulating Su Qian's earlier treatment of the crimson blood pig, he hurled the middle-aged man's corpse far away, pursuing Xie Ming. I never anticipated encountering other cultivators. Just the right moment to use you to refine my great blade. Suddenly, an elderly man appeared, gripping a blood-red great blade, a wicked smile playing upon his lips. The aura emanating from him was significantly stronger than that of the middle-aged man. Lin Bai furrowed his brow. No wonder the middle-aged man bore injuries. He speculated that these two demonic cultivators might have engaged in a battle prior to encountering him. Today's demonic cultivators are indeed plentiful. As he spoke, Lin Bai shifted his foot, intending to charge forward, when an aura belonging to the Saint Realm suddenly enveloped the entire mountain peak. Xiao Bai, let me handle this. A chill voice rang out from behind. And upon turning, Lin Bai saw the Empress Su Qian with a frosty expression, seemingly harboring a grudge against the individual before them. Refraining from further action, Lin Bai returned his sword to his side and stepped beside Su Qian. The elderly man, suspended in mid-air, felt his pupils constrict sharply upon seeing Su Qian's sudden appearance. The Empress of the Tianzi Sacred Palace? What is she doing here? Panic gripped his heart. The Ling Yuan continent was vast. Yet he had encountered the very person he wished to avoid on a secluded mountain peak. Now, under the oppressive aura of Su Qian, he found himself unable to move an inch. Feng Imo Han. Do you remember the incident when you killed an elder of my sect? A few years prior, Feng Imo Han had slain an intersect elder from the Tianzi Sacred Palace during an outing, prompting Su Qian to dispatch several individuals in search of his whereabouts. Who would have thought he would encounter Feng Imo Han here today? Lin Bai stood to the side, understanding why the empress bore such murderous intent. It turned out there had once been an elder slain by this demonic cultivator, blood refining technique. Aware he could not contend with the saint realm Su Qian, Feng Imo Han gathered all his blood energy. Struggling to break through her oppressive aura, his feet moved frantically, being only at the mid-level of the honored realm. Attempting to resist the saint realm was akin to courting death. Snap! As Feng Imo Han made his escape, Su Qian chose not to pursue but instead gently snapped her fingers. A cerulean lotus bloomed in midair, enveloping Feng Imo Han, the dense aura of death wrapping around him, and no matter how he struggled, he ultimately transformed into a brilliant firework, vanishing from existence, leaving only a scattering of black blood. Your Majesty, you are truly formidable. Lin Bai expressed this without any hint of flattery. When facing the heavenly realm, he would require at least one punch followed by a sword strike to slay his opponent, while Su Qian merely snapped her fingers and a lotus appeared, utterly obliterating the enemy. No strength can rival your sword. Su Qian shook her head. With Lin Bai possessing the strength of the Emperor realm, not even she, nor anyone else on the continent, could withstand a few of his sword strikes. I have said before, I am truly an ordinary person. Who would believe that? With a sidelong glance, Su Qian yawned, turning to enter the Qian Kuan Palace. It was still not dawn, and she intended to return for some rest. Observing Su Qian's demeanor, Lin Bai opened his mouth. There was no way around it. Having effortlessly obliterated a saint and furiously struck down a half-emperor-level expert, his prowess had already taken root in the empress's mind. No matter how he explained, she would undoubtedly remain skeptical. Chapter 56. Londi City, Hairpin and Tonghulu. After 2.5 hours, Su Qian and Lin Bai finished the roasted beast meat and returned to the Qian Kuan Palace. Boarding the flying vessel, Lin Bai also took the opportunity to dismantle the formation stone and neatly store it in his storage ring. The two stood side by side at the front deck of the vessel, holding each other's hands. The sky was a brilliant blue, and occasionally, one could spot a few small flying beasts soaring by. The flying vessel sped towards Londi City, gradually entering the territory of the Beast Mountain Range. And Su Qian's expression grew more serious. This is indeed the domain of the Beast Mountain Range. Be cautious. The beast within may launch an attack at any moment. The voice reached Lin Bai's ears, and he nodded in acknowledgement. He was well aware of the dangers of the Beast Mountain Range. It was a paradise for fierce beasts, where various predators roamed freely. However, danger was often accompanied by opportunity. The Beast Mountain Range had yet to be fully explored, harboring numerous heavenly materials and treasures, as well as various inheritances waiting for the fated ones to discover. It was rumored that many powerful individuals, before their demise, would randomly find a corner within the Beast Mountain Range to leave behind their legacies, waiting for capable individuals to claim them. Thus, from time to time, figures could be seen below, seeking rare herbs or inheritances to soar to greatness. Boom! Su Qian flicked her finger, striking down a Tianxian eagle that had attempted to attack the flying vessel from a distance. The creature, now wingless, fell slowly toward the ground. The sound jolted Lin Bai from his thoughts. He hadn't expected a beast to attack them so soon. Fortunately, most beasts were of relatively low strength, easily dealt with by Su Qian alone. In the blink of an eye, for hours passed. Aside from encountering a dozen or so beasts attempting to assault the vessel and spotting other vessels heading to Londi City in the distance, nothing else occurred. Xiaobai, we are nearly there. Su Qian's voice came from beside him, and Lin Bai gazed in the direction of the flying vessel, faintly seeing the outline of a colossal city come into view. Finally, they were close. Nodding, Lin Bai tightened his grip on the Empress's hand, feeling her anticipation. Noticing his eagerness, Su Qian smiled and leaned against his shoulder. The grand event in Londi City occurred once every decade, lasting only 7 days. Among the entire continent, Londi City was one of the largest, with its lord boasting strength at the mid-level of the Saint Beginning realm. This particular time frame would coincide with the approach of the Mid-Autumn Festival in his previous life. Contemplating this, Lin Bai raised his head to observe the increasingly close Londi City. From a distance, he couldn't discern much, but as they drew nearer, he realized this city was exceptionally vast. At the city gate stood a grand archway. The sharpest peak at the center inscribed with 3 bold characters, Londi City. By this time, a throng of travelers from all corners of the continent had gathered before the city gate, and Lin Bai scanned the crowd, even spotting many dressed as scholars. "Let us disembark," Fu Qian stood upright, releasing Lin Bai's hand and donning a veil from her storage ring. The two descended together. As Su Qian waved her hand, the flying vessel vanished. Those around them glanced at their figures, surprise flickering in their eyes. These two must be young masters or young ladies from some powerful faction or family. A match made in heaven. They were truly a perfect couple. This was the collective thought of the onlookers, though some furrowed their brows upon catching sight of Lin Bai's face, as if they recognized it from somewhere. Yet, upon deeper reflection, they could not recall where they had seen it. "Your Majesty, shall we enter the city?" Lin Bai disregarded the gazes of the crowd at the city gate and gallantly extended his hand before Su Qian. Seeing this, Su Qian, though slightly bashful under the scrutiny of so many, placed her hand in Lin Bai's palm, gently nodding her forehead against it. Feeling the warmth of her hand, Lin Bai chuckled softly, leading Su Qian into the city. The grand event would not officially commence until tomorrow, yet there were already so many people today. As they stepped inside, Lin Bai was immediately greeted by a wave of bustling activity, with vendors shouting and the chatter of the crowd filling the air. "Let us find an inn first. Otherwise, we will be sleeping on the streets for the next few days," Su Qian cautioned. Aware that with the multitude of people in Londi City, finding an inn with vacancies would be quite challenging. "As long as the Empress is with me, I could sleep anywhere." With a playful pat on Su Qian's head and a mischievous grin, Lin Bai seemed entirely unfazed by her mortified expression. Yet, he understood that what they truly needed at this moment was a place to dwell. Hand in hand with Su Qian, they leisurely strolled through the bustling streets of Lan Emperor City. "Young master, would you like to bestow a hairpin upon your beloved? If she does not fancy it, we have hair sticks and hairpins available as well." The vendor's enthusiastic promotion of his wares piqued Lin Bai's curiosity, leading him to pull Su Qian closer to the stall. "Young master, all hair ornaments are merely 2 spirit stones. 2 spirit stones can evoke a flutter in your beloved's heart. As the ancient said, a smile from her is worth 1,000 gold. What say you?" With a light chuckle, Lin Bai shook his head. He picked up a golden hairpin shaped like a delicate butterfly. "You have a discerning eye, young master. This is a silver-gilded pin, symbolizing nobility, and it will accentuate this young lady's beauty." From his storage ring, Lin Bai produced 2 spirit stones and tossed them to the beaming vendor. He had not possessed spirit stones initially, but a serendipitous encounter with a rogue cultivator had gifted him with a fortune. As the vendor's smile widened, he lavished praises upon Lin Bai, eager to impart all his knowledge. Ignoring the flattery, Lin Bai led Su Qian away to a quieter spot. "Come here, my lady, let me adorn you." As he gently lowered his head, Su Qian felt the soft motion atop her head, her heart swelling with shyness, yet her lips curled into a sweet smile. "How lovely it looks!" Lin Bai did not style her hair. He simply inserted the hairpin into one side of her locks, the butterfly design gracefully dangling 2 tiny bells that chimed softly as she moved. "Xiao Bai, is there something you desire?" I shall buy it for you as well. While wandering the streets of Lan Emperor City, Su Qian suddenly dashed ahead of him, boldly inquiring, "What do you wish for?" Pondering for a moment, Lin Bai realized he lacked for nothing. Yet, if one were to ask for a true desire, he mused, "My lady, would your kiss count?" "That does not count," Su Qian replied, shaking her head. Observing her demeanor, Lin Bai turned his gaze elsewhere, casually pointing in a direction. "How about candied hawthorn?" At the sight of where he pointed, Su Qian regarded Lin Bai with newfound curiosity, astonished that a formidable emperor would indulge in such a treat. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, Lin Bai's eyes wandered elsewhere, for he merely wished to compare the candied hawthorn of his past life with that of this realm. Yet, the expression on Su Qian's face made him feel slightly awkward. "Sir, candied hawthorn is 3 per skewer. Would you care for a serving?" Su Qian produced 6 and promptly purchased 2 skewers. When Lin Bai turned back, he found her standing before him, holding the treats. Receiving a skewer from Su Qian, Lin Bai took a bite, the sweet and sour flavor reminiscent of his past, with little distinction. "Do not merely watch me, my lady. You must try some as well." Noticing Su Qian's unwavering gaze upon him, Lin Bai felt a hint of self-consciousness. "Xiao Bai, I find that at this moment, you radiate an aura of approachability." As those words escaped her lips, Su Qian's cheeks flushed. Lately, she had been unwittingly vocalizing her innermost thoughts. Hearing her confession, Lin Bai bit into the candied hawthorn, maintaining an outwardly calm facade while internally feeling a whirlwind of emotions. It had once been he who teased the empress, yet now the roles seemed entirely reversed. Su Qian's occasional candid remarks stirred tumult within Lin Bai's heart. "Was I not approachable before? Not that you weren't. But due to the disparity in our strengths, I could never glimpse your true self. Now it is different. As we wander the bustling streets, we are but ordinary people, which is why I feel a sense of closeness." As she explained, Su Qian tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, removing her veil, and leaned forward to consume half of the candied hawthorn from Lin Bai's skewer, meeting his astonished gaze. Her eyes were filled with tenderness as her lips brushed against his cheek in a gentle kiss. "Delicious," she remarked. "I was speaking of the candied hawthorn. The kiss you desired, I have granted." Taking a step back, Su Qian smiled sweetly, leaving Lin Bai momentarily stunned as he touched his cheek in disbelief. He had not anticipated such a spontaneous kiss from the empress. She donned her veil once more and gracefully retreated. Hands clasped behind her back, she sauntered away. Lin Bai shook his head with a soft laugh, realizing that the once reserved empress had indeed transformed. Hastening to catch up, Su Qian deliberately slowed her pace to await Lin Bai's arrival. Nibbling on half a skewer of candied hawthorn. "Shall we?" She gently grasped Lin Bai's hand, her soothing voice resonating amidst the throngs of people, yet their world felt as though it contained only the two of them. Aimlessly meandering through the streets, they were oblivious to the location of the inn, simply wishing to linger in each other's company. After a quarter of an hour, they found themselves standing before an inn. Gazing at the sign that read Autumn Water Iron and IT appears quite pleasant, Su Qian suggested. Lin Bai turned his gaze elsewhere, noticing that they were at a crossroads leading to various streets. A nearby circular building caught his attention. Likely the auction house, he had not forgotten his need to enhance his power, for a formidable emperor lurked in the shadows as his adversary. Currently, with only the cultivation of the void realm, it was mere folly to think he could contend. However, the auction would commence 3 days after the festivities in Lan Emperor City concluded. Contemplating this, Lin Bai surveyed the area. Numerous stalls selling snacks and various amusements surrounded them. "Very well," he nodded in agreement. This inn was ideally situated at the heart of Lan Emperor City, making exploration convenient. With a decision made, they clasped hands and entered the Autumn Water Iron the counter. The attendant was busy with accounts, and without looking up, he casually announced, "We have but one high-grade room left, priced at 1,000 spirit stones per night, if you wish to reserve it for 8 days and 7 nights. The total will be 6,000 spirit stones." Both Lin Bai and Su Qian stood momentarily stunned at the attendant's words. "Only one room remains?" Lin Bai inquired. The attendant finally raised his head. "Lan Emperor City is bustling with visitors. Many inns have likely run out of vacancies. You are fortunate to arrive at the Autumn Water Inn at this time. If you had arrived even a little later, the last room would have been taken." With a hint of exasperation, the attendant shrugged. During the usual times, the inn saw scant guests, but the grand event brought an influx of visitors, demanding both exquisite meals and diligent cleaning. "My lady, what do you propose?" Though both harbored some suspicions, they were astonished by the sheer number of visitors to Lan Emperor City. Su Qian's expression wavered, prompting Lin Bai to add, "I could sleep on the floor if necessary." Upon hearing this, Su Qian looked at him, surprised. Had it been before, Lin Bai would have delighted in such an arrangement, even pressuring the attendant into admitting there was only one room left. Yet now, he offered to sleep on the floor instead. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. Finding an inn with 2 available rooms in Lan Emperor City at this time seemed unrealistic. "Then let us stay here." With Su Qian's consent, Lin Bai retrieved 6,000 spirit stones from his storage ring, placing them in a separate compartment and handing them to the attendant. "For 8 days and 7 nights. "Very well, esteemed guests, please proceed upstairs." The high-grade room included all meals, and the attendant reminded them not to forget meal times, using his spiritual sense to confirm the stack of spirit stones within the storage ring. The attendant's face broke into a smile as he produced a wooden plaque to hand to Lin Bai. "Each room is equipped with a 5th-level formation. Should anyone attempt to spy, the guardians of the inn will detect them instantly. So please rest easy." Lin Bai accepted the plaque, checked the room number, and the attendant gestured for them to follow him to the 2nd floor. Tightly grasping the delicate hand of the empress, Lin Bai led her upstairs, locating the room corresponding with the wooden plaque and pushing the door open. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bai was greeted by a faint floral fragrance in the room. He surveyed the various furnishings. The space was neither excessively large nor small. A screen adorned with various creatures caught his eye, accompanied by a vanity with a pale yellow mirror that reflected the inn's age. Behind the screen lay the sleeping quarters, featuring a bed ample enough for 2, standing solitary in the room. "Not bad. It even has a terrace." As Lin Bai turned his head, he noticed a terrace in the corner of the room, offering a view of the outside scenery. "Your Majesty, the environment here is quite pleasant." Indeed. Upon entering the room, Su Qian's thoughts drifted millions of miles away, her heart filled with unease. If Lin Bai were to make advances towards her at night, should she resist or not? To resist, her current strength would surely be inadequate. Yet if she chose not to resist, would her century-long purity be tarnished? As her thoughts spiraled, her cheeks grew increasingly flushed beneath the veil. Suddenly, Lin Bai's voice reached her ears, eliciting an instinctive nod from Su Qian. Chapter 58. Wan Dao Chamber of Commerce, Auction Items and Truth. She had yet to pay attention to the room's decor. It was only upon hearing Lin Bai's words that she began to take in her surroundings. Regardless, Su Qian decided to take things one step at a time. If necessary, she could use the excuse of cultivation to avoid sleep for the next few days. The ambience was indeed pleasant. It exuded a sense of comfort, although it lacked the opulence of her quarters at the Master Peak. Nevertheless, such accommodations in and outside were already quite commendable. Since it was still early, Lin Bai suggested, "Shall we take a stroll?" He gazed through the terrace at the sky outside. They had arrived in Londi City in the afternoon and had spent about half an hour exploring the city. With evening just beginning to fall, moreover, the beauty of the night far surpassed that of the day, a conclusion drawn from Lin Bai's past travels, applicable to this world as well. "Very well," Su Qian lightly nodded in agreement. The two then walked side by side out of the room and towards the inn's entrance. The inn was not crowded at present. Most guests had simply sought a place to rest before venturing into the city. The grand event would officially commence tomorrow, yet the streets were already bustling with people from all corners of the continent. Most were in pairs, hand in hand with their partners, some having cultivated in order to remain together for eternity. Others had just recently emerged from seclusion, coincidentally arriving near Londi City for the grand event, seeking a break from their training. Where shall we go? Upon standing before the Chioshui Inn, Su Qian found herself at a loss in the vastness of Londi City. Crowds filled every direction, and nearby stalls were teeming with customers. In response, Lin Bai lifted his gaze towards the distant auction house. The spirit stones he possessed had been acquired from a previous encounter with a demon cultivator. Only a mere few thousand remained after spending 6,000 to rent a room. The items at the auction were to be claimed by the highest bidder, and with his scant spirit stones, he realized he would not suffice. I plan to auction some items, he declared, intending to present various techniques and weapons acquired from the system for sale. Most of these items were of no less than sage quality, ensuring he would fetch a good price. All right, let us proceed, Su Qian nodded, aware that Lin Bai possessed numerous treasures, and it was only natural to auction off what was unnecessary. They then made their way towards the auction house, purchasing various snacks along the way. Now, each held a piece of fungus cake, savoring every bite. Lin Bai swallowed the last morsel and looked up at the imposing auction house. Wandao Chamber of Commerce, he murmured. I've heard tales of the Wandao Chamber. It is reputed to be the wealthiest merchant association across the continent. Their business extended throughout the continent, with a presence in every major royal city and town. Primarily focused on auctions, they also offered items at standard prices, with the claim that within the Wandao Chamber, there was nothing one could imagine that could not be acquired. Let us go. Grasping Su Qian's delicate hand, Lin Bai felt reassured by the Wandao Chamber's reputation, confident they would not cheat him. After all, a merchant association of such stature would not tarnish their name over a few high-grade artifacts. Upon entering the Wandao Chamber, they were immediately approached by a woman clad in a Taoist robe, her face adorned with heavy makeup. Lin Bai did not pay her much heed, for his heart was already occupied by a jasmine flower. Leaving no room for the allure of 1,000 pear blossoms, "Sir, madam, do you wish to purchase items, or are you here to auction something?" Her soft, melodious voice enveloped them like a gentle spring breeze. Su Qian stood behind Lin Bai, glancing at the woman's chest before lowering her gaze at her own attire, unable to suppress a slight pout. Turning back to observe Lin Bai, she noticed his attention was entirely on her. Neglecting the woman, which inexplicably delighted her, auction. Upon hearing his succinct response, the woman beamed with a characteristic smile. "Please follow me," she gestured invitingly before leading the way. "Let us go." Lin Bai affectionately ruffled Su Qian's hair. Having noticed her earlier demeanor, however, he chose not to comment further. She was still Su Qian, and he cherished her regardless. After navigating through a series of twists and turns, they arrived at a lavish yet simple room adorned in gold and splendor. It contained 2 chairs resembling sofas from his past life and a long table in the center, upon which lay a platter of assorted fruits. "Sir, madam, please take a seat." The woman gestured for Lin Bai and Su Qian to sit before taking her place opposite them. "May I inquire what items you wish to auction?" Su Qian looked up at Lin Bai, curious about what he intended to present. After contemplating, Lin Bai produced a small tower. This is the Zhanxian Tower, a mid-grade artifact of the Sage Initiate realm, capable of withstanding a single fatal blow. Having also acquired the superior defensive artifact, Xian Tian Turtle Shell, this item was of no further use to him. Sage Initiate artifact? The woman gasped, sensing the aura emanating from the Zhanxian Tower. She had assumed that even if he were to auction something, it would likely be commonplace, never anticipating such a high-level item from the outset. "Sir, this matter is beyond my authority. Please allow me a moment to summon the manager." Upon receiving Lin Bai's nod, The woman quickly exited the room. As a mere attendant, she could handle ordinary items. But high-grade artifacts required the manager's attention. Xiao Bai, what is this item? Su Qian curiously examined the small tower in Lin Bai's hand. This is the Zhanxian Tower, capable of withstanding a lethal attack. Lin Bai explained. Your Majesty, do you require it? If so, I shall not sell it. Yu Qian gently shook her head. Her protective artifact surpassed the Zhanxian Tower, rendering it unnecessary. No need. Observing this, Lin Bai presented several more defensive artifacts, the least of which were of sage quality, and one even of imperial grade. What about these? Su Qian's eyes widened at the sight of another imperial artifact amidst the collection. However, recalling how Lin Bai had produced dozens of imperial artifacts upon first arriving at Master Peak, she found it less surprising. I shall take this imperial defensive artifact, she declared, picking up the azure silk garment and smiling sweetly. Her own protective artifact was merely of sage initiate grade, making this one significantly superior. As long as your Majesty desires it, feel free to take it. Lin Bai patted his chest, knowing his system space contained dozens of imperial artifacts, including those left behind by Su Qian, very few of which were of any assistance to him. Thank you. The gratitude that nearly escaped Su Qian's lips was swallowed back. Their current relationship rendered such formalities unnecessary. A moment later, the doors swung open, and a middle-aged man clad in black robes entered. Followed by the previous attendant, Young Master, I am Wu Yong, the manager of the Wan Dao Chamber of Commerce in Londi City. May I ask for your name? Wu Yong bowed to Lin Bai and Su Qian, feeling a sense of familiarity with Lin Bai's countenance, as if he had encountered him before. After a fleeting search of his memory, he realized he had not met Lin Bai, yet if the attendant was correct, and he possessed a sage initiate artifact, the youth before him must either wield extraordinary strength or belong to a powerful faction. Lin Bai. With a gentle smile, Lin Bai revealed his identity, knowing that the Wan Dao Chamber's influence could easily uncover his background. Lin Fengzhu? Upon hearing the name Lin Bai, Wu Yong recalled a portrait in his mind, which gradually aligned with the figure before him. He had heard rumors about Lin Bai and was aware of the conflict between the Xian Miao sect and the Tianzi Shenggong, particularly the tale of him extinguishing several sages with a mere finger. Lin Fengzhu. It is an honor to finally meet you. I presume this is the esteemed empress of Tianzi Shenggong? Years of experience had equipped Wu Yong to remain composed, swiftly suppressing his surprise as he turned his attention to Su Qian. She gave a slight nod, offering no words, tacitly affirming his assumption. However, when Wu Yong noticed their hands interlinked, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in his eyes, yet he refrained from further inquiry. Just a name. Manager Wu, let us first examine my items. Lin Bai waved his hand dismissively. Fully aware of his own capabilities, the shock he exhibited was merely a response to unfounded rumors. All right, Wu Yong replied, seated opposite Lin Bai and Su Qian. Upon learning of the other's identity, it was hardly surprising that he could casually present a sacred artifact of the saint beginning realm. He beckoned, and a maid approached from behind, carefully setting 3 cups of tea before the group, then quietly departed, closing the door behind her. First, we have this town's suppressing tower, a mid-grade artifact of the saint beginning realm. Lin Bai placed the town's suppressing tower on the long table in front of him, choosing not to elaborate, trusting that Wu Yong, as a steward of the Myriad Paths Chamber of Commerce, possessed the knowledge to comprehend its function. Taking a delicate sip of tea, Wu Yong grasped the town's suppressing tower and, employing some arcane technique, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. It can withstand a lethal strike, regardless of the realm one is in. Unfortunately, it is a one-time use artifact. Otherwise, its value could multiply several times over. Indeed, Wu Yong accurately articulated the capabilities of the town's suppressing tower, but upon realizing it was a one-time use item, he sighed lightly. Very well, Lin Bai nodded, and Wu Yong continued, Young Master Lin, Shall we set the starting bid at 500,000 spirit stones? That is acceptable. Although he was unaware of the artifact's market value, he believed that the Myriad Paths chamber would not engage in deceitful pricing. Moreover, as the auction progressed, the final bid remained uncertain. For items consigned to the Myriad Paths chamber for auction, we charge a commission of 10%. As you surely understand. In response, Lin Bai acknowledged, fully aware that no one would auction goods for free. I have a few more items. Let us auction them together. With that, Lin Bai produced 7 or 8 additional artifacts and several tomes of spells, one of which, a willow zither, floated prominently in the center, unmistakably an imperial-grade artifact. An imperial-grade artifact? Wu Yong exclaimed, sensing the regal aura emanating from the zither. Despite his years of experience as a steward, it was his first encounter with someone willing to auction such a priceless item. Indeed, it is called the floating light willow zither. Neither Lin Bai nor Su Qian possessed any understanding of musical theory, which was why Lin Bai chose to auction it. Steward Wu, you may determine the price. As long as the spirit stones are settled in the end, it suffices. Wu Yong swallowed hard, his lips quivering. As a mere steward, he had only seen the glimmer of imperial-grade artifacts from afar. Now, it was palpably before him. He rose and clasped his hands in respect towards Lin Bai. Young Master Lin. To speak candidly, the Myriad Paths chamber has seldom encountered imperial-grade artifacts. I propose to set no reserve price and allow the bidding to reach its zenith. Those of capability may acquire it. What say you? Upon hearing this, Lin Bai pondered briefly. The sale price mattered little as long as he could procure the items he desired at this auction. Let it proceed as you suggest. Steward Wu, nodding in agreement, Wu Yong's expression brightened. If he could successfully auction off all of Lin Bai's items, he would likely garner significant attention from the higher-ups. He retrieved a completely purple, crystal-like token from his waist pouch, intricately inscribed with the characters Myriad Paths, and presented it to Lin Bai with both hands. This is our Myriad Paths Chamber's Crystal VIP token. Holders of this token are charged only 5% commission when auctioning items. Additionally, purchases made at the Myriad Paths Chamber are offered at a 30% discount. This token represented the highest tier Wu Yong could offer, though there existed a diamond VIP card, which he lacked the authority to issue. Only the Chamber's master and president could bestow it, and fewer than a handful of individuals across the continent held one. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Bai accepted the token from Wu Yong and tossed it into Su Qian's embrace. My Lady Empress, you should take this. The heavenly purple sacred palace requires supplies. Using this token to shop at the Myriad Paths chamber will save a considerable sum of spirit stones. Wu Yong said nothing further, and Lin Bai engaged him in a few more discussions before leading Su Qian out of the Myriad Paths chamber. You must come in 4 days, young Master Lin. We have prepared a private room for you. Wu Yong's voice echoed from behind. Lin Bai did not turn, merely raising his arm to wave lightly in the air. Phew, feigning seriousness is truly exhausting. He exhaled deeply, a relaxed smile gracing his face as he playfully pinched Su Qian's cheek, the softness of her skin transmitting a gentle sensation to his fingertips. When conversing with others, Lin Bai found himself unconsciously tightening his expression. Unlike the openness he exhibited with the Empress, I feel that you look quite handsome when you are serious. Su Qian had been observing Lin Bai's demeanor, and upon hearing his words, she spoke instinctively. Oh? Lin Bai raised an eyebrow, surprised by her unexpected compliment. His expression then shifted to one of seriousness. Why, Lady Empress? Is that truly the case? The coldness in his tone sent a tremor through Su Qian's heart, prompting her to hastily shake her head. No. This mirrored her earlier aloofness, and she now feared that Lin Bai might distance himself from her once more. Noticing the change in her demeanor, Lin Bai returned to his previous self, enveloping her in his embrace. Fear not, my Lady Empress. I shall always be by your side, no matter the time. His tone was earnest as he gently kissed her forehead. "This is a natural reaction. My Lady Empress, there is no need for alarm." Feeling the warmth of moisture on her brow, Su Qian lifted her head and nodded earnestly. A blush crept onto her cheeks, for she could never resist Lin Bai's teasing. Nestled within his embrace, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat brought her immense comfort. "Why, Lady Empress, shall we continue our stroll?" "Very well." Upon hearing her agreement, Lin Bai loosened his hold around her waist and took her delicate hand instead. Once they exited the myriad paths chamber, the sky had darkened considerably, the horizon adorned with a fiery glow that painted half the heavens. The area was somewhat secluded, with few passers-by, and the two soon found themselves on a bustling street, where nearly everyone seemed to be heading in the same direction. Even the street vendors hastily packed up their wares, disappearing into the crowd in a flurry. "Xiao Bai, should we also go and see what is happening?" Su Qian inquired, her curiosity piqued by the throngs of people. "If my Lady Empress wishes to go, then let us proceed." He lightly patted her head, and together they followed the crowd into the distance. In a quarter of an hour, they arrived by a lake, the sky now entirely shrouded in darkness, reflecting the moon's image upon the water. Occasionally, they could see paper boats emitting faint glimmers as they drifted toward the lake's center. The area was now bustling with people, the throngs densely encircling the entire lake. Lin Bai and Su Qian stood at the fringes. Nearby, vendors began to dismantle their stalls. "Good heavens, there must be hundreds of thousands of people here," Lin Bai exclaimed, realizing that likely half the city had gathered at this location. "My Lady Empress, would it not be better to observe from a rooftop?" The sheer number of people made it impossible to discern the source of the commotion. Lin Bai scanned the surroundings and suddenly spotted a pavilion not far off. Su Qian, too, noticed the pavilion, her mind grappling with uncertainty. If they thought of it, others would surely do the same, and the rooftop would likely be crowded as well. "It seems there are boats over there." Catching sight of the dock out of the corner of his eye, Lin Bai followed Su Qian's gaze to see merchants renting boats. "Let us go and take a look," he resolved to investigate. Leading Su Qian by her delicate hand through the throngs toward the dock, hoping to inquire about the ongoing events that had drawn such a crowd. Moments later, they arrived at the rental stand, where a considerable crowd had gathered, all deliberating whether to rent a boat. "Shopkeeper, what events are happening tonight that have drawn so many people?" Lin Bai addressed the owner, a middle-aged man with a plump figure, scanty hair atop his head, who was busy with an abacus. Upon hearing the inquiry, the shopkeeper turned to them, and upon noticing their elegant attire, his face broke into a broad smile. "Young master and miss, tonight marks the grand opening ceremony of the Londi City Festival. In half an hour, fireworks will be set off, lasting for 2 hours. Would you like to rent a boat? It is merely 30,000 spirit stones for an entire night on the lake. An honest deal." As the shopkeeper clicked the abacus, Lin Bai finally grasped why so many people had gathered, yet he questioned why no one had yet chosen to rent a boat. The reason became clear. The proprietor was unscrupulously exploiting them. He was nothing short of a charlatan. "I'll take one," Su Qian, undeterred by the price, immediately produced a storage ring and handed it to the shopkeeper without hesitation. Lin Bai was left speechless, his face a mask of confusion. 30,000 spirit stones. He could have easily seized a boat, so why pay for a measly little vessel? More bewilderingly, Su Qian had actually rented one. "Xiao Bai, let us go." With a sweet smile, Su Qian gently pulled the dazed Lin Bai onto the boat. The innkeeper, beaming with joy, untied the rope that secured their small vessel to the dock, and it gradually glided towards the center of the lake. "Your Majesty, are you unwell?" It was only then that Lin Bai reacted. Reaching out to place his hand on Su Qian's forehead, it felt warm to the touch. Showing no signs of fever, it's not even hot. "How could you act so recklessly over 30,000 spirit stones?" he murmured softly. Observing Lin Bai's puzzled expression, Su Qian lifted her hands to cup his cheeks. 30,000 spirit stones could grant us the opportunity to be alone together, to watch the fireworks. Xiao Bai, I don't feel it's a loss at all. Besides, having you by my side. That feeling, no amount of spirit stones could purchase it. Gazing into Su Qian's gentle eyes, Lin Bai felt a tumultuous wave rising in his heart. After her confession, the Empress had stirred something profound within him. A gentle breeze swept across the lake, creating ripples, while Su Qian's complexion flushed slightly beneath her veil. She withdrew her hands from Lin Bai's face, wrapping her arms around his neck and resting her head on his shoulder. Xiao Bai, why are your ears so red? Noticing Lin Bai's crimson ears, Su Qian's lips curled into a playful smile as she softly blew a breath over them. Lin Bai froze, feeling the tender warmth brush against his ear, and instinctively pulled Su Qian closer to him. Don't move. Please, don't move. His expression tensed. He was in a state of turmoil. Hearing the confusion in his voice, Su Qian suddenly felt an uncomfortable pressure against her shins. Xiao Bai, you. Her cheeks turned a deep shade of crimson. Su Qian had merely intended to tease him as he had done before, but she hadn't anticipated such an awkward situation arising. At that moment, she dared not move, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat, fearing that Lin Bai might overpower her at any moment. Ahem, it's a normal reaction, Your Majesty. There's no need to panic. Clearing his throat, Lin Bai quickly recited calming mantras from his past life, striving to divert his attention and suppress his body's restlessness. After a brief moment, Su Qian released Lin Bai from her embrace. Maintaining a cautious distance, she touched her flushed cheeks, curling up in a corner of the boat, her thoughts drifting far away. Is it too overwhelming? My first thought is whether I can handle it in the future. With this thought, her cheeks burned hotter. Why was she contemplating such things when they hadn't even reached that stage? Your Majesty, what's the matter? Seeing Su Qian huddled in the corner, trembling, Lin Bai rushed closer to envelop her in his arms. Xiao Bai. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, her complexion flushed. Though she lay in his embrace, she instinctively kept a safe distance. Gently, Lin Bai unfastened the Empress's veil and softly patted her back. Observing her ears flushed with crimson, Lin Bai understood his own allure. After all, she had never experienced such feelings before, and it was entirely normal for the Empress to display such a charming demeanor. Chapter 61. The Empress awakes in confusion, tenderly lifting Su Qian's chin. He beheld her rosy cheeks and shimmering eyes, a warm smile gracing his lips. May I? Hearing Lin Bai's voice, Su Qian's gaze faltered. Yet she nodded shyly. With a gentle press, their lips met, Su Qian clutching his garment as she slowly closed her eyes. A delicate fragrance wafted from her, and as Lin Bai observed the quivering of her eyelashes, he too succumbed to the enchantment, closing his eyes. Boom! A brilliant firework ascended into the sky, bursting into a kaleidoscope of colors, prompting cheers from the shore. You all know my limitations, the image of their entwined figures. Locked in a kiss, reflected upon the lake, their lips dancing against one another as if the world around them had faded away, leaving only their existence. The external clamor could not penetrate their blissful moment. Your Majesty. Lin Bai's eyes softened as he gazed at Su Qian, who nestled like a gentle kitten in his embrace. Unable to resist, he leaned closer to her fair neck. No. A soft protest escaped her lips as she patted Lin Bai's back. An indescribable sensation coursing through her, tinged with an intoxicating warmth. Accompanied by a moist touch, when Lin Bai sought to explore further, Su Qian quickly halted his advance. Xiao Bai, no. Her cheeks ablaze, she feared meeting his gaze. Worried she might see the desire flickering in his eyes, Hearing her delicate voice, Lin Bai regained his composure, refraining from further advances, and once more pressed his lips to hers. Their breaths quickened, and Lin Bai felt a surge of heat in his abdomen as he pressed Su Qian back against the boat. Reveling in their passionate embrace, savoring each tender touch, above them, fireworks continued to bloom in the sky. Yet they were oblivious to the spectacle. Stop. Realizing that the belt around his waist had been loosened, Su Qian pushed his face away in a flurry, exclaiming, "Xiao Bai, I'm not ready yet." Her cheeks flushed, tears glimmering in her eyes. Seeing this, Lin Bai hastily sat up, finally comprehending that they had somehow tumbled onto the boat's bedding. Witnessing the Empress's pitiful expression, Lin Bai pulled her up, wrapping her in his arms. "I'm sorry." His gentle voice reached Su Qian's ears, her head buried deep in his chest, a faint sob escaping her. Initially, Lin Bai had been clear-headed, but as they lay together, feeling Su Qian's soft form against him, his thoughts became clouded with desire. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Bai rested his chin atop her head, sincerely apologizing. "Xiao Bai, I'm sorry too, but I'm not ready for that yet." Her voice was slightly hoarse as Lin Bai nodded in understanding. "I know." Embracing Su Qian's supple form, Lin Bai acknowledged that he had acted impulsively, disregarding her feelings and the current circumstances. They were nearly 300 meters from the shore, all eyes captivated by the fireworks, oblivious to their predicament. Should they make any noise, it would be akin to a live broadcast. Calming his racing heart, Lin Bai and Su Qian lay side by side in the boat, their hands clasped tightly, gazing upwards at the dazzling display of fireworks. "Fireworks fade quickly, Your Majesty, but my love for you remains unwavering." The sudden declaration caused Su Qian's cheeks, which had just begun to cool, to flush anew. Rolling onto her side, she rested her hand on Lin Bai's chest, gazing at his handsome face, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Boom! The fireworks continued to illuminate the night, casting reflections across the lake's surface, while the crowd on the shore, fingers entwined with their partners, looked up in awe. Even the bustling merchants halted their activities, beaming as they admired the fleeting beauty of the fireworks. As time leisurely passed, the festival, though scheduled to last for 2 hours, eventually drew to a close, with the final grand firework bursting in the sky. The crowd, still buzzing with excitement, began to meander back towards the city. The figures gradually receded, and the merchants, seeing that the area was becoming less crowded, began to pack up their goods. A gentle breeze brushed against Lin Bai's face, while Su Qian had already succumbed to a deep slumber beside him. Moving with care, he picked up a nearby paddle and, with a few strokes, guided the boat back towards the shore. The Empress looks quite adorable in her sleep. As he rowed, Lin Bai couldn't help but admire Su Qian's peaceful slumber, a smile spreading across his face. Upon reaching the innkeeper, Lin Bai gently cradled Su Qian in his arms, one hand around her delicate neck and the other beneath her slender leg, lifting her effortlessly in a princess carry. Sensing the movement, Su Qian furrowed her brow slightly, yet as she caught the familiar scent and warmth, she instinctively wrapped her arms around Lin Bai's neck and drifted back into a peaceful slumber. Seeing this, Lin Bai shook his head with a soft chuckle, his gaze lingering on the small red mark on her neck, reminiscent of their earlier encounter, leaving him with a lingering sense of desire. However, given that the Empress was currently asleep, he refrained from any further actions and strolled purposefully towards the Qiushui Inn. The night had deepened, approaching the witching hour, and the streets were becoming increasingly desolate. The grand festivities in Land City were set to commence tomorrow, promising to be the most splendid occasion yet. 15 minutes later, Lin Bai entered the room, gently lowering Su Qian onto the bed. "Xiao Bai." Despite his careful movements, Su Qian squinted her eyes open, hazily catching a glimpse of Lin Bai's face. Her arms still draped around his neck. "We've arrived at the inn. Please rest well." He placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, intending to pry her arms away, but in the next instant, He felt an unexpected force. Slap! A crisp sound echoed as they both tumbled onto the bed. "What the? Your Majesty?" Gazing at the exquisite visage before him, Lin Bai's heart raced, though his lips merely whispered a soft exclamation. Su Qian's entire form hung upon him like a sloth, yet she remained in slumber. He had intended to rise from the bed, but with Lin Bai's movement, the strength of her embrace only intensified. Was she still in a daze? The only plausible explanation was that Su Qian was utterly lost in her dreams, leaving the two of them in an awkward position upon the bed. Lin Bai found himself unable to move, fearing that any sudden motion might rouse the Empress from her slumber. "At the very least, allow me to shift my position. This is quite uncomfortable." Yes, if she had heard his unspoken thoughts. Su Qian shifted her legs apart, yet her arms, still entwined around his neck, showed no sign of loosening their grip. With a soft sigh, Lin Bai inched to the side, but one of his arms remained pinned beneath Su Qian's weight. Rendering any attempt to distance himself futile, so be it. Good night. Covering himself with the blanket using his other hand, Lin Bai uttered a quiet farewell as the moon hung high in the sky, its silvery light casting a gentle glow upon the two of them. Chapter 62. Empress, have you had enough of touching? Tossing and turning, Lin Bai caught the faint scent of Su Qian's fragrance wafting through the air, rendering him restless and unable to sleep. This was the first time he had slept so close to the Empress, and indeed, the first time in 2 lifetimes that he shared a bed with a woman. The flutter of emotions within him was uncontainable. Rubbing his eyes with one hand, he found himself utterly devoid of sleepiness. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until at last, he succumbed to a forced slumber. The following morning, as dawn broke, Su Qian's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, only to be greeted by the sight of Lin Bai's peaceful visage in deep repose. A sudden shock coursed through her, as her pupils constricted. She had just realized that her arms were still draped around Lin Bai's neck, prompting her to quickly shut her mouth. Last night, she had merely felt as though she lay in a tender embrace, and upon hazily opening her eyes to find it was Lin Bai, she had relaxed. But why were they lying together now? Exhaling softly, Su Qian shifted her body, discovering that she was still pressing down on Lin Bai's arm. As the memory of last night flooded back, a blush crept across her delicate features. The soft sound of Lin Bai's breathing reached her ears, and as she attempted to withdraw her arm, she found it pinned beneath his neck. Oh well, the night has passed. This moment is inconsequential. With that thought, Su Qian turned to gaze at Lin Bai's sleeping face, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Extending her free hand, she gently placed it upon Lin Bai's forehead, brushing aside the stray strands of hair, revealing a diamond-shaped mark that caught her eye. "It's so beautiful," she murmured softly, her slender fingers gliding downward until they rested upon Lin Bai's cheek. The warmth radiating from her fingertips seemed to stir him from his dreams, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Sensing this, Su Qian withdrew her hand, and Lin Bai's furrowed brow relaxed once more. Yet soon, the Empress placed her fingers back on Lin Bai's lips, gently pinching them. Seeing his expression, Su Qian felt as though she were teasing him, unable to suppress a laugh. "Empress, have you had enough of touching?" A voice suddenly pierced the air, and as Su Qian lifted her gaze, she found Lin Bai smiling at her, fully awake. Startled like a cat caught off guard, she quickly withdrew her arm, her cheeks now flushed a deeper shade of red. "Xiao Bai, when did you wake up?" Her tone was flustered as she averted her gaze. In truth, Lin Bai had awoken the moment Su Qian placed her hand on his forehead, but he had feigned sleep. Curious to see what the Empress would do. "Beautiful? What do you find beautiful?" Lin Bai grinned mischievously, lifting her chin to meet her enchanting gaze. "You were awake from the very beginning?" Su Qian exclaimed in disbelief, her face instantly burning with embarrassment as her eyes darted about. "Guess," he replied, But before Su Qian could respond, she felt a sudden force pulling her into Lin Bai's embrace. "Wait, as she began to protest. Lin Bai's lips met hers, his warm breath cascading over her face, compelling her to instinctively close her eyes. Cradling Su Qian's soft form, Lin Bai's hands roamed freely. The sensations coursing through her body made Su Qian relax. And soon, she felt the warmth of his touch penetrating her tightly closed jaw. "Stop," she murmured weakly, but her words were swallowed by another kiss, as Lin Bai pressed his lips against her once more. Lying in his embrace, Su Qian felt her body tremble, her cheeks burning with heat, the warmth radiating from her skin palpable to Lin Bai. With both hands grasping her, he elicited a soft sigh from her lips. As their lips entwined, Lin Bai opened his eyes to behold Su Qian's trembling lashes, gradually lowering his lips to her pale neck. "No," she protested softly, but the mark from last night still lingered. Even more pronounced than before, Lin Bai leaned down to kiss it, leaving 2 more rosy impressions. The rich fragrance enveloped him, and as he attempted to descend further, the empress cupped his face with her hands. Drawing him back to her lips, Su Qian understood that no matter what she said now, she could not halt Lin Bai's advances, and thus she met his kiss once more. "Enough, please?" At this moment, her embarrassment was overwhelming, her eyes flickering as she dared not meet his gaze. "Just let me hold you a while longer." Tenderly embracing her, Lin Bai rested his chin upon her forehead, his hands ceasing their exploration. Fearful that he might truly lose control. "Xiao Bai, you're pressing against me." Though she recognized it was a natural reaction, Su Qian could not conceal the shyness in her voice as she felt the hardness against her abdomen. "Early morning, a bit too much excitement, don't worry, it will subside soon." With a playful grin, Lin Bai gently stroked Su Qian's flowing hair. Time slipped away as the two reveled in their intimacy, the sun rising higher in the sky. Su Qian, her face flushed, began to rearrange her disheveled garments. Lin Bai lay on the bed, resting his arms behind his head, contemplating the beauty before him. He had nearly succumbed to the urge to draw Su Qian into his embrace. Feeling confident that it would not be long before the empress would fall under his spell. With a smile gracing his lips, Lin Bai finally sat up, stretching lazily as he gazed out the window into the bustling world beyond. The streets below were already teeming with people, as today marked the beginning of the grand event, far surpassing yesterday's crowd. Chapter 63. A true man born between heaven and earth. A quarter of an hour later, the two figures emerged from the autumn water inn. Lin Bai held Su Qian's delicate hand, while she once again donned a veil to conceal her face. They had chosen to forego the breakfast provided by the inn, opting instead to venture into the streets. Today, not only were there throngs of people, but numerous vendors had also set up stalls, including those selling delectable treats, rendering it unnecessary to waste their appetites on the inn's breakfast. "There are so many people." As they stepped out of the autumn water inn, Lin Bai marveled at the densely packed crowd. Every stall was surrounded by eager patrons, and as he surveyed the scene, it was clear that the streets were a sea of heads. Indeed, Su Qian frowned, turning to seek a less crowded path, but alas, every direction was filled to the brim with people. Landy City was not small. Why was it so congested? Lin Bai tightened his grip on Su Qian's hand, and within a mere moment, countless figures brushed past them. What they did not realize was that after departing the Wandao Chamber of Commerce the previous day, Wu Yong had released information overnight, announcing that this auction would feature imperial-grade artifacts. Upon hearing the news, various factions rushed to Landy City, with many still en route. In other words, the days ahead in Landy City would see an ever-increasing influx of people. The allure of imperial-grade artifacts was undeniable. Even if one could not secure a purchase, many wished to catch a glimpse of its splendor. "Xiao Bai, what should we do?" As the crowd ebbed and flowed around them, Su Qian clung tightly to Lin Bai, fearing that he might vanish from her sight at any moment. Let us first seek a more open space before deciding where to go next, Lin Bai suggested, feeling a sense of helplessness amidst the throng of people. It was all too easy to become separated in such a dense gathering. Their immediate goal was to extricate themselves from the bustling masses and find a quieter locale. Protectively encircling Su Qian in his embrace, they navigated through the surging tide of humanity, gradually moving away from the chaos. After half an hour, they arrived at a secluded alley, just wide enough for the two of them to pass through. Lin Bai let out a sigh of relief as he peered through a gap in the wall, observing the throngs of people meandering along the currents of the crowd. From a bird's-eye view, the dense assembly of individuals seemed to envelop the entirety of Londi City. "Your Majesty, are there no other cities nearby?" Lin Bai inquired. "We could explore somewhere else instead." Given the current situation, it was evidently impossible to continue wandering in Londi City. They would have to seek alternative paths. After pondering for a moment, Su Qian recalled that there were no other cities in the vicinity of Londi City, but there was a dynasty located 1,000 miles away. "How about we venture to the Qian dynasty?" she proposed. This idea sparked a glimmer of excitement in Lin Bai's eyes. The dynasty promised numerous attractions, and he readily agreed. "Let us depart." With their decision made, the two of them traversed the narrow alley, following the throng towards the city's outskirts. Moments later, Lin Bai and Su Qian emerged through the city gates, gazing upwards as a fleet of flying vessels approached from the distance. "Are there still people coming to Londi City?" Lin Bai mused, noting the overwhelming number of individuals already within the city. With more arriving from various regions of the continent, it seemed unlikely that they would be able to enjoy their time there in the coming days. Feeling a wave of discontent, Lin Bai reflected on his long journey of nearly 10,000 miles to reach Londi City, only to encounter such unforeseen circumstances. "It matters not. As long as I am with you, my dear Bai, I shall find joy wherever we go." Observing Lin Bai's expression, Su Qian wrapped her arm around his, her face lighting up with a smile. Su Qian genuinely believed that whether in Londi City or the Qian dynasty, as long as they were together, she would find happiness no matter where they roamed. Feeling the softness of her embrace, Lin Bai absent-mindedly brushed his fingers through Su Qian's flowing hair, his head lowering in a moment of bashfulness. "Are you feeling shy?" Su Qian teased playfully. A man of great stature should never succumb to shyness. At her words, Lin Bai shook his head vigorously, raising a fist in protest before her, as if to assert his bravado. "Is that so?" Su Qian did not expose his shyness, but instead retrieved a flying vessel from her storage ring. Placing it on the ground before them, she released her hold on Lin Bai's arm. She playfully tilted his chin with her finger, then swiftly turned to stand atop the flying vessel. Casting a charming glance back at him, stunned, Lin Bai touched his chin, realizing he had just been playfully teased. A smile broke across his face as he lifted his gaze, only to be met by Su Qian's enchanting glance, her captivating eyes causing his heart to flutter once more. A smile can bring forth 100 charms. Beyond this sentiment, Lin Bai struggled to find words to adequately express his admiration for the empress. "Xiao Bai, why are you still standing there in a daze?" Su Qian's voice jolted him back to reality. Realizing the moment, he hurriedly boarded the flying vessel, which began to ascend into the air. "Your Majesty, what can we expect to find in the Qian dynasty?" Lin Bai asked, holding Su Qian's delicate hand as he leaned his head to the side, gazing at her exquisite features. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Qian began to share what she knew. According to her, the dynasty located 1,000 miles from Londi City was known as the Qian dynasty. The majority of its populace consisted of ordinary citizens, with only the emperor and a few high-ranking officials possessing limited cultivation, none surpassing the Yuan Shan realm. The Qian dynasty served as a vassal state to Londi City, benefiting from its protection, which deterred other factions from making a move against them. Moreover, Attacking the Qian dynasty would yield no advantage for any major force, as it was primarily inhabited by commoners, and the royal treasury would have scant resources for cultivation. Such an assault could also be branded as an act of demonic treachery, leading to widespread disdain across the continent, an endeavor that would result in 1,000 losses for every gain. Just then, as Lin Bai and Su Qian happily conversed about the scenes unfolding below them, a sudden voice resonated in Lin Bai's mind. The forces of destiny are peering into the host. Deducting 10,000 admiration points, the system has automatically intercepted. Lin Bai's eyes narrowed at the mention of forces of destiny. His first thought was of the Wu family and their patriarch, for he had not provoked anyone else. System, could you enlighten me on what they are divining? The reason for Wu Ling's demise. A simple statement confirmed Lin Bai's suspicions. He had not anticipated that the Wu Emperor would seek him out, even involving those skilled in divination. Time shifted back to half an hour prior, atop a mountain in the Tianji Pavilion. The Wu family's elder, having exerted great effort, finally coerced the Tianji elder into performing a divination for him. I shall assist you this once, the elderly man, with sparse hair atop his head, declared as he began to manipulate his fingers, interpreting the heavenly secrets based on the elder's prompts. 2 golden threads, visible only to him, drifted away into the distance, but soon the Tianji elder's brow furrowed in confusion. Tianji elder, what do you see? The Wu family elder inquired anxiously, as the family head had issued a deathly command. If there were no results, his own life would be at stake. Hiss! This is not right. The Tianji elder closed his eyes, stroking his chin in contemplation. Through the heavenly secrets, he discerned that Wu Ling had indeed been murdered by another. However, he could perceive only a veil of mist surrounding one of the culprits, compelling him to seek the other thread for further insight. Yet, upon merely brushing against it, he was met with an overwhelmingly powerful backlash that coursed through his entire being. Curse it! Get out of here! The Tianji elder spat blood, leaping to his feet in a frenzy, shouting furiously, "What kind of trouble has the Wu family stirred up?" As the backlash slowly subsided, the Tianji elder hurled a curse at the Wu family elder. Had the force been any stronger, it could have cost him his millennia of cultivation. As a half-emperor, the only beings capable of inflicting such backlash were those at the pinnacle of the emperor realm. What did you see? The elder's outburst did not provoke anger in the Wu family elder. Instead, he looked on with eager anticipation, desperate to learn the outcome. I saw your grandfather. Get lost, hurry, and roll away. If the Wu family seeks death, don't drag me along. The Tianji elder was filled with trepidation, grateful that he had managed to retract the forces of destiny in time. Had the other party sensed his presence, he could have found himself before them, facing annihilation. You don't fear that the 3 great emperors of the Wu family will personally come to visit? The elder's words darkened the Wu elder's expression. Even with his good temperament, he could not endure such insults. I curse your grandfather. Instead of wasting time here, I advise you to pray for your family's survival. The Tianji elder, having gleaned the terrifying nature of the forces he had encountered, realized that only a peak emperor could inflict such backlash. Fine, fine, fine. The Wu elder gritted his teeth, uttering 3 fines in resignation before striding away. Left alone atop the mountain, the Tianji elder paced back and forth, pondering how to escape the Wu family's wrath while fearing the powerful entity they had provoked. I must relocate. This Tianji pavilion is no longer safe. With this thought, the Tianji elder hastily packed his belongings and dispatched a message. All elders and disciples shall descend the mountain for training. No summons shall be returned. The people of Tianji Pavilion were bewildered by his sudden decree, yet they dared not defy the pavilion master's orders, promptly gathering their belongings to descend the mountain. After securing his cherished possessions, the Tianji elder hastily left, disguising himself as an ordinary Taoist, appearing as a mere charlatan on the streets. Unbeknownst to him, The individual he had attempted to divine was merely a novice in the Dongshu realm, while Lin Bai, the one being observed, was currently contemplating how to deal with the Wu family. Oblivious to the events unfolding within the Tianji Pavilion, and thanks to the system's intervention, the entire establishment was sent into disarray. Xiao Bai, what troubles you? Su Qian stood beside him, noticing Lin Bai's silence and turning to find him lost in contemplation, a look of confusion on her face. It's nothing. I just recalled something. Lin Bai replied casually, waving his hand dismissively. He chose not to share the matter of being spied upon with Su Qian, understanding that the Wu family's involvement along with their 3 great emperors would only serve to burden the empress with unnecessary worry. What is it? Can you share it with me? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at Lin Bai, who responded with a smile. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, Your Majesty, are you certain you wish to know? At his words, Su Qian took a step back, her cheeks already flushed with a rosy hue. Humph, you needn't even think about it. I know you're going to tease me again, she huffed, turning her head away to avoid his gaze. How improper! Lin Bai paid no heed to Su Qian's murmurs. While the empress had successfully evaded scrutiny this time, he was left pondering how to confront the Wu family. Even with the enhancement of the system's spatial orbs, he barely reached the realm of a respectable, still far from the emperor's domain. With much ground yet to cover, he hoped time was on his side. Contemplating the situation, he realized that the system's intervention likely meant that their whereabouts had gone undetected by their pursuers. Moreover, Su Qian possessed a concealed pearl. Should anyone attempt to spy on them, they would only perceive a veil of mist. Thus, the Wu family would require additional time to locate them, while Lin Bai must diligently enhance his own strength in the interim. He also needed to leverage the system's capabilities to amass favorability points and acquire beneficial items. Resolute in his determination, Lin Bai felt his spirits lift slightly, though a lingering shadow of anxiety remained in his heart. Until the matter with the Wu family was resolved, peace would elude him. Exhaling deeply, Lin Bai took Su Qian's hand and gazed into the distance. Not for himself, but for the empress, he vowed to eradicate the Wu family. Sensing the weight of Lin Bai's emotions, a flicker of confusion crossed Su Qian's eyes. Clearly, something troubled him, yet he showed no inclination to share. His lips pressed together. A sudden wave of sentiment stirred within her. Empress, could that be the Qian dynasty? Lin Bai's voice interrupted her thoughts. His words. Su Qian raised her head, following his gaze towards a shadowy city, considerably smaller than Londi City, where a few figures lingered at the gates. After a few breaths, the flying vessel gradually descended, drawing the curious gazes of the onlookers below, who were all ordinary folk, some witnessing such a sight for the first time. Mother, why can that boat fly in the sky? A child with a bun hairstyle, appearing no older than 7 or 8, asked, clutching a piece of dry cake and gazing up at the vessel hovering above the city gates. That is a tool of celestial beings. Perhaps one day, little Bao will have the chance to ride in one. The woman beside him replied lovingly, her face weathered from years of labor. Arriving at their destination, the pair stood at the forefront of the flying vessel, taking their time to observe the city. Once they noticed the sparsity of its inhabitants, Su Qian gently guided the vessel to descend. The moment their figures became visible to the crowd at the gates, a chorus of gasps erupted around them. Empress, shall we go? Ignoring the throngs around them, Lin Bai wore a smile as he led Su Qian into the Qian dynasty. Their entrance sparked curiosity among the onlookers, who, upon noticing their lavish attire, dared not approach. Why does it feel like we're being observed like monkeys? Lin Bai mused, scanning the crowd with a furrowed brow. Every gaze was filled with wonder, as if they had never encountered handsome men or beautiful women before. They were mere mortals, rarely exposed to cultivators, hence their astonishment was hardly surprising. You see, the Qian dynasty is rather remote, and cultivators seldom venture here, Su Qiyin explained. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Bai turned his attention to the surroundings, finding the town quite charming. The houses were neatly arranged, each adorned with festive decorations, and vibrant red lanterns hung at every doorstep. The people moved busily, yet each bore a humble appearance. Little Bai, we are in luck. We have arrived just in time for the autumn evening moon festival, Su Qiyin exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she beheld the lively scene. She had previously studied the daily lives of ordinary folk, noting that while the cultivation realm held grand celebrations, commoners too had their own festivals. Autumn evening moon festival? Lin Bai murmured, stroking his chin. Around this time in his previous life, it was likely the Mid-Autumn Festival, suggesting there might be some similarities. Indeed, it coincided with the full moon before the autumn equinox, commonly known as the Moon Festival. Ordinary people would honor the moon as a deity, offering prayers during the evening moonlight to fulfill their wishes. Considering the timing, it seemed the festival would take place that very night. Su Qiyin elaborated that although they could not partake in grand celebrations, participating in moon worship in the Qiyin dynasty was still a delightful prospect. At her words, Lin Bai's eyes brightened. Though he did not fully grasp the empress's explanation, he clearly understood that tonight was significant. Then let us wander through this dynasty for a while. With determination set, they began to walk further away, realizing they were merely on the outskirts. The city center was bound to be the most vibrant area. As they passed by, the crowd halted to observe the unfamiliar figures. Their eyes fixed upon Lin Bai and Su Qiyin, who held hands. Lin Bai remained unfazed, but the empress felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Swish, a sword unsheathed, floating beneath them. Su Qiyin glanced back at Lin Bai and said, "Little Bai, let us head directly to the royal city." Noticing her unease, Lin Bai nodded gently, and they ascended upon the flying sword, their figures transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the sky. Leaving behind a crowd of awestruck onlookers, crossing a formidable city wall, the scene before them starkly contrasted with the outskirts. Here, cultivators were visible, though the highest among them were merely at the foundation establishment stage, while most were at the body refinement stage. Lin Bai stood behind Su Qiyin, surveying the vibrant life within the city. On either side of the road, rows of wooden buildings stood in neat alignment, reminiscent of ancient architecture. Nearby, several grand residences suggested the abode of the city's elite. The streets bustled with people traversing various shops. Lin Bai noted the absence of stalls and observed guards clad in silver armor patrolling the square, while a group was busily constructing a platform, leading him to speculate on their purpose. "Empress, shall we explore the square?" he suggested. The sound of his voice reached Su Qiyin's ears, prompting her to nod, guiding the flying sword downwards. Moments later, they stood outside the square, assessing the surrounding shops to see if anything piqued their interest. "Empress, would you care for some candied fruit? Or perhaps osmanthus cake? Dragonbeard candy is delightful as well." Upon hearing his words, Su Qiyin raised an eyebrow. As cultivators, they had long since transcended the need for food, so she was surprised that Little Bai still enjoyed such snacks. The sweetness of the candied hawthorn had already hinted at his preference. If Lin Bai were to discover her thoughts, he would surely exclaim, "Come on, I've traversed realms. I should savor the flavors of this world." Very well, she finally conceded, her inner thoughts aligning with her desire to experience the delicacies Lin Bai spoke of. With the empress's approval, Lin Bai guided her first to a shop selling osmanthus cake, followed by a few purchases of candied fruit, and they stood on the street, savoring their treats. "Delicious, isn't it?" he remarked, glancing down at Su Qiyin, who was relishing her food, a smile gracing his lips. "Quite tasty," she replied, experiencing these popular snacks for the first time. Since embarking on her cultivation journey, her diet had primarily consisted of the spiritual essence of the world. Even during meals, She would only partake of a modest offering from the imperial kitchen of Tianzi's sacred palace. Little Bai, you should try some too. She offered her osmanthus cake to Lin Bai, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as he took a delicate bite. The moment it touched his tongue, a wave of sweetness and the fragrant aroma of osmanthus enveloped him, exquisite and refreshing. Very sweet, he remarked, but I wasn't referring to the osmanthus cake. He gently ruffled Su Qiyan's hair. Had they not been in a public setting, he would have surely leaned in for a kiss. Lin Bai's words caused a blush to creep onto Su Qiyan's cheeks, her lips pressing together. If it wasn't about the osmanthus cake, it insinuated that he found her sweet. The gentle caress from above made her lower her head. Before she opened her mouth again for another bite, so sweet. But I wasn't talking about the osmanthus cake either. On a playful turn, she mirrored his teasing tone, though her voice carried a hint of softness compared to his. Witnessing the empress's demeanor, Lin Bai's heart stirred, and no matter the circumstance, she could not conceal her delicate charm. Withdrawing his arm, Lin Bai retrieved a piece of candied fruit from the paper bag, which was simply a confection made from various fruits and syrup. "Try this one," he said, presenting it to her. Just as Su Qiyan swallowed the last morsel of her osmanthus cake, she looked up to see Lin Bai holding a small round treat, bringing it closer to her mouth. After a moment's hesitation, she parted her lips, and he placed it gently inside. The moment it touched her tongue, an explosion of sweetness and fragrance burst forth, delightful yet not overly rich. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Lin Bai's smiling face, nodding vigorously. "I really like it. I like it too." Watching the empress savor the candied fruit, Lin Bai did not withdraw his hand but allowed it to rest on her delicate cheek. His gaze filled with affection. As her face drew nearer, she quickly raised her hands to ward him off. "Not here. There are too many people." In response, Lin Bai averted his gaze, scratching his nose, and turned to observe elsewhere. Noticing a gathering of people not far off, all watching them intently. Clearing his throat, he declared, "Ahem, what are you staring at? If you want a partner, go find your own." With a piercing glare, Lin Bai's magnificent attire rendered the onlookers speechless, their anger quelled by his grandeur. After a sheepish smile, they turned to leave. "Your Majesty, there lies another jewelry shop nearby. Shall we take a stroll inside?" Su Qiyan, adorned with the silver-gilded hairpin Lin Bai had gifted her, had it elegantly perched on the left side of her head. Her already exquisite features were further enhanced by the butterfly ornament, embodying the adage that a person's appearance is greatly influenced by their adornments. It would be a disservice to deprive one's future bride of beauty, especially when surrounded by an array of embellishments that were truly pleasing to the eye. Were this world akin to her previous life, Lin Bai would wish to see the empress clad in black silk, donning a maid's outfit. Such thoughts sent a thrill through him. Suppressing the impending rush of blood to his face, Lin Bai pulled back his wandering thoughts. Genuinely concerned about the next moment's potential embarrassment, "I asked this what it feels like to be enamored." His words prompted Su Qiyan to glance at the nearby shop, where numerous noblewomen and young ladies ambled about, accompanied by maidservants clad in matching pink attire. After plucking a candied fruit from the paper bag Lin Bai held, a hint of shyness colored her voice. "Certainly, but may we purchase some more candied fruits before we depart?" In the past, Su Qiyan had little fondness for sweets, yet the allure of candied fruits had shattered her previous convictions. If it pleased the empress, what would it matter if he were to commandeer the entire shop? With a gentle smile, Lin Bai took Su Qiyan's delicate hand, their fingers entwined, standing face to face, while his other hand rested atop her head once more. "No need to buy out the shop. A few will suffice." She believed that he could indeed make such a gesture, hastily interjecting to halt his intentions. "Very well." After lingering in their intimate moment, their figures gradually made their way toward the jewelry shop, known as the Cheongyu Pavilion. Upon entering, Lin Bai gazed at the shop's name, and as they stepped inside, A dazzling array of jewelry greeted them, elegantly displayed on wooden shelves. For a moment, Lin Bai found himself overwhelmed by the sheer variety of hairpins, hair accessories, and even items resembling chokers. "Young master, young lady, may I assist you in any way?" A girl clad in a blue robe approached them, her voice soft as she inquired. It was evident that she was taken aback by Lin Bai's presence in the Cheongyu pavilion, as it was rare to see a man in such an establishment. "No, we are merely browsing." Su Qian waved her off. Lin Bai wished to say more, as he possessed a modicum of knowledge about jewelry, and having someone to guide them would have been ideal. However, the Empress's rejection was unmistakable, and he refrained from speaking. Regardless of the ornament, if it looked good on Su Qian, he would acquire it. The girl in blue bowed and excused herself, retreating to attend to others. "Your Majesty, do try this," Lin Bai suggested, picking up a hairpin adorned with an unknown floral design, leading Su Qian to a mirror. Yet, as he unfastened her original hairpin, a frown crossed his face. When he had previously assisted the Empress with her hair, it had been a rather haphazard arrangement, easily undone with a mere shake. "Pay close attention. I shall teach you just once." Seemingly noticing Lin Bai's struggle, Su Qian took the hairpin from him. Preferring her hair half down, Lin Bai watched intently as she deftly maneuvered. She partitioned her hair, placing the hairpin beneath two strands, wrapping her fingers around them before twisting the pin counterclockwise, ensuring the floral side faced downward and the pointed end faced upward. With a series of graceful movements, the hairpin was secured at the back of her head. "Have you grasped it?" Lin Bai stood in a daze, astonished by the intricacies involved in styling hair. Previously, he had managed to arrange it for the Empress in a rather slapdash manner, and he couldn't help but admire his own past efforts. That should suffice. He was now certain of his understanding, but whether his hands could replicate the skill remained to be seen. Hearing Lin Bai's lack of confidence, Su Qian undid her newly styled hair and handed him the hairpin. "Shall we give it a try?" Her delicate visage radiated a gentle smile, as she yearned for Lin Bai to truly style her hair. "Then I shall attempt it." Taking the hairpin, Lin Bai swallowed hard and, drawing upon his memories, reached out to comb through Su Qian's locks. Moments later, he stepped back to assess his handiwork. "It's a bit askew, yet still passable." Though it was his first attempt, he had done admirably well. Su Qian observed her reflection in the mirror, turning to admire her profile. While it was not flawless, the joy in her heart was undeniable. Stepping closer to Lin Bai, she leaned in and gently pecked his cheek, unnoticed by the others in the shop. The warmth of her touch left Lin Bai momentarily stunned, watching as she distanced herself, her face still adorned with the remnants of her previous smile. "Your Majesty, I have noticed that your boldness has grown." Lin Bai chuckled softly, touching the spot where she had kissed him, with a playful giggle. Su Qian's south eyes squinted into crescent shapes, and Lin Bai found himself entranced. After a moment, he regained his composure. "Ahem, let us explore other adornments." Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he turned to lean against a display of jewelry. His hand pressed to his heart, which raced with fervor. "Is this what it feels like to be smitten?" Indeed, it was. Lin Bai pondered, having never experienced such a sensation until Su Qian's recent gesture. Subsequently, he selected additional hairpins and hair ornaments for the Empress, determined to procure anything that caught his eye. "Your Majesty, what is this particular ornament?" At that moment, Lin Bai noticed a collection of various hair accessories, each distinct in form yet similar in essence, all adorned with chains of gold and embellished with agate and jade. As he lifted one that seemed to have multiple chains dangling, it is a type of hair accessory called abuyao, with the chains at the end serving as pendants. It can be directly inserted into an arranged hairstyle. Upon hearing the Empress's explanation, Lin Bai marveled at the vast assortment of hair adornments. Lowering his gaze to the buyao in his hand, Lin Bai stepped forward and inserted it into Su Qian's hair, though the presence of the hairpin somewhat detracted from its beauty. After a moment of contemplation, he removed it. "Your Majesty, do you fancy it?" He shook the buyao, and Su Qian shook her head in response. "I have little desire for ornaments." Typically, she would merely tie her hair simply, eschewing all other accessories, and the hairpin she wore was only because Lin Bai had gifted it to her. Otherwise, it would have been relegated to her storage ring. "Then I shall purchase it." Seeing her neither express approval nor disapproval, Lin Bai decided to keep it. After spending half an hour in the Cheongyu Pavilion, trying on every style of ornament, he ultimately selected a necklace to adorn her neck and a golden bracelet. Had the Empress not eschewed earrings, he would have chosen 2 pairs for her as well. "Lin Bai, these will suffice." Noticing his growing excitement, Su Qian grasped his hand, halting his pursuit of other items. "Is this all?" Lin Bai surveyed the scattered assortment of 7 or 8 pieces in his hand, feeling it somewhat insufficient. After all, the Empress adorned herself for whom, if not for him? Note: the original text contains various traditional Chinese jewelry terms that have been retained for context and authenticity. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai directly retrieved 10 spirit stones from his storage ring and placed them upon the counter. He was well aware that a single spirit stone equated to 100 taels of gold. The woman observed Lin Bai's use of spirit stones for payment, and a look of understanding flickered in her eyes. Such lavish expenditure could only be afforded by a family of cultivators without a care. After settling the bill, Lin Bai took Su Qian's hand and exited the Cheongyu Pavilion. "Your Majesty, do put it on video, not forget to show it to me when the time comes." With a playful smile, he placed the ornament into her hand. Su Qian selected a bracelet from among them, sliding it onto her delicate wrist. "What do you think?" She gathered the remaining ornaments into her storage ring, raised her arm, and gently swayed it before Lin Bai. The golden bracelet, adorned with a radiant ruby at its center, shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. "Your Majesty, do you even need to ask? It is undoubtedly exquisite." He reached out to gently pat her head, caressing her flowing hair. Su Qian had grown accustomed to Lin Bai's affectionate gestures and now reveled in the gentle contact. Seeing her in such a manner, Lin Bai felt a flicker of confusion in his heart. He recalled that the former Empress was not like this, yet the current version appeared so adorably naive that one was compelled to embrace her. Moreover, Lin Bai had keenly noticed that the fiercely assertive gaze that once resided in Su Qian's eyes was gradually fading, replaced by an innocent glimmer. Like a docile kitten, she nuzzled against his palm. And though Lin Bai maintained a calm demeanor, he alone understood the overwhelming allure Su Qian held over him at that moment. "Your Majesty, I find myself increasingly enamored by you. What should I do?" Upon hearing his words, Su Qian lifted her head, her expression tender as she reached out to caress Lin Bai's cheek. "Xiao Bai." The rest of her words remained unspoken, for she had already responded through her actions. Suddenly, Su Qian rose onto her toes, her nose brushing against his as she placed a light kiss on the corner of Lin Bai's mouth, immediately retreating like a startled kitten into his embrace. "Your Majesty, there are many people here." Wrapping his arms around her waist, Lin Bai turned to survey their surroundings, noting that quite a few gazes had shifted in their direction. Just moments ago in the Cheongyu Pavilion, Su Qian's unexpected kiss had stirred his heart, and now, with this familiar act, Lin Bai could only smile helplessly as he gently brushed aside her long hair. The fragrance of jasmine wafted through the air, mingling with the gentle breeze that caressed Lin Bai's nostrils. "It matters not. In my eyes, you are the only one that remains." Their eyes locked. Lin Bai noticed that despite the blush staining Su Qian's cheeks, there was no hint of evasion in her gaze. Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback. Regardless of the onlookers' envious or jealous stares, he was drawn into the warmth of the moment. Lowering his head, he captured Su Qian's lips, the smooth, jade-like sensation enveloping him in bliss. "Huh? Why do I suddenly feel so full?" A bystander appeared perplexed, unable to comprehend the sensation. "Mother, I think there is something in my mouth." A young girl tugged at the sleeve of the woman beside her, her lips moving as she expressed her confusion. Despite having eaten nothing, yet feeling a fullness. "Don't say that. I feel the same way." With a hint of amusement in her eyes, the woman thought of her unambitious husband. Returning to Lin Bai and Su Qian, their lips had parted, and upon realizing they had drawn a crowd, Lin Bai hurriedly took Su Qian's delicate hand and fled the scene. A romantic atmosphere enveloped them as they dashed through the bustling streets of the royal city, their fingers intertwined, maintaining a synchronized pace. Without exception, both Lin Bai and Su Qian wore broad smiles upon their faces. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that they gradually came to a halt, having reached a secluded corner of the royal city. Nearby lay a patch of grass. Although it was the autumn equinox, a few flowers still bloomed faintly. "Your Majesty, shall we rest here for a while?" There were hardly any passers-by, and without a moment's thought, Su Qian nodded in agreement. Lying upon the grass, she rested her head upon her hands, while Su Qian sat beside Lin Bai, playfully tousling his hair. She finally understood why Lin Bai enjoyed stroking his long hair. It was a sensation she too cherished as she brushed his hair between his brows. The black diamond-shaped mark occasionally caught her eye, and no matter how many times she saw it, she found herself irresistibly drawn to it. With a smile playing on his lips, Lin Bai took hold of Su Qian's other hand, gently pressing between her fingers. How comfortable! As the autumn breeze blew softly, Lin Bai could not help but squint his eyes, relishing the gentle touch above him. "Your Majesty, what do you think our life would be like if we were to have children in the future?" At his words, Su Qian's hand paused momentarily. She had never contemplated such a question before. A faint blush rose upon her handsome cheeks, and she withdrew the hand resting on Lin Bai's head, instead pinching his arm. "Ouch, Your Majesty, what are you doing?" Rubbing his shoulder, Lin Bai inhaled sharply, only to see Su Qian's face aflame, her voice barely above a whisper. "Such matters, of course, can only be known in due time, no need to wait. We can simply rely on your 10 months. "Your Majesty," Lin Bai chuckled, causing Su Qian to cast him a resentful glance, only to bite the spot she had just pinched. Absolutely not." With a soft huff, Lin Bai noticed the droplet of saliva left on his sleeve. He understood Su Qian's current feelings all too well. After all, the first time is always the hardest to overcome. For instance, her initial reluctance to his head pats had transformed into the current docility akin to a kitten. Likewise, though he had been unsure of Su Qian's intentions during their first kiss, she had now become quite the initiator. Thus, life comprises only the first time and countless repetitions. Once one overcomes that initial hurdle, acceptance will gradually follow. "Very well, I shall abide by Your Majesty's wishes." Sitting up, he embraced her slender neck, the remnants of 3 strawberries from last night and this morning still faintly visible. With another soft huff. Su Qian leaned her head against his shoulder, following the curve of Lin Bai's arm. Holding her delicate hand, Lin Bai looked up at the sky, calculating the time. It was already afternoon, and night would soon descend. Today marked the Autumn Evening Moon Festival, and he anticipated the lively atmosphere at the Royal City Square. Although they could not attend the grand celebration in Londi City, experiencing a festival reminiscent of his past life was still a stroke of good fortune. Chapter 68. Moon Offering. A wish to the moon goddess. Time flowed slowly, with withered leaves dancing in the wind. Amidst the vast night, the stars and full moon created a picturesque scene, the silvery moonlight gently illuminating Su Qian's drowsy face. Lin Bai had one arm wrapped around her shoulder, the moonlight enhancing the empress's already fair complexion, casting a halo around her, while a delicate smile graced her lips. In the distance, joyful voices and laughter emanated from the square, where small children frolicked around the newly constructed platform. As Lin Bai played with Su Qian's hair, she narrowed her eyes before gradually opening them, revealing a gaze that seemed to hold the glimmer of stars. "Your Majesty, it is night." Her ears caught the playful tone in his voice, and the moment she opened her eyes, she found Lin Bai's gentle gaze awaiting her. Unable to resist, she nestled into his embrace. Rubbing against him, Xiao Bai, with a soft laugh, Lin Bai affectionately stroked the long hair cascading down Su Qian's back. The delicate figure nestled against him like a clingy kitten, firmly pressed against his chest. Su Qian savored the warmth of Lin Bai's embrace, inexplicably reluctant to leave. It seemed that this place provided her with an unparalleled sense of security. Had Lin Bai not reminded her that it was now night, she might have remained in his arms indefinitely. "Let us go." Rising and smoothing out her slightly wrinkled robe, Su Qian wrapped her arm around Lin Bai's, her sweet laughter ringing in his ears. Sensing the soft touch of her arm, Lin Bai cleared his throat twice to suppress the fluttering in his heart. "Your Majesty, do you know what activities are held during the Autumn Evening Moon Festival?" At his inquiry, a thoughtful expression crossed Su Qian's face before she shook her head. "I do not know much, but I am sure there will be moon offerings and prayers." Su Qian was aware of the festival's existence and understood some of the customs, but had not engaged in them extensively. As for the details, she would explain them to him once they arrived. Upon hearing Su Qian's words, Lin Bai nodded and allowed his thoughts to drift back to the Mid-Autumn Festival he had experienced in his past life. It was said that the ancients also celebrated the Mid-Autumn Festival with moon offerings and prayers, but he was unsure of the similarities between the two. Moments later, the two arrived at a corner of the square, where a multitude of people had gathered beneath the platform, elderly folks, scholars, women, and children alike, all gazing reverently at the figures standing atop the platform. It seems it has already begun. Gazing upward, at the very center of the elevated platform stood a wooden table adorned with several plates of fruit. Behind the table, a group of women clad in long robes stood with their hands respectfully clasped before them, exuding an air of solemnity. Flanking them were several figures, seemingly engaged in preparations for the ceremony. As she maneuvered through the crowd, Su Qian scrutinized the figures above and remarked, "The foremost figure is the chief priest, while the 5 individuals behind her are the assistant priests." "Chief priest? Assistant priests?" Lin Bai was somewhat puzzled, yet he grasped the general meaning. The chief priest was evidently the presiding figure, while the assistant priests appeared to be the aides. With this understanding, Lin Bai nodded. He then observed the chief priest gracefully stepping aside, as another figure ascended the platform, carrying a wooden basin. "This is the ritual of washing," Lin Bai comprehended, linking it to the chief priest's current actions. The ritual of washing, it seemed, signified the cleansing of hands. Following this would be the moon worship ceremony. Su Qian's explanatory words continued to resonate beside him. Indeed, in the next moment, the chief priest returned to the table, extending her hand to accept several lit incense sticks presented from the side. With a respectful gesture, she raised the incense above her head and bowed deeply, an act mirrored by the assistant priests behind her. Subsequently, they inserted the incense into a prearranged incense burner on the table. With the incense offering complete, the next step was the offering of wine. Lin Bai, upon hearing this, felt the moon worship ceremony was quite intricate, yet he felt no impatience at all. His hand clasped around Su Qian's delicate hand. He noticed her earnest gaze fixated on the chief priest's every move. "Your Majesty, do you find this ceremony to your liking?" he whispered softly into her ear. Su Qian's eyes shimmered, and a genuine smile graced her lips. The moon symbolizes longing, completeness, and expectation. It is no wonder that ordinary folk on this continent refer to it as the moon goddess. Thus, I wish to make a vow to the moon goddess during this ceremony, hoping that we may remain together as we are now. Su Qian did not directly respond, but instead spoke of the moon's significance and her innermost desires. Turning to meet Lin Bai's astonished gaze, she gently pinched his cheek. "Your Majesty, I am quite curious as to where you acquired such knowledge. Rubbing his forehead, Lin Bai reflected on how Su Qian often articulated sentiments that stirred his heart. As the moon worship ceremony progressed, he found himself utterly captivated, standing before her, mesmerized by her exquisite profile. Meanwhile, the chief priest completed the wine offering, followed by the recitation of the moon worship incantation. A series of devout voices emanated from a figure below the platform. With the wise in power, peace reigns across the land. I in reverence to the moon. May it bless me with favorable weather in the coming year. With the final words spoken, a figure below the platform presented a piece of paper to the chief priest, hands held in offering. The flickering light illuminated the scene as the chief priest set the ignited paper beneath the table, culminating in a collective bow to the moon. Lin Bai, entranced by Su Qian's profile, was suddenly aware of the surrounding crowd, who all bowed in unison toward the moon. The empress followed suit, and amidst the crowd, he found himself standing awkwardly, contemplating for a moment before joining Su Qian in honoring the moon. If there truly is a moon goddess, then I too wish for my desires to align with yours. Your Majesty. Time passed, and Lin Bai noted that the bowing seemed to stretch on indefinitely. He scratched his nose, pondering, when will this conclude? The ceremony is complete. A voice from the platform proclaimed, prompting everyone to stand upright. Signaling the conclusion of the moon worship, the chief priest and assistant priests descended the platform, leaving it eerily vacant. Yet, the surrounding crowd remained, with the children's eyes sparkling with excitement. Is that all? Your Majesty? Lin Bai inquired. Pretty much, after the moon worship, everyone will begin feasting and enjoying the moonlight, Su Qian replied. Lin Bai couldn't help but smirk. He had anticipated a grander celebration for the Mid-Autumn Festival. It turned out there was merely the moon worship, and he had scarcely observed much, his attention entirely captivated by Su Qian. At tea that moment, Lin Bai noticed a group of individuals pushing a cart nearby. His eyes brightening with intrigue. Shadow puppetry? Lin Bai hadn't expected to witness such a performance in this dynasty. Xiao Bai, what is shadow puppetry? Su Qian, curious at his words, looked at Lin Bai with a perplexed expression. Shadow puppetry involves crafting figures from animal hides or paper, which are then illuminated by candlelight to cast silhouettes upon a white screen. Accompanied by music and song, it is a form of folk theatrical art. Seeing Su Qian's half-understanding expression, Lin Bai playfully patted her head. You'll see shortly. As they conversed, nearby children rushed to the cart, where an elder and two young men were busily setting up, hand in hand. Lin Bai and Su Qian approached as the white screen glimmered with light, followed by a soft cough from behind the curtain. The children were filled with anticipation. Shadow puppetry was a rare delight, typically reserved for special occasions, which added to their excitement. Suddenly, a spirited melody filled the air, and Su Qian's eyes were fixed intently on the empty white screen. With a flourish, a silhouette of a paper figure appeared. Adorned with a fearsome demon mask, it was clear they were narrating a story through cutout shadows. Realizing this, Su Qian understood, while Lin Bai nodded approvingly. Indeed, I used to watch this quite often, whether in his past life or this one. Lin Bai had encountered shadow puppetry numerous times. When he first arrived at the Tianzi Sacred Palace, a puppeteer would frequently roll into his small village, performing shadow plays that provided him with a rare source of entertainment during his childhood. In the past, Su Qian mused, having never inquired about Lin Bai's earlier experiences. She only knew that he had been brought back from the Tianzi Sacred Palace, a fact that had caused quite a stir. How come, Your Majesty, do you wish to learn about my past? Receiving no answer, Lin Bai discerned from Su Qian's eager gaze that she was indeed curious. Gently brushing his hand over her head, he reflected on his past, feeling there was little of significance to share. After all, his history was one of an ordinary person. His fate had been tragic, losing his mother at 3 and his father at 5. His maturity belied his age, which rendered him unable to play with peers in his village, leading to a solitary existence. As he recounted his childhood memories to Su Qian, she empathized deeply, understanding the pain of losing loved ones. "No wonder I've never heard you speak of your parents." Upon learning they had succumbed to illness, a softness emerged in Su Qian's gaze as she linked her arm with Lin Bai's. She had never known her mother, and her father, as the leader of the Xinyao sect, was perpetually preoccupied. In her early years, she was primarily raised by her grandfather. Following her father's wrongful persecution, the one who cared for her most was Li Qiujuan from the Sword Peak. All is in the past. Lin Bai raised his eyes to the unfolding shadow play, where the story was narrated by the unseen puppeteer. "And besides, now I have you, your majesty, by my side." A smile graced his lips, causing Su Qian to momentarily pause, gazing at his handsome profile in astonishment. Lin Bai felt a pang of sorrow regarding the loss of his parents in this life. However, as the years had passed, the pain had dulled with time. The fragmented memories of his parents were now but scattered remnants, impossible to piece together. "So when you spoke of family, this is what you meant." Only now did Su Qian comprehend Lin Bai's earlier assertion that she was his sole family. "That is not entirely accurate." Lin Bai shook his head, diverting his gaze from the shadow play to meet Su Qian's eyes. "What I truly mean is that I wish to build a new family with you." "Your Majesty." Upon hearing those words, a noticeable blush rapidly spread across Su Qian's cheeks. The prospect of establishing a new family implied that he intended to marry her in the future and make her his wife. Yet, given the current state of their relationship, it seemed an inevitable outcome. Although she had previously resisted the notion, for some inexplicable reason, a twinge of anticipation blossomed within Su Qian's heart at this moment. If he wished to marry her, it would not be so simple. Her future actions would be the determining factor. After a moment of calm reflection, Su Qian turned her head to the side, avoiding Lin Bai's gaze, and softly uttered, despite the surrounding commotion. Lin Bai heard her clearly. He wrapped his arms around her and lightly pressed his lips against her brow. "I believe that one day, my empress, you will refer to me as your husband, rather than just little Bai." With a playful chuckle, Lin Bai spoke in a jesting tone. However, upon hearing these words, Su Qian's already flushed cheeks deepened in color. She playfully struck his chest twice and let out a soft huff. Lin Bai ceased his teasing and focused intently on the shadow play performance unfolding before them. Su Qian peeked out from his embrace, captivated by the show. The story depicted a world ravaged by demonic cultivators, featuring a young man with a heart dedicated to restoring peace, who set out on a quest to vanquish these fiends with a long sword in hand. The tale unfolded reasonably until Lin Bai observed the young hero encountering a kindred spirit, a young woman equally determined to eliminate the demonic threat. Upon discovering their shared intentions, the young man invited her to join him on his quest. As they sought the demons together, the young man's feelings for the girl gradually blossomed into love. Just as Lin Bai anticipated a romantic union following the defeat of the demons, he was taken aback by a sudden twist in the narrative. The young woman transformed, sprouting antennae from her head and donning a blood-red mask. She was, in fact, the very demon they sought to destroy. A raucous laugh echoed from the shadows, laden with complexity, seemingly mirroring the young man's tumultuous emotions at that moment. With sword raised, the young hero engaged in an epic battle with the demon for 300 rounds, ultimately emerging victorious and slaying the beast. Gazing down at his bloodied hands and the now reverted form of the demoness, he knelt, lamenting, "I have saved this land, but in the next life, I hope to share the wonders of the world with her." Cradling her lifeless body, he let out a heart-wrenching howl before taking his own life before her remains. Lin Bai could not help but exclaim in disbelief at the absurdity of the plot. He felt an urge to kick the young man away. If it were someone he loved dearly, he would shield her from the world's disdain without hesitation. Meanwhile, the audience, including Su Qian, was deeply affected. "Little Bai, the shadow play is quite captivating," she remarked, her voice tinged with melancholy as she wiped a tear from her eye. Leaving Lin Bai astonished. "Captivating? How can this be captivating? To save the world, one must slay her. To with her. One must take their own life, I in the next life. They shall surely witness the splendor of existence together." Su Qian's gaze was filled with yearning, while Lin Bai shook his head, perplexed by the bizarre narrative. "Should that demoness be me, standing before the one I love, with the people I must protect behind me? What would you do?" Su Qian pondered, unable to find clarity, and shifted the conversation back to the climactic moment of the play. "For the one I love, what does it matter if the world remains unrescued? Even if I bear the burden of eternal condemnation, I shall always protect my empress." This statement struck a chord deep within Lin Bai. Unable to contain his feelings any longer, he expressed his innermost thoughts aloud. "What nonsense about world peace? All I know is that I love you." Though his words were coarse, Su Qian stood frozen, gazing at him with wide eyes. Finally, if this land brought displeasure to the empress, he would gladly join her in its destruction. Who would dare oppose them? Of course, Lin Bai currently lacked the power to obliterate the entire continent, especially with a formidable family of 3 emperors as his enemies. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he felt a wave of frustration, entirely oblivious to the warmth radiating from Su Qian's eyes at that moment. "Little Bai," she whispered softly, a smile blossoming on her delicate face as she took his hand and led him away from the crowd. "My empress, where are you taking me?" He had been contemplating how to deal with the Marshall family when he felt Su Qian's hand entwined with his, leading him away from the throngs of people. Without a word, they arrived at the grassy area they had visited earlier in the afternoon. The surroundings were desolate, and Lin Bai stood behind Su Qian, feeling a touch of curiosity. "My empress?" he called gently. And she turned to face him, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness. "Do not speak. Just kiss me." Seeing her in such a vulnerable state left Lin Bai astonished. Could mere words hold such power over the empress? Hearing her request, he chuckled softly and leaned down to press his lips against hers. He felt the warmth of her lips. He was about to close his eyes when he noticed 2 streams of tears falling from her eyes. "My empress, what troubles you?" Tears cascaded down her cheeks, and Lin Bai found himself witnessing Su Qian's sorrow for the first time. He hastily released her lips, only to be pulled back by her gentle hands cradling his face. With her eyes locked onto his, Su Qian spoke in a hoarse voice, "Little Bai, how I wish you had been by my side 100 years ago, in my most helpless moment." Before Lin Bai could respond, her soft lips found his once more. His pupils dilated at the mention of events from a century past. He was aware of the turmoil that had befallen the Xinmiao sect, leading to the death of its former leader. Su Qian's father, seemed his earlier words had reopened a wound in her heart. Lin Bai's arms encircled her waist. He gently caressed her back and gradually closed his eyes. The autumn wind howled, and the air turned crisp, while the full moon cast a pale glow upon them. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Lin Bai reached out to wipe away the remnants of her tears. Planting a gentle kiss upon her delicate nose, "My empress, the past is behind us. From now on, I shall remain by your side. I will never allow such tragedies to befall you again." Su Qian remained in a daze. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she recalled her earlier actions, wishing for a place to hide. She had acted purely on instinct, without a single thought, and her words had left her mind in a whirl. "Forget what just happened," she murmured, covering Lin Bai's mouth, her face a deep crimson as she averted her gaze. Yet, despite her plea, forgetting was not so simple. Lin Bai felt a hint of helplessness, but having witnessed the Empress's newfound vulnerability only deepened his affection for her. As a glimmer of light flickered in his hand, a candied fruit appeared, which he slowly offered to Su Qian. "Why, Empress, it is quite late. Let us purchase some candied fruits and return." The autumn moon festival had ended, and the shadow play performers were packing up to leave. The crowd, still buzzing with excitement, dispersed in small groups toward their homes. Lin Bai recalled Su Qian's earlier suggestion to buy more candied fruits. But at this hour, he wondered if the shops were still open. Not hearing a response, he glanced down to see Su Qian gently nodding. With a smile, he took her delicate hand and guided her toward the candied fruit stall. Fortunately, the shop had not yet closed, and Lin Bai purchased 2 large bags, while Su Qian prepared the flying vessel, waiting beneath it. Having emerged from her melancholic reverie, a smile graced her face once more. "My Empress, let us be off." Once aboard the flying vessel, Lin Bai handed her a bag of candied fruits, which she accepted and began to savor. Standing beside her, Lin Bai caressed her hair, and as he noticed her lips moving, a smile crept onto his face. A quarter of an hour later, they returned to Landy City. Approaching the Qiushui Inn, Lin Bai was taken aback to see so many people still bustling about as midnight approached. The streets were alive with the sounds of vendors hawking their goods, and clusters of beautifully dressed young women gathered, engaging in lively conversation. In the distance, a group of young men gazed longingly in their direction. Shaking his head, Lin Bai stepped out onto the terrace and closed the window. Hu Qian sat on the bed, and as Lin Bai approached, she felt a flicker of anxiety in her heart. Reminded of their earlier encounter, "Why, Empress, it is best to rest early, Damem." She nodded gently, biting her lip, and after a long pause, she realized Lin Bai had not joined her on the bed but had instead seated himself on the other side of the screen. "Little Bai, are you not going to sleep?" Lin Bai opened his eyes, and just as he was about to begin his cultivation, he heard Su Qian's voice. As she had mentioned earlier, she could sleep on the floor. Last night had indeed been an accident. Upon hearing this, Su Qian sat up from the bed, hesitating for a moment before choosing to trust Lin Bai, believing that he would keep his word and care for her feelings. Moreover, she wished to remain in Lin Bai's embrace indefinitely. "Come here, keep me company." Chapter 71. "Be gentle, you're hurting me." "Come here, keep me company," Su Qian's delicate voice echoed. Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback by her words. Did the Empress intend for him to sleep beside her? He swallowed hard, the sound of her gentle tone lingering in his mind. "If you are unwilling, then forget it." Just then, Su Qian's voice came again. She was perched on the edge of the bed, her face slightly flushed, her slender hands fidgeting on her fair thighs, unable to conceal her shyness. How could Lin Bai possibly refuse? He promptly suppressed his thoughts of cultivation. Rising to cross the screen and approach Su Qian, it would be a joke if he chose cultivation over embracing the delicate Empress. The moon was full, and the Empress's warm invitation was hard to decline. Refusing might make him seem uncouth. Leaning down to meet her beautiful gaze, he placed his hands on either side of her shoulders. Her eyes flickered, unable to meet his, and the blush on her cheeks deepened. Radiating warmth, "You're being cheeky," she murmured softly. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Lin Bai felt an overwhelming urge to sweep her off her feet, but quickly quelled his impulses. He gathered her petite form into his arms, and both figures tumbled onto the bed. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air as Su Qian nestled tightly against him, her long legs draped over his waist. The warmth of his embrace enveloped her, making her feel utterly secure, her heart wholly immersed in the moment. "Empress, do you realize the profound impact you have on me right now?" With his arms wrapped around her waist, Lin Bai chuckled softly. Glancing down at her head buried in his chest, "I don't know, but I truly enjoy being here," Su Qian admitted, suddenly aware of how addictive Lin Bai's embrace had become. If permitted, she wished to remain in his arms forever. Slowly lifting her head, she bit her lip and leaned toward the corner of Lin Bai's mouth. "I've realized that I seem unable to part from you." Xiao Bai. A glimmer of tenderness sparkled in her eyes as their lips met. the warmth sending a rush of emotion through Lin Bai, tightening his hold around her waist. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, a delicate strand of moisture connecting them, and a sweet smile graced Su Qian's flushed face. Gazing softly at Lin Bai, who was so close, she couldn't resist rubbing her cheek against his. "Empress, please don't tease me. I might lose control." Lin Bai felt a flush of embarrassment, a wave of heat stirring within him, and his mouth grew dry. He feared that in the next moment, he might succumb to temptation and devour the little lamb in his arms. Noticing Lin Bai's flustered expression, Su Qian wore a nearly perfect smile, reaching out to play with the strands of hair that had fallen across his forehead. The diamond-shaped mark before her only accentuated Lin Bai's allure. "Let us sleep." Su Qian ceased her movements, lowering her head to nestle back into his chest. Sensing the softness in his embrace, Lin Bai pulled the blankets over them, gently stroking her back as moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow on his eyes. The sweet scent enveloped him, lulling him into a drowsy state. Their breaths gradually steadied. On this night of a full moon, under the brilliance of the stars, they were never alone. The following morning, Lin Bai awoke to the soft kiss of Su Qian. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the Empress's affectionate gaze, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Empress, you?" Lin Bai yearned to inquire about the reserved, aloof Empress of yore and why she had suddenly become so forward. "I like you." She didn't specify whether it was him she liked or the kiss. As Su Qian pressed her lips against his again, her eyes fluttering shut. The scent of her lingering fragrance filled the air, and Lin Bai responded, lost in the sweetness of her luscious lips. Awakening to the kiss of the one he cherished, Lin Bai couldn't help but feel a sense of delight. Wrapping his arms around her delicate figure, his hands soon began to wander, exploring her curves. Soft sounds escaped Su Qian's throat, and as her heart raced, Lin Bai loosened the belt around her waist. Noticing the changes, Su Qian's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. And though she wanted to protest, her lips were firmly silenced by Lin Bai's kiss. A tingling sensation surged within her, and as she opened her eyes, she found Lin Bai gazing at her with rapt attention. "Xiao Bai, be gentle, you're hurting me." Her head tilted slightly back, Su Qian managed to utter those two lines before Lin Bai captured her lips once more. The soft touch beneath his palms felt like he was enveloped in clouds of sweetness. Gradually, Lin Bai found himself hovering above her, his hands on either side of her body, gazing down at her blushing face as she shyly averted her eyes. "Empress, I'm afraid this fire within me cannot be quelled today. What shall we do?" Seeing the mischievous smile playing on Lin Bai's lips, Su Qian turned her head away, her heart racing to the brink of her throat. She had merely wanted to steal a kiss while he slept soundly, never anticipating he would awaken so suddenly. Now, Su Qian felt a pang of regret as she placed her hand against his chest, fearing he might overpower her in the next moment. She was at a loss for words. Falling into a brief silence. "Empress, why not help me?" Lin Bai's smile morphed into a playful grin as he observed the trembling Empress, his grip tightening ever so slightly. "I can do anything, but please, don't." The mere thought of previous sensations sent waves of panic through Su Qian. She wasn't prepared for such an encounter, fearing she might not withstand it. "Since you, the Empress, have said so, I shall not hold back." Before Su Qian could finish her sentence, Lin Bai interrupted, sensing his scheme had succeeded, causing her face to flush with a mix of embarrassment and anger. A fresh wave of tingling surged through her chest, and with a soft whimper, she shook her head, pressing her hand against Lin Bai's head. The stimulation compelled Su Qian to straighten her legs, her voice faltering as she managed to say, "Stop, Xiao Bai. I can't take it anymore." Holding Lin Bai's head tightly, she lay back against the bed, soft gasps escaping her lips, yet nothing could halt Lin Bai's fervor. After an extended moment, Lin Bai finally lifted his head, finding Su Qian utterly spent, her arms limply resting at her sides. While her innocence remained intact, the sensations she had just experienced left her in a state of overwhelming turmoil. Chapter 72. The Empress wants to plant strawberries, observing her languid form sprawled across the bed. Lin Bai gently brushed Su Qian's hair from her forehead, beads of sweat glistening on her flushed cheeks, enhancing her allure. Breathless, Su Qian turned her head, casting him a resentful glance. "Humph, you only know how to bully me." Her delicate tones stirred Lin Bai's suppressed desires anew. "What are you planning to do?" Noting the sudden shift in Lin Bai's demeanor, Su Qian's heart raced, instinctively covering her chest. "Empress, the strawberries from yesterday are gone. I wish to plant 2 more." Without waiting for a response, Lin Bai leaned down to her fair neck, lightly sucking. The sweet taste blossomed in his mouth, and Su Qian clung tightly to his chest. The tingling sensation at her neck made her gasp again. "Enough, that's enough." Though he had promised 2 strawberries, Lin Bai changed positions 4 times without any sign of stopping. Su Qian's voice trembled as she turned her head, just in time for Lin Bai to see the 4 small strawberries she had just planted. "Empress, as long as you promise not to use spiritual energy to erase the marks, I will stop." At his words, Su Qian turned back, a deep flush of embarrassment coloring her face. "If you don't use spiritual energy to remove them, how will I face others?" "No way, unless you also want to bear them like me." She immediately rejected the idea and suggested that Lin Bai share her fate, but soon realized that this would mean planting strawberries on his neck too. Why not? This could be proof of our love. Upon hearing Su Qian's words, Lin Bai was momentarily stunned before he graciously exposed his neck to her. Proof of love? Su Qian pondered deeply, turning her gaze towards Lin Bai, who wore a mischievous grin. His resolute cheeks did little to conceal his striking handsomeness, and the diamond-shaped mark on his skin only added to his allure, particularly as she observed it from her elevated position. A wave of concern washed over Su Qian. Xiao Bai was not only exceptionally powerful but also strikingly attractive, possessing a silver tongue that could ensnare even the most indifferent of hearts. Despite her prior disinterest in men, she felt herself succumbing to his charm. Surely, the young maidens of the world would be even more enchanted. However, should she leave her mark upon his neck, it would serve as undeniable proof that Xiao Bai was bound to a soulmate. Upon reflection, this arrangement seemed to favor her quite well, but you mustn't use spiritual energy to erase it. With her lips pressed tightly, Su Qian spoke, and her already flushed cheeks deepened into a vibrant crimson. With a nod of agreement, Lin Bai discreetly swallowed hard, taken aback by the Empress's unexpected willingness to grant him this strawberry. The unfamiliar sensation stirred an unusual nervousness within him. "I shall begin now," he declared, and as the words left his lips, both their heartbeats quickened. Su Qian pouted slightly, her arms tightening around Lin Bai's chest. As they drew nearer, a soft sensation brushed against her neck, slightly damp. As she could distinctly feel Su Qian's tongue occasionally mack in Su Qian's eyes, a hint of tenderness emerged. Throughout the years, each time danger approached, Lin Bai would instinctively shield her behind him, never questioning why he chose to identify as an ordinary person. After all, there are always those of great power with their peculiar quirks. Su Qian subconsciously categorized Lin Bai among that group. With a long sigh, Lin Bai forced a bitter smile. Even after revealing his true prowess, he was astonished that the Empress still harbored doubts. She even expressed her desire to protect him. Truth be told, Lin Bai yearned to experience what it felt like to be shielded by Su Qian. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Shaking his head, he gently tightened his embrace around her shoulders, pulling her closer. Lin Bai first placed a soft kiss on her brow, then rested his chin on her forehead. His current strength was still far from sufficient. "I wish to protect you, my Empress, forever shielded from any harm." His tone was earnest and resolute. Su Qian's eyes flickered, and nestled in Lin Bai's embrace. Her heart fluttered. "Yes, I believe in you. Xiao Bai." She nodded gently. As Lin Bai lifted his chin away, Su Qian raised her head at that moment. Meeting his gentle gaze, and a sweet smile graced her lips, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Lin Bai leaned down, resting his forehead against hers, cradling her cheeks in his hands. They were so close that in every breath, they could feel each other's heartbeat. "Why, Empress, I've noticed that whenever we meet, we seem to become inseparable." Not only Lin Bai, but Su Qian also recognized this phenomenon. During his cultivation, she had resisted several impulses to dive into his embrace. Moreover, while Lin Bai practiced, time passed slowly for her, far from the comfort she felt in his arms. "I like it," she said, pouting slightly, then planted a kiss on Lin Bai's lips, her smile widening. "I like it too." After indulging in their affection for a while, Lin Bai turned to glance outside at the sky. "Why, Empress, shall we take a stroll?" Upon hearing this, Su Qian pondered for a moment. It was already quite late, and the streets, though populated, were not as crowded as during the day. "Let us go." Thinking of this, she agreed, and Lin Bai took her delicate hand, leading her out of the inn. Outside the Autumn Water Inn, Lin Bai surveyed the streets. Although there were many people, it was far less congested than he had imagined. "My Empress, let us take this opportunity to explore ABIT this hour." Around the Z hour, most people had returned to their lodgings. Those who had arrived late without securing a room likely sought refuge outside the city in flying boats or at the Qinkuan Palace for the night, perhaps to cultivate or simply to rest before the upcoming grand event in Lan Emperor City. Upon hearing Lin Bai's suggestion, Su Qian nodded lightly, and the two began walking down the street. The night in Lan Emperor City possessed a unique charm, illuminated by vibrant lights. Various colored night pearls adorned the wooden pavilions, shimmering brilliantly. The entire city was enveloped in bright light, and now and then, one could spot several graceful maidens and scholarly young men strolling together. In such a grand city, establishments of entertainment were inevitable. At that moment, Lin Bai and Su Qian passed beneath a towering brothel adorned with flowers. The heavily made-up maidens stood at the entrance, their alluring gazes enticing passers. With her hands clasped behind her back, Su Qian revealed a sweet smile, a blend of shyness and deep affection. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Bai first let out a silly chuckle, then placed his hand gently atop her head, brushing aside her flowing locks. "I love you too." As their gazes locked, Lin Bai observed the faint blush on Su Qian's cheeks and the delightful curve of her smile. His heart swelling with satisfaction. Chapter 75. Whose obedient daughter is this? It turns out she is mine. Speaking of which, Your Majesty? Noticing Lin Bai's hesitant demeanor, a look of curiosity crossed Su Qian's eyes. "Should I change how I address you?" Having always referred to her as Your Majesty, it now felt inappropriate given their current relationship. Rubbing his nose, Lin Bai reflected on how he had consistently called her Empress, but now that their feelings were laid bare, such formality seemed distant. Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, Su Qian's cheeks flushed slightly. She had pondered this very question before but had never found the right moment to voice it. Now that Lin Bai had brought it up, she followed his lead and asked, "What would you like to call me?" A hint of fluster crossed her mind as her hands fidgeted restlessly on her lap, betraying her emotions. "How about you call me husband, and I shall call you wife? What do you think?" With a playful grin, Lin Bai's expression was one of anticipation as he rubbed his hands together, eagerly awaiting her response. "Husband? Wife? No, that won't do." A jolt ran through her, and Su Qian quickly waved her hands in refusal, feeling that she and Lin Bai had not yet reached such a level of intimacy. Moreover, weren't such titles reserved for after marriage? "Do you not wish to become my wife?" Lin Bai's hopeful gaze shifted to disappointment, leaving Su Qian uncertain of how to respond. Becoming Lin Bai's wife would have been an outright rejection for her in the past. Yet now, She found herself longing to be with him every day, to lie in his embrace at every moment, and to witness the splendor of the world together. Gradually, her face grew even redder, and she shook her head vigorously to dispel those thoughts. Let us set aside husband and wife for now. I can get used to it slowly, if you don't mind. You may call me Yin. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, so faint that Lin Bai had to lean in closely to catch her words. After uttering this, Su Qian felt as though her face was aflame, warmth radiating throughout her being. Yin? Huh? That's lovely, Lin Bai murmured, gazing down at the bashfully blushing Su Qian, who dared not lift her head. Yin. Upon hearing Lin Bai's gentle call, a wave of fluster washed over her Danamim. She nodded lightly in response. When Li Qiujuan called her Yin, she felt no discomfort. However, being addressed as such by Lin Bai stirred feelings within her that were far from calm. Then I shall call you that from now on, Danamim. Nodding again, Su Qian found herself puzzled, embracing, kissing, and nearly reaching the point of total honesty. Why did she still feel so bashful over a mere title? Seeing Su Qian bow her head in silence, Lin Bai stepped forward and took her delicate hand in his. Yin, shall we go for a stroll? For some reason, upon hearing Lin Bai call her Yin, she felt slightly out of sorts. Seemingly noticing her discomfort, Lin Bai gently stroked her hair, a tender smile gracing his lips. You'll get used to it. He recalled how long it took him to adjust when she first called him Xiao Bai. At his words, Su Qian couldn't help but chuckle, recalling Lin Bai's astonished expression back then. Who told you to tease me so much before? This is payback. She playfully raised her fist before Lin Bai, recalling how he had always teased her. Even during her body refinement sessions, often pulling her into his embrace unexpectedly, Su Qian contemplated how to get back at him. Since she couldn't escape it, she chose to join in, finding satisfaction in causing him a little emotional turmoil. But so what if it was payback? Wasn't he now hers?